Volume 7, Chapter 321, Golden Labyrinth Part 1. You have reached the first floor of the spiral tower of Yggdrasil. The tower gives appropriate rewards to climbers whenever the tower is successfully cleared. Ine and Jaehyeon, what lay in front of the two was a huge, shady maze. Where are you? Jaehyeon immediately asked the squirrel next to him to figure out the location. Ratatosk rubbed his front paws and said, "My dear, this is the first layer. Maze, this is where the maze is." Maze, GG, yes. If you clear the way and reach the end of it, you can go to the next floor. Depending on your skills, you can even get treasures in hidden rooms in the maze. Mirror. Jaehyeon looked around quietly, a labyrinth composed of seemingly enormous magical energy. It seemed that it was designed so that it would not break even with its own magical power or divine power. I tested it with strength just in case, but the result was as expected. Because the hardness is ridiculously millet level, it will be difficult to break. I have to find a way. Ratatosk, have you memorized all the roads? Sorry, but every time I come here the location changes, I don't know the details. Okay, so be quiet for now. Inaya, I'll find the way, so could you help me look around? Leave it to me. At Jaehyeon's instructions, Ine nodded with a clear expression. Inside, she seemed happy that she came here with Jaehyeon. It was all for the proper distribution of power, but it was all the more so because the opportunity for the two to be together was rare. Didn't you stay together for a long time? Because Jaehyeon quickly recovered during the last hospitalization. Of course, if I lie down for a long time, that's just a concern. Ine thought about that with a wry smile. Fortunately, Jaehyeon quickly found his way. It seemed to be the effect of the skill that allows you to sense magical powers he had told you and his colleagues last time. Ratatosk also detects persistent mana and finds his own way. Poppy was sniffing hard at the floor because Jaehyeon had put it on the floor a while ago. I think it's this way, but there seems to be something strange on the other side. Rather, the magic power is felt more on the other side than on this side. Is there a Ratatosk reason? That's because the legacy of the Golden King is over there. Golden King? That yes. Jaehyeon put on a slightly embarrassed expression at the name he had never heard before. I thought I had thoroughly studied Norse mythology. It seemed that there were beings that he didn't know about yet. A man called the Golden King. What the hell was he doing? He was truly mad about gold crazy. In the past, Barbaba, a Viking tribe, wandered around in search of gold with countless people. I've heard that he died while tampering with the treasury of the gods. What the Golden King stole from the treasury of the gods. That is the legacy of the Golden King, said Ratatosk. Trying to touch the treasure house of the gods, I thought I had a lot of guts. Hela told me before, a warehouse that stores the treasures of the gods of Asgard. It is called the treasure house of the gods, and there are a lot of artifacts of an enormous level hidden there. But the doubts remained. Why is a guy like that in Yggdrasil? It's because Odin stuffed him here in order to punish those who have Tagreed, to sum up Ratatosk's words. In the end, it was said that the Golden King was now stuffed here because he was caught by Odin while robbing the treasure house of the gods. Ratatosk added that this labyrinth is also called the Golden Labyrinth, and many races who tried to climb Yggdrasil in the past lost their lives here. Suddenly curious, Jaehyeon asked, Golden King, what the heck did he stole from the treasury of the gods? It is not difficult to pass through the maze like this. However, I wondered what the Golden King was trying to take away by sacrificing his life so much. Ratatosk said with a worried expression, Well, I don't know either, but at least I think it's a mythical artifact. A mythical artifact? Jaehyeon felt his eyes light up. At that moment, Ratatosk quickly put his hands together and shook his head as if he felt the magic rising from his eyes. Ha, but Odin the Golden King endowed with power must be strong. At least the third stage of liberation, maybe even more. Jaehyeon wondered why humans could have such strong power, but Ratatosk quickly solved it. Hwawawa, the Golden King wasn't strong from the beginning. I heard that after being stuffed in Yggdrasil by Odin, he received power from him and now has the same sensibility. Ratatosk was relieved, as if he thought Jaehyeon would not fight the Golden King, but Jaehyeon's answer was completely different from what he expected. It's worth a try. Jaehyeon nodded his head confidently. It is a mythical artifact hidden in Yggdrasil. Wouldn't that make your next journey much easier? In addition, now I have a new S+ class artifact, a glove. It was a stronger reenactment than when he was fighting Modi and Magni. There was no reason to hesitate. Ine also nodded. Nothing comes without risk. Looks like you know the conditions to reach the Golden King's legacy. Why don't you guide me when I say good things? Even if it's a labyrinth whose position changes every time you come, if he's to the point of calling himself a guide. It was only natural that Ratatosk knew at least a hint about the Golden King. Jaehyeon was almost certain. He must have known something about the hidden room. Meanwhile, Ratatosk broke into a cold sweat and opened his mouth to deny Jaehyeon's words. Well, I don't know. The subordination effect is activated. Subject is lying. At the sound of the system, Ratatosk lowered his head, thinking that he would die. I'm sorry, I know. Look at this, it's because lies don't work right. Let's not lose our strength. At Jaehyeon's words, Ratatosk's expression turned thin, as if shed tears at any moment. However, looking at Jaehyeon, Seo-ina just thought that he was the same as usual. Jaehyeon seems to be in good shape today. She thought so and smiled like a good thing. Odin's golden palace located right in the center of Asgard. Odin is seen sitting on the throne and Thor is seen bowing beneath him. Conversation between father and son. However, the conversation between the father and son continued in a colder atmosphere than usual. The reason was simple. It's not enough that you didn't even dare to give the mission and you messed up the job. Did you mean that you dedicated two of Asgard's sacred objects to the enemy? The heavy fall of the words in Godhead put pressure on Thor's entire body. Thor bowed his head. Has no face. Thor lamented having to apologize. In fact, for him who had lost his son, he was in a difficult situation even if he was comforted. However, now that the war broke out, it was not enough to consume the divine power arbitrarily, so the sacred object was taken away. Others, in particular, it was natural to be criticized by Odin, the leader of the Aesir. Unavoidable. Thor endured this while looking at Odin and speaking calmly. As much as I disappointed you, I will bring more glory to Asgard. I beg you, give me a chance. What do you mean by chance? Odin narrowed his eyes. It was as if Thor had been waiting. Adversary, please let me take care of him with my own hands. Not now, I haven't fully recovered my sanity yet. You must have learned from the deaths of your lowly sons that he is not someone you can deal with a hasty spirit. Humble son. Odin looked at his two sons and said so. Thor gritted it. Although he was a dead son to himself, to Odin he was nothing more than an expendable item for the Sur. In fact, even that wasn't the right thing. Didn't he think so too? The two of them are just things that only serve one person when they are together. Wait until all your spiritual power is restored, then I will give you one last chance. Thank you. It was around the end of the conversation between Odin and Thor. Suddenly the floor shook black and a being crawled up. Odin asked in a nervous voice, "What's going on? Something went wrong." Problem. It wasn't a word that Hyujin, cold-hearted in everything, uttered often. Odin quickly realized the seriousness of the word and asked, "Is it related to the adversary?" "Yes. The news is that the adversary and his companions have begun climbing the tower of Yggdrasil. They say you have already reached the first floor." "I started climbing Yggdrasil, is that really true?" Odin asked, rarely showing emotion. Hyujin only nodded silently. "That's right. It even seems that he already knows how to climb Yggdrasil, as both portals are active." "That can't be." Thor, who was listening to the story from the side, shook his head. "The anti-Aesir gods were not even allowed to climb Yggdrasil for a while. Besides, haven't the conditions for climbing Yggdrasil changed recently? But the adversary knows how to climb the spiral tower to the upper level." This was obviously impossible. At that time, Odin cut off his words and raised his head. "Ratatosk, that's what he did. Certainly that squirrel seems to have potential because you are one of the few who will defy the will of the Great One." Hyujin agreed and nodded. "Ratatosk, he was born with the birth of Yggdrasil, and during the war 10,000 years ago he did not stand on either side. What could the little squirrel do in the first place?" Because of this, Odin didn't even pay much attention to him. But this was a mistake. He knew the structure of Yggdrasil better than Odin did, and he knew how to climb the newly remodeled tower. So when I tried to kill him recently, it seems that I ended up on the side of the enemy. Odin's concern deepened. Yggdrasil. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to interfering with the foundations connecting the world. It might be possible to go up to the second and third floors at most, but it would be difficult beyond that. Although it was not likely that the adversary would reach the top floor, it was true that it was a serious problem. I don't know why the adversary moves toward the world tree, but he hadn't moved meaninglessly until now. There must be a reason. First, find out why he is moving. You Thor move too. All right. For some reason, Odin couldn't get rid of the ominous feeling. Why the adversary climbs the tower at this point? Why is he, who has recently grown to the point of being able to kill Modi and Magni, doing something close to such an eccentricity? The top of Yggdrasil's tower. Hidden layer. Odin was determined to kill him at this opportunity by any means. If the opponent was aiming there at any risk, he will keep the secret there. Chapter 322, The Golden Labyrinth Part 2, The Golden King. Ratatosk finally gave up and started explaining in earnest, guiding the way. Of course, about half of them were due to Jaehyeon's threats. Hwawa, the Golden King, was a legendary man. He coveted gold but never harmed people. Choi, they say he did his best to take care of the weak. It was an unexpected story. When I first heard of it, the Golden King was nothing but a grave robber. It seems that there was a surprisingly healthy corner. Well, the bad guy was always Odin. Even if he's a nice guy, there's nothing strange about it. Sure, he loved humans and he treated other races gradually, without discrimination. Hwawa, there were many stories that even aimed for gold was actually to help them too, but Odin must have arbitrarily altered history. I'm thinking it's very likely. Seeing that Ratatosk thought the same, it seemed that his thoughts were roughly correct. Well, it's similar. I've been through it countless times so far. Odin has always arbitrarily usurped people's lives and used them as he pleases. Thiafi and Roskva, Fafnir et al. I used and discarded various beings to suit my taste. He's such a guy, but it wouldn't have been a problem to harass even one more human. I am one of those victims. Jaehyeon briefly recalled himself before returning, but erased it from his mind. Now I'm standing by your side. What if she gets hurt by selling her mind elsewhere? That really couldn't have happened. The insignificant past, or maybe it's a future that I didn't know that would happen, it didn't matter anymore. Jaehyeon needed to see the present and move on. An arrow trapped this way. Over there when you step on the footrest, a huge stone rolls down, be careful. With that thought in mind, Jaehyeon was easily destroying the trap. Basically, his physical ability was at the third level of divine personality liberation, but it was more correct to say that it was more than that. How many mythological artifacts in S-class or higher items did he have? As long as they are all in effect, Jaehyeon will not be defeated by beings of the same level as himself. It was for that reason that he went hunting for the Golden King. It's because I'm sure he won't be as great as he is, no matter how great items he packs around. By the way, what weapon does the Golden King use? Yeah, as the name suggests, it handles molten gold and basically it is known to handle long spears. Right, it is likely to be a tricky enemy. Jaehyeon made that decision. Enemies using spears cannot easily close the distance. I'm used to using swords, but I rarely use spears, until now. With cold eyes, he recalled for a moment the most famous spear wielder in Norse mythology. Odin, it was he who possessed the legendary spear that said that if he left the hand called Gungnir, it would pierce the opponent. The fight now is likely to be helpful in the battle against Odin later. No matter how excellent an artifact is, there is no way it can consistently hit the enemy. Close the distance as much as possible and pay attention to horizontally swinging attacks while dealing with enemies. Can win, widely. While Jaehyeon and Seoane Ratatosk thought so, the steps stopped at one point. Is this here, GG? Yeah. It looks like there's something dangerous inside. You have to be careful, Jaehyeon, it was as Sena said. In front of them was a huge golden recognition device. It seemed to be an equation designed to open when mana was injected. It was a method that Jaehyeon was quite familiar with. Don't worry. Don't push yourself too hard, understand. A golden king, should I check how it came to be? Jaehyeon thought and carefully channeled his mana into the recognition device. Tsutsutsutsutsu. However, for some reason, the Golden King's room didn't even show any reaction. However, the ensuing message only informed him that he had failed. Recognition release failed. Jaehyeon tilted his head. What a failure. Are there any other conditions? I think so, Seoane agreed. Along with him came a voice from the middle of a labyrinth-filled cavity. Those who can pass this place, those who are recognized by the King of Gold. Those who covet gold, shining gold here. Those who covet gold, hear sparks that take away lives. 2 sentences with meaning. The sentences were difficult to grasp immediately, so Jaehyeon frowned. This place was almost similar to the trial of the giant that he had gone through in the past, Hrungnir's trial. Jaehyeon went through trials that tested countless wisdom there. The voice heard in this maze is also almost identical to that one. Interpret the hidden meaning, solve it, and move on to the next. Perhaps that is what the Golden King is asking for from Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon first repeated the 2 most important keywords. Brilliant gold and life-consuming flames. It's brilliant gold. Jaehyeon pondered for a while at the words of the Golden King's recognition. Soon he took out an artifact from his inventory. Is that Dropnir? That's right. I feel like this is what I need to be recognized by the Golden King. I thought it was as easy as possible. The Golden King has the meaning of a person who coveted gold from the name. It does not change the essence of how noble values were pursued. Then, one conclusion. Give me gold. Dropnir is a bracelet that increases to 9 every 9 days. The inventory is already overflowing to the point of rotting. Jaehyeon held Dropnir to the recognition device first. Recognizer first lock unlocked. Recognized by the Golden King. Disable the following devices. It must be bingo. I always feel that Jaehyeon, you're really smart, Seoane said with her eyes twinkling. Jaehyeon is second again. He focused on the flame that took away his life. Soon after, the next answer came out. Jaehyeon brought Poppy, who was sniffing on the floor, and put it down in front of the sensor, and instructed Pappy, fire your breath at that device. The reason why Jaehyeon gave Pappy such an order was simple, a spark that consumes life. Wasn't it white fever? In fact, Pappy's white flame has shown a great effect on the undead and the undead. Therefore, the life-consuming flame requested here is most likely a white flame. Poppy toddled and approached the recognition device. Krurung, I heard a much more threatening cry than before, perhaps because I had grown a little. It was a cute cry like a dragon, one of the dominant species in the 9 worlds. Jaehyeon smiled. Active skill dragon breath back. At the same time, the white flame inside the recognition device and the duplicate of Dropnir that I had just dedicated were mingling with light. Following, the second condition has been met. The reader is unlocked. Awesome prophet. Jaehyeon smiled because the door was finally open. Wow, I am amazed every time I see her unique skill. How can you find your way so quickly? It is definitely a great ability. There must be a reason why Jaehyeon chose you as a team member. The exact same place as the dungeon that Jaehyeon and Seona are targeting. I could hear the voices of my colleagues from other portals here. Now it was Kim Yoo-young. Seeing Kwon So-yeol, who had just activated her unique skill and found all the directions of the road, she was envious inside. Kwon So-yeol smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Your soul link is even more amazing. No, well. From now on, I won't be able to save other people like I did back then. Kim Yoo-young said that with a slightly gloomy expression. The context of what she is saying now, it was simple. The promise I made with Jaehyeon. Kim Yoo-young sighed, recalling the conversation she had with him a few months ago. Therefore, never in the future don't use Soul Link in the way you sacrifice yourself, because I can't accept it. Ah, I got it. Did you really understand? Jaehyeon asked, looking at Kim Yoo-young. She was averting her eyes. What that meant was clear, I can't tell. The next time this situation comes up, I might use my ability again. The reason Jaehyeon was able to understand this was as follows. This is because Kim Yoo-young's frequent behavior when lying is to avert her eyes. Of course, Jaehyeon was well aware of this. Hana Jaehyeon was much more elaborate than Kim Yoo-young thought. Knowing this, he set one more condition. Because you say you reflect that much, let's make one thing clear. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon activated a skill on Kim Yoo-young. Subordination. It was a skill to conclude an irresistible contract between the opponent and oneself. There, Jaehyeon suggested only one thing to Kim Yoo-young: never sacrifice yourself to save others. Kim Yoo-young ended up signing there. Now Soul Link can only be used to help the team members thoroughly. Sacrifice is not allowed because that was the condition for reproduction. Still, I think it's a good thing. Whenever there is danger, if Yoo-jeong tries to sacrifice herself, Jaehyeon will start a fuss again. Even if you don't, you have an eccentric personality. That's true, Kim Yoo-young muttered in a small voice at Hella's words. I was grateful to Jaehyeon for worrying even though he didn't say anything. The proof was that her cheeks were a little hot. Still, I think we need to go a little further, so cheer up. I don't think there are any separate monsters. It does get a signal from one place, but I think it was made to trap people who went in the wrong direction. It's too much. Lee Yi-sang shook his head at the fact that the tower went that far. Kwon So-yeol busily searched for the road, wondering how Jaehyeon would be doing by now. He's a great junior and even has a guide, so there's probably nothing to worry about. On the contrary, they would be worried about themselves. If that guy, then we go quickly. Jaehyeon always got ahead of us, shouldn't we also get ahead of ourselves sometimes? Everyone in the party nodded at An Ho-yeon's words. Deep down, Kwon So-yeol was annoyed by the existence that turned out to be a monster on the other side of the exit, but decided to pass it on thinking it was some kind of MacGuffin. Jaehyeon is not around anyway. There was absolutely no reason to do anything dangerous. Thanks to Dropnir and Pappy's breath, Jaehyeon is a hidden place in the maze. You have succeeded in reaching the Golden King's room. It was a very special place, like a hidden room. Just like when Fafnir's nest was discovered in the past, there was a lot of gold and white flames were burning from the torches hanging on the walls. This is the Golden King's room. At that moment, the voice continued again. Jaehyeon listened closely and took a closer look at his surroundings. A little while ago, through magic detection, I knew for sure that there was a demonic beast here, but I couldn't guess what was going to happen here. It would have been fine if Soil Sunbeam was there, but I can't do it right now. If a dangerous situation arises, I have no choice but to prepare immediately. When you made that promise. A huge skeleton holding a spear appeared along with a system message. A stuffed Golden King has appeared in Yggdrasil. Free the soul of the Golden King. He wore a Viking helmet on his head and held a huge polearm in his hand. The Golden King was there. Jaehyeon asked him according to the system message he heard. Did you say the Golden King? Are you an ally or not? He raised his head and opened his magic. Enemy? It was a question that was truly reproducible. Chapter 323, The Golden Labyrinth Part 3, I am a brave Viking, a Golden King. The Golden King seemed to be out of his mind. Jaehyeon frowned and looked ahead. Do I need to be beaten a little like Fafnir to come to my senses? It's probably Odin's work. Through brainwashing, he has been harassing those who disobey him. The representative being was Fafnir, whom Jaehyeon had. Jaehyeon noticed Seona by his side. It was a kind of sign that he had to go into battle now. Fortunately, she understood right away and brought out her new weapon. It was a small wand, but it fit very well with her innocent image. A wand beautifully decorated with white patterns on an old tree. Light leaks from there. Active skill fire strike, a bursting spearhead. It was a concentrated fire. The judgment was correct. Excessively large range attacks destroy the enemy's weak point, which is not good. Of course, if it was an extremely strong attack, it could destroy at least one floor, so there was no particular problem, but there were only a handful of people capable of such destructive power. According to Ratatosk, in the past, Loki had destroyed an entire layer and it took hundreds of years to restore it. I don't know what the hell he's doing. The only thing that's certain is that I'm not insane. Jaehyeon quickly put aside his thoughts about Loki and opened up his godhood. It was to maximize the attack power by opening the godhead following magic power. The godhead is opened, active skill mana weapon, a skill that turns one's entire body into a weapon. Its power needs no explanation. Jaehyeon continued to use his magic. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. You have succeeded in producing the artifact Nidhogg's Fang. He leaped lightly, feeling the synergy between the glove and weapon that clung to his hand. Diving between the fire strikes fired by Xperrif, he freely changed the trajectory in the air. It was because the size of the Golden King reached almost 2 million. It wasn't as tall as a giant, but it was a height rarely found among humans. There is a high possibility that it will become a difficult enemy. Jaehyeon sighed as he thought about it. It expands its own muscles and shoots at the enemy. Active skills leap in the air. Jaehyeon activated the air jump twice in a row and then lowered the dagger in his hand once. It was an attack aimed at the rib area, one of the few vulnerable parts of a skeleton. However, unlike his size, the Golden King showed agility and resisted Jaehyeon's attack. Kong, the tips of the spear and dagger collided with each other, creating a wild gust of wind. A sharp pain crept up in my wrist. After catching his breath, Jaehyeon took about 10 steps back. He thought as he looked at the unshakable enemy in front of him. I blocked it too. Doesn't that mean that the nickname of the Golden King came about because of greed? Jaehyeon's mouth twisted. I didn't think I would be able to defeat him with one shot from the start. When Jaehyeon's attack didn't work, Xperrif quickly looked at him in front of him. In order to support him at any time, it was necessary to check each other's condition. Contrary to her thoughts, however, Jaehyeon had an expression that looked like he was having fun. In fact, Jaehyeon's eyes were clearly drawing an arc. It's rather good. With an enemy like this, I can try out my new skills and items. He reacted that way because he was genuinely interested. Recently acquired gloves and items. In order to use all of them properly, it was necessary to fight in advance with an enemy who was not a good match, but equal to him. Now, even if he fights with other S-class raiders or colleagues, the gap with himself is too big, so it wasn't very helpful. It is not until he fights against the gods or giants of the anti-Acer coalition that Jaehyeon cannot properly test his strength. But doing so would draw too much attention. I couldn't even ask the others to fight because Odin would be picking up our movements. However, the current situation is different. Yggdrasil. This is a target to attack anyway, and Jaehyeon must do his best here. To this end, Jaehyeon reached the 3rd level of divine power liberation and attained full status. Therefore, it means that there is no problem at all even if you show all your skills here. Ratatosk, you know how to hide. Hehehehe, that word. Jaehyeon raised his mana, leaving behind the frightened squirrel. Did you say Golden King? No matter how strong he was, Jaehyeon had no intention of losing here. I have to protect. The unknown story of the Golden King came out, but Jaehyeon just shrugged. It looks like you have a problem too. But I have a lot of things at stake here too. I'm sorry, but I can't lose. Jaehyeon immediately thrust out his dagger. Once again, the enemy's spear and dagger collided, sparks flying on each other's blades. Jaehyeon felt the pain rip through his palms, but he didn't waver. It was because the current situation was rather willing to reproduce. The enemy seemed a little taken aback when his spear did not reach Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon laughed. It's not like he doesn't have intelligence at all. After making a decision in a short time, Jaehyeon identified the enemy's strengths. Anyway, the Golden King seems to be the type to wield a spear based on his strength. It may seem clunky, but it is one of the most effective methods. If it's an enemy who lacks strength, he'll be defeated in no time. However, Jaehyeon only smiled. He immediately opened his magic. Active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated, a terrible chill that froze the surroundings. The resulting power instantly cooled the temperature in the huge room that had been filled with heat a moment ago. The Golden King was flustered and clicked his chin. Jaehyeon did not stop there. On/off skill Mejingajord's Blessing is switched to ON mode. Strength stat doubles. Jaehyeon recalled for a moment the skill window he had seen immediately after obtaining Mejingajord in the past. A smirk spread across Jaehyeon's lips. When Jaehyeon continued to attack, from Mimmisbrunn the sound of 2 people talking could be heard. Loki, who has the familiar appearance of a young boy with red hair. And Mimir, the giant who guards this spring, was right there. It was Loki who spoke first. I would have thought that the adversary had already climbed Yggdrasil. After all, he's great. Say that. It's faster than you thought. Mimir nodded in agreement. In fact, the opponent's growth rate far exceeded what he and Loki initially expected. Now, as long as Odin intervenes in the lower layer of Yggdrasil as we intend, things will be a little easier. I don't know what will happen, aren't you a very naive nobleman? As Mimir struggled, Loki said with a natural smile, "Don't worry, if you're a coward you'll have no choice but to move." By now he must have wanted to kill his opponent right away, right? In order to hide the truth of the world hidden in the upper layer, he has no choice but to intervene in the test of the lower layer. The point of conversation between Loki and Mimir was simple. Now it is highly likely that Odin has somehow learned that the adversary is climbing Yggdrasil. I'd say it's close to 100%. In this situation, the only action he would take was to either observe or use up his divine energy to attack the opponent, increasing the difficulty of each floor of Yggdrasil. Loki overwhelmingly thought the latter likely. Odin tries to eliminate any threat, no matter how small, to himself. To put it simply, it is a story of fear. Coincidentally, because of that personality, he is protecting the top of Asgard. If that happens, we too will be able to give more power to our adversary. Mimir looked at Loki and said so. It was as he said. As Loki said, if Odin intervenes in the lower test of Yggdrasil to attack the adversary, he will also be able to intervene in another world. Interventions between each other's worlds must always be balanced. That is the law of the world tree, and if Odin violates it first, they will be able to deliver more power to their adversary. Anyway, Odin will move. So think of something worthwhile. After saying that, Loki left Mimisbrunn. Mimir let out a small sigh as he saw the red-haired boy walking away. As expected, he looked sad. I can't help it because I couldn't remember myself. Mimir, who muttered that, shook his head lightly and thought about new rewards and quests to give to the opponent. If Odin really intervened in the test as Loki said, trials that he never thought of may be given to him. You must save him and lead him to the right path. That was Mimir's job. Equipment item. Name, Mejingijord grade, mythical thunder god Thor's iron belt. When worn, you will receive Mejingijord's blessing and your strength stat will double. Mejingijord's blessing is an on/off skill that can be used freely. Mejingijord. As expected of Thor, it boasted an incredible level of ability. Even if it is not, Jaehyeon's strength level is already not lowered at all even compared to beings with other ranks, but twice as much there. It was an almost fraudulent rise. It's also a crazy item, a tremendous amount of power circulates throughout the body. Also, it wasn't just reenactment. Jaehyeon's mood has completely changed. It's obviously different from before. Seo-ine sighed and looked at Jaehyeon confronting the Golden King. The power that radiated from his whole body was truly unimaginable. Seo-ine could immediately realize that it came from an iron belt she had stolen from Modi in the past. As expected, that belt was a great thing. How did Thor's things get here? Seo-ine relayed the story to Ratatosk, who screamed in embarrassment. How did Jaehyeon get the Mejingijord and how is he using it? However, despite the sufficient explanation, Ratatosk still tilted his head as if it was strange. But it's still strange. Mejingijord, it's Toto Thor's thing. No one could handle it properly except he and his sons or the other Aesir gods. Ratatosk couldn't understand. Maybe others. In particular, if a human had used that belt, it would have been Akue if he could not stand the force and became a corpse or collapsed by now. However, Jaehyeon was not agitated at all and was drawing out all his strength. How the hell is that even possible? But I didn't have time to think long. Ki-a-ying. The sound of Jaehyeon's dagger hitting the Golden King's spear was heard. At that moment, something completely unexpected happened. The enemy's spears that were in contact with each other began to be pushed back slowly. Bang. Eventually, Jaehyeon leaned forward and used the Golden King's power to deflect the spear. Enemy spears penetrate the floor. Then Jaehyeon climbed on top of him on the spear pole. You can't get caught by robbing a warehouse like this. In last minute, Jaehyeon's sword was thrown at a rapid pace and touched the Golden King's neck before he knew it. Jaehyeon gave strength to the hand he held at the right time. Activates the passive skill Advanced Daggersmanship. Passive skill Poison Dragon's Sadism is activated. The enemy's deadly poison stacks up to the maximum. Numerous messages come to mind along with the sword stabbed right into the throat. The pure white bones were stained purple. Quagic, quagigic. Then, with the sound of bones breaking, Jaehyeon smiled. The attack aimed precisely at the vital point. It was the moment when the victory or defeat was decided without difficulty. Jaehyeon sighed lightly. Is this clearing the first floor? The moment when Jaehyeon perfectly defeated the Golden King. Suddenly an unknown system sound was heard. You have cleared the first floor. Yggdrasil regenerates the memories of the Golden King, the owner of the stairs. Chapter 324 Golden Labyrinth Part 4 Cleared the first floor. Yggdrasil regenerates the memories of the Golden King. The owner of the hierarchy. You mean to regenerate the memory of the master of the hierarchy. While Jaehyeon was flustered, a pure white light flashed in his vision. Before losing consciousness, Ratatosk's voice is heard. Yi story about the owner of that floor or Pippi field is sometimes played. However, Ratatosk's voice did not reach Jaehyeon and Seoine properly. It was because the two people's vision was dotted with complete darkness. What the hell is this? Jaehyeon was taken aback but soon came to his senses. Has the system sent itself to a harsh place once or twice? It wasn't surprising at all. When Jaehyeon, who had made up his mind, tried to calm himself down, my vision slowly began to return to normal. What followed was the story of a certain king. At the same time, a low voice like a subtitle resonates in my ears. This is the story of a king who loved a certain people. This is the story of a king who loved a certain people. For some reason, when the same story was told again, Jaehyeon first checked to see if his comrades were all right. Fortunately, Seoine and Pappy Ratatosk were all together. Anyway, I cleared the stairs, but it wouldn't be a problem if there was a penalty. Jaehyeon thought so and looked around. This is in the memory of the Golden King during his lifetime. He could intuitively understand. The scenery he could see reflected the audience room of a certain kingdom. Also on the throne there was a king with a distraught face and a filthy appearance. He was holding his forehead with both hands. At that moment I hear the voices of the servants standing next to me. Odin told me to send a tribute this time in September. At those words the king groaned briefly. He said, suppressing his frustration, "How much gold did you ask for again this time?" The servant hesitated for a moment at the king's question, then closed his eyes and answered. "He told me to prepare at least twice as much as before. He also said that if not, he would spread a plague in the country next year. I guess they are people who serve Odin. Judging from the situation, I don't know why, but it seems like I'm being threatened." Seoine spoke to me through telepathy. Jaehyeon nodded. Perhaps the Golden King was one of many humans who served Odin at first. But something had happened and it seemed that his faith had faded. There is a high possibility that the amount of gold that has to be given as a tribute, which is being talked about, has had an effect on his faith. If the amount of tribute to be paid is too large, there will inevitably be disruptions to the kingdom's operation. If anger builds up from it, there is nothing strange about it. Jaehyeon pondered for a while and then conveyed his thoughts. It seems that greed didn't make him the Golden King. The same goes for the first sound of the system. It's the story of a king who loved his people. No matter how you look at it, the system is trying to tell the story of the hidden Golden King. No, it would be more accurate to assume that Yggdrasil was doing that. "Can't we collect tribute somehow?" the king said with a worried expression, but the servant shook his head. "Impossible. As long as you don't raid a dragon's nest, ask Odin for a little more tail, that's also impossible. Because Odin said he would not wait any longer, I see. Somehow I will find a way within today." The scene cuts off there and not long after the scene continues. "Are you serious?" The king is standing in a different place than before. Nearby stood a man who appeared to be the captain of the guard. He is looking down from the top of the great wall that surrounds the border. Their people are starving to death. A small determination dwells in the sad king's eyes, and at the same time the narration continues. Odin demanded more tribute each year. As each day passed, more people died of starvation and poverty, and the king was forced to suffer from deep guilt and worry. "I will hit another country. If you don't somehow collect the gold and give it to Odin, all the people will die. There is no other way." "But that's not your way, is it?" The king was never someone who coveted someone else's for his own. However, the helplessness of having no way and the guilt of having to somehow save the dying person in front of him forced him to move. The king looked sad in twilight. He said while looking at the ground, Yes, not my way. But I can't help it." The scene moved on to the next scene. The king gathers an army and gathers those who have not eaten properly to attack the neighboring country. "Kill the enemy soldiers immediately. Otherwise our people will die." The captain was at the forefront. The king is also commanding the soldiers from the front. It was not a common sight. Anyway, the king who has to survive until the end is fighting at the forefront. The king of the enemy country and his entourage raised their voices as if grieved. "Why are you attacking our kingdom? Weren't you our ally? You know what you're doing." The king said nothing. It was probably the king's guilt. Even though it was a foreign country, it was a country with friendly relations where they exchanged goods and stayed together. However, they eventually had to make a choice. "In order to protect my family, I had to kill others in order to protect my people." Finally, the king subjugated the enemy country and took away a lot of gold. In the end, the king was able to pay tribute to Odin that year. Jaehyeon and Seoine and Ratatosk said no more. As the screen continues, his more miserable life continues to be projected. The king fought battle after battle, but the tribute he had to pay increased each year. The men of the village had to be taken to the battlefield when they turned 15, and more than half of them returned dead. But if you don't pay tribute, everyone will die. The king had to choose, because that was better than everyone dying. It was a bitter utilitarian conclusion, but there was no other way. The king continued to attack other nations, search for treasure, and slay dragons, but even so he continued to suffer in agony. The amount of tribute Odin demands increases each year. This is because it was not at an acceptable level. And one year, an epidemic broke out in the kingdom that could not pay tribute. About 70% of the total population died. The only survivors are the king and a few of his closest aides, and there were only sturdy men in the army who could fight. The king realized he was tricked by Odin. That this hell will never end by paying tribute. People continued to die and he was furious. But at the same time, he wanted to save even the survivors because the king who loved his people made a decision. I will raid the treasure house of the gods, the treasure house of the gods. It was said that there were full of weapons of the gods. The king reached there, got the treasure, and tried to kill the god, Odin to be exact. However, such a miracle could not have happened to him, who was only a human being. Eventually, the king was captured by Odin, said Odin. As a reward for daring to stand against me, you will kill the people you love the most with your own hands. The king died miserably by Odin's magic. Also, with death, he was born as a new being. While stuffed in Yggdrasil, he killed the people and countless humans who followed him, and the corpses formed a mountain. Soon the king became greedy and did a foolish thing. His story was so erroneously passed down in the world that we call it the miserable words of a foolish human who challenged God. The story of a king who coveted gold ended so miserably. At the end of the continued narration, Jaehyeon felt his fist tighten without even realizing it. This is the story of a certain king who coveted gold. The story of the Golden King ends playing. Jaehyeon, Seona, Ratatosk, and Poppy were all able to return to reality. It was thanks to the end of all memory regeneration. Jaehyeon nodded for a moment. In front of his eyes was a golden king who had not yet died. Jaehyeon looked at him and opened his mouth slowly. I was told from earlier that I had to keep it that way. Were they your people? The Golden King said he didn't care even as he watched his body crumble. Yes, my people died at my hand. I was cursed for sure, because Odin stuffed you here. Even as Jaehyeon said that, he looked at him with a sad expression. Golden King, with only a skeleton left now, he was trying to get himself up somehow. Jaehyeon thought of the first time he met Poppy. At that time he lost his self due to the curse caused by Envari's ring. I couldn't move my body freely because I was playing in Odin's hands. As for Jaehyeon, the situation then and now seemed to overlap. Kill me? Yes, I'll kill you even if you don't look at me like that. You look so ugly now compared to when you were alive. Thank you. Jaehyeon activated divinity usurpation and took away his dignity. The level given by Odin, I can't bring them all, but for now this is the best. Jaehyeon reminded himself that he had to become stronger quickly. Aye then. The Golden King continued to open his mouth to say something. Jaehyeon shook his head. Due to the aftermath of the skill, the Golden King's bones began to fly. It was impossible for him to say anything now that even his mouth was gone. However, Jaehyeon already knew what he wanted to say. It is not your fault. It was Odin who killed the people. It wasn't your fault in the first place. Jaehyeon swallowed the last two words and watched the Golden King scattering away. Looking back, I saw Seona's dark expression. She bit her lips sullenly. There must have been countless people who have fought like this. Until now, right? Akare, I was one of them. How could you do this? Seona lowered her head in disbelief. It must be because I became emotional, because I came to see the memories, because she's not used to this yet. But you have to accept it, because this is reality. It's disgusting, but it's real. What happened after Odin seized power after the first Ragnarok? It is impossible to undo all this. The past has already passed. In the death of the giants he saw in the mirror of Erd, Jaehyeon realized that what you can do should always be sought in the present. Let's go to the next floor. Because of that, Jaehyeon had no choice but to say that. Seeing his determined expression, Seona nodded, geeing. With the complete death of the Golden King, a portal was formed in the throne he was standing on. Jaehyeon and Seona intuitively realized that it was to head to the second floor. The moment when the two people and the two animals who had completed their mental preparations were about to move to the next layer. This is the last present I can give. Everyone stopped for a moment at the sudden voice. Then an unexpected message came to my ears. You have attacked the first floor of the spiral tower with the hidden root. The Golden King's legacy myth equipment item will be given to each. Chapter 325. Playing Hide and Seek Part 1. By the time Jaehyeon and Seo finished their capture of the Golden King, the other colleagues were also almost breaking through the first tier. Now, if you open the last door, everything will end. But suddenly, a mysterious voice came from here. The climbers on the opposite side of the spiral tower below two people have successfully climbed the first tier with the hidden root. Shocked. For some reason, Kwon So-yeol couldn't help but feel bitter feelings at this point. An uneasy feeling coolly brushes her shoulder, just as expected. I heard the voices of Kim Yoo-young and An Ho-yeon from the back. What? Hidden root? As expected, it's Jaehyeon and Ine. We can't lose either. Okay, let's go right now and find a hidden root or something, the two muttered, burning their will. It seemed like things were getting bigger. Kwon So-yeol tried to persuade them, but he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut at the expression of the two people asking him to guide them on the way immediately. Lee Yi-sang looked at her and asked with a teary face. "Soil, by any chance that hidden clear, isn't it related to the monster you found earlier?" "Probably 90%. Lee Yi-sang and Kwon So-yeol were people with rational judgment and fear, however the other two were different. They seemed to be full of thoughts that they would somehow catch up with Jaehyeon and Seona. They clenched their fists. "This is how it happened, let's clear the tower perfectly." "Right, that's right, Soil, don't keep calling me. Because I feel like crying too." Kwon So-yeol sighed as he looked at Lee Yi-sang, who had the same thoughts as him. "The only corner to rely on here is Lee the weakest. Is this a story that makes sense?" On that day, Kwon So-yeol felt like he wanted to see Jaehyeon for some reason. After Jaehyeon and Seo cleared all the first floor, the two were sent to a place. It was a white room all around, but the system said that this was the waiting room of the spiral tower, a place to take a break after settling rewards before attacking the next floor. It was probably the place Yggdrasil had prepared for the climbers of the tower. By the time Jaehyeon and Seo came to their senses, the system sound that had been heard a while ago was heard again. This was something the two of them had been waiting for. "You have attacked the first floor of the spiral tower with the hidden route. The Golden King's inheritance myth-equipment item will be given to each. You have obtained the key to the treasure house of the gods. Item information is displayed due. Equipment item, name, Golden King's saddle, pet only, rating, myth. This is one of the mythical level weapons possessed by the Golden King. You can ride on medium-sized or larger pets. It is mainly used for pets such as horses and dragons. 1. When equipped, speed and acceleration increase by 150%. 2. All stats plus 100. All stats apply to the owner of the pet as a 1/4 figure. The item that Jaehyeon got was truly eye-catching. Basically, pet items are rare and hard to find, but what a mythical grade. On top of that, the artifacts that calibrate my stats were even more absurd. The same goes for the number being 100. Not only that, he also received a whopping 25 all-stat corrections just by equipping the pet item. It is a scam in many ways. Is it also a myth level? I was worried because I didn't have a saddle for Poppy, but it went well." Jaehyeon also looked at the items he got next. Special item, name. The key to the treasure house of the gods, copy key rank, the key to enter the treasure house of the mythical gods. It is destroyed when used once as a duplicate. It's the key to the treasure house of the gods. I don't know about it right now, but I think I'll use it in the future. I'll have to take good care of it." Jaehyeon smiled. When he turned his head, he saw Seona, whose eyes were wider than his own. It seems that she also got a great item. "Jaehyeon, I didn't know that an item of this grade would really exist," Seona said as she shared her item window with Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon was curious inside, so he moved his gaze to the window. Equipment item, name, Ulfheim's pendant grade, myth. A pendant containing the essence of Ulfheim. You can use the power of elves. 1. Temporarily amplifies magic by 300% when using divine property magic. Cooldown 2 hours. 2. The rating of all divine property magic rises by +1. You will win the favor of all elves. This too was an item at a level that left enough to roll the eyes. Apparently, the Golden King's legacy was paid according to the class of the user who cleared the ruins. If it weren't for that, there would be no way that she and Seona would have been given the right artifacts like they are now. Jaehyeon nodded. "This is mine, it's a pet-only item." After showing his item information to Seona, Jaehyeon moved in earnest. Putting the saddle on Poppy was put off for a while. It was because it was impossible to mount a saddle unless you were using giantization. By the time for items and compensation was all over. Transfer climbers to the second floor of the spiral tower of Yggdrasil. At the same time as the system sound was heard, Jaehyeon's vision was covered in complete darkness as if a curtain had been drawn. It was a familiar feeling by now. Soon after, the sound of the system was heard again and the sight brightened. "You have arrived at Yggdrasil's spiral tower, second floor, hide-and-seek floor." Jaehyeon suddenly opened his eyes. He placed a hand on his messy head and thought for a moment. Get drunk. It was a fairly unique keyword to appear in climbing Yggdrasil Tower. Jaehyeon looked around first. Crickets were heard and grass and huge stones were scattered around. The neighborhood seems to be a graveyard, to be precise, because Hela once told me that the tombs of a small number of Vikings were built this way. It probably must be. In fact, it was quite different from the general Viking funeral method. Originally, when a person dies, it is customary for the Vikings to send them away on a boat and set fire to them to completely erase their existence. However, Hela and Hela have told us that sometimes burials are held in this way. Very few, but anyway, judging from the current situation, this must have been the graveyard. It sure looks gloomy at first glance. Seona also agreed and nodded her head. Hehehehe. Mumu, it's scary. Ratatosk, terrified, jumped up and clung to Jaehyeon's leg. Poppy grunted a little at this. I don't want to lose my owner, is this? After stroking Pappy with a proud expression, Jaehyeon started to look around the area again. A few things were known. First of all, wet ground. This meant that the tombs were either fresh from rain or in very deep mountains. It will probably be the main key to clearing the quest and going to the next floor. The second was that the tombs were lined up without order. There were no tombstones anywhere, and all of them were crude and looked like they were topped with large stones. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a graveyard for those with high status. The third was that there was a gravekeeper guarding the grave near it. Seo-in-na instinctively felt fear, and unconsciously she squeezed Yi-hyun's arm. Yi-hyun lightly calmed her down and looked ahead. It seems like the guy in front of him knows something, but I don't know the details, so it's first to put it on hold and figure out the situation. Yi-hyun was quite familiar with fear. Darkness like now has been encountered more often than ever. He strode up to the gravekeeper and tried to ask something. It was then. Suddenly, the face of the gravekeeper who was holding the gardening tools twisted bizarrely and began to stare into Yi-hyun's eyes. Yi-hyun's heart started beating fast. Odin's throne. Hyujin stands tall beside him, he said, lowering his head. As instructed, the climbing conditions on the second floor have been modified. Even the third floor is being fixed somehow. But it will take a long time. For now, that was enough. No matter how strong the adversary is, it will be difficult to quickly pass the changed second floor test. It was Odin who changed the conditions for climbing the second floor a moment ago. It was not easy to fix it because the higher the floor went, the more one's ability did not reach properly, but at least it was installed enough to take the time. It would be best if they died there. But that won't work. Odin was already not underestimating the opponent's abilities. It was Jaehyeon who had already brought great shame to himself by killing his followers and Juwon during the limit breaker. From then on, Odin became alert to him. The adversary, thought Odin, repeating the titles that qualifies him over and over again. The three Norn sisters 10,000 years ago, and Loki who escaped from prison. They all said they would step down from the throne, that he would die to the adversary and lay down everything he was holding. But Odin didn't think so at all. No matter how fate ordained his death, he would not be shaken. Then at the end, Odin spat out the one word he had been thinking about all along. I will never give in to prophecies. The pupil on his right shone brilliantly with a golden light. It was the exact same color as the opponent who was aiming for his neck. You are a stranger. Hey, 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 a grotesquely bent neck. It was a structure that no one could come out of. Yihyun swallowed his saliva and looked at the gravekeeper carefully. Gender is male, old man in age seems to be a little over 80. It was someone who had a bit of magic that wasn't that strong. Yihyun asked calmly, wary of him. You're right, how did you know? Since the costumes are different, it is not that difficult to tell them apart. In addition, foreigners sometimes visit this village, so the response is quite familiar to me. Where are you? Yihyun went straight to the main point. I need some information about this place. There was nothing I could do to get to the next floor as quickly as possible. Ratatosk looked up and climbed onto Yihyun's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Interference of the stairs. Originally, Roman 2I, this is the way to climb this floor, no. It looks like Odin something, did it? Yihyun immediately understood the meaning. It means that Odin noticed that he was climbing Yggdrasil and interfered with it. I had heard from Hela that this might happen, so I was preparing my mind. Yggdrasil, the moment you set foot here, Odin can't help but notice your movements. What the anti-Aesir coalition members had told him was still clear in his ears. Anyway, I have no choice but to overcome them and climb the tower. Odin must be frantic to kill you. That's right, if you're not careful you're bound to die. There's no way we can do anything about it. Now you and your colleagues have no choice but to make an accident properly. Anyway. Because it doesn't defy expectations, Odin this rubbish. That's when Yihyun noticed the change. I felt a sticky gaze in front of me. Yihyun lifted his head and looked ahead. Suddenly the gravekeeper was facing Yihyun's face with two menacing eyes. He said, "This is the tomb of the one who walks again. The tomb of the one who walks again." At that moment, along with Yihyun's question, a quest window popped up. The main quest, Tomb of the Rewalker, has arrived, displays quest information. Main quest, Tomb of the Rewalker, avoid the Rewalkers, find the hunter here and defeat him. Tip, make full use of hide points hidden throughout the map. Hide point erases the user's odor but not the sound. The use of some skills is restricted until the quest is cleared. The number of limited skills continues to increase. The tagger is hiding among those who walk again. To defeat the tagger, you must kill him in the place where he was first born. Yihyun tilted his head. What in a cemetery like this do you want to play hide and seek? Beware of those who walk again. Basrock. Once again, the gravekeeper's voice was heard, and tree branches made a dreary crunching sound. Yihyun raised his gaze, which had been lowered for a moment, and looked at the gravekeeper. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Goosebumps slowly began to form all over Yihyun's body and his hair stood on end. The reason was simple. The tombstone had already disappeared without a trace. What was even more frightening was that Seone and Ratatosk did not see him disappear. Chapter 326. Tag Part 2. The Gravekeeper has completely disappeared after leaving his last words. Yihyun repeated what he had said with a puzzled look on his face. Beware of those who walk again. It gave me goosebumps. That person just, what the hell happened? Seona asked if she felt fear shaking her arms. Yihyun shook his head. I don't know either, but there must be something here and I think I can go to the next floor by finding a tagger. In the first place, it is impossible to distinguish whether the Gravekeeper is an ally or an enemy. Now, the priority was to review the contents of the quest. First of all, the quest told us to find a tagger hiding among those who walk again. There were no specific conditions for finding him. The Gravekeeper appeared earlier. To avoid them, they told me to find Hide Point. Seo In-na was also changed back to the Nornir system. A situation where she can also see the quest window. As for Yihyun, I didn't have to explain anything, so it became more comfortable. Whoa, Yihyun thought with a somewhat uneasy expression, to beware of those who walk again. And judging from the fact that they can't use active skills, there's a high possibility that they're some sort of witch beast, or it could be a fragment of a god or something else. It is certain that it is an enemy. Yihyun first activates magic detection and investigates the surroundings. The neighborhood was an ordinary forest. However, the problem was that there were many beings with magical powers scattered all over the place. They must be those who walk again. Yihyun looked at Seone and Ratatosk and nodded. First, let's find Hide Point as quickly as possible. I need time to organize my thoughts. Remember, because I can't even use the skill right now. Until you properly identify the enemy, you must move while hiding as much as possible. Got it? Don't worry. So I'll be careful too. Before that, wait a minute. Yihyun, there's something off there. I think you should check it out. These were Seo Ina's words that came unexpectedly. Yihyun went to where her gaze landed. There, along with the stones that rose up in the middle, something Seo Ina said was abandoned. It was a piece of paper, but when I unfolded it, it looked like a map. It looks like the map for this second floor, doesn't it? I think so. Yihyun looked at the paper for a moment, then nodded. There is a village under this forest. Let's go down first, maybe we can figure something out. With horses, I sensed shady magical energy from every corner of the forest, and I felt that something dangerous was slowly coming here. But that wasn't the only really big problem. It wasn't just one place that felt the magic. Everyone jumped down the moment Yihyun yelled. Something began to rise out of the tomb, which was dotted with stones. The witch beast appeared from the place where the Gravekeeper stood a while ago. It was a monster with a familiar appearance to Yihyun. Drog, this must be dangerous. Simultaneously with Yihyun's murmur, the monster's wild roar erupted. A group of drogs rose up and began to surround them. They were undead-type monsters that were born from Viking warriors who had already been killed and resurrected once. Yihyun thought that these were probably those who walk again, as the quest said. Kwang. Yihyun stretched out his arm to block the Draugrs' attack. About 1/5 of his physical strength evaporated in an instant. Yihyun's brow furrowed wildly. Isn't this a normal object? If not, are there other conditions for the quest? Yihyun quickly rolled his eyes. In the meantime, Seone also got hit. Her HP, which was confirmed through the party member status window, was also reduced by 1/5. It was bad news for Yihyun and Seone. Apparently, getting hit by 5 would be considered death here. Yihyun missed Kwon Soil's presence. To get out of here quickly, her search skills are the best. No matter how strong Yihyun is, it was impossible to hold out in a situation where you couldn't even attack against such a number of enemies. Even if you get hit by 5, you're dead, and now I've already been hit by 1, dangerous. Perhaps realizing that, Ratatosk shouted in an urgent voice. ZZs, I will guide you to the safest route possible. Can I trust you? When Seone asked in a distrustful tone, Ratatosk said with rare confidence. Yeah, I'm a squirrel no matter how you look at it. There is no worry about this kind of forest road. The guy went straight ahead. After pushing the drog right in front of him with wind pressure, Yihyun started down the gloomy, dark, and humid mountain path. That bastard is caught in a subordination, a situation where you can't lie to me. Besides, here I have no choice but to believe in someone who is lying and act, even if that's an epileptic squirrel. It was Yihyun who had to head to the next floor quickly. Before that, he was in a position where he had to survive, and Seo Ina was by his side now. A situation like that of Kim Yoo-young should never be created. Yihyun moved as fast as possible, ignoring the attacking enemy. Hey, this way. In the direction Ratatosk pointed, Yihyun, Seone, and Pappy ran quickly. The familiar howls of Draugr continued to be heard nearby. Originally, their attacks would not have been scary at all to Jaehyeon and Seona, who had divine attribute skills, but now the situation was different. A world that has become like a game. At this moment, Jaehyeon felt like he was in the game more than ever. It reminded me of a game I played with coins in front of elementary school when I was a child. A machine that was supposed to play one round each time a coin was inserted. At that moment, Jaehyeon thought while cooling his brain more coldly than ever before, there are 4 coins left. When Jaehyeon was running away from a drog attack on the second floor. Finally, the rest of the party, including An Hoyeon and Kim Yujeong, also succeeded in defeating the Golden King. As soon as they finished the attack, they opened the portal and headed to the White Room where Jaehyeon and Seona headed. Now the time has come for them to be rewarded. However, they had to fight the fragments, not the true body of the Golden King that Jaehyeon and Seona attacked together. In the case of the true body, it is because Jaehyeon has already freed his soul, so he is no longer here. In addition, because Jaehyeon unlocked the lock by opening the road first, they did not have to sacrifice white salt or gold. Thanks to that, the reward was inevitably 1 grade lower than what Jaehyeon and Seona took. Kim Yuyeong clicked her tongue in regret. Min Jaehyeon, didn't he take something better than this? S+ grade items are good too, but mister. I wish I had something better. On the next floor, let's attack first. An Hoyeon said so with passion. The item they got from fighting the fragments of the Golden King was a bracelet and all had the same effect. An S+ grade item that reduces the opponent's attack by 20%. It was a very effective item for colleagues who had good versatility and did not have a proper bracelet item. It means that after distributing each one with Kim Yuyeong's Soul Link, you can reduce the damage by 20% again there. The usability was perfect, a truly top-notch item. Kwon Soyeol also didn't want to come until just a while ago, but now he was carelessly liking it. Meanwhile, Lee Yisang, who finished checking the item, breathed heavily and said, I barely lived. With this, are we finally done clearing the first layer? He shook his head and whispered to Kwon Soyeol in a small whisper. Hey, Soyeol, the next floor will be more difficult than this. If possible, it is better to refrain from attacking with hidden roots. What are you talking about? I got this item. Of course, we have to do our best to attack the next floor using the hidden root. As expected, Kwon Soyeol, a model of capitalism, immediately changed his attitude. She seemed to like the item she got more than she thought. Jaehyeon and Ane must have gotten something much better than this. Clearing the next floor must have been much easier, right? An Hoyeon said that while looking at the flashing bracelet. He clenched both fists. Yes, Jaehyeon would lightly attack the next floor. You may have already found all the ways by now. The passive skill Sword of Faith is slightly stronger. An Hoyeon's belief in Jaehyeon was stronger than he thought. Of course, Jaehyeon's situation wasn't like that at all. Jaehyeon and his companions who came down to the village to escape the drog had to encounter the complete darkness that covered the streets. A really creepy road. Nothing exists on the unpaved streets. I just see a few houses built in a few modern styles nearby. There are no intact places, so there are traces of boarding or various repair work. Maybe it was because the walkers invaded the village again and were attacked by them. Jaehyeon thought about that and continued walking. Soon after, Jaehyeon was able to see something very unique. It was not even the sea, but the horizon was visible from the edge of the village, and it was impossible to know what would exist at the end. I couldn't even go outside. Ratatosk said that it was the horizon of the tower, and that it was the tip that could only be seen from inside. Jaehyeon took his eyes off the horizon and looked at the village this time. There was a huge wooden fence surrounding it. It seemed that it was installed to guard against something. Those who walk again, is it a facility to defend the village from them? To enter the village, Jaehyeon knocked on the wooden door with a weak, salty smell. There was a gap so small that they could barely see each other's eyes. Hey, do you want to go inside? Hey, thud, thud, thud. As the sound progresses, I can feel the movement of people with magical powers from somewhere. Those chasing them from the forest, their existence narrows the distance with them. I'll use silence, keep calling someone. Seona activated silence instead and Jaehyeon kept calling people. Ratatosk was already hiding in the pocket of Jaehyeon's jacket. It seems that the shaking of the far pocket is quite scary. In the case of Pappy, she is bravely guarding the surroundings by Seona. How many minutes did you knock like that? A narrow gap in the village fence opened and a man's voice was heard. What are you doing now? What if I make a lot of noise around and then they come? I will go in and explain. Please let me go inside, Jaehyeon calmly explained. The man looked around and carefully opened the wooden fence with a rattling sound and let the party inside. Whoa, where the hell did you guys come from? Even my daughter knows that I shouldn't go on a street like this at night, but what the hell are you doing? Sorry, we are strangers. I don't know the rules of this place properly. A stranger. At that moment, the man's body paused for a moment as if it had been buffered and then resumed. Where the hell did you guys come from? Even my daughter knows that you shouldn't be walking around at night like this, but what the hell are you doing? Chapter 327, The One Who Walks Again, Part 1, Huh. Where the hell did you guys come from? Even my daughter knows that I shouldn't go on a street like this at night, but what the hell are you doing? The moment I heard the man's words, I felt an intense sense of incongruity throughout my body. Why the same words as before came back from the man's mouth? Jaehyeon felt the back of his neck grow cold and remembered the first time he arrived on the second floor. The first gravekeeper I met. He clearly called himself and his colleagues strangers, but why can't the villagers I just encountered understand the word stranger? No, it's not that I don't understand exactly, I don't recognize it at all. How did this happen? Jaehyeon felt like his mind was getting complicated in an instant, but he quickly figured out the meaning hidden in it. Man's reaction. This made one thing clear if nothing else. The gravekeeper I saw a while ago. That he will be the key to clearing the second floor quest. This won't be easy. Jaehyeon thought so and quickly changed his words. He decided to ask the man in front of him what was the center of the quest. Do you know one who walks again? At that, the man's expression hardened. Soon after, a heavy answer came back from him. Let's go in and talk. Click. The sound of a teacup being set down on the table is heard. Jaehyeon and his party were being served tea at the house of a man they had just met. According to what I heard on the way, the man is the village chief of this village. In addition, this village is adjacent to the coast and is said to have been founded by the Vikings. Those sitting on the sofa with a slight musty smell look at each other. There is silence for a moment. The village chief suddenly raised his head and asked, "You're from the next town?" "Yes," Seoane replied. He nodded. "So, where did you hear about the one who walks again?" "We are merchants. I had a chance to hear rumors from all over the place." Jaehyeon said with a moderate lie. It was fortunate for him that he met the village chief from the beginning. It means that there is a high possibility that he knows the most information in town. The village chief folded his arms. "Call me Russell. It's going to take quite a while to talk about it in earnest. It's late today, so let's go sleep here. I will give you a room. Thank you for your consideration." Despite the village chief's willingness to give up the room, Jaehyeon continued to doubt him and said so. It was the same with Sena. It was a worried expression in many ways that the nerves were on edge. Groong, Poppy wasn't usually hugged either. For some reason, he was sitting on Seoane's lap without whining. "So, what do you want to ask about the one who walks again? Tell me how far you know." "Aftgang, all I know is that it's another name for them, Aptaganger." That was the Drog's nickname that he had just remembered. Nickname in Old Norse meaning one who walks again. It was reserved only for Draugr. Russell nodded and started talking about the Drogs in this village in earnest. In fact, Drogs exist all over the world. You're a merchant, so you're probably familiar with it. Especially on a coast like this, there are a lot of ghosts of dead warriors, so there are a lot of Drogs. But the Drogs that appear here. Those who walk again have fundamentally different powers from normal Drogs. It is the power to change the arc. Can you elaborate? First of all, the biggest problem is that it doesn't die and doesn't work with any attacks. Jaehyeon frowned for a moment. "I guess people here can't kill Draugr either," Seoane whispered softly. Jaehyeon nodded. "I see, they don't seem to be normal objects after all. That's why they built a wooden fence on the outer wall of the village. It's because I put a lot of salt on it, which they don't like, so they can't get to it." Jaehyeon, who was listening to the story, thought for a while and then asked, "Since when did those who walk again appear?" At that, the village chief did not speak for a while and then took a sip of tea. "About 2 months ago, the first victim of them was my wife." "Sorry," Jaehyeon couldn't help but apologize. "I asked the person who lost his family about his story. No matter how you think about it, it wasn't polite. Whether it is intentional or not, no." After saying that and shaking hands, the village chief continued the story. "My wife and daughter went to the mountain to gather herbs at the time. It happens often. If you don't do anything like that here, it's hard to make ends meet. I came back from fishing in a boat, but that day was somehow strange. Originally, my wife, who was supposed to have already returned, has not returned no matter how much time has passed." The village chief took another sip of tea and was there. His hands were shaking a little. "No matter how much I waited, they didn't come back, so I went to the mountains to find my wife and daughter. And there, I found my wife's body and my fallen daughter. And on the way back I saw those who walk again, that they start to move. Fortunately, my daughter and I were able to escape, but the shock of that moment completely forgot her memory of her mother. It is said that from then on, Drogs appeared all over the village and attacked people. As a result, the village suffered severe casualties." Jaehyeon crossed his arms and thought for a moment. An enemy that cannot be killed. Jaehyeon thought about it for a while. "Are there any rumors or information about how to kill them?" "I'm not sure. But there's been a rumor recently." "If it's a rumor, what is it?" "It means that there is a high-ranking Draugr that controls the Draugr." Hearing that, Jaehyeon pondered for a while before recalling a word he had seen in a myth in the past. "Trollskap, a troll scarf." Seoane made eye contact with Jaehyeon for a moment with an expression demanding an explanation. Jaehyeon clenched his fists. "Akoe, it's a form that has never been reported, but It is said that among the drogs in mythology there are drogs who use magic. The magic they use is called the troll scarf. It's probably the identity of the boss who appeared in this town. You seem to be much more knowledgeable than I thought. I've never seen anyone who really knows about them anywhere. But can I ask why you are asking about them now? The intent of the question was clear. Why are people from other villages paying too much attention to the drogs in this village? It's just a matter of getting out of here quickly. In the first place, drogs are not very active during the day. If I leave as soon as the day dawns, I'll be able to save my life somehow. It was at that time when Jaehyeon made up something appropriate to answer. Ooh, Dad, what are you doing? There was a creaking sound of the door in the back and a girl appeared. She was rubbing her eyes as if she had woken up. Russell relaxed his stiff expression, lifted the child up and hugged him. This child is my daughter. I guess I should end this story today. All right, it's not a good story for a child to hear. That unnigh. Who are the older brothers? It is a guest who visited our village, so don't worry, go in and take a nap. Russell went inside and began to put the child to bed. He added one last word. Drogs are very sensitive to human smells, so be careful. After he completely disappears, Cona quietly opened her mouth. Did you say, Mr. Russell, it must be hard without a wife? I know, Jaehyeon replied dryly. Emotional judgment is not so good in these circumstances. In the first place, what Yggdrasil is showing now is nothing but a test after all. To put it simply, we can say that Jaehyeon is going through an ordeal with Cona. It is also a test of life and death properly. Russell, I can't believe him either. I am as nervous as possible. Poppy and I don't have to sleep, or you get some sleep. We have to move again as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. Are you okay? Because I am fine. Don't worry, you can rest a little. Since Jaehyeon had a divine status, it didn't matter much if he didn't sleep. In any case, the being whose body transcended its limits was God. After passing the third stage of liberation, he was given a full rank, and the restrictions of the human body had almost disappeared. It's ironic to remove restrictions from the ordeal of prohibition. In any case, it's for the best in this situation. However, the problem is that the restrictions on skills are becoming more severe. Activate the active skill magic power detection. The activation of the skill is cancelled. This skill cannot be used here. The skill that used the wind to blow the enemy away while running away a while ago, and the magic detection optimized for detecting the enemy's location. Now it is no longer available. It slowly started to lock up. It's not just attacks, it's about putting restrictions on the use of all active skills. Odin's actions are clear. It is a dangerous situation for reproduction, although I told Cona in advance. First of all, the priority was to find Hyde Point as soon as the day dawned. It was the moment when Jaehyeon and Cona were about to step into the room they were assigned to. Quatching. The sound of a window being broken came from somewhere, and the familiar cries of the witch beast. It made Jaehyeon's whole nerve stand on edge. Inaya, Poppy, krrr. Poppy also had a limited ability to activate her skills, so she quickly flew with small wings and stuck to Jaehyeon's side. It was the same with Sena. Hey. What the hell is this about? Ratatosk too was startled the moment he was about to fall asleep and poked his head out of Jaehyeon's pocket. The sound came from the living room. The room where Mr. Russell and his daughter are. After Jaehyeon gave the order, he moved cautiously. Cona and Pappy follow. Quad duck. The sound of bones breaking could already be heard from the room. There was a girl who was trembling in fright. Grr. Moonlight streamed in from the broken windows, properly illuminating the landscape inside. Russell was already on the verge of death. He was groaning with his teeth clenched, perhaps in order not to harm others as much as possible. Town, he pointed to his trembling daughter and met Jaehyeon's eyes. It didn't take long to figure out what that meant. Jaehyeon immediately hugged Russell's daughter, who was shaking, and started running with Cona and Pappy. Grrr, Daddy. The voice of the young daughter was heard, but there was no way because the father could not be saved. Jaehyeon tried to move as quickly as possible, trying to figure out what was happening. However, in a situation where no skill could be activated, the walk was very easy. An uncomfortable situation in many ways, even. A group of drogs filled the house and seemed to close their eyesight. Jaehyeon quickly rolled his eyes. I crossed the room, grabbed Cona's wrist, and ran like crazy. And finally, the two headed to the farthest corner of Russell's house. Jaehyeon immediately locked the door and piled a table and all sorts of furniture in front of it. It was to stop the enemy as a temporary measure for a while. But even so, it wasn't enough to stop the Draugr. Thud, 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 they were poised to attack at any moment. At that time, Cona pointed to one side and said, "There, it's glowing green. Maybe that's hide point. There was an old closet there. The size seems a bit small for two grown-up people to enter, but now there was no other way. Meanwhile, the system also confirmed her reasoning. You have found the first hide point. You can hide for 2 minutes. Jaehyeon immediately threw himself into hide point, but at that moment his body was pushed back by an unknown tension. Connected system. Non-climbers cannot use the hide point. Isn't it awkward to be a child? As if Jaehyeon couldn't do it, he told AI to go under the bed and hide, then entered the closet with Cona. Because it was such a small closet, it was a very small space that I couldn't last long unless I hugged it to the point where I couldn't breathe. Quang. Then the drogs began to rush in, and their footsteps headed for the closet where Jaehyeon and Cona were hiding. Seeing the grotesque image of the drogger reflected through a small gap in the closet, the two of them gasped in vain. The reason was simple. The details of the phrases written below when you first received the quest, because it was written there. Hide point erases the user's odor but not the sound. That is to say again, it meant that if they made even the slightest sound for 2 minutes they would both die. Chapter 328. The One Who Walks Again Part 2. Drog is a beast with a very sensitive sense of smell and hearing. I don't know if this fact is recorded in Norse mythology. At least in today's world where myths have become reality, this fact has been true. Raiders dismiss Draugr as low-level magic beasts, but this is not because they are weak. Attribute magic. To be precise, it's just that it's too weak against divine magic, so its rank is low. Since they are basically undead, they are not easily knocked down, and most weapons do not work well. The demonic beasts with the skill to corrode iron weapons were the Draug. Jaehyeon knew it well because he was driven to the brink of death several times before returning. As he had been to the lowest level, he knew very well that even a weak monster could become a fearsome being. Especially in a situation where skills are completely banned like now. Jaehyeon was holding his breath in and not exhaling at all. With Cona, it became a perfect hugging posture. Even the slightest movement would make a sound, and Cona herself would be discovered. Even if it's just a little bit of breathing, it's the same. This is just a zone to deceive those who are sensitive to the smell of the roll that makes you invisible. Pounding, pounding. The witch's green eyes look around the closet where Jaehyeon and Cona are hiding. Small gap. In the meantime, it didn't seem to see properly, as the system message said. Jaehyeon and Cona's hearts beat like crazy. It felt like being the main character in a horror game. Inaya, are you okay? Jaehyeon forced himself to breathe and sent a telepathic message, but there was no reply. At that moment, Cona exhaled a small breath. Very little sound. That alone made them snoop in front of the closet again. Jaehyeon held his body a little closer and waited for the enemy to go as much as possible. Russell's daughter under the bed had made arrangements to keep them from attacking. There was some salt I received from a conversation about Draug with Russell a while ago, so I sprinkled it around. First, said Russell. It is said that a wooden fence was placed nearby and salt was sprinkled on it to prevent those who walk again. This must mean that salt is effective for Draugr. Of course, I don't know if that blocks their sense of smell, but now Jaehyeon could bet everything that this was for the best. Go. Hurry up and get out before the 2 minutes are up. After a while, a group of Draugs escaped the door as if Jaehyeon's earnest prayer had reached them. After a while, the sound of their footsteps seemed to fade away, and then strange screams began to pour into the village. From that scream, the tragedy began. The One Who Walks Again has entered the village. Chief Cho, is he already dead? Jaehyeon was able to get out of the closet only after all those screams were over. There was nothing I could do now. Most of his skills are sealed. Before you find the stalker, all you can do is make the right decision. All she had to do was get Cona and Pappy Ratatosk out of this hierarchy. Inaya. Are you Akue? At the question, Cona nodded her head with a reddened face as if she was Akue. It must have suffered quite a bit from lack of oxygen. Just in case, I grabbed my shoulder to check the condition, and a violent heartbeat resonated all the way to my shoulder. Jaehyeon caught his breath and looked around. There are no more traces of the Draugr. Cona, who came to her senses after a while, moved her gaze under the bed. It was the place where Russell's daughter had just entered. You can come out now. Jaehyeon held out his hand and said that. Oh, Dad. The child repeated his dead father, trying hard not to make a sound. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth at the sight but tried to show the kindest expression possible. Then he reached out to her and pulled her out from under the bed. You have to move with us from now on. All right. The child quickly understood. Could it be because he was born in a village frequented by Draugs? The child was aloof like an adult. It was hard to see for a child of only 5 or 6 years old. Jaehyeon nodded and looked at the rest of his teammates. Ratatosk was fine as expected, and Poppy was fine as well, probably hiding under her feet. However, from now on I had to think about the dangerous situation. How can I catch the tagger of this class, Troll Scarf? Jaehyeon was sure that the culprit was the magic draugr. The reason was simple, the scenery outside the window. It was raining outside where villagers were brutally murdered by drogs. If you're not a draugr using a troll scarf, there's no way you could do something like this. The types of troll scarves used by draugr basically include disguising weather control and future foresight. Raining now? Jaehyeon suspected this and confirmed that the culprit was the draugr using the troll scarf. The proof was that it rained just in time. Jaehyeon immediately informed Seo In-na and Ratatosk of the information he had judged. It was to prepare immediately if the situation worsened. But why did the draugr make it rain in this situation? Jaehyeon immediately answered Seo In-na's question. All the salt that Mr. Russell had sprinkled on the wooden fence has melted. That's why the drogs were able to climb over the barrier and enter. The enemy is a guy with a good brain. It also has sufficient intellect. Perhaps the strategy was planned from the beginning, aiming for a situation like this, Seo In-na said in a slightly gloomy voice. Is it because of us? Even so, I can't turn it around. I felt very helpless in this reality that I couldn't say no to Jaehyeon. It was so frustrating not being able to use the power I had accumulated so far, but I can't help it. Now I have no choice but to adapt to the ordeal. Stomping his feet in denial of reality was not in his temper. Finding a way to struggle somehow, that was a person named Jaehyeon. Let's go out for now, there will be more hide points. So, when I looked at the map of the town earlier, I found a place that seemed to be the next haha hide point. Sasa actually, I was going to run away there if I had to, but guide me, be as quiet as possible. Jaehyeon clearly realized that he had to first figure out the location of the hide point where he could hide for 2 minutes. There might be some other secret hidden there. No matter what, I can't do anything here, I have to move. Jaehyeon took the lead and started walking. It had been a very long time since the attack on Flanders Mansion had been heard so loudly by the creaking of the wooden planks. Other colleagues also arrived at the second floor. However, it was not the floor where the drogs appeared that Jaehyeon was attacking. Originally, the second floor test that Ratatosk knew was not that difficult. Rather, it was a floor that could be said to be easier than the hidden route on the first floor. The background was also simple and clear. There is a huge stone door and under it is white chalk to write something on. However, writing an arithmetic expression was not the main test. I didn't expect to solve the puzzle on the second floor of Yggdrasil. Still, it's fortunate that it's not that difficult once you put your heads together. The second layer basically consisted of a puzzle structure. The most famous game that anyone in the world can easily access, crossword. An Ho-yeon nodded as if he understood. So to put it simply, it's a crossword puzzle, a horizontal and vertical word quiz right after. The members of 9 have been doing crosswords for a long time. Of course, it was a little different from the general word quiz. First of all, the problems given with hints were all about the beast. Kobold, worm, drake, wyvern, drog, etc. Only the names of various monsters were to be filled in the crossword. Even, this is harpy. When Kim Yoo-young filled in the words on the crossword board in front of the huge door, the monster appeared and attacked them. If you write the name of a monster, that monster appears. If you fight and win, you can continue the next word quiz. It was a simple and clear hierarchy. At this rate, even Jaehyeon would have cleared it a long time ago. It's strange. Why are you still not saying anything? No message pops up. At An Ho-yeon's words, Kwon So-yeol evaded the harpy's wings and threw a dagger. Can't we just live with us for now? He knows how to do well. Kwang. The shuriken thrown by Kwon So-yeol quickly exploded and landed on the harpy's shoulder. The harpy screams in pain as it descends to the ground. Not missing this moment, An Ho-yeon attacks and Kim Yoo-young assists him. The basic attack was simple, but Seo In-na was missing, so the balance needed to be adjusted a bit. In the case of Jaehyeon, there were so many cases where he was away, so he trained quite a bit without it. Seo In-na was always with her, but when she was absent, there was no choice but to leak power. Although it is a situation that is covered to some extent by the rapid growth of all of my colleagues. Awesome, indeed it is. It's not someone else, it's Jaehyeon. And Ho-yeon nodded and completely cut the harpy. It was to fill in the words to be put in the next crossword column after tidying up quickly. After filling in the crosswords for a long time, the second-tier test was almost over. However, the last problem number 6, caught them off guard. Kim Yoo-young and Kwon So-yeol, who knew the most and studied well. The expressions of the two people who were solving the puzzle almost instantly changed. They quickly opened their magic and said, "This one is a bit strong, guys, should we be careful?" "What is that?" At Kwon So-yeol's words, Lee Yi-sang hesitated a little and stepped back. In the meantime, I steadily hold the abnormal potion bottle and sword in my hand. An Ho-yeon narrowed her eyes and entered the last crossword in front of her eyes. No, I saw the name of the demon. Black Dragon. The sky shakes and a sigh escapes from deep in the hearts of the group. Kwon So-yeol shook his head. Look, I said I would. I have to fight first. What can I do? Kim Yoo-young again held the staff in her hands. Soon after they were ready for battle. It didn't take long before the stone wall opened and a huge black dragon emerged from it. The second layer Lord Black Dragon will appear, the number of monsters expected to be at least S+ grade based on their estimated height. Jaehyeon said that he had hunted a mythical dragon before, but he never dreamed that they would meet now. But you have to. Let's go, this time I might as well lend a hand. Kim Yoo-young and Hella spoke and the black dragon began to fire a breath containing black flames at them. Wow, an explosion was heard. The outside of the village was already in trouble. The number of drogs itself wasn't that great, but the problem was that there was no way to deal with it. Rather, there were fewer drogs outside the village chief's house than inside. Jaehyeon thought it was strange at heart, but for now he didn't show it and moved quietly. Buildings in the village collapsed and screams were heard non-stop, but all could not be saved. Cannot help it. It was a word mixed with terrible hypocrisy, but only that could comfort Jaehyeon. Cona was covering the child's ears. That's when the 3 and 2 companions set out to find the next hide point. Suddenly, the voices of a man and a woman were heard from behind. Chapter 329 Trollscarf Part 1 Hey, by any chance, are there any survivors from those who walk again? Please help me, please. My wife is in danger. You have to be careful, those are people I've never seen in town, they might be dangerous. At the man's words, the woman hurriedly covers her mouth and says. Jaehyeon looked around, barely holding back the chills running down his spine. The Draugr was no longer seen nearby. Apparently he had been away for a while. Jaehyeon calmed down for a moment and said, yes, we are survivors too. He's a merchant, but he came to sell goods in this village and got caught up in an incident. That child belongs to the chief. The chief has already passed away, Jaehyeon said in a heavy tone. The man who asked the question bowed his head. It seemed that the village chief was quite a sympathetic person in the village. After Jaehyeon suggested that they move, he looked at their whereabouts. Both of them were dressed in shabby clothes, and the man seemed to be a fisherman, judging from the calluses everywhere. There were cuts on his hands with something sharp like a fishing hook, so it's almost certain. The woman's stomach was slightly full. It appears to be a pregnant woman, but it seems that there is hemorrhage, judging from the red blood flowing on the side of the leg. Certainly, the current situation could not be positive for pregnant women. For now, stability is best. They seem to be a couple. Jaehyeon hadn't figured out exactly what the clearing conditions were for this quest yet, so he decided to keep them alive. Jaehyeon was not a heartless person to the point of ignoring those who needed help in front of him. He asked as he walked, is there a village warehouse near here? If it's a public warehouse, it's around here near the well. So where I think the next hide point will be is also near the well, Ratatosk said so too. Two people, of course, that is men and women, did not recognize Ratatosk at all. Let's go there for now, Grung. Okay, the rest quickly agreed. They first started walking to the warehouse where the well was located. Avoid the movement of the Draug without making footsteps as much as possible. Immediately after Jaehyeon started to attack Yggdrasil. The headquarters of the World Radar Alliance has been razed to the ground. A meeting room where the top leaders gather. Richard's expression hardened completely. So, are you saying that Jaehyeon Min stole all the top-notch items you hid? You're right. I don't know if you will believe it, but, said the raider in front of him, lowering his head. He was the radar that Richard had previously requested to manipulate the item grade to avoid handing expensive items to Jaehyeon. Chris, a craftsman who creates counterfeits and imitations. Because of this, Richard first let Jaehyeon freely take items from the World Radar Alliance on the VVIP floor of the department store. I thought he didn't have the ability to recognize the item anyway. At least, the person with the ability to recognize the value of an item is, to his knowledge, a Curator's Guild master in Korea. It was only Baek Jaehyeon. But at most 17-year-olds robbed the item. Is that a good thing too? It is true that this is unbelievable news, on the bad side too, Richard said and touched his forehead. Stuff hidden there, of course this was difficult to deal with. An S+ grade item that is very difficult to use for a wizard-only item. Richard thought that there would be new beings who could use it, as far as in the US. Unfortunately, however, talent like Jaehyeon did not come out in the United States. This was the case even when the scope was expanded to the world. What kind of raider uses magic freely without casting and loses almost no health even when attacked from the vanguard? If there were such a person, the US would have sent reinforcements even in the battle against Sigrun. However, the only human capable of such a thing was Jaehyeon in the world. In a way, it's like it's in the hands of the person who will enter it, but Richard felt sorry for the fact that the owner of the S+ grade item was not an American. Also, he had no choice but to admit that Jaehyeon had a better eye than he thought. I will be a little more careful in future negotiations with him. He repeated that, trying hard to forget that an item worth more than trillions of won had been taken away. The next item. After all the stories about the items were organized, the meeting continued in the chairman. Recently, accidents in which high-class radars die while attacking are happening all over the world. The gate, which was only A-class when it first sensed the wave, has suddenly risen to an S-class or higher. I still heard the news. No matter how you think about it, this is not something to be taken lightly. That is what has been emerging as the biggest problem in the world lately. It's not as serious as Red Gate, of course, but the dungeon's rating has been rising lately. An error occurred in the measurement of the grade, and there were frequent incidents of high-ranking monsters appearing in lower dungeons. Thanks to this, a number of top raiders have recently left the guild with the assets they have accumulated and are declaring their retirement one after another. Richard had no choice but to suffer from a headache. He asked with a sigh. What is the alternative? Min Jaehyeon, with him it seems possible to clear the dungeon stably. However, I contacted Yeonhwa. I'm at work right now, so I can't move for a while. Richard's expression crumpled even more at the secretary's words. Currently, Jaehyeon and his party members are able to reliably handle the highest level gates, and there are only new radars to grow. Richard's anxiety only deepened. Those gathered in the conference room do not speak, but all have one thought. Ragnarok, what the hell does that mean? Alternative dungeons and monsters, what is behind the fields? Jaehyeon, who knew this properly, was not currently in Midgard. The well was farther than I thought. The well was the same pale rust color as the closet. Hide Point, which Ratatosk had predicted, was probably also this well. The inside of the well was already dry, so there was no water. Hiding optimized terrain means. However, this was also very narrow, so I had to hide in the same position as before. Ina blushed for a moment, thinking about the situation in the closet a while ago. At that time, he only desperately hoped that his heartbeat had not been heard by Jaehyeon. As a result of looking around for a while, Jaehyeon was able to find a warehouse nearby that was old but seemed to have been frequently maintained. When he opened the door and went inside, Jaehyeon was able to quickly find what he was looking for. It seemed that things were getting a little better. Jaehyeon, this is… Yes. Jaehyeon nodded at Ina's tone of understanding and put his hand on one of the sacks deep inside. It smelled slightly salty from there. That thing was salt. Jaehyeon thought for a moment about the first time he met Russell. It is said that he put a wooden fence around the outside of the village and sprinkled salt on it. The reason was simple, because they are weak against salt. Besides, didn't Jaehyeon save Russell's daughter with salt? It was none other than the effect of the salt that prevented her from smelling the woman who was holding her breath under the bed. Jaehyeon took all 4 of the remaining sacks of salt, spread a tent made of clothes near the well, and sprinkled it on and around it. This would have provided a place to hide as much as possible. Now the rain has completely stopped. If the salt did its job, the drogs would not be able to invade this place. Also, if you use a troll scarf to make it rain, there's no way. But large-scale magic that controls the weather isn't something you can use very often. There will be a cooldown for at least half a day. If you spend the night here and you see any sign of their raid, you can hide in a nearby well. It was a minimum safety measure. My stomach hurts. The woman who came with me then groaned. The man took her hand. Are you okay? It'll be fine, so bear with it a little longer. Are you my wife? Ina's question. The man nodded. That's right, because of my greed having a child at such a dangerous time. I've come to this situation, it's really frustrating. The two were, as expected, a couple. Of course, Jaehyeon didn't fully trust them even in the middle of it, but they didn't even think they had enough power to harm them. Even if Jaehyeon couldn't use attack skills, it wouldn't be that difficult to subdue the 2 humans. Jaehyeon stood up from his seat. We have made 2 tents. I put salt on it so the drogs won't come easily, but please be careful though. I will keep a vigil. I'd appreciate it if you would, but I'm so sorry. Please take good care of my wife. By the way, would it be okay if I ask you something? The man suddenly turned his head and asked. When Jaehyeon nodded happily, he continued with a relieved look on his face. As far as I know, salt only blocks the invasion of drogs, but it doesn't have the effect of getting rid of the smell. Have you really seen the effect of salt? I heard that applying it to the human body is not very effective, so it is not used often and is only used for wooden fences. I'm sure it must have been because I used it to protect Mr. Russell's daughter a while ago. I will be vigilant in the future, so you don't have to worry too much, Jaehyeon said softly. Basically, there are certain parts of the witch beast's habits that you can't understand unless you experience it yourself. It is highly likely that the information about the beast that the 2 couples, who are not professional hunters, know is only a piece of information. If so, what should I do? You just have to believe what you see. Jaehyeon had saved Russell's daughter a while ago, and that was the one thing he could be most sure of. After a while, Jaehyeon stood guard and checked the skills he could currently use. First of all, a light flash and items that increase defense excluding attacks. The problem was that the latter case didn't mean much. If you get hit by 5 in this field, you will surely die. The time when 1 hit already. If so, it means that Jaehyeon now has 4 coins left. The same goes for Sena. It would be nice if there were a few skills that could be used on the other side rather than defense. However, no matter how much I washed my eyes and searched, there was little to no use. It was when Jaehyeon sighed and looked at the skill window. Basrock, this. He felt something approaching silently from somewhere and gripping his arm. Who walks again? Drog appeared. Everybody wake up right now. Jaehyeon screamed as he felt his physical strength decrease by another 1/5. Seo-in-na, who was resting inside, the girl she brought with her, Poppy and Ratatosk, who had been hiding, jumped out of the tent. In the meantime, Jaehyeon clenched his fists and threw the Draugr away with strength. But then, the worst thing I could have ever imagined happened. The Draugr pushed by Jaehyeon fell into the well, making it impossible for Jaehyeon and Ine Seo to use hide points. The moment Jaehyeon was sold at a glance, the Draug's attack from behind gnawed at his shoulder again. He was a different guy from the guy I was dealing with earlier. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. With this, all remaining HP is 2/5, 2 cars. It has become a situation where you can lose everything with just one mistake. Seo-in-na also kept her lips tightly shut while looking at Jaehyeon's stamina. Inaya. Now the two Drogs in front. At that time, Seo-in-na threw the salt bag she had hidden in the tent at them as Jaehyeon had instructed. Following, Jaehyeon threw a large stone he picked up from the floor to hit the bag exactly, and with a short bang the bag exploded and the contents spilled out. A scream close to that of a Draugr is heard. It was so gruesome that it was hard to hear. The two monsters flinched for a moment, then slumped as the salt kept digging into their bodies. Jaehyeon was sweating all over his body, but he didn't show it as much as he could and let out a deep sigh. Seo-in-na asked with a worried expression, Jaehyeon, are you okay? Don't worry, no. This is something to be concerned about. Even in that situation, Jaehyeon joked and said that, but Seo-in-na's expression was not good. Then Ratatosk frightened and pointed to one side. Hey, look over there. After the tent the other person entered was broken. At those words, Jaehyeon and Seo-in-na's eyes instantly turned to one side, a tent with two couples. The place had completely collapsed, and through the gap I could see the hands of the two people who had collapsed bleeding. Red liquid dripped from the ring finger of her wedding ring. Jaehyeon felt his head go cold. Helpless, Jaehyeon felt a terrible futility and drew Seo-in-na's wrist and held Russell's daughter's hand and headed to a place. I understand now. What are you talking about? I knew the Sully, so let's go finish this goddamn tag game. At the moment Jaehyeon and the two young couple's house was raided, an unknown magic power was sensed from the village chief's house. It floated in the air, then gradually coalesced and began to seep into one side. Yet hard, an all too familiar scream began to be heard, accompanied by the eerie sound of bones snapping together. Ah. The village chief suddenly stood up and murmured, I will kill you, I will never forgive you. Chapter 330 Troll Scarf Part 2 Black Dragon. This guy was a monster whose strength was fundamentally different from the bone dragon he faced during the camp. Such was the menacing breath and ignorant stamina. Are you crazy? How many times have you hit it and you're still fine? Are you insane? Kim Yoo-young shouted in indignation. An Ho-yeon agreed and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Kerr. However, the black dragon, like the top race, was still not tired if there was a reenactment at this time. All of my colleagues were thinking the same thing at the same time. It was a cowardly imagination as a radar, but at that moment it happened without my knowledge. Kwon So-yeol soon came to his senses and encouraged his colleagues. It was the same with Hela. I need to focus now, anyway he's a witch too, die someday. Cheer up, black dragons use dark attribute magic, it's not like there's no way for you to win, Helena's words. It wasn't too difficult to understand it. Enemies that use dark attribute magic, you can use a weapon wrapped in attribute magic or use magic. Of course, if Seo-in-na was there and she could use Ulfheim's sword, there wouldn't be much of a problem. The reign of her sword is a divine attribute, and its destructive power has already reached a state of awe. Even if it was a black dragon with Kim Yoo-young's buff, it could have been cleaned up in an instant. But now she's gone, that is so. Does that mean that we should succeed in converting magical properties now? Kim Yoo-young was also the first to understand. She is currently the only mage on the team. The only thing he could rely on now was her, Helen nodded. At the time of opening the door to the second ordeal in the past, use the method you used to purify the cursed key obtained from Flanders Mansion. It is to give magic power its properties. That way, no matter how strong the enemy is, I can take it down. To put it simply, what if the enchantment gave the weapons of An Ho-yeon and Kwon So-yeol the magical power of the divine attribute? If you can do that, you will be able to deal elemental damage to the enemy, and you will be able to defeat the black dragon more easily. Kim Yoo-young immediately understood Hela's meaning and quickly started preparing. I've never tried it, but I was the only one who had the slightest chance of using an enchantment here, should be. Min Jaehyeon always did his best even under more pressure than this. There's nothing I can't say. Kim Yoo-young recalled Jaehyeon and shouted to the other party, Buy me a minute. Of course, Kim Yoo-young stopped using Soul Link for a while to concentrate. Then the burden of his colleagues increased several times. It became much more difficult to withstand the Black Dragon's attacks. Even with potions, he couldn't handle the rate at which his physical strength was declining. In particular, An Ho-yeon's physical strength began to decrease without rest, and Lee Yi-sang was recovering him by throwing potions as a temporary measure. For the rest, it was best to keep the Black Dragon in check so that it could not approach Kim Yoo-young as much as possible. At that moment, Kim Yoo-young stood in a safe place behind Hela. Will you protect me? Of course, I'm not a heartless person like Jaehyeon. Min Jaehyeon is not that cold-hearted. Stop chatting and focus. Hela blocked the attack, flying towards her once and said, "Oh, Akare." Kim Yoo-young quickly came to her senses and concentrated. Good judgment, but not as talented as Jaehyeon. Can I really do it? Since Hela deals with dark attribute mana, enchantment has limitations, so he cannot handle divine attribute magic. Now I had no choice but to leave it to her. Pat's cheats. At that moment, Kim Yoo-young focused her nascent magic on one point on her body, horrifyingly stable posture, and from there the mana gradually begins to revolve. The threads of energy and magic that can invade each other's territory rotate without getting tangled at all, maximizing each other's efficiency and power. Even Hela, who was watching, was a little surprised. No matter how much he is ranked higher and stronger than Jaehyeon Gun at the time, he is a phenomenal talent when it comes to mana handling. How could that be? Even during the reenactment, in fact, Hela felt that there was a limit to human possibilities. It's going to take a long time. It was only natural that in order to purify something, perfectly refined, pure magical power was required. But Jaehyeon did it in less than a day. It was the first time she felt that it was a talent. But he had another talent. Although it wasn't crazy enough for him, she was also incredible. The person standing next to him, I guess he's not a normal human after all. Hela laughed. The battle continued and Kim Yoo-young was getting infinitely closer to the answer. About 2 hours have already passed. The battle continues. But at that moment, what surprised Hela the most was neither talent nor anything else. The battle of those who stand in the vanguard. There was a firm conviction in him, the confidence that Kim Yoo-young will definitely be able to do it. They had an tsutsutsutsutsu. I think it worked. Kim Yoo-young eventually succeeded in breaking the wall. She quickly ran forward and enchanted both An Ho-yeon's sword, Kwon So-yeol's dagger, and Lee Yi-sang's sword with divine attribute magic. Then a brilliant light slowly began to leak from him, and he felt the Black Dragon's eyebrows crinkle for a moment. An Ho-yeon smiled. I knew you could do it. Then who's your brother? Kwon So-yeol agreed. Lee Yi-sang also tried to help but made an ugly sound to avoid the attack. Hee, of course not. Thank you, entire. Then let's kill him and go to the next floor. Kim Yoo-young put her staff to the limit of her magic power. After that, the fight got easier, weapons imbued with divine light. In particular, An Ho-yeon's sword moved forward, cutting off the enemy's wings and leg tendons with ease. The attacks from Kim Yoo-young's staff also focused on the divine attribute, and Lee Yi-sang and Kwon So-yeol also occasionally inflicted damage and gradually began to break down the giant dragon's body. It was the greatest joy for them, a person who hunts demons. That was one of the essences of Radar. An unknown sense of exhilaration was felt slowly rising from the bottom of the dungeon, and endorphins began to surround their bodies. It doesn't take long. Thud. Yggdrasil Spiral Tower, second tier, puzzle and stone wall of the beast has been cleared. The second tier clear reward will be settled. Jaehyeon. But do you have a reason to go back this way? Seo-ine asked anxiously as she climbed the forest path. She had good reason for saying that, where Jaehyeon and his colleagues are heading now. Because this is a place full of drogs in the forest where Jaehyeon and Seo-ine first woke up. Poppy sniffed and looked around. Ratatosk was frightened and refused to come, but was eventually dragged along by Jaehyeon's threat. Akae, there is always a reason, Jaehyeon said calmly when you first received the quest. He remembered a phrase that popped up on the status window. It says that in order to catch the tagger, you must kill him where he was born. Do you remember? Ah yes, so you're saying that the tagger was born here. That's right. Jaehyeon proved the hypothesis that made the back of his neck cool due to the couple's death a while ago. All that's left now is to check and finish this hellish tag game. Jaehyeon was confident that he could do it because I already had the answer. There was no reason to be frightened, no reason to be afraid, Jaehyeon thought as he walked away. The two couples who had just died and the red rings they were wearing. It was something that evoked a lot of emotions in Jaehyeon. Radar. The job you choose always involves encountering disgusting situations. Sometimes you have to choose who to die for. There are times when you have to ruthlessly abandon a person who is already dead and run away. It was the same even now. To Jaehyeon, the couple he met earlier were already dead. You shouldn't be upset because of it, because what has already happened cannot be undone. Survivors only belatedly recall its value and cannot do anything for the dead. With that thought in mind, Jaehyeon continued to take heavy steps. The knee-deep grass rustled with each movement of the legs. "It's shady here too," Seoane said that and wrapped her arms around her shoulders. "Ratatosk now hides without showing his head, time close to dawn." After passing through the dark and rugged road, Jaehyeon told the group, "We are almost there." The place where Jaehyeon's footsteps stopped was the place where they were first summoned, to the grave. It was the place where the gravekeeper stood for the first time as a graveyard of the Vikings. The chilly sensation they felt at the time seemed to pass by their ears again. The leaves rustled in the wind and made a strange sound. Seo In-nu's fine eyebrows crumpled for a moment. The fact that this is the place where the tagger is, does that mean the gravekeeper is the tagger, but why isn't he here? Jaehyeon let go of Russell's daughter's hand that he was holding at that moment. After that, he grabbed Seo In-na's wrist and slowly started to move to the other side of her. The daughter did not follow Jaehyeon. He said it was scary, but he didn't ask what he was talking about. "I just quietly watch what Jaehyeon is doing." He was too calm for a child who seemed only about 5 years old. Jaehyeon smiled. At the graveside, where only weeds are overgrown with no flowers, stones rising everywhere. And a suffocating stillness surrounds the three of them and the two of them. Eventually, the story came out of Jaehyeon's mouth. It was truly shocking. "The tagger was you from the start." "Yes, what does that mean?" The child responded with such a natural expression. Seo In-nu's pupils constricted. Poppy, who couldn't understand Ratatosk's words, was also reacting with shock. The gaze that Jaehyeon sends while pointing to the tagger, because it was none other than Russell's daughter who stood at the end of it. "I am a stranger taking the test to climb the tower." Gentile. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" At that moment, the corner of Jaehyeon's mouth drew a fascinating arc. He was with a cold smile. "The chase is over." At his words, the child looked at Jaehyeon for a long time. There was, of course, no return question. Chapter 331, The Second Death. "Jaehyeon, really? Is that kid really the stalker we've been looking for?" "Okay. Incidentally, he is also the first gravekeeper I saw." Jaehyeon's words startled Ratatosk. "Hey, hey, 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 it's scary." However, in the midst of such noise, Russell's daughter does not say anything. Everyone here quickly realized. Saying nothing in this situation is no different from acknowledgement. Russell's daughter. Jaehyeon was convinced that she was the culprit. The couple died a while ago, and when Russell died in the first place. From then on, he began to suspect Russell's daughter. For your reference, there were several reasons why Jaehyeon was convinced that she was a stalker. First of all, the presence of a gravekeeper. He hadn't met him once since we first met. He suddenly disappeared from the grave and did not appear in the village. Since there was no separate hut in the forest, it would be normal for the gravekeeper to return to the village at night. How is it that he never showed up? Besides, how could he be with the drogs in that dangerous graveyard? For Jaehyeon, that's all troll scarves. In other words, I thought it was thanks to magic. And no matter how much you search, if there is no graveyard in the forest, it is inside this village. I was sure he was disguised as one of the people there. Not only that, but the gravekeepers are the only ones who call themselves strangers. Naturally, it meant that there was a high possibility that he would be the key to the second floor. Second, wherever the daughter was, a drog would suddenly appear. The first time was when I met the drog at Russell's house. At that time, Jaehyeon remembered that a particularly large number of drogs were concentrated in one house. As if someone ordered it, they huddled together at Russell's house. In fact, there were not that many drogs outside. That meant, after all, that one of these guys in Russell's house was likely the tagger. And in the house, there were only two people who could be suspected of being the chaser, except for those who could be trusted like Seo In-na. It was only Russell and his daughter. At first, I thought that Russell might be the tagger. The first time Jaehyeon ran away with Russell's daughter in his arms, I thought it was possible that he was a drog who pretended to be dead. Drog's troll scarves include weather manipulation and transformation. Someone else could have taken on the role of father, but that possibility has now been completely ruled out. While the drogs are slowly moving towards us. It was because there was a man with a familiar face. Right, Russell was the village headman. Jaehyeon quickly repeated his thoughts. Third reason. These were the words of the man of the dead couple, he said. Salt has the power to make drogger retreat, but it doesn't erase the smell. Russell said the same thing. Drogs are particularly sensitive to smells, so be careful, however. Why didn't the drogger attack the daughter hiding under the bed just by sprinkling salt on it? That's because she's the drog leading them, transformed into a human. At first, it was a reproduction that believed that salt had the effect of paralyzing the drogger's sense of smell, but it was proved to be false with the death of the couple. After all, this means that there were other reasons for the child to survive. Judging by this reason, Jaehyeon guesses that there is only one tagger here. It was concluded that there was only Russell's daughter. Also, the reason why I was able to guess where the tagger was born was also simple. If the gravekeeper is the culprit, this is where he was born when he was first encountered. The fact that Draugr was an undead monster in the first place also added strength to Jaehyeon's reasoning. And finally, the sound of words flowed from the mouth of the Draugr, who was confirmed as the culprit. I thought I could fake it a bit more. At the words that came out of the innocent child's mouth, Inae's expression hardened coldly. Jaehyeon held her by the shoulder. At that moment, the agitation stops and the feelings of anger are slowly engraved in her. Her fury is rarely revealed. Jaehyeon looked at the Draugr and said, "You killed Russell's wife and Russell's daughter the day they went out to gather herbs in the mountains, then disguised themselves as Russell's daughter and hid in the village. After that, I controlled the Drogs to attack humans and ate them." Okay. "That's right. Besides, you didn't react at all when I just told you I was a stranger. That's because you are a high-ranking Draugr who controls the Draugr." Good. It was pretty usable for a human. It was fun tag. Jaehyeon clenched his fists as he watched her look at me with a confident expression. He said, looking at his colleagues, "Anyway, I found the tagger. Now there is only one left. It's Pappy Inae." Huh. "I know, I found the tagger. All restrictions on skill use are lifted." They immediately opened their magic. In an instant, he opened up something close to the limits of what he had. Jaehyeon then pulled out the divine attack and focused it on one part of the body. The godhead is opened. Active skill Ulfheim's sword, active skill Judgment of Light. Jaehyeon and Inae did not hesitate and poured out the best season. Qua 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 qua, wow. As the two skills intertwined, pillars rained down from the sky and the sword slashed down all the Drogs on the ground. It was a skill ratio close to a one-sided massacre. However, Russell's daughter. No, the head Drog didn't look agitated at all. The guy poured out a thick layer of void and darkness to attack Jaehyeon. It was an attack that looked like one giant hook. Kiang, Jaehyeon reacted immediately and hit the hook, but the number of hooks was too many. Ina quickly tried to get close to him at that moment, but turned around immediately. All quests are not over yet. That means that it is certain that Jaehyeon will die if he gets hit by two more. In addition, a little while ago, Inna and Jaehyeon had already had a conversation about a quest in front of the enemy. Now if you get hit by two more, it really looks like you're going to die. This exam is full of annoying things, or do you think so too? I think so too, and if there's anything dangerous, I'll be the first to go. I still have 4 more episodes left. It was certain that the high-ranking Drogs overheard such a conversation. Also, a skill that attacks by making a hook he uses. This is unmistakable. It's weak, but it's a kill skill that crosses the opponent up to twice and cuts them. As the name suggests, it can definitely hit the opponent, but it is a technique that does not use general radar because it does not have excellent attack power. However, attack power was not a problem at all for the current high-ranking Draugr. He planned to attack Jaehyeon several times to reduce his health by percentage. That's why I prefer to attack Jaehyeon, who will die if he gets hit twice more. Danger Jaehyeon, it's Akare. Jaehyeon sent a telepathic message with a faint smile. Inna's eyebrows twisted as she couldn't grasp the meaning properly. Could it be that he didn't understand the Draugr's intentions? When I thought so, the enemy's voice was heard. "Didn't you say you would die if you got 2 more hits?" He laughed bitterly. "That hook is a skill that guarantees a total of 2 attacks to hit. It means that now there is nothing left for you to do but die." However, Jaehyeon is not at all shaken by those words. It's just that the magic continues to be activated at that moment. Draug. "There is one thing you don't know." A harsh voice escapes Jaehyeon's mouth. Was it because he saw with his own eyes what he was doing? However, even at that moment, Jaehyeon felt that way. Perhaps, even for such people, their souls may not have been corrupted to such an extent. It is said that the Drogs could have been born when Odin's souls were corrupted in the process of dragging the dead away as his soldiers. Because Hela said it in the past. However, sins committed in life or death do not disappear. As Jaehyeon thought about that, he saw a hook pressing down on his back once. Again, 1/5 of your health is reduced. Jaehyeon, Inna shouted and ran to get rid of the enemy, but it will take time to arrive. There are other Draugr ahead. Even if you activate Rain of Swords, there will be time required for it, so Jaehyeon will be the first to hit the attack. What should I do? Inna bit her lip, thinking about how the hell she could save Jaehyeon. Time is running out, a life and death crisis. However, Jaehyeon laughed. "Then die," words falling from the Draugr's mouth. Jaehyeon leaped as soon as it was heard. Then it accelerated in an instant and came close to the Draugr. Blood splattered as a solid line was drawn on the necks of the other demon beasts who stood in their way. The Draugr's eyes widened. "Even so, my attack should be faster. I can't reach you that." What? The time when Draug let out an airy voice at Jaehyeon's words. The last hook landed on Jaehyeon's neck. Because it is an on-the-fly attack, Jaehyeon cannot avoid it. But for Jaehyeon, at least once, there was a skill that could ignore the enemy's attack. Activates Shadow Fairy Tail on the designated target, perfect evasion of one attack, Shadow Fairy Tail. Its new effect was to be able to completely deflect an enemy's attack at least once. Again, this was applied without filtration. This was also the reason why Jaehyeon told him that his remaining health was 2 squares. As a result of checking in advance with the inside eye, he had a skill that hit the enemy twice. In other words, Jaehyeon threw something tasty to eat, make them aim for themselves from the start and focus on attacking. It was meant to drain it completely. You killed too many people. I don't know if anyone else would have given up their necks. Not himself even at that moment. The draft put other drogs in front to escape and was falling behind. He intuitively admitted his defeat. At that time, suddenly there was a presence blocking him, a drogger like yourself. He was also the owner of a familiar face. Russell, get out of the way. I can't forgive. Russell stood firm. Action against one's will. Why is he behaving like he is now? The top drogs were completely unknown. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. Jaehyeon, not missing that moment, put the divine power in Nidhogg's fangs in his hand and cut them horizontally. Chow, along with him, Ulfheim's sword of Jaehyeon Min, who had leaped ahead and narrowed the distance, also accurately hit the enemy's heart. Cuckoo, blood gushes high into the sky. Then the light flickered and the drogger's body that filled the surroundings slowly began to fade. The drogger's body collapsed and fell to the floor. Somehow it's over with this. Inaya, you really suffered a lot. Jaehyeon said so. Jaehyeon replied with a bright smile. You have suffered too. Groom, Poppy flashed and lifted her foot. Ratatosk sighed too. It was a natural reaction since he barely survived. Gigi, I really thought I was going to die this time. You also had a hard time finding your way. Do it right in the future, otherwise you will die. If you give me a compliment or ho-ho scold me or just one thing, Jaehyeon focused on the sound of the system that followed, ignoring it. You have cleared Yggdrasil Spiral Towers, 2nd floor, hide-and-seek floor. You have cleared the quest. Special rewards will be settled. Jaehyeon grinned. Next, it was finally time to settle the compensation. Chapter 332, A Common Possession Part 1. You have cleared Yggdrasil Spiral Towers, 2nd layer, hide-and-seek layer. You have cleared the quest. Special rewards will be settled. It takes time to settle due to the intervention of the highest person in Asgard, a pure white room that is delivered every time you clear one floor. Everyone gathered there. Hearing the message from Jaehyeon, he smiled lightly. Attack the 2nd tier. This was several times more difficult than I thought, but I did it in the end. Ratatosk's ability to find his way, Seoine's judgment. It was the result of all of Jaehyeon's reasoning. Unlike the first layer, the memories of hierarchy are not regenerated. Well, it doesn't matter much to me though. Apparently, unlike the first layer, there seemed to be no special event to regenerate the memories of the hierarchy on this layer. Jaehyeon calmly thought over the 2nd floor he just cleared, playing tag with Drog. I couldn't say it was that easy. Jaehyeon thought for a moment. Yggdrasil. Why did the world tree show itself such tests and landscapes? However, there was no time to think deeply. Now was the time to focus more on moving forward. Finally, the compensation is settled. Yggdrasil's tower strategy reward is quite good. Well, what I got in the first place was huge. At first, Jaehyeon got the Golden King's saddle and Seoine got Shinhwa-class weapons. There will undoubtedly be a huge reward this time too. Even this time, Odin directly intervened in the quest of reappearance and touched Yggdrasil. The change in the contents of the quest was the proof, when Ratatosk did such a thing. Odin said that a greater reward had to be offered, and that was the Order of the Tower, the truth of the Spiral Tower. It's a tough test, but those who climb the tower will be rewarded accordingly. That sentence penetrated the core of Yggdrasil. Everyone suffered a lot, Ratatosk, neither do you. To be honest, I still can't completely trust you, but I can't deny the hard work I've been through trying to find my way. Do well in the future. Mummu, of course. I will serve you with all my heart, Ratatosk said with a slightly moved expression. As for Jaehyeon, I only talked about it in moderation to take advantage of it, because something good is good, that moment. The message continued and the settlement of the newly acquired item began. You will receive 1 blank card. 1 slot is added to store mythical skills. Jaehyeon's eyes suddenly widened and trembled. It was a better reward than any reward I had ever received. 1 or more sockets that can store mythical skills. Jaehyeon was well aware of how great it was. Okay. Shall I at least check the things I've just gotten? Thinking so, Jaehyeon lightly gestured in the air and a status window appeared in front of him. However, unlike what I usually see, what came to my mind this time was not the basic status window displaying stats and levels. A status window showing newly activated cases and sockets after obtaining a god. It floated in front of his eyes and filled Jaehyeon's field of vision. Socket 2/4. Red Moon Plateau. This skill is a skill directly bloomed by the opponent with field magic, so it does not occupy a slot. The power of the thunder god, the poison dragon's sadism, the corner of Jaehyeon's mouth went up to one side like never before. It was because he couldn't hold back the laughter that kept spreading on his lips. For each new level of liberation, 1 myth level skill that I can save is added. Right now I have 2 mythological level skills. The power of the thunder god and the sadism of a poisonous dragon. It is a reenactment that partially emptied the slot of the socket when fighting Modi and Magni. It wasn't long before they reached the third level of divinity liberation, but they weren't strong gods and they didn't have skills to copy. Because it even overlapped with Thor. There were no blank cards at the time. Because of this, Jaehyeon was about to make up his mind to use a socket that could store mythical skills in a very important place. The next stage of liberation was 4. It was because I thought it would take quite a long time to reach that point, just like the third stage, but if this happens, the situation will change. Jaehyeon's eyebrows went up. You can't just keep saving slots anyway. Stronger skills were essential in order to fight stronger divine beings in the future. In the meantime, Mimir is also a sensible nobleman. I didn't even have a blank card at the time, so I took care of one like this. During the second ordeal I cursed at you, but I'm sure you'll forgive me at this level. Jaehyeon smirked while looking at the reward, but suddenly got a question and asked while looking at Ratatosk. Ratatosk, you said earlier that Odin intervened and the compensation was adjusted, right? GGG, yeah. Then, is he giving the rewards given to Ane and I himself? No, whatever he consumes is the remaining divinity. Odin is the kind of guy who's never going to give up his own. As expected, Jaehyeon had heard from other gods that his system quest rewards were paid by Mimir. Because of Odin's intervention, I wondered if he gave the item himself. Of course, even if he gave something to himself, Jaehyeon would have used it regardless. While thinking so, Ratatosk raised his hand and continued. But in the end his interruption helped Mama, that's right. Because that side consumed the divine power first, it was all because the other side was also allowed to use the power. In short, Odin, thinking he was going to die here, orchestrated the test but failed. And as much as he changed Yggdrasil's test, he consumed his divine power, and on the contrary, Mimir was able to use the same amount of divine power consumed by Odin. That's why Jaehyeon can be given a good reward like now. No matter what, Jaehyeon was satisfied with the fact that his growth potential was open. In the meantime, a cute voice leaked from the side. It was from Sena. Inaya, did you come up with anything useful? I guess so, but I'm still not sure where it's used. Jaehyeon looked at the item window Seo Ine showed him for a moment, his head tilted back, a smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. I think you can grow big in this tower. The use of the item was clear. Jaehyeon was convinced that it was something that could help Seo Ine grow further. When the settlement was over, the sound of the system sounded again. Transfer climbers to Yggdrasil Spiral Tower's third layer, a layer of common possessive water. After clearing the second floor, the rewards the 9 members got were simple but very destructive. The S+ level defense up item that I just got from the Golden King's Labyrinth was great, but what I got this time was another item of a different level. Equipment item, Black Dragon's Heart Rating, S+. This is the heart of the Black Dragon that roamed the battlefields of the apocalypse in the past. When used, it permeates the owner's body, and although weak, it allows him to contain the power. Stats, all stats +50. Crazy. Kim Yoo-young spoke first and Kwon So-yeol followed. Crazy for sure. To be able to contain the character, then will we also have that kind of power like Jaehyeon? An Ho-yeon blazed with a sense of triumph and his eyes glowed brightly. Helen nodded slightly. Well, I don't think he'll let you overtake him. As you can tell by reading the description, it's not something that can hold such a high level, so it's difficult, but she smiled softly. It seems to be true that you have now reached a point where you can be leveled. More than anything, it was the words that made their hearts pound. They were the ones who always received help from Jaehyeon. However, if you have these items and continue to refine your skills, maybe we can really reach a better level. I was just happy with that fact. Let's somehow get Jaehyeon to go upstairs. Yi Sang-lee said so. There was silence for a moment in the white room. It was also Kwon So-yeol who received the words. To do that, we have to go to the 5th floor first, right? Didn't you hear that squirrel explanation earlier? It was true. Yi Sang-lee laughed for a while hesitantly. What awaits you on the next floor? Of course, they were completely unpredictable, but it was clear what had to be done. Climbing floors. It was to reunite with Jaehyeon again. Transfers climbers to Yggdrasil's Spiral Tower's third layer. A common possible water layer. When Jaehyeon woke up right after being transferred to the 3rd floor, the most shocking thing was that Pappy and Seo Ine were not around. Unfamiliar meadow. The only thing that woke up there was Ratatosk. Jaehyeon frowned and looked at Ratatosk sitting on his chest. Ratatosk asked, startled, Henit. Akue, rather, do you know where we fell now? Jaehyeon immediately asked. Looking around, it was because the place where I was alone was a completely unfamiliar place. He licked his lips and clenched his fists. It was because I felt that things were not so good right now, that he fell out with Seo Ine. This means that both she and herself may face unforeseen dangers. Simply put, it meant that it would be difficult to respond quickly when an abnormality occurred. Of course, it is true that Jaehyeon's possibility of attacking Yggdrasil is very high, considering only military force. Everyone at Hell's regular meeting said that, so it must be true. However, considering what happened in the previous layer, the idea that he could easily clear the tower was obvious arrogance. Yggdrasil. The World Tree was able to place restrictions on its own skills and stats. Even on the previous floor, I almost died because of that. In addition, Odin's involvement in the lower floors cannot be ruled out. You can never predict what he will do to kill himself. He is suddenly Yggdrasil and Odin. It became a situation where the two of them had to endure the ordeal. Therefore, in an unpredictable situation like now, it was better to move together with Jaehyeon and Cona and gather strength. But I never thought things would turn out like this. Damn it, there is no answer, but I have no choice but to move. You can't figure out anything by standing still. When Jaehyeon thought so, he tried to get up from his seat. Suddenly, the sound of the system was heard. The main quest, the Dragon Slayer and the Song of Tragedy, has been accepted. Displays quest information. Main quest, the Dragon Slayer and the tragic song. From now on, you become the Dragon Slayer Sigurd and have to change the lines of his tragic love song. All stories progress automatically according to the scenario, and the climber has only one opportunity to change the scenario. Through the scenario change ticket, connect with the woman he truly loves, Brunhild, and check each other's feelings. Clear conditions: 1. Turn Sigurd's love tragedy into a happy ending. 2. Quest participants 2/2 must remember each other to clear the quest. Caution: in the third layer, the longer you stay, the more the climber slowly loses their memory outside the tower. Climbers who have lost all their memories become food for Yggdrasil and are absorbed into the stairs. Those who could not participate in this third floor quest were automatically excluded. Fafnir II is excluded from the quest. Jaehyeon's eyebrows narrowed as he read the quest clear conditions. Dragon Slayer Sigurd. He is the most famous human in Norse mythology and a character from the past that Jaehyeon must play from now on. Jaehyeon exhaled lightly and began to think of a certain hero's tragedy. It starts with Fafnir, his first death. Chapter 333, A Common Possession Part 2. Jaehyeon had heard about Fafnir and his story at a regular meeting in Hell. At that time, Smir crossed his arms and said, "Actually, Fafnir was already dead before meeting you." "Yes." Jaehyeon was genuinely flustered and asked back. However, Smir just nodded and continued calmly. "It is a story that there was a human who killed Fafnir who became ferocious in the past. Sigurd, I think you already know his name." "Sigurd, are you referring to the one called the Dragon Slayer?" "Yes." Jaehyeon was also familiar with the story. Sigmund's son, also called Siegfried. In Norse mythology, he was a Superman who was counted among the 5 transcendent humans. But how can he fight me because he's already dead? Yes, you are right, it's all because of Odin. He summoned his soul from the Valley of the Dragon, branded it, and made it his servant, by using traitor Andvari. It was a story I couldn't properly hear at the time of the fight. Of course, Fafnir talked to him at that time as well, but at the time it was so urgent that he had to make a decision quickly. He probably didn't have time to explain everything either. Even in that situation, I decided to take revenge with me, Jaehyeon thought. Currently, he is possessed by Sigurd. Also, the point where the story is now going on is after Fafnir's death. That's probably why you can't complete this quest with Poppy. The spirit may be alive in the Valley of the Dragon, but he is already dead here. After repeated thoughts, Jaehyeon is no longer Fafnir. He began to recall the love story of a certain hero who killed him. Sigurd. The Dragon Slayer's love ended in tragedy at the last moment. Sigurd. He was the son of Sigmund, the first master of Gram, the legendary sword in Norse mythology, and was famous for killing Fafnir. After killing Fafnir, he wanders around the world and meets a woman by chance and falls in love. Her name is Brunhild. She was made a Valkyrie by Odin but was abandoned by him. Since the traditions handed down in each country are different, there are some differences in the traditions. But they all describe how the relationship between these two people ends consistently. Sigurd and Brunhild swear to marry, but neither Sigurd nor Brunhild can connect and die. The end was the worst for a hero. Of course, there was no problem with the love between the two. After meeting for the first time, they immediately swore to each other's marriage. They also worked hard to keep it. However, there is always a reason why a tragedy becomes a tragedy. After two people who had sworn to marry broke up and promised to reunite again. Slowly, the relationship between the two begins to deteriorate. Sigurd forgot the promise he had made with Brunhild after drinking alcohol that made him forget his memory due to the witch's greed and cunning that coveted gold. Brunhild also waited for Sigurd, but could not overcome her father's annoyance and married another man. At the last moment, the two people who are at odds are unable to connect and die in flames. What this quest required was to turn this tragedy into a single scenario change right. And judging from the fact that the number of participants window is displayed as 2/2, it is highly likely that Brunhild took the role of Cona since she became Sigurd. With that thought in mind, Jaehyeon looked carefully at the surrounding scenery. Nearby were mountains. For some reason, I thought of the trauma on the second floor and my body shrank for a moment, but I soon regained my senses. Somehow you have to live and head upward without giving up. Anyway, this is too vast. There doesn't seem to be any NPC like him, when Jaehyeon was wondering where to start. Ratatosk, who was riding on his shoulder, suddenly opened his mouth. Hey, if I were here, I'd know. Stand by if you need it. Could you explain? I can also tell you more. In addition, the discrepancy between the myths handed down in Midgard and the Sashishi events that actually happened in the past. Really? Mumu, of course, Ratatosk said confidently, tapping his chest. Jaehyeon nodded without hesitation. First, tell me where this place is. First of all, finding an A is an urgent priority. Yeah, this seems to be Mount Hindlefyr. I don't know where it is in terms of the human world, but it seems like it was the time when Sigurd was active in the past. Jaehyeon didn't show his expression, but he was a little surprised. He hadn't shown his quest window to him before. The fact that he was assigned to the role of Sigurd was also the same. However, he only looked at the surrounding landscape and even guessed which era it was. As expected, a guide is a guide. Jaehyeon thought about that and decided to reveal the contents of the quest. Ratatosk was in a position where he could not deceive himself. Besides, finding Seo Ina is an urgent priority. If I had to take a risk, it was now, not another time. Jaehyeon roughly explained the contents of his quest to Ratatosk. Then Ratatosk listened to Jaehyeon's words with a chorus of that's right. By the time he finished speaking, he looked worried to see if he could understand anything, and then he told Jaehyeon, you might as well go up to the top of this mountain first. The place where C. Sigurd and B. Brunhild first met in the past is the top of this mountain. As expected, there is a reason for sending me to this mountain. Jaehyeon murmured softly and Ratatosk shook his head. For now, yes. There's always a way to the top. Let's go. After speaking briefly, Jaehyeon jumped up without hesitation and started running using his skills. Unlike the previous floor, there were no restrictions on power, so that was a relief. Of course, a more annoying restriction than that. So again, the restriction that the scenario can only be edited once was created. On the way, talk about Sigurd and Brunhild properly. I don't know everything right either. Because the myth you read and the reality might be different. Gee, don't worry, Zezes, I'll do my best to explain. The wind passed by my ears along with Ratatosk's words. Jaehyeon's hair was disheveled, and he heard the sound of leaves brushing against his skin and clothes as he walked through the woods. The summit of Mount Hindlefyr. You can see a girl who is in a long sleep with chain mail all over her body and a helmet. My name is Brunhild. He was the owner of the role Seo Ina played. In fact, her mind was awake right now. However, it was not a positive situation. It was because I was barely able to infer that this place was a mountain from the dark vision and the rare sound of falling leaves. There must be something wrong with moving to the third layer. Besides, what the hell is the story about me being given a new role? In the first place, I don't even know who Brunhild is. Seo Ina was only able to find out who she was from the system sound she heard a while ago. He must be bound to someone and the target's name is Sigurd. It seemed that Jaehyeon was the person possessed. However, the problem was that he had no background knowledge about his role. If it was Norse mythology, he studied with other children, but he couldn't even memorize the names of Valkyries like Brunhild. Wasn't she the one who was obsessed with studying in the first place? As Seo Ina, she tried hard enough, but she couldn't help but anticipate the current situation. If I knew it would be like this, I would have studied harder. Seo Ina sighed lightly, because of the armor and helmet. In addition, it was Jaehyeon who came to mind when he was frustrated because he could not move due to physical limitations. What is Jaehyeon doing right now? Do you know what situation I'm in? Jaehyeon, who always helped everyone, might have guessed the current situation. Wouldn't he be able to solve the current difficult situation if he broke the limits every moment and moved forward? Wouldn't he figure out a way to move himself and come to the rescue? Seo Ina somehow wanted to resolve this situation and move on to the next one. Darkness with nothing. It's because it reminded me of my past self. I remembered the time when I was beaten by my aunt for a long time and confined in a small room upstairs where there was no light. At that time, she had to overcome her fear with only the moonlight by the window. However, the moonlight did not brighten her up in the end. The size of the light falling on the window on a dark night was inevitably weaker than the sun, and it could not emit light on its own. Seo Ina thought for a moment. That's why, the reason I fell in love with Jaehyeon. Paradoxically, it was because of those memories that Jaehyeon had feelings for him. He continued to shine on the spot, which motivated me. I was able to proceed as I am now. I've been trying to become a better person. To Seo Ina, Jaehyeon was a person who stood alone and gave off light like the sun. Unlike himself, who continued to doubt himself, relying on the moonlight in the dark at most, he was the one who believed in himself every moment and moved forward. Akahe. That was the moment when she opened her heart to Jaehyeon. Will come, Jaehyeon is definitely. She kept thinking about Jaehyeon. If anything had to be thought of, there was only now, when the feeling of fear slowly started to clear her mind. Finally, the voice he had been waiting for came. Inaya. Are you right? A familiar male voice. I wanted to shake her hand, but her body still wouldn't move. It was because of Yggdrasil's restrictions. However, she wasn't embarrassed, because he was as firm as the belief that Jaehyeon would save him. Yet, Turbuk, I heard someone walking towards me. Then she saw a man approaching her and removing her helmet. As expected, Jaehyeon was there. As she slowly opened her eyes, the birds chirping that she had only heard with her ears, the scenery of flowing water, and the falling of fallen leaves were clearly engraved in her eyes. A soft smile spread across her lips. It was because the smile of the person who was kneeling in front of him was clearly in his field of vision. I waited. Akae, Jaehyeon, who found Seoane before he knew it, said that and cut her chain mail with his dagger. The existence that made her like this. It was because Jaehyeon heard this from Ratatosk and realized how to solve it. I met Brunhild. Odin's curse on Brunhild's armor has been lifted. Seoane's body became lighter. It was thanks to Jaehyeon's ability to lift the curse on his armor. Jaehyeon sighed and asked, "Aren't you hurt anywhere?" The moment they talked like that, a system sound was heard and resonated in their ears at the same time. Emotions began to sprout between Sigurd and Brunhild. Along with the message, Jaehyeon and Seoane's heart started pounding. Seoane's eyes were wet with melancholy. Whoever could see it was the face of a woman in love. The synchronization rate with the characters is currently 10%, but at that moment she wasn't the only one who felt the thrill. What the hell? Jaehyeon looked at Seoane with a puzzled expression. His heart began to beat rapidly and his chest began to tighten. It was an unfamiliar sensation to Jaehyeon. The reason was simple, even if it is forced by the system, because it was obvious love. The master of the role of the climber, the dragon slayer, starts singing a song of love. Chapter 334, Scenario Part 1. It's strange. I'm looking at an A. Why? Is it beating so fast? Jaehyeon's face is genuinely embarrassed. He felt that his emotions were out of control. System message that I heard a while ago. Maybe that's the cause emotions begin to sprout between Sigurd and Brunhild. The synchronization rate with the characters is currently 10%. The master of the role of the climber, the dragon slayer, starts singing a song of love. Synchronization rate. Scenario. Jaehyeon had experienced something like this in the past. It was when I saw Ju-won's memory in a book right before the fight. Jaehyeon licked his lips, thinking, the later the quest is cleared, the more the climber loses his memory. If you think about what happened in the past, the higher the synchronization rate, the more you will gradually lose your memory. At that time, Jaehyeon gradually assimilated into Ju-won's memories and almost became a boy. At that time, he was also in danger of losing his ego. Of course, I won't be swayed to that extent this time as I've grown, but an A is different. It's my first time going through sync. I have to clear the quest somehow quickly. Jaehyeon looked at Ratatosk while thinking about that. So, the content of the first scenario we have to play, what is that? Wait, Jaehyeon. Before that, can you tell me how you found me? Seoane looked at Jaehyeon with affectionate eyes and said. Jaehyeon felt his chest tighten for some reason, but he nodded his head without showing it. Akae. Akae, Jaehyeon told her roughly how he found her for about 10 minutes, what was able to find her. And it was all thanks to Ratatosk that he knew he was in a situation where he couldn't move his body. When Jaehyeon asked about her condition a moment ago, Ratatosk said, you don't have to worry about it right now. Jijijijiji, there won't be any big problems now. Maybe it's a little bit of it, but it's a little bit of it, but I can't move. Yes. Around the time Sigurd and Brunhild fell in love, Odin put a curse on Brunhild, he put it. It was a word that I did not immediately understand. Basically, aren't Valkyries on Odin's side, but why did Odin curse his limbs? She disobeyed Odin's order in the war between the Wawawa kingdoms and declared the victory of the other kingdom, so she fell out of Odin's eyes. The rough situation was like this. Odin interfered with this and that in the human world and manipulated them to his liking. In the process, a war broke out between the two kingdoms. It was Brunhild who decided the final victorious country here, and she raised the hand of a country other than the kingdom that Odin wanted to win. Odin punished her for this. It was a punishment to fall into a deep sleep on top of a mountain wearing heavy armor and helmet and fall in love with the person who woke him up. Naturally, it was Sigurd who woke Brunhild from sleep at this time. For this reason, at the beginning of this quest, where the romance narrative between the two is the main story, it is natural to infer that she may not have woken up yet. That's why I ran to the top where you are. I see, Seoane nodded. Jaehyeon continued to feel his heart pounding, a sense that makes you feel dizzy. It was amazing how Seoane could endure this and remain calm. Inaya. Are you Akare? Huh? Because of this scenario, those emotions seem a bit out of control. I'm fine, it's Akare. Surprisingly, the answer came back that it was Akare. Jaehyeon was taken aback, but decided that it was because Seoane's mental strength was as good as his own, and nodded. Well, no matter how much she hurts, she doesn't show off and silently does her job. There was no way I was going to be hard on myself. Then let's get back to talking. What is the content of the first scenario? It is the scenario that Jaehyeon is talking about. That means forced progress. To put it simply, a part that proceeds without room for intervention, like a cutscene in a game. It could be seen as similar to the theme dungeons or Ju-One's memories that I had completed in the past, only if there is something else. In this quest, one of the two can only change one part of the scenario once. Probably the first scenario is now over it seems. Because there is no scenario beyond that meeting. Is it? Then what's the next scenario? When Jaehyeon was about to speak, information about the second scenario began to trickle out. To clear the second scenario promised to marry each other. Jaehyeon looked at Ratatosk in amazement. He raised both hands and looked into Jaehyeon's eyes. The story of the city system is right. Sigurd and Brunhild fell in love the first time they met. They swore to marry each other. Jaehyeon and Seo Ina's eyes collided for a moment. Anyway it is in this situation, suddenly propose marriage, transfer climbers to third layer, layer of shadow and overcome of Yggdrasil spiral tower. The other members faced another ordeal with Jaehyeon this time as well. Layers of shadow and overcoming. Right now they were fighting the toughest battle since entering Yggdrasil. Fighting myself, what the hell is this? Kim Yoo-young says in a dumbfounded voice, injecting magic into the staff. Active skill Earthquake. Earthquake, which she currently invoked, was a high-level magic skill with excellent durability and offensive power. However, the opponent on the other side had an expressionless face. With exactly the same skill as her, he countered Kim Yoo-young's attack. How are you going to break this? I can't immediately think of a method no matter how much I do this time. Even Kwon So-yeol sympathized with Kim Yoo-young's complaint and shed a cold sweat. The other members were also in almost the same condition. Even the most skilled and strong Hela was embarrassed. The reason this happened was simple. An enemy in the form of a shadow on the other side they are facing. Because they were all dolls made in their own image. I copied not only each person's appearance but also all the skills and stats they use. It is dangerous to approach it hastily. An Hoyeon took a deep breath and said. Hela also nodded. It is as he said, even less magical beings. If you just pour mana into it, you can continue fighting without getting tired. It will be impossible to defeat them by the methods so far. But then what? Kim Yoo-young asked, but the answer did not come immediately. It was really the worst. The members of 9 have recently tried their best to stand by Jaehyeon's side. In order to raise the grade more quickly, I continued to receive guidance from Balak and Camilla, and also received help from Yu Seong-yoon. It was a story that Jaehyeon did that even when he couldn't move properly for 6 months. But what the hell is the current situation? I've raised my skills so much that I have to deal with enemies made after me. It was a truly embarrassing situation. The enemy is strong. It seems to test where their limits are without getting tired. Kwon So-yeol and Kim Yoo-young, who have the fastest brains, are also unable to come up with a usable answer right away. Prolonging the current situation is never a good thing. For now, let's calm down. We defend with minimal movement and each thinks of a way while doing so. Kwon So-yeol's words. But even as she said that, she had an expressionless expression on her face. It's just a waste of time after all. Whether it's a little or a lot, if you drag out time, your stamina will continue to drop. In order to survive here, we must defeat them. It is an unchanging truth, but I have an idea. It was at that moment that Lee Yi-sang spoke. Visor, big. At that moment, An Hoyeon groaned briefly as he blocked the sword of the shadow that imitated himself. He asked, barely breathing, what is that method, brother? Hoyeoni and Hela Yujung will fall behind you while Soil and I will step forward. Yes, what did you say? You're not crazy. I could hear the embarrassed voices of my colleagues, but Lee Yi-sang's eyes remained calm. It was a clear expression that there was a way out of this situation. So, are you suddenly asking me to propose here? It's embarrassing to say that we're friends, so there's no way we can do that. Isn't that what we have to do? At Jaehyeon's words, Ine said that with a slightly heated face. Jaehyeon's eyes widened for a moment. The moment I saw her beautiful face and the falling black hair and hazelnut-colored eyes, my heart felt tight for some reason. Ha ha ha, I know you don't want to do it, but if you don't, you'll eventually become a Yggdrasil's nutrient here. I have to do something here. Jaehyeon pondered for a while, then nodded his head as if he had made up his mind while looking at Seo Ine. Akare, anyway, I have to go upstairs, then I'll do it. Seo Ine nodded and put her flushed face right in front of Jaehyeon. The distance between the two gradually gets closer. A distance so close that two people's faces could touch each other if they approach slightly. In a situation where even the exhaled breath can be heard clearly to each other. Jaehyeon suddenly faced a situation where he had to propose, something he had never done in his previous life. It's a strange feeling. Jaehyeon looked at Seo Ine, barely calming the pounding heart and the thoughts that were starting to fill his head. I clearly remember the first time I met her. At the time when we were still doubting each other. The two first met during the freshman hunt and have been together ever since. Jaehyeon began to part his trembling lips little by little, trying to erase the memories that passed by like a kaleidoscope. But at that moment, he felt a sudden rush of fear. It was a completely different feeling from the fear I had felt before, even if it is because the scenario and the second layer exert an influence. If I spit out the words "I love you" now, it would be the truth. An unknown feeling enveloped him. It's hard, but I can't help it. I have to do it somehow. There were no other options. After that, Yihyun's lips opened as he slowly made up his mind. Inaya, no Brunhild, I am with you. Chapter 335 Scenario Part 2 Brunhild. I want to marry you, will you accept my marriage proposal? A very skillful confession flowed from Yihyun's mouth. It was a change of attitude that even embarrassed him. Aren't you the one who hesitated a while ago? How did this happen all of a sudden? It was when Jaehyeon was in a state of perplexity thinking about that. Yggdrasil helps climbers to digest their roles. The behavior and dialogue of the role in charge are automatically corrected. After. It must have been because of the forced progression of the system. Jaehyeon was sincerely relieved. The reason why the confession a moment ago was natural was because of the help of the system. It was because the stairs were actually based on Sigurd's memories, so they were influenced by his personality. Jaehyeon felt his face heat up, but Seo Ine spoke mischievously with a calm expression. Do you really love me? Sigurd, could there be more feelings than love as the reason for the marriage proposal? At Seo Ine's words, those words came out of Jaehyeon's mouth unconsciously. Crazy. Sigurd, you crazy bastard, shut your mouth. Jaehyeon clenched his fists tightly as he felt his face heat up. It was the first time since I did a play for a talent show in elementary school. Perhaps this line also came out of Sigurd's original personality, but now I don't know, damn it. Jaehyeon surrendered himself to the system with an expression of abandonment. It doesn't change the fact that it's a situation that can't be done. If so, I thought it would be better to go out shamelessly. Yes, I'll accept it unless you change your mind. Of course. My heart will never change. Thus, the conversation between the two ended somehow. Jaehyeon felt his breath quicken. A cold sweat runs down your forehead. Seo In-na kept her calm expression, but her ears were burning red as if she was a little embarrassed. Then came the sound of the system. You have cleared the second scenario. 5 minutes later, we enter the third scenario. Synchronization rate increases to 25%. Big. A short moan escaped Yihyun's mouth. Synchronization rate increased by 25% after clearing the second scenario. It's because it controlled his emotions more than he thought. As long as Yihyun's mental strength is excellent, it wouldn't be a problem to endure it in itself, but the current situation wasn't very positive. My heart beats this much with only a 25% synchronization rate, but how painful it will be after that. If it was the same as before, I would have to clear the quest with near 100%, but I thought that it would not be easy no matter how much I thought about it. Ha Inaya, are you okay? System auto-calibration is really scary, my words. I was fine, it wasn't too much of a problem. Then it's fortunate, oh that's right, third scenario, you should be prepared for that from now on. What's next for Ratatosk? Jujiji, that's for now, do you two have to break up? Breaking up? Yes, wow, because after going back to the original country the story starts again. Then find her again yourself. Whether she finds herself, it will be one of two things. Considering the characteristics of ancient mythology, it is likely to be the former, Yihyun said while holding Seo Ine's shoulder. Inaya. Listen carefully. He took a deep breath and then it was. You know, the higher the synchronization rate, the more we will lose our outer memories and begin to assimilate with this character. If that happens, you won't be able to go out again. To prevent that from happening, at least we should remember each other properly, even if you forget everything else. Do you know what I mean? I will definitely remember. Instead, Seo Ine paused for a moment, then spoke again. It was almost 5 minutes, so the next scenario was about to be forced to proceed. No matter what happens, please don't forget me either. Of course. I will never forget you, so don't worry. Okay, all 5 minutes have elapsed. Proceed to the third scenario. As soon as the progress message for the third scenario came to mind, the bodies of the two began to move forcibly. For the last time, the two look back and their eyes collide for a moment. That caused the two to part ways for a while. Yihyun came down from the mountain and started heading somewhere with the rest of the kingdom. I got on my horse and started moving somewhere, but the destination was not clear. I'm not sure, but it's probably going to where the next scenario takes place. Yihyun thought, feeling frustrated. Damn. The problem is that I can't talk. If I knew it would be like this, I would have put the third scenario in as quickly as possible. It was then, suddenly Ratatosk, who was in his pocket, opened his mouth. All you'll probably meet Grimhild. He was using telepathy to communicate words to himself. Knowing that Yihyun couldn't speak due to the forced scenario progress, he continued to stick to his pocket and explain the scenario. Naturally, it was a boon for Yihyun. Grimhild, she is the queen of the Burgundians, and all the flour you and your kingdom obtained by killing Fafnir will come after the gold. She must take her own daughter to you to get her married. She'll take drugs, the alcohol you're going to drink. Jaehyeon tried to weakly open his mana. Fortunately, there were no problems with the use of telepathy. So what happens if you drink it? Dada, you will lose all your memories of Brunhild. That's the beginning of the tragedy. I lose my memory. Jaehyeon laughed inwardly. Such tricks don't work, at least for yourself. I have the protection of hell. It means it won't get any abnormal condition. In addition, Jaehyeon has a high class. His ability to maintain his sanity also meant that he was several times stronger than others. I probably won't lose my memory even at the end of the last one. In fact, Ratatosk also told me that if he reached the level of reproduction, he would not lose his memory and be stuffed. Of course, it also meant that reaching that level was just as difficult, but Jaehyeon didn't mind. The road he has already passed. It was because there was no reason to consider difficult or easy. Meanwhile, Sioina also moved to another place. A king stood tall in the place where he moved due to the forced event. Sioina automatically felt her knees bend. Brunhild, my daughter, it must be Brunhild's father. Sioina had not yet properly grasped the story, so she had no choice but to figure out the identity of the subject by analogy somehow. While she was thinking, the king in front continued to speak. Now stop escaping and come back to the palace. Startled, Sioina felt her body tremble at those words. I turned my back on Odin, but I am a Valkyrie anyway. A warrior must be on the battlefield. A comfortable home is not where I belong. Words flowed naturally from her mouth. The king furiously crumpled his brow. He continues in an intimidating tone. Suddenly, you have even answered the words of this father. Why do you refuse to do what you were born with royal blood? It must be the natural course to meet a husband, get married, and have children. The king stroked his long beard and looked down at his daughter disapprovingly. He seemed genuinely angry, the expression that I can't stand anymore. It was swollen red as if it would burst at any moment. Get married right away. This father is going to find a bridegroom in another kingdom. I don't like it. In the end, the king's anger reached the end due to Sioina's prompt reply. He said as he chewed on each letter, if you disobey me one more time, I will sever the ties between father and daughter. In those words, it was Brunhild, so Sio had no choice but to have a dark expression. Inside Sioina, the situation was getting serious, so she was a little nervous. At that time, after thinking for a while, Sioina finally opened her mouth. I will follow your word. But I would like to ask for one thing. Tell me. The king's tone softened slightly. Haven't you heard that you follow your own words anyway? I wouldn't want to be more angry than necessary. Sioina's dense mouth continued to move regardless of her will. At least my husband-to-be must be the ultimate hero who knows no fear. I see, I will do that. The king thought for a moment, then nodded. Then he called his servants and gave them orders. Build a castle high in the mountains and spread an unquenchable flame around it so that no one who is not brave can enter. The king was looking down at his daughter, Brunhild. You will stay in the castle for a while, and you will have to jump through the flames and marry the first person who proposes to you. All right. Sioina thought about what it would have been like if she had just told her that she already had a marriage partner. It was a very useless thought. After all, the scenario of the story is decided. Besides, Jaehyeon decided to use the right to change the scenario once. For now, I have no choice but to keep watching the situation. I thought so, but I suddenly heard an ominous system sound. The third scenario has ended. The synchronization rate increases to 40%. The climber's amnesia penalty begins. As Ratatosk said, Jaehyeon encountered a woman named Grimhild during the third scenario. Grimhild and her daughter Gudrun sat side by side at the table. I could feel the sticky gaze. Even if I pretended to, it was a face that would do something to me. It's great to see the great dragon slayer like this. Not only me but also my daughter is delighted. I hope you eat, drink, and have fun. Thank you, Grimhild. Hello, the daughter is called Gudrun. I'm well aware of your reputation. You killed that ferocious Fafnir. You're amazing. It wasn't a big deal. No, not everyone can do that easily. I think that only you, the dragon slayer, could have done it. Gudrun continued to lift himself up and create an atmosphere. The two mothers and daughters looked at each other and asked questions almost at the same time. Sigurdnim, haven't you been married yet? Hey, haven't you heard of that yet? Grimhild and Gudrun asked so subtly. That's right. When such a story came out of Jaehyeon's mouth in a slightly stiff tone, Grimhild continued with a slightly excited expression. Then what about my daughter? It's a little hard to say with my mouth, but Gudrun is beautiful and wise, so he is loved by the princes of many kingdoms. It is perfectly suitable as your spouse who is called the Dragon Slayer. Sorry. Jaehyeon shook his head and said that. I already have someone who has promised to marry me. Your daughter is a good person, of course, but I already have someone dear to me, so I cannot accept the offer. You already have a partner who has decided to marry you. Yes. A very beautiful and brave person just like your daughter. At that moment, Jaehyeon saw that Grimhild's expression hardened and brightened again. "Look at my mind. How could such a precious guest come and set the table without alcohol?" she said to her son who was standing behind her. "Gunnar, bring some liquor from the warehouse. Bring me the best." "All right, mother." "Ah, I think it started slowly. To clear the scenario, this is the start." Jaehyeon was able to understand his meaning right away. The alcohol that Grimhild's son, Gunnar, will bring, because that is the beginning of the tragedy. The third scenario ends. The synchronization rate increases to 40%. The mental strength of the climber is very strong. Penalty amnesia does not apply. "I can't be late," Jaehyeon thought as he watched the amnesia penalty that started to apply. She succeeded in resisting him, but Seo Ina won't. Also, that is what it is in the end. It meant that she was slowly starting to lose her memories of the outside world. Chapter 336 Lost. It's strange. I feel like I forgot something important. What the hell is it? What on earth has disappeared from me? Seo Inna and her role. It was precisely after the third scenario was completed that Brunhild's memories began to get mixed up. After that, she slowly began to forget her memories. He also realized that he was completely immersed in the role. It's not the observers, but as if the role is his life in life. She was gradually losing herself. There were also some memories among the lost ones. The first thing to disappear was the memory that made her suffer. What was my childhood like? Life with my aunt and grandmother. Memories related to the unfortunate life caused by the death of parents were erased first. Penalties began to be applied as the synchronization rate increased. It came to her suddenly but not at all painful. Why? It felt like it was better to forget. It's strange. Seo Ina could hardly understand. Why would it feel better to forget? Memories are left behind in a bad way, but they will all become memories after time passes. It's something I don't know, but I couldn't think of anything. Severe memory loss given by Yggdrasil. There was no way to prepare for this. But even in the midst of that, she remembered one thing for sure. You have to help Jaehyeon clear the third floor and go to the next floor to clear Yggdrasil. Only then can people stop becoming Einherjar, because it can be saved. Wait until Jaehyeon comes and never forget. That's fine. That was the best he could do. Lost memories return to their original state after the quest is cleared. If Jaehyeon comes to him, then everything will be resolved. Okay, memories forgot now won't be that important anyway. While Seo Ina had time, she recalled the faces of her colleagues for a moment. Is everyone doing well? Could it be that he wasn't hurt? As Jaehyeon's chosen teammates, he probably wouldn't have been hurt. Even if some difficulties come upon them, they will be able to overcome them. Seo Ina trusted her colleagues. I have to do my best too. She looked down from the top of the castle she had just arrived at, an old castle that does not allow anyone to approach because of the undying flames. Being abandoned there alone made me feel a bit depressed. Even though it was a role play earlier, I was happy to hear such a story from Jaehyeon, even if it's a confession forced by the scenario. Seo Ina smiled for a moment, remembering Jaehyeon's confession when she cleared the second scenario. Of course, it is not a laugh that is revealed on the outside because it is governed by the scenario. Inside, I just laugh a little. Jaehyeon, my face turned red. When will Jaehyeon come? With that in mind, she decided to wait. Of course, it's not easy, but I was able to endure it because I believed in Jaehyeon. Something to get through day by day, because it was something Seo Ina was used to. Still, I hope they come sooner. Seo Ina's two pupils were filled with red-hot flames. But then a system message was heard along with a sudden variable. The highest god of the Aesir intervenes on the third floor of the spiral tower of Yggdrasil. Seo Ina couldn't immediately figure out what that meant. Just that something bad has started and it will make it difficult for Jaehyeon to find him. I could only understand that. After that, she began to forget her memories of the outside even more quickly. Time started to flow helplessly and accordingly. Synchronization rate increases to 70%. The penalty amnesia works from what she needs most. One by one, they started to lose their memories. Here I brought you a drink. It is a special wine that is considered the best in our kingdom, son of Grimhild. The wine that Gunnar had brought was, as I had initially thought, the drug. Ratatosk said that the name of this drink is the liquor of oblivion and that it is a dangerous poison that completely erases the memory of a specific person. How does Grimhild have such a dangerous object? Ratatosk immediately answered Jaehyeon's question. Jugu Grimhild is a witch. As she is proficient in magical knowledge, she dabbled in forbidden drugs and finally concocted the drink of oblivion. Holding the wine bottle Gunnar had brought, Gudrun poured a drink into the glass of reappearance. She said with a smile, "Have a drink." It was a dangerous scene to watch, Ratatosk warned. Hey, why don't you use your power here? The power he's talking about is the ability to change the development of a scenario by intervening once. It meant the right to change the scenario in the quest. However, after thinking about it for a while, Jaehyeon denied it. No. It's better to save the right to change just in case. Besides, I have the power to resist poisons. You should be able to withstand this much. Jiji, no matter how great it is, it won't be easy. To resist such a poisonous substance, you must have at least a hehe skill. Jaehyeon laughed inwardly. I have it, hell skill. Yes, Ratatosk burst into embarrassment. In the meantime, Jaehyeon's body moved on its own and brought the drink to his mouth. Even Queen Grimhild and Gunnar Gudrun. Everyone watched Jaehyeon carefully as he drank. Soon they were smiling. They believed that their operation was successful. However, this was bound to end in vain. The passive skill Hell's Protection resists abnormal conditions. The effect of the Art of Oblivion will disappear. It doesn't work either. Akae, just keep going like this. In fact, Jaehyeon deliberately took a risk here. If the magic of Oblivion had worked, it would have created a very dangerous situation, but he believed in Hell's Protection. Also, there was a clear reason why Jaehyeon took the risk he is now. Because Ine might forget me. In case of such a case, you should keep the one-time scenario change ticket as much as possible without using it. Jaehyeon realized that the amnesia was working on the climber as a form of magic when he resisted the penalty a moment ago. That is to say, in other words, it means that it can be broken with absolute arithmetic. This was Jaehyeon's best master key. Only once, he can restore Seo in Nu's memory to its original state. If it is possible to skip without using the scenario change right here, a countermeasure is prepared with the worst case in mind. If a situation arises in which Na loses her memories of me, there's no way I'll ever get out alive. It is a good drink. Words came out of Jaehyeon's mouth. My cheeks are slightly red and I feel like I am getting drunk. Of course, since he had become a complete divine being, he was not drunk at all. Now anyway, it seemed that way because it was inside the scenario. Grimhild and Gudrun smiled. Sure, it is a very good drink. By the way, Sigurd-sama, may I ask you one thing? Of course. Gudrun interrupted and said, and Jaehyeon immediately nodded. It was Gudrun, have you ever promised to marry someone? The meaning of the words was clear. The next line came out of Jaehyeon's mouth very skillfully. Number doesn't exist. You have cleared the fourth scenario. Synchronization rate increases to 70%. The user's mental strength is very good. No penalty applies. As expected, the penalty does not apply to me. I still have no problems with my mental strength. I just need to get out of here and pick up an A. Jaehyeon was relieved at that thought. Ratatosk's body stiffened. Soon his face suddenly darkened, and at the same time a message window appeared in front of Jaehyeon's eyes. The highest god of the Aesir intervenes on the third floor of the spiral tower of Yggdrasil. Part of the scenario will change. Odin, I can't believe he. Jaehyeon couldn't help but admit that something was seriously going wrong. The Dragon Slayer's tragedy. It started in earnest now. Hoyeoni and Hela Yujung will fall behind you in soil and I will step forward. At Lee Yi-sang's story, disconcerted voices erupted from colleagues from all over the place as if they were dumbfounded. It was a natural phenomenon. Now his words send the three people who play a pivotal role in the party's attack to the rear. Kwon So-yeol, who is relatively the weakest, means that he will step forward. For them, it meant completely destroying the formation. Why? Kim Yu-young asked while holding the staff tightly. A drop of cold sweat runs down her forehead. Lee Yi-sang took out a potion and said, those guys. It must have been the first time the quest window popped up. It is said that it is a being created by learning everything about us. That means we can act like we aren't ourselves. Explain it in a simpler way. It was after Lee Yi-sang nodded at Kwon So-yeol's words. In order to break those guys' formations, we have to completely change our formations from the ground up. We attack by forming a new formation that is not in our head at all. But that's too dangerous. Lee Yi-sang shook his head at An Ho-yeon's words. You knew it from the first time you came here, that it would be dangerous, but now is the time to risk it. What's the matter? I can't help it. Let's listen just once. Of course, it's ruined when everyone dies. Kwon So-yeol was the first to agree. Hela also nodded. It's about how we can beat them only by fighting in an unpredictable direction and fighting a battle we've never thought of before. Break common sense and fight. Indeed, there is a possibility. All right. But if it becomes dangerous, let me know anytime. An Ho-yeon said confidently. Kim Yu-young nodded and stepped back. Now it has become a composition where only Kwon So-yeol and Lee Yi-sang are in the vanguard. I've never had a formation like this before. I had no idea that I would suddenly digest such a provocative formation. Kwon So-yeol smiled as if he was dumbfounded, but I can't help it, you have to believe now. Even if it is the story of Lee Yi-sang, who is not very talented in combat. I'm going to die like this or that. But I don't want to die, cause it's too early to die, I have a brighter future. At the end, Kwon So-yeol looked at Lee Yi-sang with that thought in mind. Then I'll give you instructions. It was the first time Lee Yi-sang took on the role of commander. He opened the bottle of potion he took out of his inventory and said while biting it into his mouth. Waiting costs quite a bit just by itself. When a person leaves, the person left behind will have many feelings for that person. First longing, then anger, then remorse. All the fatal emotions for a person stem from it. Going away leaving, but there are things that are more terrifying than all of that. Synchronization rate increases to 80%. A penalty amnesia is given to the climber, Cona thought. I forgot some things I had already forgotten and some things I had forgotten now. He was now quite close to Brunhild. Her every word now felt like her own, her movements like her own. Whenever that happened, Ina Seo thought of her colleagues. Kim Yu-young and An Ho-yeon Kwon Soyeol Lee Yi-sang Hella, and I thought about recreating. Then I feel that the cramped feeling is a little better and the huge sense of loss is blunted little by little. It feels as if the rising flames below are extinguished a little. Jaehyeon will definitely come. Repeating that thought, she continued standing at the top of the old castle. Coming soon, 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 he will come Chapter 337, The Dragon Slayer, and the Song of Tragedy Part 1, Odin's Intervention between the Stairs of Yggdrasil. This was enough to embarrass Jaehyeon. How much trouble they had to play on the second floor just before, playing with the same number. Jaehyeon and Cona were in danger of dying at the time. After barely surviving, he got enough compensation. But this way can't do it. Ratatosk, can you tell what part Odin specifically intervened in this quest? I haven't figured it out yet. Guga just inferred. I think it's the ulterior motive to hide the device in a place other than this alcohol so that she can't meet Cona and Yang. As expected, Jaehyeon thought as he licked his lips, we need to figure out Odin's intentions. He pondered for a moment what kind of penalty Odin had given him, the best he can do. Even if it wasn't, Odin sent Modi and Magni and consumed a lot of divine power. It was a difficult situation to directly reinforce Midgard or Yggdrasil. Thus, he would have devised a plan to take his own life with minimal intervention. How to get the most efficiency, that would be correcting only one part of the scenario. Jaehyeon was sure, the fact that there will be a change in content in only one part of the original scenario. Odin and I. It's only one chance for both. In order for him to use his divine power to a minimum, according to the conditions of the Yggdrasil quest, it became a situation where both beings had to fight their heads. Jaehyeon said calmly. There will be a change in one section of the scenario. You have to respond to that. I see. What if I notice anything, I'll report it right away. Jaehyeon looked around in earnest after arranging countermeasures with Ratatosk. The power of the forced cutscene that restrained the body is about to weaken for a while. It was thanks to the fact that he had already cleared the fifth scenario. Jaehyeon thought until just a moment ago that if he went on like this, he would reach the final scenario soon. Of course, it was now impossible to clear the quest with just that. In the end, the condition for clearing the quest was to play all the scenarios while preserving the memories of the two people and change it to a happy ending. In order for Jaehyeon to do this properly, several considerations must be accompanied. First of all, figuring out what scenario Odin touched, you have to start with that. Do you like alcohol? Jaehyeon nodded at Gudrun's words and turned bright. It is a good drink. It's such a good drink that you'll miss it when you go somewhere else. Are you saying that you will only miss the sake? Yes. What do you mean by that? When Jaehyeon said that with a shy expression, Gudrun took a step closer and made a charming expression. She gently gripped the hem of her skirt. The alluring scent wafted and tickled the tip of his nose. You will probably miss me too. You are a confident daughter. Sorry, the child is a bit spoiled, but he is a deep child. Yes, I guess that's why I'm not trying to get Sigurd to marry me with the intention of eating his back and guzzling the gold. These trash. For the first time, Jaehyeon felt grateful for not being able to speak on his own. If I hadn't, I might have seriously yelled at him to stop acting like a dog, if only he was his original self. Today you will be staying here, the night is deep. Yes, please. Even in the midst of this, Jaehyeon feels uncomfortable in the ongoing scenarios and cutscenes, so to find the point where Odin intervened, he kept his senses sharp. Odin, this time he will attack him in the worst possible way. Let's have a toast for now. We are meeting the Dragon Slayer who even killed Fafnir, and please forgive us for treating us like this. The Queen's son, Gunnar, who had slipped into his seat before he knew it, made a joke. I wanted to ignore Jaehyeon, but I couldn't say anything because my body was moving on its own. I heard that you have great transformation skills. Transformation skills. Sigurd can use ma magic, I learned from Brunhild. Jug among them, what he uses well is the magic that transforms into another person. Yes, I know how to handle something, but why do you ask such a thing? When Jaehyeon asked, Gunnar poured another drink and said, Haha, it's embarrassing to say this, but there's a woman I'm in love with. Why does she say that she will only accept marriage proposals from those who have built a lofty old castle and crossed over there? Gunnar's meaning was clear. Inacio, who is waiting for Jaehyeon in Goseong. That is why he is aiming to take Brunhild as his wife. Gugugu Gunnar must have been interested in Brunhild after hearing the story of the great adversary a while ago and decided to take her as his wife. Right now you have to stop it, Jaehyeon asked as if he couldn't understand his words. If you have a craving for Brunhild that much, you can go to the old castle yourself. Why are you bringing this up to me? Gugugu Gunnar is weak, so since they couldn't cross the flames, they disguised themselves as the adversary and asked him to do it, proposed to Brunhild instead of him. It was disgusting. Losing his memory and then setting Sigurd in motion to take his fiancée, is that really something a person can do? This house is also bean flour, disgusting bastards. Of course, unfortunately, Gunnar's strategy will not work. After thinking about it for a while, Jaehyeon decided on his next move. Let's pretend to agree for now, then go all the way to Goseong and decide whether to use the scenario change ticket. I still don't know where the scenario was changed. Where the hell did Odin change the scenario? In a situation that was not clearly revealed, Jaehyeon had no choice but to nod his head. Maybe I can help. Why do you say that? I feel like my heart is filled with frustration, even if it was because of the scenario given by Yggdrasil, Cona. In other words, Brunhild and himself were the ones who had just been engaged. However, to forget her and leave her to someone else, I wonder if I'll let them do that. However, Jaehyeon tried to regain his composure as much as possible, because the opportunity given to you now is only once. If you make a mistake here, you may not be able to go to the next floor. That must be what Odin is aiming for. Anyway, it seems that the conversation with my sister is going well. Now it seems that the only thing left is to hold the ceremony. I'm sorry to ask Sigurd, who is busy, but I understand what you mean. I just need to change into your image and propose to the woman at the top of the old castle instead. Isn't that what you mean? That's right. I don't want to ask you this kind of favor, but I'm a woman I really want to be with. Well, according to the original scenario, here Sigurd is used and the person he loves is taken away by Gunnar. In addition, it is unfairly fought with Gudrun. I get married and even donate gold. We have to stop it somehow. Ratatosk looked at the reappearance while saying that. However, so far it has been within the expected range. The scenario that Odin said changed. What is its content? There is a high possibility that it will have a huge impact on the clearing of this floor. All right, I will help you. Oh. Thank you as expected, you are full of spirit like a dragon slayer, haha. The cutscene was going on as it pleased even in the middle of it. Even in the midst of that, Jaehyeon did not forget to repeat his thoughts. 2 days have passed since I came here. Ina must have lost a lot of memories in the aftermath of the synchronization rate of over 50% by now. Jaehyeon had a sudden thought, Ina, does she remember herself now? Soil, keep throwing the shuriken containing the poison potion I gave you while standing in the forefront and avoiding attacks. Focus on Shadow Hyoen. Okay. Hyoen waits behind you, and when I give you an order, you activate a wide area provocation. Because timing is important, concentrate. Yes, Hela, rather than the army of the dead, use the hand of death and lightly tie the ankles of the shadow colleagues. That would be much more helpful. Li Yisang, who was in the vanguard, gave orders in perfect order. Yujung, you give me buffs while maintaining the activation of Soul Link. Don't apply an area buff, just give it to me. I got it. After leaving Kim Yuyung's hand, the blue sphere slowly bursts out like an explosion and begins to be absorbed into Li Yisang's body. Active skill overflow. As the target is only one, the effect of the skill is maximized. After making everyone move according to his instructions, Li Yisang began to slowly walk forward. The friendly field was already full of the status abnormality potion that Shadow Li Yisang had sprinkled, but Li had no effect at all. Now he already knows the identity of the potions that the shadows sprinkled and knows how to deal with them better than anyone else. At that moment, Shadow on Hyoen's attack flies in to check Li Yisang's approach. However, it was quickly stopped. It was thanks to Kwon So-yeol. She used her shuriken to target only the enemy's vital points, resulting in multiple abnormalities such as paralysis poisoning. It was noticeably slowing down the movement of Shadow on Hyoen. It was then, Hoyana now, yes brother. Along with Li Yisang's instructions, On Hyoen's voice came. Immediately, magic power burst out of his body at once. Active skill Wide Area Provocation LV5 is activated. With the activation of the skill, and Hyoen's body was dyed red. When everyone in the enemy camp is caught in a provocation and moves forward. Only one being was sitting quietly in a seat in the back, drinking a potion. It was himself. Li Yisang looked at the enemy in front of him with his sword in his hand. What to exclude first? It was himself. Hop, Fuwook. The sword was accurately inserted into the heart of Shadow Li Yisang. Of course, it was Li Yisang. Dump. As expected, Shadow Li Yisang was weak. In other words, it meant that he was weak. It was only natural that he still relied heavily on potions in battle. Whoa, with this, their recovery plan is gone. The first gateway somehow worked. Li Yisang exhaled lightly and saw a shadow in his own form that had disappeared into black masses. For reference, there is only one reason why Li Yisang was able to defeat Shadow Li Yisang. It was that all of his teammates' buffs were all focused on him. Originally, this would have been an ineffective tactic. Because he was objectively the weakest and the most important role was to be in charge of the supply plan behind the scenes. However, because I am that kind of person, I had to step forward now. I had never used such a tactic in the past, so the current irregular tactic worked. Li Yisang continued to think, hitting the side branch. Kwon So-yeol himself will dominate the field next. And the rest of the members focus on defense and turn the situation around at once. Then pincer at the end. If you can do that, you will be able to pass this stair somehow. Li Yisang believed in the skills of his colleagues. He was perfectly sure he would make it to the next floor this time. Jaehyeon repeated his thoughts several times for the final moment. What if a situation arises in the end where Seon-a cannot remember herself? If that happens, you will have to recall her memories with your own absolute calculations. It'd be best if that didn't happen, but things have already gone wrong once. The situation right now was proof of that. Haha, I said this would help, but I'm sorry I changed my words like this. I got a good horse, Granny, so I can somehow cross over the flames to the old castle. A few days later, Gunnar smiled broadly and tapped him on the shoulder. It was thanks to the newly saved famous horse. Jaehyeon was initially taken aback by the situation that went differently from Shinhwa. It was the same with Ratatosk. He began to tell him where the twist was and where Odin intervened in the scenario. Apparently Odin decided to use the artifact. Jug, that horse called Granny, originally belonged to Sigurd Jug, the horse he rode to go to the castle. It makes no sense what Gunnar has. Ratatosk added that the horse Granny was one of the descendants of Odin's horse, Sleipnir, a way for Odin to attack his opponents with less godhead. This was an artifact he had. I tried to reverse the situation by making the descendants of my horse appear in the scenario. It was definitely a choice that was close to the best without consuming divine power. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon was put in a situation where he had to make a decision quickly. Now we have 5 minutes of time before moving on to the next scenario. If you don't make a decision at this time, you can't get out of here forever. You will not be able to reunite with Seon-a. Recalling that fact deeply, Jaehyeon jumped up from his seat. Gunnar, unaware of this, was even waving at him from his horse. Jaehyeon caught his breath. His assimilation rate was already over 90%. Seon-a, who has no resistance, probably forgot her own name. Dangerous, it was too risky to gamble here. The answer was already out there. Jaehyeon stopped Gunnar as he rode out with clenched fists. In front of the wall, the two men paused and confronted each other. For what reason Sigurd Nim? At that time, Jaehyeon used the ability the quest gave him, that moment. Jaehyeon's body began to move at will, behavior and personality, words that were dirty and slick. Everything is back to normal, you have used the scenario change ticket once. Jaehyeon raised his head and looked at Gunnar on the horse. I am going to Goseong, I'm going to pick up my fiancée. What was that? No way, remember, Gunnar said in a puzzled voice. Jaehyeon held a fishy sneer. Akue, do you think I was played by your pranks from the start? Get out of here right now, even now, before I cut your throat. I have no regrets, this was for the best. Jaehyeon used the scenario change ticket that he only had once here. All that remains is to go to Goseong. The only thing he can do is break through the flames and meet Seon-a and recover her memories. Now, you should not use absolute arithmetic, because the power of change has already been used up. However, Jaehyeon was thinking of bumping into him somehow. It will remind Seon-a, who has forgotten herself, of the memories of the past. Jaehyeon firmly believed that memories that lasted so long do not disappear so easily. Jaehyeon was conscious. Now he was the dragon slayer Sigurd, and he deserved the love he wanted. Chapter 338, The Dragon Slayer and the Song of Tragedy Part 2. Jaehyeon didn't have to suffer the penalty of losing his memory, but he couldn't suppress his intense love due to the increase in synchronization rate. I wanted to see Brunhild and Seon-a right now. He opened his inventory and used the artifact he had been saving. Load the artifact Gulpaxi, a being called the world's best horse. It was stolen from Magni in the past. He left it in Idun's garden for a while, but Jaehyeon was able to summon him without difficulty because there was a flute that allowed him to be summoned from subspace. Haying, Jaehyeon immediately took out an item from his inventory. Equip the artifact Golden King's Saddle. The Golden King's Saddle obtained by clearing the first floor before. I originally intended to give it to Pappy, but now I have to ride a horse and head to the old castle. In the original scenario, there was no story about riding a dragon and going to the castle. As long as she does not intervene in the scenario as much as possible, she must save Seon-a. However, there is a high possibility that Odin has installed something on the horse that Gunnar was riding a moment ago. Since it was an artifact he gave to Gunnar himself, Jaehyeon didn't believe him. There is no time. Jaehyeon bit his lip and fixed the saddle properly. Be careful, Ratatosk, I think we need to move a little faster this time. Ratatosk nodded with a determined expression. Fortunately, the effect of the scenario change remained, so Jaehyeon was able to move freely. Jaehyeon repeated his thoughts. As I used the scenario change right a while ago, it became difficult to retrieve In-na's memories with absolute calculations. In addition, the synchronization rate continues to rise even at this moment. Synchronization rate continues to rise, the story has come to an end. The current synchronization rate is 97%. It could have been a dangerous situation. Synchronization rate. Although the memory penalty does not apply to yourself, it is different for Cona. She was a human who had not yet attained her status. It means that you do not have the power to go against it like yourself. What if she forgot herself? If that happened, he would fail the quest. It may become nourished by this world tree and be stuffed forever like the Golden King. It was just a disgusting representation. But there was no other way. Even for the sake of clearing the quest, Gunnar could not be let go. The moment he reaches Goseong and meets Jaehyeon Min, the Dragon Slayer and the Song of Tragedy will all come to an end. If that happens, the quest will just fail. At that time, the emotions that came in suddenly dig into the depths of Jaehyeon's heart. No, is that right? Are these the feelings I am experiencing right now? Right now, I just can't see Brunhild or Cona by anyone else's side. It would of course be a falsely built emotion due to the synchronization rate. However, Jaehyeon believed that this emotion could save her. Shakespeare once said love is just crazy. Hana Jaehyeon had a slightly different interpretation of this phrase. Sometimes it's crazy, but these intense emotions are the driving force to save someone. Because my mother once told me. Jaehyeon continued to drive. The destination is the highest point in Goseong. It was where Cona was. Gulpakshi gave a vigorous tirejel. The old castle, covered with fire demons, slowly began to come into view. Now we have one left, Lee Yisang shouted that in the remaining opponent. I saw the shadow in Hoyeon. As expected of the best tank, he had excellent defense. It was only natural that the grade of the artifact he possessed had recently been upgraded. However, all of my colleagues are alive. Now this ordeal was virtually at the clearing stage. Kwon So-yeol stepped forward and continued to fire long-range throwing tools at Hoyeon. In addition to shurikens and needles, there were various tools useful in combat. Kim Yu-young returned to the assistant position from the back. There is only one shadow left anyway. It was when An Hoyeon thought so and tried to stop himself in the form of a shadow. Lee Yisang and Kwon So-yeol stopped him and said, Hoyeon, just stay there. Yes, brother. But here, if it's joint work, it can be dealt with quickly. Leave it as it is. When Kwon So-yeol said that, An Hoyeon put on a slightly embarrassed expression. If you attack now, you can easily win. But Lee Yisang refuses to do so. Why? While thinking about it, Hella crossed her arms and said, he wants to grow so as not to hold you back. The same goes for the small amount. Because they think their physical abilities are relatively weak. But each team has its own role. I can't find a way like Senior Soil and I can't make potions like Yisang Hyung. I don't think that's bad if you can only play your own role. That's after you grow up, at least until you can stand on the same line. Don't you remember the story Jaehyeon first told you? I said that I wouldn't tell you everything unless you reached S-class. That was the bare minimum for him. Saying that, Hella saw Lee Yisang and Kwon So-yeol struggling with their swords in front of them. They are at this moment. Even now, when he had to guarantee death, he wanted to continue to grow, in order not to catch their ankles, furthermore to help Jaehyeon. An Hoyeon was sincerely impressed. Kim Yu-young was the same. It is also different. Seniors, Kim Yu-young laughed. They became stronger and always left their seniors behind and went into battle. For the first time, I was anxious about putting my seniors in front of me, but soon that feeling was completely removed. Because the two fought better than expected. Hop, Lee Yisang to his father with spirit. He also practiced the swordsmanship he had learned from Balak. It's a swift sword. Naturally, Balak's intangible sword could not be used, so he unleashed the speedy sword he had learned from his father. Of course, he couldn't digest even that properly. It lacks strength and speed. The amount of magical power was limited. Actually, although he had risen to S rank, it was true that he still lacked a lot of combat experience. However, Lee Yisang was fighting by overcoming his shortcomings with his own strength. In your own way, the strength stat increases temporarily by 50 due to the effect of the highest strength potion. Agility stat temporarily increases by 50 due to the effect of the highest agility potion. The magic stat temporarily increases by 50 due to the effect of the highest magic power increasing potion. Damage is temporarily reduced by 50% with the power of the highest level damage reduction potion. Lee Yisang, Kwon So-yeol said and looked at him. Suddenly Lee Yisang opened his mouth. When I was first recognized by my father, he told me, that's your fight due. A powerful force erupted from Lee Yisang's body. It is true that it is lacking compared to Jaehyeon's or Seona's and An Hoyeon's, but he was convinced that he could move forward on his own. Since then, my own fight, I've been thinking about what that is for a long time. And Lee Yisang ran toward the shadow in Hoyeon. He is approaching the enemy several times faster than before. Shadow on Hoyeon is also holding a sword for an immediate counterattack. This is my answer. Li Yisang, who narrowed the distance before he knew it, cut the sword he was holding horizontally. The sword held by Shadow and Hoyeon ricocheted backwards and his new model began to be pushed back. Ki sparks fly and a sword path is engraved between swords. However, Li Yisang's sword was still unable to properly cut through his body. It was because I couldn't completely penetrate his armor due to my still lacking strength. And then, awesome, as if waiting, Kwon Soyeol threw a shuriken with poisoning effects and rushed right into the gap between Li Yisang's torn armor. Then, with the sound of a push shot, the enemy's throat was pierced and blood in the shadows gushed out. Big, a very small gap revealed in an instant. It was a small gap that Kwon Soyeol created and emptied on Hoyeon, the shadow of an instant. After waiting for the shadow on Hoyeon to be pushed away, Li Yisang straightened his sword again. Chow it rode vertically and swung. As the shadows cast over them completely dissipated, a message was heard in their ears. You have cleared Yggdrasil's spiral tower, third layer, shadow and layer of overcoming, Haying. Gulpaxi, who was running vigorously, was in front of the old castle. I paused, flames surrounding it. According to Ratatosk, it is an unquenchable flame and is one of several gods that existed in Midgard in the past. Jaehyeon briefly stroked Gulpaxi's head to break through, then vigorously stamped his feet. Haying, Gulpaxi started to run through the flames, fluttering his golden mane like a fine horse. There was not a single scratch on the body. Gulpaxi's body was like steel, which did not melt even at high temperatures. At first, when Magni wrote it, I never thought it would be this level. But now was not the time to be admiring. The 8th scenario has been completed automatically. Synchronization rate increases to 99%. The final scenario begins. Jaehyeon finally realized that the end of this story had begun. However, from this point on, he too could not guarantee the clearing of the quest. In any case, the opportunity for revision was already used up. The right to change the adaptation of the scenario. It was the last card that Jaehyeon had to leave behind, in order to relieve Seo In-na of the amnesia penalty. However, Odin's intervention allowed Gunnar to come to the old castle alone, and everything went awry. You had to come then somehow. Seo In-na's curse had to be lifted. I was supposed to, damn it. Jaehyeon crossed all the flames and started to climb up the castle. Climbing the stairs again and again, he continued to think. Seo In-na's face and her colleagues. At that moment, constant anxiety ran through Jaehyeon's mind. If Ine doesn't remember me, what should I do if I do that? The body is out of breath and the mind becomes distant. How do I get out of here? As the synchronization rate increases, the feelings for her gradually grow. It was to the point where I wondered if I really loved Seo In. Jaehyeon continued to climb the stairs even under such circumstances. That was the best he could do. Active skill cold-blooded is activated. This skill cannot be used here. The activation of the skill is cancelled. I activated the skill to forcibly stop my beating heart. This too went back to nothing. I really can't help it anymore. Jaehyeon's steps, thinking so, finally stopped on the top floor of the old castle. And there he saw a woman with a familiar face, a beautiful black-haired girl who couldn't help but look forward to their reunion. Hey, the girl was pointing her sword at herself. She didn't say anything for a while even after seeing Jaehyeon's face. No answer comes back. What that meant was clear. Jaehyeon felt a pain in his chest along with a deep sense of despair. He murmured as if vomiting, Inaya, I can't believe. Have you forgotten me? Chapter 339. One promise. A girl holding a pure white longsword and aiming at herself. Looking at this, Jaehyeon's pupils tremble. It was something he hoped he would never face. The synchronization rate has reached 99%. Seo In, she couldn't remember herself and was synchronized with the character. Jaehyeon bit his lip. Hot drops of blood run down his lips. Along with him, several brief memories flashed through his mind. Hunt, a freshman who first met Seo In-na. Until then, Jaehyeon didn't believe her. They just looked at each other to pass the test. However, that feeling faded little by little, and she became his colleague. At the time of the simulated dungeon raid that I believed in her after that. Jaehyeon was able to be sure that she was the first person he could trust besides Kim Yujung and his mother. In the face of the danger of death, Seo In tried to save herself by opening her magic to the limit. From then on, Jaehyeon had no choice but to admit it, that she was already inside her fence. The school trip where I was confessed. At that time, even Jaehyeon couldn't help but be embarrassed. Before returning, love was an undeserved emotion. A job where you always have to fight the threat of death, because it was a radar. Moreover, he had neither the talent nor the money. It wasn't that there weren't people approaching him with nothing, but he knocked himself out. It was because he, who was drowning in his own pessimism, did not even have the strength to protect himself. However, Seo In said that she really likes Jaehyeon. He told me that he would trust me and wait for me to reply again. Those words allowed Jaehyeon to find where he should be little by little. It's so clear to me. Jaehyeon looked at Seo In with saddened eyes. In addition to the one he had just remembered, countless memories of being with Seone became a weight and pressed on Jaehyeon's shoulder. It was all dark outside. The moonlight shining through the window calmly settles on her lofty black hair, rising flames below. It was shaking Jaehyeon's heart incessantly and dizzily. Why did this happen? Jaehyeon just closed his eyes thinking about it. What should I say to convince her? How should I talk to remember me? I thought so, but the words didn't come out easily. It was when silence passed for such a long time, with King, there was the sound of something falling to the floor. Hearing this, Jaehyeon immediately raised his head. Seone. She dropped her sword and looked at herself, unlike a moment ago, with a warm face as if in love. Inehe, her mouth, which had been closed, opened and a clear voice flowed out. I don't think holding a sword suits me. Jaehyeon looked at her to understand the meaning of the words. Turbuk, wearing leggings, her steps slowly approach Jaehyeon. The only thing that could be heard from the top floor of the empty castle was the sound of footsteps. Jaehyeon just looked up at her as he approached him. Seone, who arrived in front of Jaehyeon, picked it up and said with a small smile. Did you really think I would have forgotten you? Did you remember me? Because you promised to do that. Seone calmly said that. Jaehyeon felt his heart pounding. I was a little confused. What are your feelings right now? I couldn't even tell if it was just Yggdrasil's joke. Jaehyeon sighed and said, you kept your promise. I tried. At that moment I began to see the scenery of dawn through the window. The sun rises and the darkness slowly dissipates. The fire below was fierce, but Jaehyeon didn't care at all. A soft smile forms on Seone's lips. Jaehyeon looked around. Even though he should have come to save her in the span of almost several days, I couldn't do that. In such a situation, how could she, who had not yet attained a status, not forget her memories while reaching a synchronization rate of 99%? It didn't take long to figure out why. A name engraved in stone on the top wall of an old castle to the point of being worn over and over again. Jaehyeon Min can't forget a person who should not be forgot. Jaehyeon felt his eyes moisten as he saw his name written countless times. Seone extends her hand. Be careful with yourself. Jaehyeon just kept watching her movements. Then her hand touches his face. Seone smiled lightly. I mustered up a lot of courage for this. Jaehyeon didn't answer, but he was deeply relieved. He knew Seone wasn't just remembering herself because she had excellent mental strength, the deepest feeling you have for yourself. That was what kept her from forgetting herself even in the worst of situations like now. My heart ached. That you can't definitely answer that feeling. That saddened him the most. But now I had to fit in with this play. Jaehyeon opened his mouth. The final clear condition of the quest, I like you. Because it was to confirm their love for each other. Along with Jaehyeon's words, a system sound was heard. You have cleared Yggdrasil's third layer, the Dragon Slayer and the Song of Tragedy. Jaehyeon is the moment. He felt that his emotions, which had been rising, returned to their original state. However, all the emotions that were beating every time I saw Seone were not completely erased. It was because it was connected with the overwhelming feeling of remembering him. But unlike him, what could be called love has disappeared. At least that's what he believed. Inaya, are there any injuries anywhere? I was fine too. Anyway, I'm glad I was able to clear the quest. Ratatosk said so in a welcoming voice. In this tier, he did a great job, because he was the one who helped Jaehyeon understand the story and see through the story of Sigurd and Brunhild. Jaehyeon couldn't help but trust him. Let's go to the next. Jaehyeon had no doubt that he would be able to go to the next level now, but that was then. You have cleared all scenarios, all penalties are removed. You have cleared Yggdrasil Spiral Tower's third layer, a common possessed water layer. Yggdrasil plays the story's epilogue. Epilogue, before Seone and Jaehyeon could organize their thoughts, a bright light flooded in and swallowed them and Ratatosk. What the hell is this? Jaehyeon, the two of them unknowingly intertwined their hands and held each other tightly. It was because I was worried that I would miss it again if I didn't do that. Jaehyeon and I closed and opened our eyes for a moment. It was soon sent to a small street in a port city. Fortunately, Seone was also by her side. This is a port city that existed in the past. Likewise, it seems to be the era where the story of Sigurd and Brunhild happened. I do not understand. Why did Yggdrasil send us here when he said he was showing an epilogue? I don't know either, when Jaehyeon answered Seone's words. Suddenly, a raucous voice came from behind. It was the voice of the merchants. Is it true that the great wizard came here? Oh well, that's right, he even rode a mighty famous horse. Like 8 legs, Jaehyeon's eyebrows crumpled for a moment at the words he heard. Familiar stories of mythology were heard from their mouths. A story about an 8-legged horse. People's stories continued. Jaehyeon listened to their conversation. So what is the name of that wizard? Odins, that must have been the name maybe. As soon as Jaehyeon heard the names in the merchant's last conversation, he immediately turned around and grabbed their shoulders. He shouted and asked, you guys, what did you just say? Yes, what is that all of a sudden? You said the archmage came, what was his name? Jaehyeon raised his voice involuntarily. He couldn't quite calm his trembling hands as if he couldn't believe it. I said it was Wardenaz. That wizard, where are you now? When Jaehyeon asked, putting strength on his shoulder, the merchant caught by him hesitated and pointed in one direction with his index finger. Ah, I was going to the port earlier. Maybe they are going to another country by boat. After Jaehyeon pushed him away, he started running toward the port. Seoine and Ratatosk started running together as Jaehyeon ran. Jaehyeon, what's going on? Jaehyeon didn't answer Seoina's question. His eyes were full of rage. It was an obvious murderous intent. What are you doing? Look straight ahead and walk around. You bastard's bastard. A swearing sound is heard. However, Jaehyeon ignored it. Jaehyeon ran towards the port with all his might, pushing and knocking over countless people who got in his way. And there I finally found one. An old man wearing a shabby hat with a long brim and a shabby gray knob. He turned around with his back shown, presumably waiting to board the boat. Jaehyeon stood behind him and asked ferociously, "Are you Wadenaj?" To that question, the old man answered without even turning around. "Yes, but I don't know why someone as young as you is interested in me. Is there anything I can do to see you?" Jaehyeon, with a fishy sneer at his words, released all the mana in his body at once. "There are so many things to do. You seem quite capable, but you're still young. It is only after long training and diligence that you show me such a murderous intent." Wardenaz. Jaehyeon interrupted Wardenaz's words to stop the fight. "That's not your real name." At that point, Wardenaz also seemed to be in shock. He brushed his beard for a moment and carefully looked back. At that moment, a familiar but unfamiliar face came into Jaehyeon's field of vision. An old man with one eye covered and a crow on his shoulder. He said in a low, overbearing voice, "You mean you know my real name?" At that moment, Jaehyeon was certain of his identity and spoke in a muffled tone. "Odin." "You are Odin," Jaehyeon knew Wardenaz. That it refers to Odin in the language of the primitive Germanic tribes. The godhead is opened. Active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated. At that time, the wild typhoon that erupted from the staff Odin held in his hand collided with the frozen earth of Jaehyeon. The two magics collided in the middle of the port city, creating a strong gust of wind. Wardenaz no Odin smiled curiously at Jaehyeon. "You are a being with a personality." As a traveler, Odin traveled all over the world and met many people. Jaehyeon takes one of the fragments of his memory. "I had just come across it here. Chapter 340 Wardenaz, I don't know why you know my real name, but you'll regret going against my heart by recklessly talking about it." The strong gust of wind dissipates, and the old man's voice is heard. Wardenaz, Odin's voice was cold. The voice of the old man who looked benevolent a moment ago was quite different. Jaehyeon instinctively recognized that this was Odin's true form, the ruler of Asgard and the highest being. "But the Odin in front of me is not real after all. That fragment, to be precise, the world tree is just an existence embodied. A person who is embodied based on the facts that existed in the past. Wardenaz, that was his name now. I would have said it earlier, I tell you a lot to see." Jaehyeon said while provoking him even though he had a huge enemy in front of him. It was clear what he was aiming for now. It's Akue to block Odin's attack even once. "If you can do that, you will be able to reach him even a little faster." One-eyed Odin glanced at Jaehyeon. Eventually, I looked at the golden eyes on Jaehyeon's left side with startled eyes. "Mimir. He gave me my eyes. Then, it just went well. Isn't this a chance to get my eyes back?" Jaehyeon calmed down calmly without being nervous. Seoine and Ratatosk ran from behind. Jaehyeon screamed loudly, "Stop. Don't come closer, come this way." At those words, Seoine pursed her lips. "Being in front of me, it was because the power was different from one dimension even though it was felt." "What is it? Who is the old man in front of me?" When Seoine thinks like that, Ratatosk beside her said, trembling, "He's Odin, a shabby non-ono even though he hides his real name under the guise of an old man that he is unmistakably Odin." "How did Odin get here?" "Probably a fragment of him. The three-world tree read his memories and reproduced his past. This third layer tragedy started with Odin too." Beginning of tragedy, it was as Ratatosk said. Their story begins when Odin puts Brunhild to sleep for making a choice he didn't like, and Sigurd, who was passing by, accidentally wakes her up. The beginning of love between two people. It was Odin, and the ruin was also because of him. According to Ratatosk, the two of them could only be together after they died, and it was Odin who taught Grimhild how to brew the wine of oblivion. In other words, everything played in Odin's hands. That's how you could see it. Jaehyeon glared at Odin in front of him. "Are you the highest being even after using countless people as your tools?" "Unpleasant. I have already won the war between the 9 worlds. The loser's story ends up being garbage that no one can read. That is life." The tone of Odin, who was talking like an old man, completely changed. Shocking mana and divinity felt along with a sense of incongruity. It was on a lofty level that even Jaehyeon couldn't dare to look up at, but he wasn't afraid. He had something to say. "Even if I talk about it now, it will be of no use." By now, the real Odin who orchestrated this tragedy won't be able to hear his story, because what he is currently facing is nothing more than a fragment of Odin. However, Jaehyeon just spit it out. I will kill you with my own hands, Asgard, I will destroy everything. Do you think you can do anything? Odin ridiculed, but Jaehyeon fired at him with a divine spirit that had raised him to the limit. The godhead is opened. Active skill chain of thunder god. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. He quickly grabbed the sword he had made and activated his magic while charging at him. Then Odin scattered his hands once with a fishy expression. Caw, at that moment a crow could be heard cawing and the one perched on his shoulder cast a great damp dark shadow. Whoa, with the shadow rising, Odin created a violent storm. It was a wind so strong that it destroyed everything in the world. Jaehyeon, gritting his teeth until they bleed, activated the skill with all his might. Active skill absolute calculation. Destroy frenzy storm. You know how to use my magic properly, it's strange, Odin muttered. At that time Ratatosk shouted as he ran towards Jaehyeon despite knowing that it was dangerous. Jijijiji, now he's still before he gets all the power, but he's already at a level where he can crush you well enough. Hurry up and run away. Escape? Yes, I have to, but before that. Jaehyeon took out a card from his inventory and said, you have to take what you want. Odin's magic destroyed the card he was holding in his hand almost as soon as it was stained black. The remnants and formulas gradually began to be used in the cards of reappearance. With a crunching sound, the complicated formula of Odin's skill was slowly transferred to Jaehyeon's head through the card. And just in time, all playback of the epilogue has ended. After 5 seconds, the climbers are moved to the waiting room on the 4th floor. You have succeeded in copying the active skill Frenzy Storm. You consumed 1 socket, Jaehyeon said after spinning the card that copied all the skills. You must know the prophecy of the 3 Norse sisters, right? Odin's expression furiously crumpled as if he hadn't even thought of Jaehyeon's story. He raised his mana and glared at Jaehyeon. Now it's proof that you're doing it right. But it doesn't make any sense anymore. End of the scenario. Because of that, Jaehyeon and Seo Ino were protected. Jaehyeon continued to look at him in anger. After 10,000 years, the adversary will kill you. Certainly, with Jaehyeon's words ending, 2 people and an animal, sent to the waiting room, and Jaehyeon's partner there. Poppy was waiting for him with wide eyes. Kroong, Poppy flew towards Jaehyeon and sat on his head. Jaehyeon laughed. Akahe, you were here alone during the quest. Were you very lonely, Kroong? Jaehyeon said while rubbing his stomach gently. Seo Ine looked at Jaehyeon and paused for a moment before asking. Jaehyeon, speaking of the story at the end of the scenario. The end of the scenario, are you talking about your encounter with Odin? Jaehyeon savvily responded. Seo Ine thought for a moment and then nodded. Huh, that's right. The real Odin must be stronger than that, right? Akae, to the extent that even the current me wouldn't dare to touch it. As Jaehyeon answered, he felt a pain in his chest. So I have to be stronger. Odin, who was sitting in the H-lid sculpt, jumped up from his seat in anger. Odin's golden eyes were shining like they were burning, clearly showing his anger. He said, looking at Hyujin. Did the adversary truly conquer the 3rd floor? Hyujin, who was waiting next to him, looked at him and bowed his head. That's right, the signal just came. I used up what little divine energy I had left. I never thought I'd let this result come out. What a disappointment, Hyujin. I have no face. Hyujin said that and bowed his head. It had to be. It was because he was the one who had corrected the contents of the 3rd floor quest a while ago. Starting from the 4th floor, even if it is Odin, it is impossible to intervene in the floor with the remaining divine power. So it should have been sorted out on the 3rd level, but this all went to nothing. It was a strange situation for Odin not to be angry. I can't help it now. No one can stop him. I have no choice but to wait for it to stop on its own. There is no way we can get our hands on him anymore, at least until we get out of Yggdrasil. At Hyujin's words, Odin clenched his fists. Cannot help it, I will revise my plan. Focus on collecting the 3 stars of the distant abyss. Gather them all and overturn the prophecy as soon as possible. Can you do it? Is there any? At Odin's instruction, Hyujin bowed his head once again and replied. He soon became a shadow and disappeared to the ground. Then Odin looked out the window and thought for a moment. The adversary, indeed, as the 3 Norse sisters said, destiny is something that cannot be easily changed, but I am Odin. The star floating at the highest point of Asgard and the one who realized all the truths of the world. That is me. I will never give in to fate that has been foretold. Around the time Odin muttered that and was about to sit on the throne again, a knock was heard. It's Freyja, I will go in. Come in, Freya. With the answer, she appeared before Odin. After losing Sigrun, her expression was more ferocious than ever before. She strode to stand in front of Odin and said, I lost my favorite knight. Odin, how will you compensate? I'll give you any amount of gold. Do you think I came to you looking for something like that? If not, will you go directly to Helheim and bring Sigrun? How are you? You are trash. Odin, how many times are you planning on continuing this dirty war? Cried Freyja, looking at Odin with contempt. However, Odin remained solemn as if he did not care at all. A good leader is not a good and generous person. He is the one who wins the war and defends what is mine. Tell me where the adversary is. He is currently in Yggdrasil. However, Thor decided to kill him first, so your order will be next. Plus, his strength hasn't recovered yet. If you want to kill him too, help him recover his divine power. How dare you give me orders? Remember, Freya. You are a stranger to Asgard as a hostage. Now you are in the position I have taken over. Such sophistry, you were the one who raided Vanaheim and destroyed the world. I have no reason to be loyal to you, Odin laughed. So why didn't you come up with a reason? Freya's pupils shook. It was an action that revealed his inner feelings, not befitting the leader of the Valkyries. She bit her lip. Odin added one last word. If you don't want to see it again, listen to me. Freya, become my dog and take possession of all 9 worlds. That is what you must do. Why do you say that Freyja left the place without saying a word? Chapter 341 Master Sword Jaehyeon, with a shattering halo of light. Jaehyeon arrived in a room that was all white, a familiar space now. It was a resting floor prepared to take a break every time you climbed each floor. After a while, you will receive a reward for clearing the previous floor here. Maybe this time too I'll give you something useful. Huh. Jaehyeon, while sweeping his chest in relief, did not hide his happy expression. It was natural. So far, Yggdrasil has always given herself the best rewards. Give climbers trials and rewards appropriate for their level of difficulty, because that's the only rule of Yggdrasil. In addition, I copied Odin's mythical skills. Jaehyeon laughed at that thought. As difficult as the ordeal was, the reward this time was quite large. He briefly opened the skill window. What came to mind was, of course, Odin's newly acquired skill. Active skill, name, Storm of Madness rating. Myth creates a storm of madness and swallows everything in the 9 worlds. When activated, temporarily gives allies a passion buff, consumes 20% of total horsepower per use. The power increases whenever the number of people caught in the storm increases. Caution. The longer you hold it, the greater the consumption of magic power and the mana rebound, so special care is needed. Passive skill, name, passion rating. S+ gives courage to all allies and puts them in a passion state. Increases attack power and active skill effects by 40%. This is a skill that is automatically activated when a maddening storm is active. Whenever the number of people receiving the buff increases, the caster's body is strained. Effect amplification is limited for some skills. Jaehyeon instinctively realized that this skill was one of Odin's feasts. First of all, it was the fact that 20% of the total horsepower was consumed at once. Recently, I've never experienced a lack of magical power, but it's a skill that consumes 20% of the total magic power with a single skill. This would be the same number applied to Odin. This means that at least the power of the skill is unmatched by others. For reference, in the radar system, there is a special move that consumes consumable goods such as horsepower or physical strength of the same percentage. Usually only S-class radar can be used. It was a skill that brought out power several times greater than that of the user by sacrificing something of himself. For example, instead of killing oneself like Absolute Zero, it was a season that allowed one to get along with the enemy with a low probability. Those who had these skills could hardly be found, and most of them consumed their own life force, so the risk was enormous. Even if it replenishes the mana, 20% of Odin's mana is well over hundreds of thousands of times that of other S-class raiders. If it's a skill that he has to pay that much for in use, then it should be seen as a stronger season than anything else. At least the power of the thunder god he possesses, it was certain that it was more than that. After Jaehyeon decided to check the power of the skill later, he shifted his gaze to the other side. The next one is this way. Next was the special effect of the skill. There were 2 peculiarities there. The more people caught in the first storm, the stronger it becomes. This, needless to say, meant that this skill was effective as a wide area skill, honest and accurate explanation. After testing, you will be able to know how to use the skill with more certainty. Passive skill Passion is activated when the second Storm of Madness is active. After reading the effect carefully, Jaehyeon was convinced that this was a fraudulent skill. To amplify both attack power and skill effects by 40%. Isn't it crazy? If this was a game, I would have nothing to say even if I was scolded for making a mistake in the balance patch. Of course, there is a penalty that the burden on the user increases whenever the number of allies increases, but it was the best skill even after all that. I'll have to take a chance and test this one later. The test was difficult because we are currently attacking the tower. In order to know the exact power and range of the skill, you have to activate the skill several times, but the conditions for that are not ready. Therefore, Jaehyeon decided to postpone the use of the skill for a while. For now, you can safely break through to the 3rd floor. Somehow, Seo-in-nun nodded in response to Jaehyeon's words. Ratatosk freaked out and grabbed Jaehyeon's crotch. Data from now on, please say something in advance and do it. I really thought I was going to die this time. It was an epilogue anyway. No matter how liars this time, Ratatosk is right. Jaehyeon, you often do dangerous things. When Seoane said that, Jaehyeon smiled lightly. That's the case with you too. Pretend you forgot me. Did I really almost cry? It wasn't a lie. Seo-in-na pretended to smoke and averted her gaze for a moment. She murmured softly, that's because you're late without me knowing. Akoe, sorry, it's just something I've said, so don't take it to heart. Huh. You should do as little risky things as possible from now on. Seo-in-na said that with a slightly flushed face. In fact, it was natural for them to talk like that. No matter how fragmentary it is, the wardeness that Jaehyeon encountered was Odin. A legendary god who guards the top of Asgard, to suddenly run into such an existence. This meant that he would die at any moment. If it wasn't for Odin's lost eye, he would have died instantly there. Odin's lost eye. Paradoxically, this was the reason Jaehyeon was able to survive when he encountered Odin. A skill derived from Odin's lost eye. Had it not been for the power of absolute arithmetic, Jaehyeon would have been swept away by the maddening storm as soon as it started. It must be that there is still a long way to go. When Jaehyeon said that, Poppy flew onto Jaehyeon's shoulder and sat down, raising his feet. Seo-ina also stood by him and showed a firm smile. But you can't go alone now. At that, Jaehyeon smiled. At that time, suddenly Seo-ina fidgeted for a while with a pod in her hand, then spoke. You asked when I entered the third floor earlier. You are going through emotional fluctuations, but why am I Akae? The reason I said I'm fine. Do you think you understand a little bit now? She smiled. It was brighter than any smile she had ever shown, the most unpretentious smile. Seeing that, Jaehyeon couldn't do anything other than nod. A feeling that has yet to be answered. As if a drop of paint had been dropped into the depths of his chest, it spread slowly and squeezed his chest. Jaehyeon made a promise. One day I will sort out all of this, and at that time wouldn't we be able to get closer to each other, not only to Seo-ina but to all of her colleagues. Ah, good luck. This time, Jiggy, I really thought I was going to die. Akae, thanks for your help, Ratatosk, I will trust you now. GGG then, Joe, if you release the subordination a little, no, it won't work. Haha, Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes for a moment. His mouth was tightly shut. That's it, because this is it. Leave no risk factor. That was Jaehyeon's basic code of conduct. Now. Then is it finally time for compensation settlement? Akae, then slowly. The compensation settlement for the third floor of the spiral tower of Yggdrasil begins. Jaehyeon crossed his arms. Shall we settle the reward? Outskirts of Asgard. In an inn room on the other side of a remote slum, Tyr is seen suffering from a hangover. He was distraught from having had a great time here last night. Her clothes are disheveled and her upper body is barely covered with a gown, and traces of last night's hot love affair remain everywhere. There was a huge sword mark on his upper body that looked like it had been crossed by a greatsword. It was a wound that had suddenly formed during the battle at the time of the first Ragnarok in the past, the ugly face of a drunk man. It was a look that could not be thought of as a god of war and justice. But then, suddenly Tyr's eyes suddenly open and a voice flows from him. I didn't expect you to come find me. Along with his icy voice, a shapeless black figure began to sway from the long, pure white curtains. Eventually, it took the form of a person. No, to be precise, there is a crow in it. It would be more accurate to call it a monster in human form. Is that so? The owner of the voice heard was none other than Hyujin. He parted his lips as he watched Tyr rise from the bed. First, I would like to tell you one piece of news. What do you mean by news? The adversary has broken through the third level of the spiral tower of Yggdrasil. Tyr's eyebrows twitched as he calmly adjusted his clothes and rose from his seat. He paused for a moment and looked up at Hyujin. That's kind of hard to hear. I guess so. Tyr clicked his tongue and said, you talk like it's someone else's business. After, Tyr let out a short breath and stood up. So, why did the great Odin's raven visit me? There is something I want to ask you. Hyujin was so lucky, Tyr said, spreading his arms as if to please. Ask anything, Odin's raven. There was a moment of silence after that. Tyr tilted his head. It was because he felt that Hyujin's behavior was strange somewhere. I had a hunch that the question he would ask of himself would be trivial, just as expected. The story that followed after the silence was enough to disturb Tyr's mind. Tyr-sama, have you ever met an adversary from 10,000 years ago in the past? What do you mean by that? Tyr had no choice but to respond to his words. It was unpleasant. There was no way he could remember anything like a human being at most, and the opponent was a kid who had been born less than 20 years ago. It means that even if it has gained a status, it is nothing more than slightly better trash. Even more so, 10,000 years ago must be referring to the time when the first Ragnarok took place in the past. At that time, I can't remember the person I killed. He looks like this. At the time of the Red Gate, I was not in a hurry, so I brought it thinking that I couldn't see the face properly. Hyujin held out a picture of the enemy and said in that moment, an embarrassed voice came out of Tyr's mouth. He couldn't help but be genuinely perplexed. What is this? I don't know, but Tyr was convinced. He knows this person. I also remembered seeing it at the time of Ragnarok 10,000 years ago. After all, just like that damn crow said, Even though it's just a blurry fragment, Tyr started to think over and over again to remind himself of the enemy called the enemy in his scattered mind. However, the memories continued to scatter. In the sea of memories drifting in the form of fragments, he remained silent. With system notes, the time for settlement of rewards has arrived. Jaehyeon listened quickly to the voice and confirmed the information. What will Top give to himself this time? With a swollen heart, Jaehyeon confirmed what he had newly acquired. It wasn't an artifact at all, as I thought. The third tier clear reward is given. The climber has cleared all the Dragon Slayer and the Song of Tragedy. Receive the protection of Sigurd. The crafting level of the Dragon Slasher Bombung has increased by 1. Chapter 342 Ulfheim Part 1 It can't be like this. Why do I know this guy? Tyr muttered in shock as he put his hand on his forehead. He was looking at the photo of the adversary and comparing it with his own memories. It was to remember where I had met him in the past. However, there were no significant results. The more he tries to do something, the worse the headache gets, because no memory came back. Just 10,000 years ago in a certain war he met an opponent, there he himself. I confirmed that he knew it, so it was Akae. I'll just go there, I have business to deal with. As Hyujin said that and was about to disappear, Tyr glared at him and said, explain the situation. I am Odin's raven, not Tyr's. It was an obvious line drawing. Tyr couldn't say anything. No matter how crow he is, he was directly connected to Asgard's strongest Odin. There was nothing he could gain by fighting back now. Damn, once I sat there, god of war and justice. Tyr was a god who had power over Asgard before Odin. Although he is now pushed to the rear after being defeated in the battle for supremacy with Odin, it was true that his reputation in the past was comparable to that of Odin. It is, first of all, you will know that. However, once things are sorted out, you will have to explain this to me. It's not like I don't have that much authority, right? Of course. After Hyujin disappeared like that, Tyr sat alone in his seat blankly. I didn't feel bad until yesterday. Today, thanks to that, the aftertaste has become bitter. It's not too bad, but thanks to his gloomy personality and Odin's favor, the Sir God's evaluation of him was not so good. Just being Odin's crow and he's the one who delivers Odin's opinions, and being a being who can handle emotions as he wants. That was all. Tyr sighed as if he couldn't help it. For now, the only thing left to do was to see how Odin and Hyujin would move. Also, why is there an adversary in my memory now? We need to find out why a youngster who was born less than 20 years ago existed 10,000 years ago. That comes first. Tyr was determined to find out somehow. Adversary, what is his true identity? Why was he able to use primordial magical powers and being born with the best talent along with Odin and Loki as a human subject and growing so fast so far? The moment Tyr's thoughts reached that point, he began to wonder about the name of his opponent for the first time. The third tier clear reward is given. The climber has cleared all the Dragon Slayer and the Song of Tragedy. Receive the protection of Sigurd. The crafting level of the Dragon Slasher Bombung has increased by 1. What? Jaehyeon couldn't help but be genuinely surprised. It was the news he had been waiting for so far. Dragon Slayer Bombung. Strengthening the weapon that was being used well by copying it from Balak from the beginning. This was bound to be of great help to Jaehyeon. Recently, I've been using Nidhogg's Fangs as my main focus, as each grade is a grade. The fact that it could grant a deadly poison effect was also great. The one that Jaehyeon has been using the most lately is Nidhogg's Fang. It was easy to use because it was a dagger, and it had good synergy with a mythical skill, so it happened without my knowledge. Because of this, Jaehyeon has been feeling regret lately, because each weapon has its own characteristics. In particular, the greatsword is excellent in that it has a long reach and can cut more enemies at once. But I couldn't use it in the battle with the most important gods. Bombung, which has not been brought out recently, except for special circumstances such as the visual ban. However, representation can now overcome limitations. Upgrade from S-Class to 1 level. It means that Bombung has finally reached the status of a myth. With a throbbing heart, Jaehyeon lightly poured magic into his hand. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. With the activation of the magic blue spheres gradually gathered from Jaehyeon's hand, and soon began to take the shape of a greatsword. However, this was quite different from what Jaehyeon knew. The huge dragon's teeth marks were engraved everywhere, and the overall size of the greatsword became larger. That wasn't all. Bombung has changed to fit his hand even more. As if it had been a reenactment from the beginning, the Bombung was wrapped around the hand from the hilt. From there, a black and red aura like a greatsword of a dragon slayer overflows. Tsutsutsutsutsu. Jaehyeon experienced the power of a completely different weapon from before. Just by holding it, I could tell that the sword had changed. Destructive power as well as sharpness has become incomparably stronger than before. It's an absurd growth rate. As soon as Jaehyeon's mouth caught his ear, the sound of the system continued. I succeeded in crafting the artifact Dragon Slasher Bombung Myth, Dragon Slayer Bombung. Jaehyeon smiled as he looked at the advanced martial arts. Now with this, he has a total of 3 mythical weapons. To be precise, it would be more appropriate to say that there were 3 craftable weapons. Jaehyeon continued to check Bamung's changed detailed description. Equipment item. Name, Dragonslayer Bamung. Crafting item. Rank, the beloved sword of Siegfried Sigurd, an ancient human hero who killed the mythical Fafnir. Received the protection of the Dragonslayer and was strengthened to the limit. Effect 1, Strength plus 200/Agility plus 102. Passive skill Dragon Slayer Myth. Acquisition Jaehyeon smiled at the newly acquired skill Will of the Dragon Slayer. Passive skill, name, Will of the Dragon Slayer grade, S+. Inherit the Will of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer. Instantly recovers 20% of the user's stamina once in an extreme situation. As described in the skill, this is when Jaehyeon's endurance has fallen to the limit. It was a skill that could recover 20% of it only once. Jaehyeon couldn't help but admire endurance. Jaehyeon thought about the first time he leveled up after the change to the Nornir system. At that time, for a while, Jaehyeon invested almost all of the stats he gained after leveling up into endurance. The reason Jaehyeon did that was simple. This is because the stat called endurance is directly related to raiders' survival when performing repetitive activities, and when the radar is pushed to the limit. A power that allows you to instantaneously exert power beyond your limits. That's endurance, of course. In a state where stamina has fallen, I can't fight properly. However, the Will of the Dragon Slayer was when this stamina ran out. It is a skill that allows you to recover 20% of your stamina at once. To put it simply, it was no different from the meaning of being able to withstand the crisis of dying once with endurance. In a word, it's a dog scam. Jaehyeon reverse summoned Bamung with a happy expression. Then he approached Seoane and asked, "Did you get anything good?" "Ah yes, it seems that way. But even after reading the contents, I'm not quite sure what it is." For some reason, what Seoane got was not an item but a skill. Jaehyeon tilted his head. "Is it too difficult to explain?" "I think so. Would you like to take a look?" Jaehyeon nodded and Seoane showed him her skill window. Looking at the skill window, Jaehyeon put on a slightly embarrassed expression. Passive skill, name, royal family rating. Detailed skill descriptions will be revealed when certain conditions are met. To fulfill the conditions, you must head to Ulfheim, the time of the first Ragnarok 10,000 years ago. Go to Ulfheim 10,000 years ago. No matter how I look at it, I thought it was strange. At the point where the second Ragnarok took place, I was told to head to the kingdom of the elves where the first Ragnarok took place. How is that even possible in the first place? There must be a reason. By the time Seoane muttered so quietly, as if trying to clear the doubts of the two, a system sound was heard. The waiting room usage time has all ended. Transfer to Yggdrasil Spiral Towers, 4th layer, Ancient Kingdom of Elves. Jaehyeon's colleague's reward for clearing the 3rd floor was truly eye-opening. A case that is an extension of what was obtained in the immediately previous layer. Yggdrasil gave it to them as a reward for clearing the tower. It's not quite enough to reach the first level of liberation yet, but that's good. If things go smoothly like this, within a few months we will reach the first stage of liberation. Hela was also surprised, but said so in the most calm tone possible. Of course, it was not a perfect godhead like Jaehyeon. It is virtually impossible for them to grow up there in the first place. However, as a human being, he has taken even a small step towards the transcendental realm. It could never have been acknowledged. Hela recalled for a moment the time when Jaehyeon first gained divinity and obtained divine usurpation. At that time, he fought against Heimdall while controlling his unstable magic to save himself. But now their colleagues are trying to reach that level little by little. Even though he couldn't reach Jaehyeon's toes, it was unavoidable. Arrangement of the system and innate talent. No matter how you look at it, Jaehyeon was truly a monster. Because he's that kind of person, they probably want them to reach him like they are now. Hela thought about that and nodded her head slightly. "We are stronger." An Hoyeon recalled the battle and clenched his fists. "As strong as the shadow guys I dealt with earlier, we have become stronger too." "You're right, you're growing, I will vouch for it." When even Hela said that, Kim Yu-young and the other members' noses twitched slightly. However, smiles soon spread across their lips. There was still a long way to go. Jaehyeon is waiting for them in a faraway place, so I can't be satisfied with that much. They all thought so and burned with a sense of goodwill. Transfer to 4th layer, Ancient Elven Kingdom of Yggdrasil Spiral Tower. On the other hand, the time when my comrades first gained their status and were lost in thought, Jaehyeon finally arrived at the next layer, 4th tier. The Kingdom of the Ancient Elves. Jaehyeon frowned and opened his eyes. He muttered, looking around. "This is the world of elves, is it Ulfheim?" All around were grassy fields and tall, tall trees. As I read in the myths of the past, there were entangled vines. In the fresh air, fairies with pure white light fly around. There was a scent of magical power that was much thicker than that of Midgard, a place full of life. But then a fishy smell spread through Jaehyeon's nose that he shouldn't have felt here. That moment, Krung, a beast in the shape of a dog, flew in from somewhere and rushed to bite Jaehyeon's shoulder. As Jaehyeon expanded his field of vision, he felt 3 beast-type monsters nearby. Jaehyeon was sure. It was an unpleasant, sticky smell that I felt a while ago. Blood. There must be someone dead. Seoane said that, and Jaehyeon immediately nodded. Poppy stood in front and puffed up. However, Jaehyeon couldn't immediately get into a fighting stance. Because the witch is strong, no, it wasn't even weak. Just because I was curious. Those magic beasts, the monster that Jaehyeon is facing right now, these are the gods of war who let Hyujin escape after a battle in the past, because it was a beast-type monster that Tyr handled. At that moment, a message came again to the two of them. Transferred a climber across the timeline to an ancient elven kingdom 10,000 years ago. You have accepted the main quest, Lullaby of the End. Chapter 343 Ulfheim Part 2 Climbers were transported across the timeline to the ancient kingdom of elves 10,000 years ago. You have accepted the main quest, Lullaby of the End. Main quest. Lullaby of the End. After encountering King Asdal in Ulfheim, the world of the ancient elves, faced the tragedy that occurred 10,000 years ago and saved the elves. Clear reward, quest failure reward. There are hidden clear conditions. Hidden clear conditions are revealed one by one as the story of the layer progresses. Climbers can reason about this and find clear conditions. Seeing the contents of the quest, Jaehyeon and Seoane could not hide their embarrassment. Because no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't understand it. What the hell is this quest about? Jaehyeon's gaze scanned the quest window downward again from the beginning. The content of the quest was so unusual that such a reaction seemed natural. There is no clear reward, but there is a reward for failure. I'm not just talking about the failure penalty after all. The quest clearly says that it will pay something as a reward when it fails. On the contrary, I said that I would not give any reward in case of success. How the hell did this happen? It was difficult to understand not only Seoane but even Jaehyeon. I thought about showing the contents to Ratatosk, but now was not the time. Kerr. The beast-type monsters who revealed this were aiming at him. Jaehyeon quickly came to his senses and produced Bomung instead of Nidhogg's fangs. You have succeeded in producing the artifact Dragon Slasher Bomung Myth. It's an undeserved weapon to use against those guys, but it's a good opportunity to test it out. Jaehyeon smiled. Seoane leaned forward almost at the same time as Jaehyeon and naturally activated the magic at Jaehyeon's rear end. Jaehyeon lowered his center of gravity after demonstrating the strength of his gloves and sword in the avant-garde. The number of monsters surrounding it was small, only 3. There was no reason to waste time anywhere. Jaehyeon put strength into the hand holding the sword. This was the beginning of a full-scale quest. All that remains is one layer. If you complete this completely, you can now reach the 5th floor where you can destroy the control tower. That's where I'll get another answer. Mimir has delivered the truth of the past that was hidden from him through the system and through various methods. I thought this time would be no different. Jaehyeon caught his breath. Slashing and swinging the sword was as familiar to him as breathing. In the middle of Asgard's library filled with books, Odin's Raven, Hyujin was in deep trouble. Also at the center is the opponent. There was Min Jaehyeon, an existence with twisted causality. The Min Jaehyeon he knew was such a person. Causality is what it should be. It means itself something that should always be there. A typical example was time or space. Also, the two are absolute and no one can go against them. These are things that can never be undone if you don't pay the right price. As Hana herself knew, Jaehyeon went against time and reached the current timeline. In simple terms, it meant that he had come to the past or future by overcoming the limitations of the timeline. Hana Hyujin knew this, but did not reveal Jaehyeon's identity. It was the same for Odin, whom he served, as well as for other Aesir gods. It also had its own firm and certain beliefs. I still need more investigation. That's what I was thinking while researching. Hyujin was able to discover a peculiar fact while reading a record of the past. It was a record of a person who existed in the past. It is almost impossible to read because the letters are broken due to high-level magic, but he has appeared in various places, mentioned very briefly, and disappeared. Hyujin thought maybe the fact that the adversary is growing so fast has something to do with it. No matter how much I think about it, he is getting stronger at an incomprehensible speed. Even if the anti-Aesir forces helped him and made him independent from the Sur system, the same was true. Jaehyeon is the same existence as irregular. It was not limited to human standards, but also from the perspective of gods and giant elves. Hyujin could not help but question it. First, Hyujin briefly remembered the first time he met Jaehyeon. He was weak. It was just a piece of trash that craved adult love. Reenactment wasn't that great, at least Hyujin felt. I wasn't mentally strong and my abilities weren't that great. He just believed himself to be his father and tried to protect his mother, a child who only watched. That was the reenactment that Hyujin remembered. But later, when he met Jaehyeon with Hela, he realized for sure that he was fundamentally different for some reason. It means that he has a genius talent. It was nothing but effort. It was an unbreakable heart. Hyujin still couldn't believe how that was possible, but it really happened. I can't help but believe it. Because of this, he was thinking that he might be related to a human being recorded in the now worn-out books. The reason was simple, a story about a mythical man. This is because until now, no other gods, including Odin, have remembered it. Killing the dragon, fighting the enemy in 10,000 years of Ragnarok, and repeatedly winning the legendary battle with Tyr left him with great scars. It is a mythical thing that only humans can do. But why? For what he did, he was completely unknown among the gods, as if everything has been erased. Hyujin was also suspicious. Why? He muttered and closed the last volume of parchment. Why isn't his name written on it? Name. Hyujin was not ignorant of its value. In the past, he was just a crow, which pier, which forest. It was nothing more than a microscopic object that exists everywhere. However, when he met Odin, he changed himself. As he gave it a name, he was able to stand up for himself. Hyujin. His ability to control his emotions was his name. One has no name, legendary man. He has no name on the subject of his mythical achievements. It doesn't appear anywhere. Even the gods don't remember. Just like Tyr did a moment ago, Hyujin thought, this is no coincidence. The adversary no Jaehyeon Min. He calmly collected his thoughts as he called his name after a long time. What is his true identity? What is it that makes even himself, who has erased his emotions, feel such a bleak fear? The level of beast-type monsters was slightly above S-class. Of course, Jaehyeon and Seo-ina are not difficult opponents. The two quickly killed all the enemies and looked around. Sticky bloodstains spread all over the floor. Jaehyeon lets out a small sigh. Looks like it's over. I think you better find out where this place is now. That's right, that's right. No. There is no need for that, Jaehyeon said and shrugged his shoulders. Poppy got up and stood in front of Jaehyeon. It was because, like a dragon, he was most sensitive to his senses. Jaehyeon sighed lightly and gestured. Because it looks like it's already coming from the other side. There, what are you guys doing? Seo-ina and Ratatosk's eyes turned to where the owner of the voice was. Jaehyeon smiled. Look, elf. Seo-ina covered her mouth as if she was slightly surprised. Jaehyeon nodded. Ratatosk added an explanation. That's right, it seems like a high elf belonging to a higher race among them. Jaehyeon had already heard about the high elves from Hela and Smur. There is also a story that they are not all cheap. Jaehyeon looked at the high elves for a moment. As expected from Shinhwa, her beautiful appearance naturally caught my eye. Should I say it feels different from birth? Falling blonde hair and green eyes. His gaze stayed on it, as if driven by instinct. Anyway, when Jaehyeon was looking at the elves with a curious gaze, suddenly I felt cold eyes from the side. Why is that? Even the subtle life was felt. When Jaehyeon looked away, Seo-ina narrowed his eyes. I'm going to tell Yu-young. I thought I was careful with my gaze, but it seemed that Seo-ina was fascinated by Jaehyeon. I've felt it before, but Ine seems to be on the side of jealousy even if it's not obvious, and to say that she's going to reach Kim Yu-young. But of course, there was nothing to say about it. Jaehyeon coughed moderately and cleared his throat before opening his mouth pretending not to know. We are the ones who came to help you. I heard that the kingdom of the elves is being invaded by an army. But to say that you're talking half-heartedly, there's no such thing as cheap. Jaehyeon put his hands in his pockets and showed disrespect. It was an overly impudent attitude, but neither Seo-ina nor Ratatosk pointed it out. Wasn't that a reproduction from the beginning? I couldn't hear even if I spoke. Besides, the one who came out first was over there. Seo-ina justified herself and nodded her head slightly. At that time, one of the high elves in the middle stepped in front of Jaehyeon and said, I am Lars. He is the captain of Ulfheim's guard. From now on, I will treat you as trespassers and arrest you. The rest of the excuses will be heard in prison. It's a prison. My mother said I would never go to a place like that. Should I just kill myself here? As Jaehyeon said that, letting out a breath of life for a while, Seo-ina glanced back. Jaehyeon hurriedly relaxed and smiled lightly. It's a joke. He was akare because you will be dragged along smoothly. Don't tie your hands if you don't want everyone to be like this. Jaehyeon pointed to the dead demon beast behind him and said. The high elves gritted their teeth as they saw the horribly crushed demonic beasts. No matter how you look at it, it didn't seem like they were the enemy. Lars was the only one there to snort. Why should I listen to people like me? Don't you have common sense that racial discrimination is rude? Have you finished talking? Lars was furious, but Jaehyeon ignored him and said to Seo-ina. Inaya. I guess it's time to write that here. What do you think? Ah, he clapped his hands as if he remembered Seo-ina. Then he opened his front pocket and took out something and showed it to Lars. Then Lars' expression hardened and embarrassment burst out of his mouth. That thing can't it? Chapter 344, Ulfheim Part 3. Naturally, Seo-ina did not go to prison. The reason was simple. Ulfheim's pendant she received after clearing the first floor. It was because of its side effects. You will win the favor of all elves. Of course, Jaehyeon was currently in prison with Lars because he was not identified and did not have any belongings. It was a compromise too. Lars said that only the king could determine the authenticity of this pendant and allowed only Seo Nunna to have a private meeting with the king. He said it was inevitable since Seo Ina was the only one with a pendant. And he also said that if Jaehyeon was judged to be even a little bit dangerous, he would never bring him before the king. Jaehyeon thought it didn't matter what happened and accepted the offer. It wasn't too bad if you thought you were taking a break. My mother would be sad to see this, but it was inevitable because he is now an unidentified outsider, Iron Gruck. The door locked with a sound. Jaehyeon ended up in prison, but he felt comfortable. Anyway, after a while, Ine Seo will roughly finish the work and bring herself out of here. Ulfheim's pendant is a mythical artifact. The effect was as certain as seeing the face of Lars, whose eyes had already returned. What's not natural, the pendant in Na got earlier was a mythical artifact. In the past, it was the only mythical artifact in the world. And the only item in that class was the lost eye of Odin that he was holding. Even more so, if the pendant was of the same grade as that, the effect would be applied regardless of the king. Jaehyeon was so sure. On the third floor, Jaehyeon is worded as. In other words, when he encountered Odin, he was able to use absolute arithmetic. The power of a mythical artifact is at the point of awe. Thinking so, Jaehyeon leaned back and tried to close his eyes for a while, but suddenly heard the sounds of elves talking from outside the iron grate. Is this one, a lowly human who suddenly set foot in the kingdom of elves? That's right. At first glance, it was abusive language towards himself, but Jaehyeon didn't respond at all. She just glanced at the face of the man who was slandering her for a moment. Anyway, he seems to be of a fairly high status. Judging from his small muscles, he seems to be a guy who uses his body quite a bit. Perhaps he was one of the knight commanders in charge of protecting the kingdom of Ulfheim. Jaehyeon made a moderate decision and ignored his words. At that time, the elf's words continued. Humans seem to have no self-respect. I mean, they don't even respond when they shame you right in front of your eyes. Jaehyeon laughed. I am not as fiery as you. Emotions don't help much in battle either. If all the soldiers had acted like you, they would have had to dig their coffins by now. Does a human dare to insult the commander of the knights of the Holy Elf Kingdom? The leader of the Elven Knights growled and grabbed the bar. Jaehyeon laughed as if it didn't matter. I'm the captain and I'm Nabal. To say that, shouldn't you be stronger than me first? Hehehehe, double, you're not trying to fight here, are you? Ratatosk's bewildered voice is heard. Sparks flew in the eyes between Jaehyeon and the leader of the Elven Knights. That moment. Stop. Jaehyeon heard a familiar voice. It belonged to the captain of the guard who had brought him under arrest a little while ago. Did you say your name was Lars? With a disgruntled face, he cautioned the knight commander. He is a man whose identity has not yet been identified. Don't move until the king's mandate falls. Yes, the knight commander gave Raz a light sword bow. Lars said while gripping the iron bars of the barbed wire where Jaehyeon was. And you, if your identity is revealed later, I will personally execute you, the filthy bastard. Lars gritted his teeth and continued. The disrespectful gaze toward Jaehyeon was still the same. The reason why he didn't move and stop the knight commander's attack was because he had seen Seo Ina's pendant a while ago. Ulfheim pendant. Because he knew exactly what that meant to the elves. In fact, I never believed that he was genuine either. Anyway, I can't touch this guy until the king confirms it properly. I have to wait for now. He looked at Jaehyeon, his eyes shining fiercely. He is the captain of the Elven Guard, one of the best articles here, a warrior among warriors who reached the second stage of divinity liberation with the body of an elf. He was not foolish enough to stay still after being insulted by humans. Let's see, I'll definitely make you regret it. He thought so, revealing his white teeth. Of course, in the midst of that, Jaehyeon was having some trivial thoughts. Your face looks fine, your personality is dirty and twisted. An Hoyeon had a good personality. Jaehyeon was completely unaware of the fact that the words had come out of his mouth, King's throne room. There Seoane bent her knees and bowed her head. It was to be polite. In front of her is the king of Ulfheim. There was Angel. She was a beautiful woman with blonde hair up to her waist, but she seemed to be the king of this place, not her husband. Perhaps there were circumstances, or it was natural for elves to have a woman ascend to the throne. Seoane thought so and nodded her head slightly. She first asked Seoane to introduce herself. I heard that you have our elves' things. I would like to hear a detailed introduction. First of all, my name is Seo Ina. I got this item by chance. Seoane briefly showed them her pendant. Then Angel looked at the item and returned it to her. It's really something from Ulfheim. The same goes for the magic inside, but how about humans? I can't believe it. Angel thought for a while what Seoane has. Ulfheim's pendant was not something a mere human could possess. A very special item bestowed only on the direct line of the elven royal family. Angel looked at Seoane in disbelief. What is her true identity? How is this possible? Meanwhile, Seoane was pondering what to say next. I came with Jaehyeon and I roughly kissed, but it was because I thought that mistakes would not be good as the situation was. The pendant has the effect of giving the elf a good impression, but Ina was still worried. Fortunately, contrary to her worries, Angel gave a good answer. Release the guest's colleague from prison, be as polite as possible. At the same time, Angel said that the waiting knight moved to free Jaehyeon. Ina was then able to breathe. Angel put her hand on her chest and lowered her head for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry for not being polite. Possessing this pendant means that he must be a blood relative of the high-ranking elves or a hero who owes a great debt to them. You didn't have a valid example, I have no face. Oh no, it's just like that. Then, of course, I didn't know that they would suddenly throw me in jail and lock me up. At that time, Jaehyeon, who had been released from prison before he knew it, approached with Pappy and said. Siona's expression brightened noticeably. It was just that I didn't know what to do right now. We admit our mistakes. Asdal said that and lightly bowed his head. She only added one word. As you already know, Ragnarok has recently occurred and this side is also sensitive, so please understand that it was unavoidable. It was an extremely polite tone. Jaehyeon nodded and stood next to Siona. He looked at Angel and opened his mouth slowly. First of all, let me make one thing clear. The reason we came here is to protect Ulfheim. At that moment, Angel and Jaehyeon's eyes met for a moment. It was such a shocking story. That would be the case, because the current Ulfheim had lost all areas to Asgard except for one capital here. The proposal made by Jaehyeon and Seo in at the moment they were preparing to surrender. At that moment, Angel felt his heart pounding. Can the war really be won? Can it come back to normal? Even though she knew that couldn't be the case, she couldn't resist the urge to lean on the slightest thread of hope. The time when Jaehyeon encountered the elves on the 4th floor of the Spiral Tower. 9 members were also on the verge of attacking the 4th floor. They drank potions moderately while catching their breath in the White Room, a resting place between the stairs. It was the decision to take a break because you didn't know what else would come out and attack you. Now, there was only one layer left until he met Jaehyeon Seoane again. I couldn't make a mistake here and ruin Jaehyeon's plan. Still, I have come this far. It was terribly difficult. Kim Yu-young sipped her hands and drank Li Yisang's special potion. It was a cherry-flavored potion that restored physical strength. It was because she was tired of drinking too much strawberry lately, so she asked Li Yisang to make a cherry-flavored potion. The Chancellor Hyung, who accepted such an outrageous request, is also a very nice person. An Hoyeon smiled and thought so. After drinking all the recovery potions, he sat on the floor for a while and straightened his back. Prime Minister and Senior Kwon So-yeol, the battle earlier was really great. I also learned a lot. Gorum. It's a senior, but it's natural. Kwon So-yeol answered succinctly and folded his arms. Li Yisang scratched his head as if he was embarrassed and repeated her words. We wanted to help you too, so I worked hard. I'm glad it seems to have paid off. What will come out of the last layer anyway? Kim Yu-young looked at Hela and asked. Hela shook her head and said, I don't know the exact details. The other side is probably the same, but I think it's a level of difficulty combined with all the stairs so far. As expected, the game is a way to increase the difficulty as you go backwards. An Hoyeon nodded and spoke calmly. Li Yisang thought that he seemed to have a pretty good personality with Yi Hyun. Just a little while ago, they barely surpassed their limits, fighting against themselves who had become shadows. But how can you be so calm in a situation where you don't know if a stronger enemy is waiting for you? It wasn't just in Hoyeon, extremely realistic. Except for Kwon So-yeol and himself, everyone was in such a state. Well, Kwon So-yeol, who believed that even he was on his side, was also defeated by capitalism. You guys look really great. Even so, Li Yisang said with a faint smile. That he admired the radar I saw and dreamed of on my father's back. That's what they show not other people but his colleagues and Jaehyeon. Now then, shall we go to the next floor? Kim Yu-young jumped up from her seat and said. An Hoyeon also stretched before he knew it, then lifted his sword and wrapped it around his shoulder. Other colleagues followed suit. It was the same with Hela. Message that followed. Transfer climbers to Yggdrasil Spiral Tower's 4th floor. Tomb of the Dead. When Jaehyeon and Seo Ina had a conversation like that, Lars clenched his fists in anger. It was because of the story Jaehyeon told me a while ago when he escaped. Oops. How about this? Your king says I'm an honored guest now. Shouldn't you treat me well too? First of all, would you like to say respectful words? Courtesy is the most important thing in our country. A skinny human bastard with just that face intact. I will never let you go. Hey, Lars, isn't that a compliment? The subordinate who was talking next to him hurriedly covered his mouth and shook his head. It was because Lars' eyes were so serious. Chapter 345 Ulfheim Part 4 Climbers are sent to the Yggdrasil Spiral Tower's 4th floor, Grave of the Dead. Big. As soon as I reached the 4th floor, a moan escaped from Li Yisang's mouth. Mana of the terrible dark attribute that can be felt here from a short distance. It was because it was tightening the breath of the 9 members. What's going on? Before properly grasping the situation, Kim Yu-young was the first to speak. It's a place full of monsters that can use dark attribute mana. As the system explained, this is the graveyard first, maybe now they're attacking us. They, Kwon Soyol asked. An Hoyeon broke into a cold sweat and pointed at a distance. There I could see something black and strange, marked like countless dots, slowly advancing towards this direction. Could it be? Are all those demons? Lee Yisang's expression became stunned. It was a very natural reaction. The number of monsters seemed to exceed thousands even at a glance. No matter how many of Jaehyeon's colleagues, he had never fought a battle like this before. Everyone's expressions turned cold all at once. Dark worms, including the Dark Knight, a representative beast with dark attribute magic, slowly exposed their faces in the light. Was it a mistake to come to the right? Kim Yu-young said that and bit her lips for a while. At this level, as long as Jaehyeon and Seona aren't dealing with each other, don't be shaken. There is always a way. At that moment, Hela's voice was trembling slightly. It was a word close to salvation for them. Hela, it goes without saying that she is the strongest in this party. Isn't she saying there's a way to win? What she said won't lie. I believe, everyone please. At that time they could immediately realize that it was Hela who would assume the role of commander in this battle, that they would die if they did not follow her instructions properly. Going. First of all, activate the magic that you think is suitable for Yugyeongyang's battle. It's better to have a divine attribute if possible. Anyway, they have the magic of the dark attribute. Just like the previous hierarchy, it was obvious that divine attribute magic was the most effective. Kim Yu-young immediately nodded, so let's get started. With those words she said. He drew out half of the mana remaining in his body at once and started shooting it at the demonic beast advancing this way. Tsutsutsu, active skill Divine Wave is activated, Wave of Divinity. It's a skill that causes small ripples to attack nearby monsters. Of course, the damage wasn't great and it was too weak compared to what Seona was using. For now, this was the best. It was unavoidable because it was not in his field of expertise. Still, thanks to Lee Yisang's potion, Kim Yu-young's attack succeeded in knocking down several enemies in the front line and slowing the advance of the monsters. Then Hela took a step forward and gradually raised her magic power. No, rather than pulling it up. Are you sucking it up, the magic of the surrounding dark attribute? They couldn't help but be embarrassed. Hela was absorbing the magical energy around her. Only then did they know exactly what Hela was going to do. She eventually tries to absorb the magic of the dark attribute and replace it with her own. However, this can cause excessive recoil. There are very few magicians who cast magic by retaining the magical power in the atmosphere in their bodies, because the possibility of falling into the mana rebound is too high and the gambling is strong. Hela was not unaware of this either, but at that moment Hela remembered Jaehyeon, the one who first obtained a godhood to save himself. Angered by Kim Yu-young's death, he opened a new realm of himself even though he was incomplete. It was she who watched all of them from the side or behind. She knew here you have to do it yourself. I will send you up. Hela muttered that and drew out her magic power. Then strange things started to happen. SSSSSS. The Dark Knight of the battle line who was killed by Kim Yu-young's attack a while ago, because they rise again and change into new forms. At that time, the same system sound was heard in the ears of the 9 members at the same time. The enemy Dark Knight is reborn as an ally Death Knight. Jaehyeon first heard about the current situation of the elves. The situation was more serious than initially expected. All places except the capital city had already been destroyed by Odin Einherjar and the Valkyrie army. Many elves died. Most of the good people are also dead, and it is said that the world of giants Jotunheim has also been destroyed. It was bad news for Jaehyeon. Well, in the first Ragnarok, one of the first worlds to perish was Jotunheim. It is said that after Hrungnir's death they quickly disintegrated. On the other hand, the elves held out until the end and finally surrendered. Jaehyeon did not immediately understand why the 4th floor of the world tree showed such memories. The content of the quest is the same. Even if we revive a country that is already about to perish, what has ended will not come back. A tree with the will of a world tree probably doesn't know this. Perhaps it's trying to tell me something. I can't explain it otherwise. Jaehyeon made a decision right away. Perhaps the world tree intended to show him the memories of the elves in the past so that he could realize or gain something. The reward Seona received after clearing the 2nd floor. Jaehyeon thought that there was a high possibility that he was also related. Jaehyeon recalled the item Seona had shown him at the time. Special item, name. Elf's imprint rating, strengthen the seasons handed down in Ulfheim to the limit. Special conditions must be cleared and the conditions are private. Strengthens Ulfheim's sword. The imprint is engraved on the shoulder, and as soon as the imprint is engraved, it gains a status. Why was an item like this given in the Tower of Yggdrasil? Judging from that, I thought maybe there would be a quest to solve it in one of the tower levels here. And now, coincidentally, the place where they are is Ulfheim. Moreover, as she climbed the stairs of Yggdrasil this time, Sioina was constantly given items related to Ulfheim and elves. Since most of the matching was like that, Jaehyeon could have a reasonable doubt. Ine grows up here in some way, that's for sure. I thought that at least the conditions to get the status would have been prepared. She was so strong even in the original world line. Among Jaehyeon's party, the one who can be said to be the most skilled is Sioina. The others were good too, but nothing compared to her. Jaehyeon looked at Sioina for a while, organizing his thoughts. Even in the midst of that, Andel's voice continued. So our army is now in a state of collapse except for 2 units. In the case of the capital city, it is only a matter of time. Even if you help me, how likely it will be, I can't say for sure. Andel said that with a serious expression, then continued looking at her eyes. Will you help us anyway? The king of the elves was a good man, Andel. She was genuinely concerned about them. Jaehyeon nodded. If it helps, I will help. Of course, it was to clear the quest, but there was no need to say that. Soon after, Sioina nodded as well, and Andel continued her story with a slightly relieved face. First, I will inform you of the chief who leads the enemies. Great, Jaehyeon nodded happily. Andel pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and met Jaehyeon's eyes. Tyr is attacking the elves on this battlefield. It is a monster called the God of War and Justice. He is the one who handles witchcraft. Jaehyeon's forehead crumpled for a moment at that moment. Tyr, it was a familiar name. I've seen him once. In the past, during Red Gate, I missed the opportunity to kill Hugin because of him. Moreover, Tyr was one of the highest-ranking people in Asgard. He is a completely different being from the Modi Magni he faced before. That was the majesty of the God of Justice and War. This is the first time I'm facing an enemy who is in the 4th level of divinity liberation. It's going to be a tough fight. The gods I've dealt with so far have been unable to properly use their abilities or have limitations. However, on this floor, there is no such story at all. It meant that in order to lead this battle to victory, he had to catch Tyr. It is absurd for Sioina, who has not yet fully developed her powers, to deal with him. For now, Jaehyeon has to stop him somehow. Jaehyeon calmed down and continued the story. How many of his magical troops are there? We are still figuring it out, but since I can't bring a lot of troops with me for external reconnaissance, it's hard to get a good idea. Andel's expression collapsed to the point where he couldn't believe he was a king. It was dark and it looked like it was immersed in sorrow and grief, but Jaehyeon didn't care at all. I've done things that I thought I couldn't do until now. After all, nothing was impossible for him. You have to believe it will happen this time too, because everything starts from there. May I ask who leads the elves' army? The commander-in-chief is Lars, a brave warrior. Of course, I've heard that they committed a lot of rudeness while serving you all this far. But it must have been unintentional. Jaehyeon crossed his legs at Andel's words, an unspoken sign that you want something. He then slowly opened his mouth. That commander-in-chief position, please yield to me. Then we will do our best to win the war. That meant Andel as well as Sio, and it was a shocking story for Lars, who was secretly listening to the conversation outside. Jump. The door to the audience room opened, and Lars strode into it. How dare you hand over the qualifications of commander-in-chief to command the entire army of elves to something like a human? Do you think I would admit that bullshit? It was a high-pitched voice that meant that he would not acknowledge him even if he pretended to listen. Jaehyeon responded with a cold smile that he had never seen before. He spoke slowly, opening his divinity, not magical power. Then we all die together by being torn apart by Tyr's beast. Do whatever you feel like. Jaehyeon shrugged. Because I don't care. Chapter 346 Ulfheim Part 5 Tsutsutsutsutsu. The divinity expressed by Jaehyeon was too disrespectful to show in front of the king. However, no one could point it out. It was like a ray of hope for them. It is equivalent to the 3rd stage of divine power liberation. Even in the kingdom of the elves, few people had this. Even those with this level of power hadn't died in previous battles. Lars, who was in front of him, also had the qualifications of commander-in-chief while still only at the 2nd level, so there was nothing more to say here. Power with. At least there, Lars is definitely being pushed back by Jaehyeon. Lars bit his lip. He shouted, barely maintaining his concentration even as the enormous godhead raged through the audience room. How safe are you doing this? He too showed all his abilities. However, Jaehyeon's power only grew stronger as if he had waited. He knew slowly rather than crushing people all at once, that confining him as slowly as possible would make him feel real fear. Raz is a proud personality. It's childish, but this is probably the best way. Jaehyeon made such a judgment and opened up his class. It wasn't just to intimidate. Anyway, Tyr is a formidable enemy. Didn't Jaehyeon meet him in the past? In order to deal with him, the elf soldiers I saw earlier. In other words, there was no way the ragtags could do anything. Even if the monsters just came in, they would be crushed. So in order to save them, he had to find a way. The first is to take over the command of the military. The second was to persuade Lars to become one of his subordinates. Please, please stop both of them. After a moment of non-confrontation, Aindel's voice was heard. Jaehyeon immediately withdrew his divinity. However, there was no apology. He was the kind of person who didn't care about rudeness, but even then, Lars continued to reveal it to himself. It is trying to devour Jaehyeon without reaping any strength. Lars shouted in a furious voice, "Stop, your majesty! Doesn't his majesty know how ugly humans betrayed us?" Betrayal? Jaehyeon had some doubts about that statement, but he didn't show it. If you have a chance later, you will be able to access information related to this. Now was not the right time to ask questions. That's not a reason to hate all humans. I would have said that. Do you think that the late king will be all right after hearing those words? At that time, Aindel's expression turned cold for the first time. A roar erupted from her as she bit her lip. I would have told you to stop. Lars, at that moment, as if in shock, the inside of the throne room became quiet as if a rat had died. Perhaps there is a reason. Jaehyeon put the puzzle together and waited for a while. Sorry, after a while. Lars regained his strength as if he had come to his senses. Jaehyeon snorted. It seems that the captain of the guards is stronger than the king here. They do not listen to the king. Sorry. You look shabby to the Vips. Aindel apologized once again, seeing that Lars gritted his teeth. Kwang, soon he left the place. It was because of reading the inside of Aindel's face. Congratulatory order. Aindel made a face to tell her to leave for a while because she had something to say. Lars stumbled and stepped outside. Dozens of elite elven knights lined up there. They looked startled at Wrath's fury. Laz. Are you okay? Let go, a subordinate knight who caught Lars going outside. Hana Raz shouted, brushing aside his helping hand. For the second time in his life, he was overcome with a strange feeling. It was a kind of sense of inferiority and defeat, a state that is thought to be impossible to reach. There, the person he hated the most had arrived. That was making him infinitely miserable. I will go to the gymnasium. Lars just left those words and disappeared into an empty hallway. Meanwhile, then Jaehyeon lightly bowed his head to Aindel and apologized. Sorry. If I don't do this, I don't think they'll recognize me, so I just showed a little strength. I had no intention of harming you. I understand. I hope you will be kind enough to understand Lars' actions. He has bad feelings towards humans, and he doesn't easily admit his defeat. Is there any particular reason? Sorry, that seems difficult to say. Aindel did not answer that question at all. Seeing Jaehyeon, she changed the topic. I will hand over the position of commander-in-chief, as you said. If you have this much power, there is no doubt about it. The identity has also been confirmed. Thank you. First of all, how about taking a good rest and having a strategy meeting tomorrow? I think that would be a good thing. Jaehyeon nodded. Ina was also pretty tired, so I thought that was good. Poppy deliberately put on a tired expression as if he wanted to take a bath. Ratatosk, too, had been through a lot and was hanging in his pocket. Then I will prepare 2 rooms for you. Aindel gave simple instructions to the elf who was waiting next to him, then suddenly looked at Jaehyeon and Ina and asked a small question. Ah. Is it possible to have only 1 room? Yes, surprised, Ina's out-of-note voice filled the audience room. Jaehyeon made a puzzled expression and Aindel just smiled a little. As if Aindel was not lying when he said that he would treat him like a nobleman, Jaehyeon was assigned an absurdly large room that he had never seen before. I don't think it's a scale that can be used by one person. I thought so, but I didn't bother to change the room. Of course, Ina and Ina share a different room and Poppy goes with Ina. Ratatosk decided to take him with him. I couldn't run away anyway, but I was worried. Anyway, are you sure you're okay? Tyr's power is beyond imagination, because before Odin, the one who was at the top of Asgard was Baba Tyr. It's Tyr's keep. It's been worn and worn out at the round table. If you run into him, avoid him first. If that doesn't work, fight, but don't face it directly, just organize the monsters to make a path and run away. It was Smur, a giant with a warlike temper who spit out the story, also said Smur. Tyr is strong. Even though he's at level 4 of Liberation, Nidhogg will have a hard time defeating him even directly. His ability to operate his army is beyond imagination. It will be difficult even if you are an adversary. After Hel added that, Jaehyeon became genuinely curious. Tyr's realm, how far does it come into contact? Are you at a level you can never win? Nothing is clear yet, I'm just guessing. I have no choice but to bump into it for now. It's the same as dying if you don't clear this quest. Wouldn't it be better to struggle at least in order not to die anyway? Jaehyeon always ran with that mindset. And we got to where we are now. Looking back, it's a long way, however he was able to come this far without a sound of pain. It will be like that this time too, because it's something I have to do. As he thought so, his eyes briefly turned golden. Eye on the left, it was Odin's lost eye. That's when Jaehyeon was burning with a sense of goodwill, smart. Suddenly, a knock was heard from outside the room. Jaehyeon asked as he got out of bed, "Is it you?" "No. Unfortunately, I am not part of your group." A young woman's voice that I wasn't used to at all. Jaehyeon tilted his head and walked towards the door. When I opened the door, a woman with a face I didn't really know was smiling at me. Blonde hair that fell just below the shoulders and clear features. She was a girl who looked oddly like Eindel, probably only around 15 years old. Jaehyeon was about to ask something, but a clear voice came out from there first. The night is deep, but the stars are bright. Huh. Jaehyeon was a little taken aback by the words he couldn't understand at all, but the girl in front smiled innocently and held out his hand lightly. Shall we take a short walk, promenade of the secluded capital of Ulfheim? There 2 men and women of the same age are walking. The girl was thickly dressed even in quite hot weather. The body was wrapped so tightly that all skin except for the face could not be seen. Jaehyeon tilted his head for a moment but decided not to worry too much. I just thought it was an elf outfit. In the midst of such silly thoughts, she introduced herself first and said, I am Louisa, the only daughter of King Eindel. Thank you so much for agreeing to help our kingdom in this way, Louisa. That was her name. Jaehyeon nodded and replied, I am Min Jaehyeon. What a human name. How can I call you Mr. Jaehyeon? Jaehyeon, call me whatever you want. It doesn't wear out anyway. Jaehyeon and Ruina came out and sat in the pavilion in the spacious garden. When I looked up from there, I saw that the stars were shining brightly. It seems that elves don't lie like Kim Yu-young. Jaehyeon laughed lightly at the thought. At that time, Ruina heard the story again. Today was difficult because of my brother. Brother, Jaehyeon blinked and Ruina smiled and smiled. Brother Lars, he's my twin brother, Eindel, so he's also his mother's son. It was only then that Jaehyeon understood what had happened a little while ago. Lars, for some reason, he was way too messy compared to his skills. It seemed that there was a corner to believe. My mother is the king, she was a gold spoon. It was kind of annoying. Lol, sorry my older brother is like that, but Ruina looked at Jaehyeon for a moment and continued. I'm not such a bad elf, there is a reason why my brother became like that. Why? Yes, saying that Ruina stretched out her arms and legs, she said with a smile, how is it? It's a bit obvious though. Won't you listen? Jaehyeon nodded. It was because the idea that it would be a story that would have a direct impact on this quest flashed through my mind. The end of dawn before dawn the next morning. Jaehyeon visited the gymnasium. Ulfheim's gymnasium. Surprisingly, it wasn't that different from Midgard. The floor was made of arc metal and practice tools such as targets and scarecrows were hung everywhere. Jaehyeon stepped inside the gymnasium and said, I heard that arc metal is highly valued here as well, is that true? At that time an elf who was swinging a sword looked back at Jaehyeon. He replied, frowning, what, why are you here? He was a familiar face, Lars. He was a guy who realized his limits by messing around with Jaehyeon a while ago. If you look closely, the way you wield the sword is a mess. Shall I deal with you? Dismissed. At Jaehyeon's words, tendons sprouted from Lars' face. He knew the human strength before him, that you can never win. However, he could never laugh at Jaehyeon's provocation. What is in front of man's eyes is not the man he hated so much, he said as he threw off his coat. Come on as much as you like. Then don't hesitate. Jaehyeon immediately responded and jumped at the moment when Lars closed and opened his eyes. His new form disappears completely, then reappears behind Lars. Lars' pupils constricted and immediately turned his head back, but only a tingling sensation remained around his neck. Lars' heart started beating like crazy. If that guy was holding a sword, I would, died in a single hit. Goosebumps began to rise up the spine. Jaehyeon, who had been far away before he knew it, smiled calmly. Chapter 347 Ulfheim Part 6 Hung, a night of twilight. The elves' sword dance, glimpsed through the stars embroidering the sky, catches my eye. A sword that is swung as if it were going to devour the people in front of it. It was refined and beautiful, like looking at a piece of art. If someone who had no knowledge of swords saw it, they would surely feel that the elves were winning. Contrary to what one looks like, the gymnasium is filled with only the sound of cutting the wind. The reason was simple. It was because Jaehyeon easily dodged all of Lars' attacks. No matter how much he was the captain of the guards overseeing the elves, Lars was only at the level of the second stage of liberation. It is weak to reach Jaehyeon. Both Jaehyeon and Lars knew this, of course, but no one said anything about it. The two just exchanged swords with each other. They bumped their swords and twisted them away as if there was no need for unnecessary conversation between them. Hee-ho-eek, Lars looked at Jaehyeon with a face full of venom. His eyes flashed between the blurred pupils. In fact, Jaehyeon barely cut his sword, either letting it go or avoiding it. Even in the midst of that, none of his attacks hit. Hee-ho-eek. My eyes are all red, crushing defeat. It was an unfamiliar experience for Lars. Of course, before the situation in Ulfheim got to its worst, there were quite a few people stronger than him. However, even so, it was a minority. Let alone the second stage, the elves who had attained status almost did not exist. Anywhere in the 9 worlds, even dragons, there was no place overflowing with beings who had gained status. Lars was a sufficient predator in that sense. The word defeat meant that he was an unfamiliar strongman, But why? Lars' eyes were bloodshot. How are you so strong, low and dirty, human subjects, Ki-aing? A sword containing only Ra's anger and intent to kill. This time Jaehyeon didn't spill his teeth or dodge them and hit them back as they were. A moan escaped Kula's mouth and his feet took a couple of steps back. Jiek. I won't stand it, as for humans, never. Lars tried to force Jaehyeon to stand upright with the sword that was being pushed back. However, Jaehyeon did not move at all from the spot. Lars tried his best to push the sword away with both hands, but it didn't make any sense. He realized it only after noticing that Jaehyeon's hand was in his pocket. Are you saying that I exerted this much strength with one hand? Damn it, at that moment Jaehyeon's voice was heard in the midst of a terrible sense of defeat. I heard you hate humans. What did that mean? Probably because of Einherjar. At Jaehyeon's words, Lars' pupils constricted. His body was freed to the limit. Jaehyeon was not afraid at all and gave strength to his sword. Kiang, I don't know who heard it, but don't dare mention that incident. Your father was killed by Einherjar. However, Jaehyeon said it on his own. Lars' expression hardened. Rehearsal words, father, it was something that cut off something deep within him. Tsutsutsutsutsu, Lars exploded all the remaining magic power in his body and rushed at Jaehyeon. And in the next moment, the fight between the two quickly came to an end. Lars' vision hovered in midair for a moment before sinking to the ground and pointing up into the sky. The instant reenactment showed a battle on a completely different level. After parrying the opponent's attack and tripping his legs, it was knocked down by a crush on the forehead. Jaehyeon spoke calmly as he reverse summoned the sword. Look at the stars and cool your head, I have a story to tell. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, Jaehyeon said what Ruina, who had been looking for him a while ago, and he remembered the story of the previous king of Ulfheim. It was a story about a tragedy that was as common as the previous classes. Ah, then let's start talking. Please listen and don't laugh at me, I'm a bit soft-hearted. My father was a good monarch. Among the past monarchs of Ulfheim, he is considered a saint, and he was loved by many elves as well as other races. Is it so? He was also loved by humans. At that time, people suffered a lot because they had nothing to eat and were poor. Odin demanded a lot of grain and gold from the humans. The Golden King tried, but all his efforts were in vain. My father has had close interactions with humans while helping such people. Humans also followed such a father well. But what day was it? Tragedy happened. Ragnarok, that's when the war started. Odin said that he would obtain all 9 worlds and declared that a new sun had risen in the world. Of course, elves and other races fought against him, but there were people who couldn't even stand up properly. The weakest race, humans, they play into Odin's clutches and steal the souls of Asgard and Einherjar. Become Odin's army and sweep the battlefield, humans with new powers, so the Einherjars attacked all over the 9 worlds. Everything visible was subjugated, and at this time my father, the king at the time, Glam, went out to the battlefield naked to convince the humans and lost his life and drank. Ulfheim was grieved by the king's death, and every day a mournful song was heard from all over the place. After the tragic death of her father, her older brother became a disabled person. I locked myself in my room for days and days and spent my time cursing humans. In fact, even though he knew that they were playing at Odin's hands, he thought it was because of their weakness. That created my brother's disgust. Oppa isn't a bad elf in the first place. I've done rudeness to you now, but it's absolutely not because I had that intention. I'll vouch for it, just my brother, it's just lonely, because I lost my father and the person I trusted. It happened because I thought I was left alone like that. It's just, that's it. It's a common story, even more so on the battlefield. But I believe that this common story can improve relationships between people. I believe so. 2 people looking at the stars. Jaehyeon was the first to open his mouth. It's boring, but it's understandable that you hate humans and how you acted like a dog to me. Thank you very much for that. Lars was sarcastic, but Jaehyeon smiled as if he was used to it. Hey, why, baby, what should you do with that tone of voice? It's filthy thick. Ha, so what is it? When Lars sighed, it was Jaehyeon. Let's ask one thing. Jaehyeon's voice was heavy. If you could only save 4 people in a war, who would you save? Jaehyeon's question was difficult to answer. Anyone would have done that in the first place. Few people have only one person dear to them. Everyone has a few precious beings and is fighting for them. The Aesir priests, including Odin, are oppressing them as enemies. All they can do is endure or fight. In this situation, choose one precious thing and throw away the rest. It was an act of cowardly running away. Because of this, Lars couldn't understand Jaehyeon's intention at all. He said in an annoyed voice, I will save all the elves. It may not be possible to save everyone. You know, Jaehyeon's unexpected words were enough to shake Lars' heart. Lars knew it in his heart. Your dream is more than just that. Eventually someone dies. That's war, never knew that, but if you have to choose someone to die, can you stand it? Can you choose? I bit my lip at that thought, but suddenly Jaehyeon laughed and said, well, if you're as skilled as you are, you won't be able to save a single person. What? Did you say this? I can get at least one, I am. Jaehyeon said that with a calm expression on his face. At those words, Lars' eyes shook for a moment. It had to be, saying that you can definitely save one person. It was because it sounded cool, which Lars hates to admit. The power to protect at least one thing you want to protect, because it's like saying you have it. That's why Lars had no choice but to say that. You are stronger than me. Surely, you must be too weak. Did you hear about your father from Ruina? Okay, he cherished his brother dearly. I wish I had a younger brother like that. Lars laughed for a moment at Jaehyeon's words. It was an ordinary and rare smile. Hey, don't talk, even if she looks like a young lady, how many accidents does she have? Before I drank without my mother's knowledge and got caught and hiccuped. You know how to make a face like that. Jaehyeon looked at Lars for a while as he talked about his sister. Lars talked about his sister and mother for a while, then suddenly sat up from his seat. He said, holding his knees with both hands. You asked, if you could save one person, who would you save? Akae, if it's not me, whoever is fine. Whether it be your mother or your sister. It is sacrificial, not what it looks like. Akae laughed at it still. I sincerely hope that's the case. After losing my father, my sister and mother were deeply saddened. I should have helped too. But as you can see, I don't even know how to fight properly. You didn't know, but I think that's your weakest point. What? Jaehyeon lay on his back on the floor. It's like being stuck in a sense of defeat. Look, only half of Angel and Luisa. Gotta look to the future. It's not the same reality as what's happening now. Akae, you may be right because I am weak. Akae, yes. After that, Lars jumped up from his seat and said, I need to deal with you a little more. Until when? At least until dawn. However much, but don't whine about losing. With Jaehyeon's words, the two stood up again in the gymnasium and confronted each other. Jaehyeon made a bomung and held it in his hand. The moonlight emitted a dim light, hung on the tip of the sword for a moment, and then emitted light again. Each other's swords slashed with a kong sound. A faint smile spread across the two faces with the sound of a heavy sword hitting the floor. Hana Jaehyeon was clearly repeating one thing even at that moment. They are laughing now, but everyone except Jaehyeon and Ine Seo will die in this place. Chapter 348 Genius Girl Part 1 Another day passed. The day when there is finally a strategy meeting to confront Tyr's army. Jaehyeon slowly descended from the highest point of the castle wall and began to use his insight eye to grasp the individuality and ability of each elf. As expected, they are a race that is good at magic. All abilities are high. Melee combat, on the other hand, is a mess. It's only natural. Wizards are strong. It is a truth that worked well even in the world of representation before the return. However, this is a meat shield to the last. In other words, it is possible only when there is a cannon fodder. A magician cannot materialize an arithmetic formula without casting, and of course cannot go through the shaping process. It's not like there aren't cases where magic is invoked silently, but in that case the power is bound to be weakened. Representation is the only being freed from such restrictions in the world. Odin's enlightened knowledge of runes. Because it came from the eyes. Nice to meet, I am Min Jaehyeon, who will lead you guys this time. From now on, I will assume all the roles of the commander of the guard and all military command will be delegated to me. What are you talking about? What happened to Captain Lars? Disgruntled voices erupted from everywhere. However, Jaehyeon wasn't shaken at all. Yesterday, Lars conceded defeat to me after a fair duel. Therefore, now that the situation is urgent, I have been entrusted with the control of this place. Please acknowledge and accept it. Do you think you can admit that nonsense? Humans lead us, Captain, say something. One of the subordinates who was always by Lars' side shouted at Lars. Lars raised his hand at him and gestured to him to stop. I was defeated just like he said, so I will do as he says. But, as expected from their age, the elves were full of dissatisfaction with Jaehyeon. I don't know where it suddenly appeared, but it pushed out its captain and took its place. It was impossible not to have any doubts. Also, Jaehyeon had guessed at once that there would be such a reaction. Then what should I do, Akae? Give me a chance. Jaehyeon jumped from what looked like a podium and came downstairs. He looked around at the elves around him and smiled. If you beat me here, you can do whatever you want, whether you're the captain or not. But if you can't do that, keep quiet and listen to me. How is it? What a mess. I don't think I can. The elven knights were simpler than I thought. Veteran. It was a natural result since I heard that most of the excellent strategists were killed in battle. The blood boils the same in the army of any country and any tribe. As Hela had told Jaehyeon in the past, a crack appeared between the brows of the fine-looking elves. In their eyes, a sense of compassion for Jaehyeon came to mind. I don't know, but they will have doubts on the one hand. What the hell did that human do to subdue Raz, the leader of their guards? Among the high-nosed elves, Lars is by far the best. The son of King Angel and one of the few remaining direct descendants. Jaehyeon put magic power on his body. He saw hundreds of elven knights surrounding him. There is no one who has gained status. All of them are at the level of slightly stronger monsters. Of course, there was some ambiguity in those words. The demons that Jaehyeon thought of had reached at least S rank, and among humans, those who had reached that level were called the best. However, it is because the level that Jaehyeon has accumulated so far has increased. It's because I've been fighting over and over again with overly strong enemies. They just misunderstood that the elven knights were weak. Jaehyeon nodded his head after thinking that it didn't matter what it was. Come on all at once, I will give you any amount of time. While Jaehyeon and the soldiers were building friendship, Angel and Seoane were having a careful conversation in the back. A pendant you own, and it was because of Seoina's divine power. Is that all you told me the exact details of how you got your power? Yes. It's amazing, Ulfheim's sword you have, it's not something anyone can have. It is a magic that only the direct line of the royal family can possess. A direct descendant of the royal family, a direct descendant of the royal family. Seoane tilted her head involuntarily. It was a concept he was completely unaware of. If you knew it would be like this, would you have brought Jaehyeon with you? Eindel was on, is it so? Did you ever have a high elf on your father's or mother's side? Then there is a good chance. No. I am human, I grew up with a little hardship in a normal house. My father and mother both died because of me, but he was an ordinary person. Eindel lowered his head in disbelief and sighed briefly. It was also not something that was easily accepted. Why can humans in Ulfheim be able to use magic that is passed down only to the direct line of the royal family? If you think about it, it was like that from the beginning. A human brought Ulfheim's pendant and came here. Just before Tyr's army rushes in, like a miracle, Eindel thought for a moment before opening his mouth with difficulty. Currently, there is no elf in the elven royal family who can use Ulfheim's sword. That means, it is also a story that Seoane is a direct descendant of the king of the elves with whom she is well informed. I don't really know anything. Sorry, no, still it's worth a try. In addition, the thing you have now, the imprint will also help here. A while ago, Seoina showed everything she had to Eindel. It was because Jaehyeon thought she could help him upgrade his skills and told him to do so. One of them was the reward obtained after clearing the hide and seek level, the elf's imprint. It was an artifact that strengthened the season and gained status while being engraved. In fact, Eindel seemed to be thinking of growing himself before the battle. If not, there would be no reason to call the gymnasium and explain like now. According to her, Ulfheim's sword has reached the current S rank, but it does not have full status. It is said that in order to draw out all this power, the caster must obtain a rank. But how do I get that rank? Remember your most precious things, just like your colleague did. You have a heart to protect. After that, you need to constantly forge yourself. Just like a dwarf smelting iron. It was a bit difficult for Seoina to understand, but she understood the previous words clearly. Your most precious thing, it's something that reminds me of Min Jaehyeon. It was simple. Seoina thought, like Kim Yoo-young, he cannot help Jaehyeon with his sacrificial skills. If so, you should help him by his side with stronger skills. To do so, the process of obtaining rank is inevitable. Somehow here he had to reach the first stage of Godhead liberation. I'm going to try it. Seoane clenched her fists. Soon the two started training. It was the beginning of a pretty painful day. Of course, none of the elf soldiers who attacked Jaehyeon could hurt him. It was something that even their captain couldn't do, so maybe it was natural. Jaehyeon was calm, and Lars was also calm because he saw his superpower yesterday. The only ones angry now were the elven soldiers. Jaehyeon looked at them and said, "You lost because you were weak. Won't you make me say it twice? I will follow." Still, I was glad I didn't have to speak at length. While Jaehyeon thought about that, he quietly reflected on the characteristics of each elven unit. He first looked to the left and said, "You are all ragtags, no matter how poorly educated you are. Everything from forming formations to moving things is trash. It's even more amazing that the capital city hasn't fallen yet with these unanswered soldiers." What? A hot-blooded soldier tried to charge, but Lars stopped him. "Did you forget what he said? We have to accept him as our new captain." Captain Lars. Lars' actions kept the others silent. Jaehyeon's words immediately followed were unexpected. "I will explain the first problem, so listen carefully. First of all, you don't understand formation at all. Learn anew from basic troop deployment. Got it? I asked if you understand." "Ah yes," Jaehyeon asked twice, and only then did a soldier in front of him raise his voice and answer. The reappearance was on and on. "Second, you are elves. Basically, I'm more used to mana handling. When I thought about fighting with such a garbage weapon, a problem arose and I couldn't use my power properly until now. If you guys become dwarves, you might get a bit tempted. Then how should we fight? You can't fight with your bare hands. You fight with your bare hands." Yes, that's where Lars couldn't help but be embarrassed. Jaehyeon held out his hand with a calm expression. "From now on, active skill formation of magic tools is activated. Artifact Dragon Slayer Sword Bombing was created. Come into battle with a weapon you made yourself." In fact, if there was something that Jaehyeon was most embarrassed about in his battle with Roz, it was his weapon. He was dealing with a weapon that had already been smelted, which was of very poor quality. At most, the grade to see Jaehyeon was dumbfounded. Even when they fought the Dark Elves in the past, they attacked themselves by throwing spears made with their own magic. But to think of fighting with an elf, not a dwarf, not a magic weapon. This was an obvious loss. The magic tool that I made is basically excellent in all kinds of status ailments. It boasts several times higher efficiency than general equipment. It has the downside of consuming mana, but this is not applicable to you who are born with a large amount of mana. Jaehyeon explained and continued walking. Of course, I'm not talking about making something as big as I did. But bleeding, paralysis, etc., it should not be difficult to make magic tools with various effects. Of course, the grade will be given randomly. Learning the skill itself isn't that difficult since it's an elf, but I guess it's going to be hard, but it would be much better than using that piece of trashy iron. Jaehyeon showed a demonstration first and then repeated the elf knight's postures, yet there was an unexpected existence that succeeded first. Me. I was the first to succeed. A lively voice came from the terrace of the royal castle behind. It belonged to Luisa, not a former captain or an elite elf knight, daughter of King Aendel, Raz, and Einherjar. And he was the one who informed Jaehyeon about the death of the former king, a long spear reaching an A rank in her hand. This seemed pretty usable even at a glance. It's a level that I can't believe that I learned magic for the first time. Ruina, Jaehyeon looked at her in disbelief. I think I should change my evaluation of her a bit. Jaehyeon thought so and didn't take his eyes off her. Magical genius. At least Ruina was a monster genius on the same level as Kim Yoo-jeong and Seo In-na. Jaehyeon licked his lips. What if you could grow Ruina well? Maybe I can be the best Joker card. A smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. Chapter 349 Genius Girl Part 2 Ruina. Jaehyeon naturally thought that she should get out of this battle. It was judged as someone who could not stand on the front lines from a human point of view. But she is also a direct descendant of the royal family. According to the elven tradition that the stronger the blood of the royal family, the stronger her blood is, or maybe more than that. Jaehyeon immediately gestured to call Ruina. She was now at the top of the terrace overlooking the gymnasium. Luna, wait this way. For a moment, Lars cut off his words in the middle and said, please take my brother out of the battle. Why? Jaehyeon asked, tilting his head. There would be no difference in superiority between men and women for elven warriors. I have a deep illness. Even if you walk for a long time, your legs swell and your blood flows backward. Is it a symptom of mana poisoning? As Jaehyeon, it was an easily guessable disease. Mana poisoning. This is because if you are exposed to it for a long time, your legs will gradually swell and eventually you will have to amputate them. Diabetes and its complications in modern diseases. It would be right to see it as similar. Lars bit his lip. Unfortunately, it seems so. A lot of lawmakers came and tried to fix Ruina, but it didn't work properly. Thinking that seeing Ruina's condition is more important than Lars' changed tone, Jaehyeon jumped up from his seat and started walking towards the terrace. Everyone train, let's see the status for a moment. Lars, you're following me. All right. Hee, why are you suddenly coming this way? Seeing her brother and Jaehyeon suddenly approaching her, Ruina hurriedly went into the room and started touching her hair. Her fine golden hair and beautiful blue eyes were beautiful enough to capture the hearts of many men at once, but she didn't really think so. He just thinks that his reflection in the mirror is ugly. Also, it was a sense of victimization spread to oneself due to severe self-hatred. Even though she is an elf, she is unable to properly control her magic and is suffering from poisoning. No matter how beautiful she is, no elf would ever admit to herself like this. By the time that thought spreads, smart, a familiar voice came along with a knock. This is Min Jaehyeon, may I come in? I have something to ask you. Oh that. I see. After saying that, Ruina stuck her head out. He tried to lead the two of them to another place as if he didn't want to enter his room, but he ignored Jaehyeon and went straight into the room. If the disease I think is correct, Ruina's condition is close to the worst. Ah, wait a minute. Ruina tried to force Jaehyeon away, but he didn't mind and pushed inside. Then what came into my eyes? It was a truly horrendous landscape. There are bloody bandages scattered all over the place. Jaehyeon looked at this and closed his eyes for a moment. I was right. Why didn't you tell me this was the case earlier? That's what? Ruina tried to make a fuss with her wide eyes, but Jaehyeon's unshakable eyes finally avoided her gaze. I will tell you for sure, you will die in 3 days at this rate. Mana poisoning is such a disease in the first place. A painful disease that leads to sudden death. No matter how elf you are, it's the same. Jaehyeon remembered. The first time Luisa told her the story of her brother Lars, she was wearing too much clothes to hide her body. At the same time, I thought that there must be something wrong with her sad smile, but to think that this would happen. I am seriously ill, I need to take you to bed. Raz, Jaehyeon gritted his teeth and shouted. It was only then that Lars, who saw the bandages and shocking figures in his brother's room, looked at Jaehyeon with his eyes shaking. But I have no way of doing it now. Shut up and do as I say. Cause I'll cure you of this disease and get rid of those dog-like honorifics before I kill you. Jaehyeon said that with high pressure without even knowing it, hurt as much as possible, but now he had to come to his senses. It's a pity, but Jaehyeon thought this was the most efficient way. If Lars' judgment of the situation slows down, Ruina's illness may not be able to be reversed. No matter how difficult it was to get rid of, this was a disease that Jaehyeon was familiar with. It is true that the disease has deepened and the condition is not good, but in the end it is a kind of mana poisoning. Moreover, this was a familiar symptom that Jaehyeon experienced once. The divine spirit permeates the body. Of course, there was one strange thing mixed in. Luisa, the source of the divinity felt from her body because it was never outside. Ratatosk, I bet you know, this guy already has a divinity. There is a high possibility that he was born with a divine power from the beginning. Jaehyeon thought. Judging by Ruina's talent, she had the qualities to be the best ally, if only her body could be cured. Is that true? Eindel heard a shocking story while training Seoane and Ulfheim's sword and shouted in shock, her own daughter. He had just heard that Jaehyeon, an outsider, could cure his only daughter Luisa from his illness. I couldn't even figure out how that was possible. However, if those were words from a human in the third stage of liberation, they were hardly something to be overlooked. Seoina next to her didn't even look surprised, thinking that Jaehyeon would be able to do it. Rather, she did not know that Aindel's daughter Ruina was originally ill. Since they had never had a proper conversation, Seoane was just surprised by Aindel's reaction. She has always been the kind of person who doesn't show her feelings well. Having trained with Aindel for several days already, she naturally had no choice but to think that way. Seoane and Aindel went directly to the hospital room where Jaehyeon and Ruina were. The location was close, so it was about a 10-minute walk. I'm here, familiar faces soon encountered. Lars was there too. They said Jaehyeon recognized him as the captain. I think something has changed. Lars also seems to have changed something. Seoane thought so. On the other hand, Jaehyeon was sweating for a long time while focusing on Ruina's treatment. The green aura that was subtly spreading was the heart and the short circuit. After passing through the organs that centrally absorb and release mana, it slowly moved back to the entire body. After repeating this several times, Ruina's pain began to subside little by little. Jaehyeon's upgraded sacrifice, it was proof that it was shining. Little by little, the pain is lessening. Ruina looked at Jaehyeon in surprise. Jaehyeon, of course, didn't answer. He was concentrating as best he could because it was a situation where he shouldn't have made any mistakes. While going through treatment like that, I suddenly thought of that. Since he's going to die anyway, it might not be necessary to go this far. It is certain that Jaehyeon judged Ruina to be a genius, but that didn't mean it would help right away. Whatever the circumstances, she needs an opportunity and time to grow. Also, time on the stairs here would be too busy to achieve that. Probably not enough. Tyr is moving an army to capture the capital city, and Jaehyeon must fight right away to defend it. Under such circumstances, Ruina's talent would never be given time to bloom. But why is he using magic to save a dying girl? If even that fails, there will be more to lose. Perhaps if I hadn't stepped out here for nothing. If he had done that, he might have succeeded in leading Lars and the quest a little more comfortably. Conversely, if I don't heal Ruina here, I'll incur their resentment and distrust. I knew. Even so, Jaehyeon couldn't understand at all why he was moving like this. He is not a good man. How many enemies have you killed so far? For the greater good, Odin is like himself. Even if it's because of his own goals and selfishness, it's better to swallow the 9 worlds for the prosperity of Asgard as a whole. So if he was moving, Jaehyeon had nothing more to say. Just do what you believe is right. However, Jaehyeon didn't have time to act because he always attached a reason. If you think you should do something, do it. It's not too late to think about the next thing after that. Jeeing. Ruina, Eindel shouted and looked at her daughter. It seemed that Luisa was trying hard to suppress her desire to be hugged right away. It's also because Jaehyeon said a moment ago that you should never move. It was also because he wanted to hide the fact that his illness had worsened. Anyway, Jaehyeon's treatment continued. Ruina's condition gradually improved. Lars couldn't help but be horrified to see this. How can humans use such high-level magic? Elves are basically a race that has a direct or indirect effect on runes, which are derived from magic. Along with the dragons, they were the pioneers of magic, and along with the now evil Odin, were the ones who developed it. However, even such people had never heard of healing the sickness caused by the manifestation of a godhead. It has never been dealt with in any literature. However, Jaehyeon did it skillfully. It was the reason why everyone couldn't help but be surprised. You've done this before. In the midst of that, Seoane was so lucky to see Jaehyeon sweating. This is how Hyoin saved her mother before. Seoina seemed to have already seen through everything that happened. It was also natural. At that time, An Hyoin's mother was already on the verge of death. That it would not last more than a day, the doctor said so, but the next day, his mother miraculously recovered. It was unprecedented, and Seoina thought Jaehyeon was behind it, a skill that healed itself. Sacrifice a skill copied from Yu Sung-yoon. Yu Sung-yoon said that he couldn't heal on Ho-yeon's mother with just that, but for some reason I thought it would be possible with Jaehyeon, if it is a reproduction. I thought it would be possible to solve the problem if it was Jaehyeon. Ina believed in Jaehyeon that deeply. It's almost over. While Jaehyeon continued the treatment for a long time, he stopped his hands for a moment. The eyes of the royal doctor Eindel and Lars who were watching him were all focused on him. Jaehyeon looked into Ruina's eyes and said, "Answer me one thing, then I will treat you, it will make you walk properly again." What? Question, there is a deity in your body. It's not an outsider's, only four. How is that possible? Are you an ally? Ruina's pupils constricted. Jaehyeon's eyes see right through her. She opened her mouth slowly. I am, chapter 350, a direct descendant of the royal family. The power to rise to the highest position given to those who have transcended one species. Whoever obtains it can be called a god and is respected by everyone. That is the godhead, and it is what everyone in the world aspires to. But are there any beings who are born with such a status? Jaehyeon had never heard of this from anyone else. Besides the genius girl that Jaehyeon saw, Ruina's personality was different from the others. Your body can't contain it. That's why I got sick. It's completely different from when An Ho-yeon's mother was. At that time he had been poisoned by a godhead by someone else and fell into a state of drowsiness, but now it was definitely different from then. Aside from how Ruina got her temper, it was questionable why she fell into addiction like she is now. If it's a power you can't handle, you shouldn't be able to use it at all. But why does her body keep pumping out steam? Why are you destroying yourself? The girl who was supposed to give the answer slowly opened her mouth. Did I tell you that your father died? Akae, they said it was killed by humans by Einherjar, Jaehyeon said. Ina was a bit surprised because she did not know the details of the incident. She finally realized why Lars had been so rude to Jaehyeon. Repulsion and disgust towards the race of humans who killed his father. Maybe that's what motivated him, with an even greater sense of inferiority. My father told me when he died, Odin will now swallow everything in the world, but there is no one among us who can properly handle the power of the direct line yet, lineal power. It is the power passed on to the elven royal family that Seo and Eindel had heard before. To put it simply, it must have meant Ulfheim's sword. Does it have anything to do with your body? Ruina let out a small sigh and wiggled her hands. There has to be, a direct descendant of the royal family. I am the one who was born with that power. What? Jaehyeon couldn't help but be taken aback when the unexpected answer came back. Deep down, he thought that Seo In-na was a direct descendant of the royal family and had something to do with him. Didn't Eindel say that only the direct line of the royal family could use Ulfheim's sword? But in fact, Ruina was a direct descendant. Really? Is that true? Eindel shouted and grabbed Ruina by the shoulder. Apparently she, the king, did not know much about him either. Yes, mother, I am sorry, direct descendant of the royal family. I am the one who inherited that power. It's true that I was born with strong strength, but I was too weak. I just couldn't handle the power. So all this time my father developed magic to transmit power to others in order to contain it. All this time you hid your strength from everyone. I don't want to lose my daughter in the name of responsibility. That's what my father said. Ruina looked at her with groggy eyes and continued. But my father passed away in the completion stage, and when my father disappeared, I lost the means to restrain my strength and I felt the pain of the case. That's right, so it was Louisa who was especially close to her father. As a mother, Eindel also had a bit of a sad side. Didn't the child follow the mother more closely? It was the same with his son, Lars. However, from the past, Ruina was closer to her father than to herself. The reason must have been there. Luna. Why didn't you tell me in the first place? Lars clenched his fists in anger, but it wasn't directed at Louisa. Anger at myself for not knowing the truth, that was just what worked. Shut up, Lars. In front of the patient. Lars said no more. I'm just angry that I'm in a situation like this, but I'm not angry with her. Didn't he say that in the first place? If you can only save one, ask to save one of the two other people. As much as he cares about his family, there will be no worries. Jaehyeon thought he had heard enough answers and continued the treatment. Not a long time passed after that. You have completed the treatment of the designated target. The sound of the system welcomed Jaehyeon, but then, can I talk to Seo In-na for a moment? Just the two of you? Seo In-na tilted her head but then nodded. She knew instinctively that Ruina's story had to do with her own growth and something that slept deep within her. Jaehyeon also nodded and got up from his seat. Let's get away for a while. You won't be sick in the future, so don't worry. Lars remembered his father's death and Einherjar, beings close to immortality who could not be easily killed even if they were cut down. The army of death, which was as tough as a drog, resilient like a troll, and boasted an absurdly large number of troops. They killed my father. He already knew that they weren't human, that my father was a little foolish. However, because he loved such a foolish father, he was able to follow his back. Louisa thought so too, but did it end up like this? He had to be perfectly honest with himself. If the father, however, he failed to do so and left Ruina in a sick state, Lars couldn't quite understand it. What is this and what should I do next? I couldn't understand anything. Then all of a sudden I felt my anger shifting to one side. Odin, why is he trying to take over the world? What does that mean for you? The world is wide. Each of the 9 worlds is so huge that many races live in harmony. But why would he put everything under Asgard? Why are you stealing someone else's laws? At that moment a voice came from behind. Min Jaehyeon, what's going on here? The tone quickly returned to normal. Also, this one is better. Jaehyeon groaned and sat down next to him. Perhaps you would have done that even if you were born with such a fragile body. Your father. Akue, I know. Lars was more docile in his attitude toward Jaehyeon than at the beginning. He now had weak trust in Jaehyeon. I had never felt this feeling even among elves. Lars felt a laugh leak out of him involuntarily, to receive comfort other than this from the object you hated the most. It wasn't very enjoyable, but I didn't hate it either. You know that I'm not here to comfort you, right, Akue? Everyone is waiting for you at the gymnasium. I'm the leader now, but you're leading them anyway. Is not it? At that Lars shrugged and stood up. When did you take it from me and say you're going to come back and give it back? Do you think I would accept that? Accept in sleep. I would have told you to be stronger to say that. Lars pretended not to hear what Jaehyeon said and headed for the gymnasium. There, other elves were already busy practicing the shaping of magic tools. It seemed that Jaehyeon's teachings were effective, and that he had a much better weapon in his hand than the one he had used before. Among them, there were soldiers who had already produced C-class weapons or higher. Lars took a deep breath, thinking he couldn't get behind. After that, focus your magic on your fingertips, thinking of Luisa as my father. Meanwhile, Ruina and Sioina are sitting on a small terrace and drinking tea. The swelling in Ruina's legs was almost gone. Like an elf, her recovery ability was very fast, but the most effective was the increase in her willpower and the effect of her reenactment skill. For some reason, Sioina didn't look unfamiliar with Ruina at all. I don't know why, but I should say it's a familiar feeling. It felt like his heart and mana, not just his face, were resonating with each other. The two drank tea for a while. It was Luisa who spoke first. A direct descendant of the royal family, you must have heard it from your mother, but it's still unfamiliar, right? Yes, please speak at ease. Jaehyeon Min does that too. Sioina's expression subtly changed at the strangely familiar tone of Jaehyeon, but soon returned to normal. Ah, your expression has changed. Do you like Jaehyeon? Sioina could not answer easily. It was because I wasn't used to bringing up such a story to someone I hadn't seen in a while. It's true that I like Jaehyeon, but talking in front of others is a different matter. However, Luisa had a smirk on her face. I guess so too, but what about this? I also fell in love with Jaehyeon. I fell in love. That's not Akage. Sioina muttered involuntarily and then covered her mouth. For some reason, it was easy for Jaehyeon to throw a fastball and actively step forward, but now it was different. When I heard that Kim Yoo-young likes Jaehyeon, I thought I was just waiting for a choice between friendship and love. Ruina really felt like a competitor, Sioina asked in a wary voice. Why do you like Jaehyeon? Yeah, first of all, he's handsome. He also treated my body. Oh, the house is all over now. If it wasn't Jaehyeon Min, Jaehyeon would like me more. That I've been confessed to before. Sioina's eyes subtly shifted and those words leaked out of her mouth. Of course, this was the story he had heard when changing the tragedy of Sigurd and Brunhild in the third layer. The confession I heard to clear the quest. But it's not a lie. It'll be fine, Sioina nodded her head slightly as she rationalized that. Luisa smiled mischievously. Whoops, humans don't live long anyway. Since Jaehyeon Min has attained the status anyway, he should be able to live with him. Then I will be the second wife. What? It was a story completely different from human common sense. As it turns out, it's not that rare in the world of elves. Sioina's brain became confused for a moment, but she didn't show it, and the two continued to exchange stories. That's when the two of them had a trivial conversation. Suddenly, Ruina put the teacup down and touched the end. Suddenly, a heavy voice escaped from her mouth. I think you might be wondering why you can use Ulfheim's sword. You may have heard of that power, but only the direct line of the royal family can use it. That's right. However, Angel still hasn't revealed the reason. Sioina-sama. Ruina suddenly raised her head and took her hand. She was laughing. I know that Sioina Min and Min Jaehyeon came from the future. The moment she heard those words, Sioina's eyes narrowed. Chapter 351 God of War Part 1. I know that Sioina Min and Min Jaehyeon came from the future. Sioina was shocked by those words and could hardly open her mouth. I couldn't guess how Ruina knew about this. Is it just a feeling? It was too accurate to say that. Is there a reason you thought so? Sioina asked as calmly as possible. It was nothing more than following Jaehyeon's usual routine, but it was an effective enough question. Ruina sighed and sighed briefly. Did I tell you earlier, my father died while developing magic to transfer his powers to others? I heard you, because that magic transcends time, and it was a magic that conveyed the power of elves to other races other than elves, so I thought Jaehyeon came from the future. Indeed, if that's the case, that explains it. In fact, most of the magic belonging to the transmission system is passed through one leg to a creature similar to itself, or to those with power equivalent to it. However, at this time, it is impossible to transfer magic power to an elf with the same character. If so, Louis's father would have tried to pass on the direct power of Louisa to humans, the race most similar to elves. However, in the process of transferring power to beings of the same time and space, there must have been many problems. The most difficult thing about magic was, of course, arithmetic. Also, calculating the time and specifying the coordinates of the space was particularly difficult, and did not even dare to try. So the former king of the elves gave direct power to humans at random. That is to say, he delivered Ulfheim's sword. With such an ointment, Jaehyeon's strength came to dwell. It was magic close to awe that only the direct lineage of elves could have. Jaehyeon nodded slightly. If so, everything was back and forth. The fact that Jaehyeon has Ulfheim's sword, and that she can handle the pendant and direct power even though she is not an elf at all. That means the power I possess was originally yours. That's right, but its power is still incomplete. Saying that, Ruina stretched out her hand and lightly let her mana flow. Overwhelming power is gathered from the branches of magical power that are weakly mixed. Even at first glance, it had a character almost similar to Jaehyeon's. Jaehyeon watched him quietly and asked, "Why? Because Jaehyeon's power is only half. I haven't been able to transfer all my powers yet. You must have felt it when training with your mother, that Ulfheim's sword doesn't work properly." I definitely felt it. It felt like being blocked by a wall. Jaehyeon stuttered and recalled the time. When Angel was teaching her, she acutely felt her own inadequacies. However, it was not due to lack of talent or imperfection. It was as if her fundamental strength itself was lacking, as if that feeling was holding her back. Angel also said, "It's strange, I'm sure Anae's power is Ulfheim's sword, however the current power is too low. The real Ulfheim's sword should be at least 3 times as powerful as this." Jaehyeon returned from her thoughts and felt warmth along with her voice. "That is why." Ruina didn't let go of Jaehyeon's hand and began to slowly pour her power into Jaehyeon's body. Divine attribute magical power and rank, it was also the same as what Jaehyeon was dealing with. For whatever reason, it must be that in the process of power transmission, not all power was transmitted to you. The power wasn't transmitted. You will need me to complete the power. I will cooperate. That person, you want to help Jaehyeon, please. After Jaehyeon said that, she began to accept her power. Ruina said even so, time would be tight, but she was determined to do something about it. Tyr, the god who commands the army of demons, is approaching. The opponent Jaehyeon himself said was stronger than himself. They were marching towards this place, bearing the fishy musk. For a moment, Jaehyeon fell into the illusion that the ground was shaking. It was only 2 days later that I could confirm that the sensation was not wrong. There is a man called the God of War. There is a person called the God of Justice. When he moves, all the monsters follow him, forming countless armies, and the screams and deaths of countless people follow. So we call them like this, Tyr. Everyone march. I will capture the capital city of Ulfheim. Tyr's harsh voice bursts out. Then the peaceful city of the elves comes into his field of vision. It looked like he couldn't stand it because he was looking forward to how much fun he would have prepared. However, he did not know presence of reappearance, what a mere human existence will cause to oneself. After 2 full days, Royal, an enemy is coming. Are you all ready? Yes. At Jaehyeon's words, the elven knights raised their swords in unison and settled down in perfect order. Of course, Lars was there too. After 2 days of training, they completely trusted Jaehyeon. As a result of working hard, as he said, a new level was seen every moment. This was because the elves were growing close to their limits. There were no mistakes in the past that were ignored because they were only human beings. Those who are already in front are beings who have released 3 levels of status as a captain. Among them, it was even nicknamed Liberator. Well, he himself said that he was cheesy and told him to shut up right away. Captain, Tyr's army seems to be trying to break through the capital city in a straight line. It is expected that there may be more wolf-type witches ambushed in the forest. Akure, if that's the case, he's a bastard enough to do that. He's not interested in anything other than winning. He could do something ungodly at any time. Be careful. Yes, Jaehyeon gave the order and prepared to greet him at the front door. Tyr is the god of war. He is good at all kinds of tactics. Perhaps after the war begins, the Witchbeast army will raid the rear and front lines of the elves. It is an enemy that cannot be easily dealt with. Moreover, this time it is a grand battle. You cannot win by winning only yourself. In the end, it meant that if everyone couldn't fulfill their role in their place, it would be the end. In many ways, it was a difficult battle, however. Jaehyeon wasn't even playing those days. I searched for a way to become stronger, and now I am in the best condition. I'll win no matter what. It would be a difficult battle, but he was determined not to lose. I've already heard quite a bit. With these guys, as Jaehyeon prepared for the war, he clearly remembered one thing. Those who are here are already dead in reality. Even if you save them here and now, you can't be sure that they will survive in reality. But you have to do your best. Even if you may not be able to change it, don't regret it. Wasn't that the driving force that made me grow up until now? I will not tolerate any mistakes. He regained his composure and began to move. Let's go. Lars Nerd takes over the second squad and starts in the back row. I get it, then live and see you again if possible. With that said, the two started running on different paths. Jaehyeon is the main gate through which Tyr advances, and Lars attaches to the back row and prioritizes long-distance support. Also, if he ever gets into trouble, he has to do something behind the scenes. Either draw attention or keep the rear. Of course, he had no intention of sacrificing himself, but for victory it was best for Jaehyeon to stand in the vanguard. Let's start with a light greeting. At that moment, Jaehyeon put his hands on the floor. Numerous black monsters like dots came from the front like clouds. Their eyes are shining red, krrrrrr. The types of demons were indeed diverse, from goblins to dragons. They were all corrupted and controlled by Tyr. I have already heard that the soul has been taken away and cannot be returned to its original state. Jaehyeon put his mana on it and let it flow strongly once. Active skill Earthquake LV5. As the Earth's axis was broken, countless demons and barriers were created. However, if it was going to stop there would be no reason for Jaehyeon to stand in the vanguard. He quickly followed and cast his magic. Active skill Formation of Magic Tools is activated. Krrrrrr. It was when Jaehyeon held Bomung in his hand. Column 1. A black dragon soars above Jaehyeon's army and begins to emit flames downward. The desperate voices of the soldiers were heard. Captain, a dragon, don't worry and protect the ground. After saying that, Jaehyeon activated a leap in the air and soared into the sky. A series of natural movements as if stepping on a stepping stone. It meant that Jaehyeon's skill proficiency had greatly improved. Jaehyeon smiled and looked ahead. Good, I just wanted to try it and it worked. Then he put strength into the sword in his hand. Bomung, after seeing Sigurd's memories recently, the strengthened armor glows. Jaehyeon thought, a sword that boasted the best effect against dragons. What if you attack the dragon with Bomung, who has become a myth? He grinned and then the system sound was heard. Active skill Advanced Great Sword. Jaehyeon's swordsmanship, including his swordsmanship, had all reached an advanced level. The power that rode up from the hand slowly settled into the sword and soon settled into Bomung, creating a ripple. A sword that slashes dragons. Its power is exerted to the limit and passive skills are also activated. Passive skill Dragon Slayer Myth is activated. Attack power against dragon monsters is maximally calibrated. Along with the sound of the system, Jaehyeon's whole body is filled with red energy, transcendent. In other words, the divine spirit and the primordial mana are mixed, and the express swordsmanship begins to shoot toward the enemy as it is. Chya. The dragon, which was gliding to avoid the sword path, spread its wings. It was to change the direction of the air current. However, this was to no avail. I'm going to do it like Sigrun did to me in the past. Jaehyeon was controlling it by injecting detailed mana into his sword strike. Just like Sigrun had done in the past, he was manipulating the grain of the wind and accurately changing the trajectory of his attacks. Death Sword. It was a skill that only the Valkyrie chief could use to pursue those who committed crimes. Jaehyeon was imitating it at least similarly. Jaehyeon knew that his sword would reach the enemy accurately. Wow. With a huge explosion, the dragon's huge body, unable to dodge the attack, began to fall rapidly toward the floor. Jaehyeon shouted, "Avoid everyone, the dragon is falling." The elven knights split like the Red Sea according to Jaehyeon's words in perfect order as if they had been waiting for those words. They had already become subordinates who faithfully followed Jaehyeon's words. With a satisfied expression on his face, Jaehyeon is now at the end of the enemy camp. I remembered being on a horse. Tyr. What kind of expression will the god of war and justice have after losing his dragon? Jaehyeon was thinking of going to check this from now on. Chapter 352 God of War Part 2 A god standing in the middle of the battlefield crinkles his forehead. Tyr, he had just witnessed an unbelievably shocking sight. A dragon, one of the highest class races he handles. Such a beast was caught in a single sword attack and lost his life. Although Tyr had gone through many wars, he had never experienced anything like this. He couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Tyr collected his thoughts. In order to resolve the current situation, it was at least the priority to find out the identity of the person who fired the sword. However, I don't have any information about him. If so, it is important to find out as soon as possible. Tyr cast magic in his vision and began to scan the elves in the distance. No matter how much I think about it, it's strange. Tyr's eyebrows crinkle and doubt seeps through his face. When he first received the preliminary report, he had never heard of an elf with this level of strength remaining in Ulfheim. That's why at most he brought only 3 monster troops. He thought he could easily win the battle. However, this is obviously an unexpected result. A dragon cannot be subjugated easily, even if it is Tyr, a strong man who handles magical beasts. It's all the more so because they have intelligence, and there are also some people who have dignity. In the first place, they are one species, not monsters, so there are even more difficult ones. However, losing that kind of power in an instant, I couldn't help but feel annoyed. I don't know who it is. The sword attack earlier was fired by someone who was at least level 3 of liberation. I have to find out. Even in the midst of that, Tyr prepared his mind and continued to be vigilant. One of his nicknames is God of War. His ability in war is truly outstanding. Reading the battle situation, leading troops, and killing enemies were his specialties. A sudden change like now was also a frequent occurrence for him, unless the enemy has the same rank as you or has a lot of top-notch artifacts. At least he won't be defeated. Let everyone clear the way, I guess I'll have to do it myself. Tyr shouted in a mana-filled voice, then the road opened. Knights of the enemy camp every time he took a step, the elves' bodies began to tremble. It was because of his overwhelming momentum and divinity. However, even in the midst of this, there is someone who does not move and waits for Tyr. It was Min Jaehyeon, the enemy. Tyr said while looking at Jaehyeon with a sympathetic expression, "It is you." He took out a longsword from his bosom and held it in his hand. "The guy who cut down my dragon with one shot," Jaehyeon replied with a smile. Then, Jaehyeon had just encountered Tyr in the war. Seoine was also doing her best in training. He has been putting in all his efforts to strengthen Ulfheim's sword and is struggling to get the rank to deal with Heimdall and the top-tier monsters. Beside her are Pappy and Ratatosk, Jaehyeon said a while ago. Apparently, since Tyr is an enemy who can handle the beast, it would be better not to let Pappy fight him until he grows up a little more. To prevent an unfortunate event in which control is taken away by Tyr, he said it would be better to choose the safest method. Moreover, Ratatosk has almost no talent in combat. There was no reason to take him. Seoine is also weak against Shinhwa. It was better to stick the two of her by her side in order to survive anyway. I have to go quickly. You better not think too impatiently. From generation to generation, because the adversary believes in Seoinanim. Do you believe it? Yes. If that's not the case, could you be sure that Seoina-sama will remember you? Seoina was lost in thought for a moment at Ratatosk's words. It was as he said. At that time, Jaehyeon was unwilling to use arithmetic to save himself, because the two of them had to remember each other somehow at the last moment of the end. It would have been better to get rid of the part that was the slightest bit problematic. However, Odin's intervention created a variable, and Jaehyeon believed in himself and wrote the ticket to change the scenario and came to Goseong for himself. It was something that could not have been done without a certain amount of faith. Jaehyeon trusts me, I know, so I'll try harder. Seoine made up her mind again. It is true that I am worried about him who is fighting on the battlefield right now. Liberation Stage 4, this is because it is a state that has not even been reached. It was she who knew that Jaehyeon could die there, but now, feeling impatient, I can't ask for anything. With a calm mind, Seoina raised Ulfheim's sword, then used the artifact and enhanced the skill once. The glow permeates the sword more and emits a brilliant and transparent light. She didn't stop there. He amplified his magical power by using the divine mirror he had brought beforehand. Ruina and Angel helped her in this process. Jaehyeon Nim is strong. But he won't be able to do it alone. Ruina breathed magic into herself and said so. Seoine nodded. I can't put all the burden on you. If it becomes too much, you can give up. Angel said so again. Seoine shook her head. We have to go upstairs. The two elves probably couldn't understand the meaning of those words, but it didn't matter. Seoine was just doing the best she could. After seeing her determined expression, Ruina took a deep breath. Then she began to hand over some of her magic to Seoina little by little. It was the power to have as a direct descendant of the elves' royal family and the final puzzle to complete Ulfheim's sword. It's probably a power I don't need. Luisa said that and smiled. Ruina, Seoinanim, then please find my husband. She stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. Seoina decided to understand her mischief this time, because she is also doing her best to save Jaehyeon. Seoina continued to concentrate on concentration. Magical power takes the form of a sword, and it glows again with a brilliant light and then turns off, repeating, slowly taking a new shape. It was slowly crossing the borders of the outside world, although the human body was too weak to contain the case. Thanks to the magical power Ruina gave her, Seoine was gaining a little bit of divine status, although she was weak. Even though it's much weaker than Jaehyeon's. I can do it too. Seoine thought so and concentrated all her strength. A single drop of sweat ran down her forehead. Blood spurts and floats in the air, then sinks to the floor. Jaehyeon said he was cut, and he could immediately realize that Tyr had attacked him. As expected, it's fast. An attack that grazed the waist. It was probably an attack aimed at the ribs. Intuitive attack. It was an attack to a part that would never have been targeted unless it was intended to kill the opponent with a single blow. You are a useful human being. Tyr crossed his arms. What are you, human? Why are you helping the kingdom of elves? Because I hate you so much. At Jaehyeon's immediate reply, Tyr laughed as if he was having fun. I don't think it's good to give up one's life for that reason. Yes. But it is useless worry. At the same time as Jaehyeon spoke, he put strength into the hand holding the bomung and lowered it horizontally. As much as that speed, it was not at all lagging behind Tyr. Chut. Bomung pierced Tyr's armor and sliced through his flesh, leaving a slight scar. As a result, Jaehyeon and Tyr are able to exchange a sum of money with each other. Jaehyeon laughed. I have no intention of dying. You really have the ability to make fun of yourself in front of God. Jaehyeon laughed at his words. Ironically, the enemy began to acknowledge his growth. Then I felt my heart pounding and my heart beating. Blood boils. This feeling was not often experienced, something you can feel right before death or when you see beyond your limits. It was the same moment as now. Chow chow. As the moment of time passed slowly, Jaehyeon and Tyr's sword dance began to cut each other's shallow places little by little. Just like peeling a fruit. The swords of the two godheads intertwine and wound each other's bodies. 1 and 2 felt more immersed in the battle. Even Tyr is enjoying the battle with Jaehyeon from the bottom of his heart. My body trembles with the faint feeling of joy. Lars, who was watching this, shouted at the soldiers. The captain has tied Tyr's feet. Let's hurry up and defeat the witch beasts. Wah! Lars and the second squad at the rear passed Jaehyeon's first squad and moved forward. They went through special training to kill demons. I was told to use the spear mainly, and the shape of the magic tool was properly taught. It will be able to show proper performance in battle with the demons. You'll do fine, that Lars, even though he has a dirty personality. It's just something to write. Objectively, none of his peers are on such a level. Lars is strong, because he is not strong compared to himself, and because he is weak compared to Aesir, he is only depressed. The moment he realizes that fact, the battlefield will slowly turn over to this side. You seem to be thinking too much during the battle. The moment Jaehyeon thought was short. A huge scar appeared across Jaehyeon's shoulder. It doesn't miss the gap even in the very moment. That was the scariest thing about Tyr. Seeing the blood dripping down his right arm, Jaehyeon smiled faintly. Akoe, if you are close to the supreme god of the Aesir, you should do this much. At that moment, Jaehyeon briefly recalled Sigrun's story. Even though she was an enemy, she lost her family and was abandoned by Tyr. It was left deep in Jaehyeon's mind. A killer who goes to war to satisfy his desires. Jaehyeon knows the true nature of him who is called a war hero. So I will go upstairs, I will kill you here. Jaehyeon was thinking of killing him here. I was convinced that if I did that, I would be able to achieve what I wanted. Your future. Jaehyeon picked up his breathing and brought his fighting style closer to the limit. It disappears from here. He thought of the time when the first system message came to his mind after he reached the 4th floor. At that time, the system spoke clearly, transferred a climber across the timeline to an ancient elven kingdom 10,000 years ago. Jaehyeon paid attention to this. This was obviously because it was different from the message that had been delivered from the 1st and 3rd floors. Yggdrasil regenerates the memories of the Golden King, the owner of the hierarchy. Yggdrasil plays the story's epilogue. Jaehyeon felt an unknown sense of incongruity. It was strange. Is this really just an illusion shown by Yggdrasil? I had a sudden thought. Quest hidden clear conditions. If you think about it, it was strange from that point on. If it's just replaying memories of the past, how can one person be saved with a clear reward? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. This ultimately means one thing. This is the actual past, and Yggdrasil sent herself and Cona to the past timeline. That means, here it was the same as meaning that if he killed Tyr himself, he would die in the future as well. Jaehyeon's eyes are directed at the giant god standing in the middle of the battlefield. Chapter 353 God of War Part 3 Timeline of the World. Jaehyeon is well aware of that. Because it's a story you've already heard. He didn't even know why he was able to return, but at least it's certain that there is a way to interfere with the timeline. Because you are the proof Jaehyeon actually returned to the past and is here 11 years back in time. A 27-year-old D-class martial fighter radar. I turned back that time and arrived here. Although it was not an easy task, Jaehyeon has worked hard so far. And now I was able to grow to the point where I could compete with Tyr. It's about time. The value of that power is enormous. The first time Jaehyeon saw the quest window for this layer. The system said it would not give Jaehyeon any compensation for clearing. Jaehyeon could finally understand the reason for that. Because if I save everyone here and now, they will be alive 10,000 years from now. History change takes place, Jaehyeon kept thinking over and over again. There are many timelines, but in the end, only one world remains as orthodoxy. That too was known. That's why Yggdrasil is testing his potential, whether you can change the tragedy of the past for yourself by using the enormous power of fate. He was also asking if he could move forward. If you stop Tyr and save Ulfheim here, you can revive the kingdom of the elves. We will be able to fight alongside them again in the future. With Ulfheim's help, it will be one of the great cards in Ragnarok. It must be on a level comparable to any other mythical level item. Jaehyeon perfectly grasped Yggdrasil's intentions. And if he wanted to, he would do as he expected of him, because he said your future disappears here. Kill. It may have sounded like an odd provocation to Tyr, but at least it wasn't to Jaehyeon. It's ridiculous. I'm going to tell you not to be vigilant. From now on, are you ready? Activate the active skill sacrifice. Perfectly healed the user, skill proficiency increases. Jaehyeon lightly activated the skill and healed his wounds. Watching this, Tyr smiled as if he was having fun. I thought he was a swordsman, but he's also quite talented in magic. I don't think it's a compliment. If you don't do one thing right, your eyes go to the other. It would be foolish to deal with me with mediocre skills. Jaehyeon laughed at that. He was originally a wizard. In the past, he was a martial artist who used a sword, but now he is a wizard. In addition, the use of swords has continued until now. Past experiences were not to be ignored, even if it was from a D-class martial arts. Jaehyeon did not think that he was weak because he was biased to one side. He also has a heal skill. He also has various weapons. There were still many cards that he hadn't revealed to himself. Be careful not to make a mistake. After turning the sword once, Jaehyeon blew magic into the greatsword. Enchantment, the magic of the lightning attribute was poured into it. Manifestation of Godhead. Along with that, the electric shock that numbly rode up through the whole body penetrated the sword. Jaehyeon didn't waste time and immediately approached the enemy and drew his sword. Kiang, the swords of the two beings collide. However, the destructive power was of course stronger in Jaehyeon. A longsword might have the upper hand in agility, but destructive power was nothing compared to a greatsword. The power, it's worth using, then speed. Tyr lowered his sword at an angle and let it flow, then climbed Jaehyeon's neck and raised the longsword vertically. However, Jaehyeon had already expected this. Moreover, one thing Tyr was mistaken. Better than you. Jaehyeon laughed and immediately replaced his sword with Nidhogg's fangs. He held the sword in reverse and slashed the sword as it rode up his neck. Then he thrust his sword straight through Tyr's shoulder. I am faster. Big, Tyr's brow crumpled more ferociously than ever before. It was the first time in his life that he had been hurt by a human. What is this? I told you, Jaehyeon smiled coldly. Your future is disappearing from here. Lars succeeded in wiping out half of the enemies. It was thanks to the efforts of the soldiers who were trained by Jaehyeon and achieved magical achievements. Lars wholeheartedly acknowledged Jaehyeon's ability, chest deep. His skills were the same. To show a battle like that against Tyr. He's also using magic freely, how can you? No matter how you look at it, Jaehyeon was fighting Tyr on equal footing. This was a level that could not even be dreamed of unless you were one of the strongest in Nidhogg or the Nine Worlds. I knew Jaehyeon was strong, but I didn't expect it to be this level. No matter how much I think about it, that guy is completely beyond my expectations. His defeat was understandable. Then he realized that in the fight at the gymnasium, Jaehyeon hadn't even used 1/10 of his strength against him. Reproduction is strong, incredibly. But even if it's equal, the number of enemies is greater. As expected, Lars quickly fell into worry. Rather, Jaehyeon was not worried. However, the problem was that there were too many enemies. That was bad news. Even at first glance, each monster is on a level comparable to that of an elite elf knight. But the number was well over 3 times. Although there are magicians who heal from the rear, the same goes for enemies. Orc shamans and the like are quite good, though not as good as elves in their magical achievements. Perhaps if they do their part, their chances of winning are slim, but that doesn't mean I can't let all my people die here. Everyone don't be afraid, cut the enemy. And go forward, Raz shouted and faced the strongest demon beast in the battle line. As he showed his best efforts, the knights standing behind him also ran to protect Lars, even though they were frightened. I will protect the kingdom and take back Ulfheim. With that kind of heart, they held swords and spears with earnestness and dealt with the witch beast. However, countless elves were torn apart by demonic beasts and had their necks bitten off. His head was split and he was crushed to the point of futility. Lars stepped on the corpses of those people and moved forward. There was nothing I could do, the present self. No, I am weak, Lars. You will be strong, become a king who loves everyone regardless of race. Haha, of course, if you lack talent, your sister Louisa might become king. It was something my father once said. Remembering that time, I am swinging my sword. Because there is a human being who fights to prove that his father is not wrong. So I am working hard not to fall behind. Now there is no sound in a state of trance. All I could hear in my ears were the clashing of swords and the growling of enemies. and there was only the roar of the battle between Jaehyeon and Tyr. As the battle continued over and over again, I felt an inexplicable sense of exaltation. It was clearly digging into my lungs. It made my heart beat and reminded me of my lack. I think I know now, reappearance. What he said I lacked, it is the heart to keep, hard heart, what doesn't shake. Without it, I felt inadequate now. I felt nervous about not being strong. It made me sensitive and tried to break it. If I did my best, I would accept it even if I died here. I now swing my sword with that thought in mind. The more you use the sword, the sharper it feels. Of course, along with it, you feel the pain that your arm will fall off and your wrist will tear, but you have to endure that too. I have to do it now, even for that guy fighting in front. Tyr in the current timeline has heard that the adversary is attacking the fourth floor of Yggdrasil. He carefully examined Hyunjin's recent movements. The place where Hyunjin was last discovered, it was a library. A library full of books located in the very center of Asgard. This is actually a very special space that only God can enter. It means that even if it is Odin's crow, Hyunjin is not a place to come and go. However, he visited this place without permission from Odin. Maybe it means something is bothering me. There are things that other gods cannot say. He's looking into it, Tyr quickly realized. Soon, he lightly breathed on his magic power and began arranging the books in the order in which they were recently placed. Books floated in the air and soon began to be organized one by one. This is because recently used items can be sorted in reverse order using magic, as it is now. It is a backward tracking magic that deals with light time. Of course, if this was the case, it would have been easier for him to have a servant do it instead of doing it himself. It seems that there is something that Odin as well as I have not revealed. It would be great if we could catch the tail here. The thought of wanting to peel off Hyunjin's dirty mask was Tyr like a chimney. Also, in order to avoid Odin's crow's eye, he needed to organize his library and find his weakness. Maybe I'll get the power to crush Odin again. No matter what, only I should know this fact. He piled up the books Hyunjin had read and looked through them, trying to find what they had in common. Eventually, after spending about 2 hours there, he was able to gather some information. First of all, the books he read were all related to the history of the past and Ragnarok. The second is that you can't read all of the books yourself. It was that there was a part where the traces of broken letters remained. There can be no wrongly printed books in Asgard's library. The books here are all treated with high-level magic. Even so, why are there traces of broken letters? It was completely incomprehensible. Tyr continued to examine only the part where the letter was broken. The part where a being appears among the marked parts of several books. When I looked, the letters were broken here and there. Strangely enough, there was a story written about a human being. Like a novel, it never existed in his memory. A story of a man's heroism. In the past, a human existed. Tyr sparsely read the indelible text. At the end of it, I felt him pause for a moment. Immediately, his body trembled. The first beings to attain the status of a human subject, we called them the adversaries. His last words hovered in the air and fell to the floor. Tyr's pupils constricted. Adversary, how did that name come from here? Chapter 354 God of War Part 4 All sorts of thoughts are floating in Tyr's mind, standing in the middle of an old book. Odin's raven, Hyunjin's true intentions, another human hero, the antagonist. It was because there was no answer at all as to what his true identity was. Of course, information that is unknown at this time. The broken letters were proving it. At that moment, Tyr felt a sudden sharp pain. A scar on his abdomen from 10,000 years ago. That's when I started to feel the pain. At the same time he felt it, the adversary, a faint intuition that he and the current situation might be related. You dare to talk about a human subject. Tyr's reaction was cold. It was an obvious mockery. It was a natural reaction for him. He is the throne of the Aesir. It is also a god who belongs to the highest level. But the weakest known human being tells him the same story. Are you bluffing that the future is gone? It was clearly suicidal. Jaehyeon in front of Hana was confident. It seemed like they had to kill Tyr here anyway. What to do now is clear. Kiang. The two swords sparked once again, aiming at each other's throats. Then the sword is swung in succession, a sword that targets the weakest part of the body one after another. It was proving the value of both beings like a hungry beast, strong, a state of awe that cannot be contained in such words. Lars and the elite knights watching this were also shocked. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon thought while fighting. There are too many enemies. Even though they are fighting right now with Tyr, if they eventually start to fall behind, the kingdom's capital will slowly fall. Kill Tyr as quickly as possible or find a way to overcome the situation itself. There was only one way. It was time for Jaehyeon to look at the battlefield where he started to be pushed back while thinking that way. Jaehyeon, a familiar voice came from behind. The owner was clear. Luisa. She was the princess of the kingdom who followed her especially well. Why is Ruina here? Jaehyeon hurriedly shouted. Lars understood that immediately. He looked back and ran quickly to prevent his sister from rushing into battle. He reached her side before he knew it and said with a furious expression, "Luna, why did you come here? I will fight with you, you're still. I am not a patient, it's all better now, and didn't you hear Jaehyeon? I can be of some help here." What she said was true, Louisa, Jaehyeon said while treating her. "You are a rare genius, it's good enough to say that my magic talent is the best ever." That wasn't wrong. She already had the qualities to be one of the strongest here, except for the power she shared with Seoane. It meant that if you just bloomed your talent, you could have at least the power of Roz. Thanks to Jaehyeon's overflowing strength, it became easier to move around, and it was possible because he had more natural talent than Lars. "I know that Ruina can be useful on the battlefield, and that you can become stronger than me." But still to him she is his own sister. It was nothing more than a family member who was a patient. Memories of the past are not easily diluted, that's why he still considered his younger brother as an object to protect. Even though I now know that's not the case. "Ruina, I know. Lars was almost begging, putting his hand on Louis's shoulder. His head falls to the floor and a sad expression is made. "I wanted to keep as much as my family." But Louis's will was firm. "We will fight together, Luna." Then Jaehyeon's voice was heard. He was aiming his sword at Tyr. "You have to live even for the sake of the kingdom. I am more afraid of surviving alone than dying." At that moment Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. It was because he immediately realized the depth of her words. For the first time, Jaehyeon felt the excitement on his face. That was the moment. Tyr read his face and deployed his magic, GRRR. A small, nimble quadrupedal monster started charging at Lars. Knowing Jaehyeon was trying to protect them, Tyr attacked. "I'll break your mind first." Tyr thought so and smiled. "Certainly the person in front of me is strong. But he knows the weakness of the human race. They are overly emotional and take care of their family and colleagues. They make a valuable person even though they know that it can always be their weakness." It was also the weakest part of the reappearance Tyr was aiming for. Krurung. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed in an instant as the demon rushed at him. Jaehyeon couldn't react because he couldn't relax the hand holding the sword. Although he could fight with a whistle, it was because he couldn't stop him from controlling his demon beasts. Tadek. Even in the midst of that, the witch beast's run was quickly narrowing the distance toward Lars, him back. Seeing her brother exposed in a vulnerable state, Ruina unconsciously pushed her brother aside with her hand. "Ruina, what?" The attacking demon beast bypassed Roz and sprinted straight toward Ruina. Jaehyeon's eyes grew cold as he watched this. Will this tragedy ever repeat itself? That was the moment. He began to feel the familiar magical energy all over his body, and soon a smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. It was a laugh mixed with joy. Along with him, the demonic beast that was attacking Ruina, whose eyes were tightly closed, was pierced by a pure white sword and died. It happened in a split second. Quang, quang, quang. The noise of something being stabbed into the ground was heard in succession, and the divine power that fell toward the enemies began to sweep away the demons. It was the power the elves had been waiting for. Even Lars, who had been pushed out, looked at the light floating in the sky in astonishment. "That's Ulfheim's sword." It was also dignified, and Ulfheim's perfectly completed sword appeared. A divine sword with a brilliant light and a more beautiful hilt and blade. It had much stronger magic power and character than Jaehyeon knew. Voice that followed. "Am I a little late?" "I see Seo-ina floating in the air with her white wings exposed." Jaehyeon looked up at the sky. In that moment I could see a person who changed dramatically. The appearance of Seo-ina floating in the sky is completely different from before. A figure with blonde hair and green eyes with white wings hanging from its back. She looked like an elf. It's not like that, it's exactly the same as the shape of an elf. Jaehyeon was convinced that the figure had something to do with the new power Seo-ina had. A little while ago, Ulfheim's central training ground where Seoina and Eindilruna used to be. Seoine was drenched in sweat and was concentrating all her nerves and spirits. It was to hone his own new skills and open the realm. "I have to do well. If I succeed, I'll be able to save both Ruina and Jaehyeon." A few hours to continue the painful time with that kind of heart, when the defense battle of the capital city gradually began to be on the defensive. Seoina was finally able to overcome her limits after spending a long time. Jiang. Through the power she received from Ruina, she gained status and reached a new level. This is another world that he has never felt before. It was itself. The other companions who went to the right side of the spiral tower only got a bowl and a small amount of money that could be obtained with the heart of the Black Dragon, but she was different. Having received the power of Luisa and Angel, she now has a complete godhood. Even if it was only the first step, it was in a state of awe. When she competed against Tyr's dark attribute beasts, she had a perfect advantage. As long as Tyr didn't attack her directly, the monster's level would be enough to crush her in an instant. She also felt it means that new changes began to occur in the body at the same time as one's new strength was filled. The passive skill, lineal descendant of the royal family, will bloom. Acquire the active skill, the second coming of the king, displays skill information. Passive skill, name, royal family rank. Myth blooms the power of the elven royal family that has been passed down from generation to generation. Each time you defeat a dark attribute enemy, a new stat called divine value is accumulated, and your rank rises accordingly. Active skill, name, return of the king rating. Myth receive the power of the ancient elven king and temporarily open the case to the limit. The operating value of divinity and magical power doubles. Only direct lineage of the royal family can be covered. This condition has been abolished for a limited time. The skill's time limit is 5 minutes. However, the user's appearance temporarily becomes that of an elf because the skill draws on the elf's power to use it when the skill is activated. The direct line of the royal family and the second coming of the king. Only Ulfheim's direct descendants of the royal family could use it, and Sioane learned help from Luisa and Eindel, and it was thanks to the effect of Ulfheim's pendant. Thank you, please change the fate of Ulfheim. At Eindel's words, Sioane nodded and began to fly towards the battlefield through her white wings to seek reenactment, and it was to finish the hellish war with Tyr, and now. She smiles as she looks down at Jaehyeon from above. Am I a little late? Are you okay? I was several days late. After exchanging brief greetings, Jaehyeon and Ine Seo began their own battles. She started sweeping away the monsters on the floor at once using numerous swords in the sky. Jaehyeon also continued to fight Tyr using magic and swords as if he would not fall behind. Tyr's eyes narrowed. This isn't good. It's a strange thing, a direct descendant of the royal family. I'm sure you've already heard that she can't use her powers. Was it wrong information? As far as he knew, the direct line of the royal family was in a situation where they could not exert their full power. Because the nature is weak. She fell ill again after being caught by Odin's trick, so I just let it go even if left alone. Isn't she destined to die? Besides, the elven royalty didn't even know who was born with the direct power. I thought there was no reason to go ahead and kill him, but what is that figure? Tyr saw a girl dominating the battlefield and slaughtering his demon beast. A pair of white wings fluttered, and with them countless Ulfheim's swords were thrust down. It was a force that even the enemy could not help recognizing. One strange thing was not only Ulfheim's sword. That look, it's different from the direct lineage I knew. It was an unfamiliar face. Even though she had the appearance of an elf, she clearly felt human magic in the woman who was attacking the witch beast. While Tyr looked away for a while, Fuwook, you shouldn't lose sight of it. You told me, didn't you? The sword of Jaehyeon was deeply lodged in Tyr's lungs. Tyr looked at Jaehyeon with a shocked expression. The sword, which had become lodged in his heart, slowly began to pour out blood along with pain. Chapter 355, The Storm of Frenzy. Hyuk, Tyr's painful voice leaked out with a short scream. You bastard! A sword lodged precisely in the lungs. This boasted a sharpness that could not easily be endured by Tyr, no matter how divine. A reproduction that has reached the third stage of liberation, because his divinity had already far surpassed that of the outside world. How on earth did a human have such power? The pain begins to radiate and the wound deepens. Jaehyeon smiled and pushed harder at his stomach to kill him here. I could feel Tyr's anger spreading clearly, but this level of discharge did not mean much to Jaehyeon anymore. Now he himself is a complete god. In addition, it is in a much stronger state than the original grade due to the correction of the artifact. Even if he now fights Tyr, he has a certain chance of winning. Moreover, not too long ago, Jaehyeon met Odin, overwhelming force. I met the Predator's eyes and realized it there, that it was absurd to be frightened by such an enemy now. Jaehyeon sighed and opened his mouth. Say it again. With those words, Tyr's expression changed completely. Jaehyeon's words continued, you die here. With a cold smile, Jaehyeon opened his magic with the opposite hand. From now on, he also intended to open up all of his strength to the limit and deal with the enemy. Tyr, hiding one's power in front of him is meaningless. Sutsut. Then he pours his divinity into it and harmonizes it. Gradually, the mana was dyed black, and changes began to occur in Jaehyeon's body. It was similar to what it looked like when the Red Moon Plateau was first opened in the past. If there is anything different from that time, only the right eye has turned into a reverse eye, not both eyes. The protruding blood vessels in the body have almost disappeared. And it was just that a more brilliant golden light began to seep from the left eye. Jaehyeon was barely keeping the line right now. He remembered the memory of breaking the crystal of the beginning of the past and going to the brink of runaway. The physical condition at that time could not be said to be good even with empty words. However, now he is facing an enemy that cannot be defeated without using the power of the time. Therefore, Jaehyeon decided to reproduce some of the powers of that time. It's difficult to open the Red Moon Plateau because he hasn't trained enough yet, but now he's trained his power to the limit. It wasn't that hard to take that risk now. If only for a little while suffice. Bang, Tyr pushed Jaehyeon back as he was stabbed by the sword. However, Jaehyeon reacted skillfully as if he knew this would happen. It reacted swiftly to the enemy's attack as if it had bent for a moment and bounced off. In addition, the enemy's follow-up hit was also kicked and neutralized. It was a one-on-one experience that had been steadily built up over the past time. Jaehyeon, of course, did not stop there. Active skill, life and death. Implement a huge dome that confines the designated target and yourself. Life and death. It was a skill obtained through the item set effect on the VVIP floor in the past, and it was a skill that opened a huge dome and confined each other so that they could face enemies one-on-one. By the way, once the dome is open, only people with powers exceeding a certain level cannot enter it. Simply put, it meant that the enemy could be isolated. Jaehyeon smiled, Tyr. He's strong, but he's never going to be able to guarantee victory when fighting him one-on-one. Currently, Jaehyeon is already recognized by the gods. In order to increase the probability of winning the most, I tie Tyr. That was Jaehyeon's conclusion. Following do-do-do, the huge dome opened and began to imprison Tyr and Jaehyeon, leaving countless soldiers behind. Jaehyeon said while watching Tyr's face crumple in real time. Now let's talk about it alone without the other kids. This bastard. A swear word burst out of Tyr's mouth, unbelievably harsh for a god. It is unthinkable that he is a god infinitely close to the best of the Aesir. It was such a harsh speech. It was natural. Right now it was clear that he had been humiliated by that human. That guy, if it's one-on-one, I guarantee that he'll be able to win perfectly against me. Dare, it was an unacceptable treatment for him, the supreme god who always sat on high places, human arrogance against a god of war justice. Disrespect, that's too much. However, Tyr's stomach was already stained red as he screamed. Even his whole body was dyed purple by the power of Nidhogg's fangs. It was because no matter how high he was not resistant to Nidhogg's poison. Jaehyeon had expected this from the beginning. You're using low numbers. It's not what you say. Jaehyeon smiled as he felt his dislike for Tyr grow, a chillingly cold smile. It was full of contempt. Let's finish now. After losing his luck, Jaehyeon took another leap forward. Tyr, conscious of Jaehyeon closing the distance, threw a long spear he took out from the subspace, a spear with formidable destructive power. It was at a level where Jaehyeon had no choice but to distance himself without doing his best to block it. No matter how much a god of war handles monsters, the strong are the strong, the arrogance that oneself can be beaten. Tyr was about to launch the spear with that arrogance. However, Jaehyeon smiled. Without slowing down, he just laughed. Active skill Shadow Fairy Tail. At the first hit of Shadow Fairy Tail, the evasion effect is activated and the enemy's spear is accurately shed. This made it possible to continue the reenactment floating in the air. Tyr's face was stained with astonishment. Jaehyeon did not intend to come down with the corner of his mouth raised. Along with him, Seoane and Ruin Araz. Everyone's hands are tightly clasped if Jaehyeon's attack hits. If the attack that was being launched now could reach it, we might be able to win. Maybe you can keep it because he knew that, but then. The surest principle of war is one. A heavy voice fell, and a mean laugh formed at the corners of Tyr's mouth. Something quickly fired along with him, and he blocked Jaehyeon's attack instead. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. That moment. Jigsaw, the subspace began to slowly crumble. A barrier created by life and death, it started to fall apart. Nonsense, Tyr and I on this battlefield. Are there other people close to that level? The condition for breaking the barrier was obviously the intervention of a similarly powerful person. Jaehyeon felt goosebumps rising. This must have been exactly what Tyr expected. After a while, Jaehyeon found out who broke the barrier. What appeared before his eyes were none other than familiar beings with wings. It was Valkyrie, a large army made up of them. Moreover, the one who destroyed the dome was at least a superior being on a level similar to Sigrun. The moment Jaehyeon's nerves were on edge, words leaked out of Valkyrie's mouth. Tyr. As you commanded, I have received a request for assistance. Akae, you're a little late. Punishment will come later, so first of all these humans and elves. The corners of Tyr's mouth draw an arc, his lowly lips twitch. Kill him? Along with the voices, the screams of the elven soldiers drowning in grief came from under the broken barrier. What? Suddenly, an unidentified enemy. Why is Valkyrie here? The bewildered voices of the soldiers. The situation was getting worse. Jaehyeon's conversion attack missed and the enemy suffered deep wounds, but he was still alive. But there was a bigger problem than anything else. It's a reproduction and a stand. The time was drawing near for both of them to reap the power that had brought them to their limits. In such a situation, the number of enemies increased again. What? Where the hell did that number of enemies? While Jaehyeon was thinking about it, Tyr laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it is a large-scale teleportation portal that is the pride of Asgard. I've been prepared for times like this. How is it? Do you think you can kill me even now? As his words fall. Someone's moan erupted from behind Jaehyeon. Woman's thing, that too was familiar. Aindel, Hugh. A Valkyrie's sword pierced the heart of the king of the elves. The person who killed her was a being wearing a different helmet than Sigrun, but it was a being close to the third stage of divinity liberation. By the way, the one who broke the life-death of reappearance is also an existence that has reached the third stage of liberation. An enemy that was difficult to deal with appeared in many places at the same time. Except for Jaehyeon, there is no one who can hunt them here. The reason Jaehyeon was able to show a good performance against the beast was because she always had the upper hand. However, Valkyrie is different. Although twisted, they possess divine attributes. It is a situation in which no mutual superiority can be expected. In such a situation, Jaehyeon is now in a state where she can hardly use her own season. The use time has become the floor. The worst thing that shouldn't have happened in this situation overlapped. Angel, the Valkyrie's sword had pierced her heart and she was slowly dying. As a result, the soldiers' morale began to sink, death of the king. It was a law of great influence in any war. Mom, mother, Lars and Ruina ran towards their mother. Jaehyeon fired an attack at the Valkyrie who killed Angel. Because the effect of the skill still remained, I was able to pull her back a little bit. Two children shed tears in front of their dying mother. Mother, what if I die like this? Mom, please come to your senses, please. Louisa was almost screaming. Lars thought for a moment. There is no way to reverse the current situation. Hope is all gone. I am weak. I can't do anything. Maybe no one here. Then Min Jaehyeon, his harsh voice suddenly burst out. At that moment, Jaehyeon heard the sound of the system in his ears. The conditions for clearing the first hidden quest are revealed. Sometimes stopping will open the way to go further. Jaehyeon's forehead wrinkled. The system, which had been silent for days and days, suddenly reacted. Even in a sudden situation like now, there must be a reason. But before that, there was something clearly left in Jaehyeon's mind. Angel is dead, the Valkyries have arrived, and countless elves are being slaughtered, the power to stop Tyr. You may no longer have yourself. That fact weighed heavily on Jaehyeon's shoulders. At that time, Jaehyeon recalled a conversation he had with soldiers he had trained for a while. It was time to continue training after letting them know that he had Odin's skills. At the time, Jaehyeon judged that he wouldn't be able to use Frenzied Storm because the skill was too powerful and difficult to handle. Actually said so. At least in this war, no, it's a skill that needs to be sealed when attacking the tower. I think it would be better not to wait. Its power is certain, but it can also entangle the people around it. Jaehyeon had no choice but to forbid the skill. However, the answer that came back was completely different from what I expected. Min Jaehyeon guard captain, it's awaken. If the worst comes, use magic. If it can kill Tyr, we will gladly accept death. They were already ready to accept death. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been able to say that to Jaehyeon. Even if it's painful, I have to do it. That moment. Jaehyeon's mouth was tightly shut. Along with him, the power that Jaehyeon had shown up until now goes off the rails once again. Yet, active skill Frenzy Storm is activated. This is a skill that the user cannot handle properly yet. Skills start running out of control. Blood slowly began to flow from Jaehyeon's eyes. He was sure most of the elves here would die, but nonetheless they would rather stop Tyr with their own deaths. Chapter 356 Lullaby of the End Part 1 A Mad Storm. Odin's feast quickly swallowed the ground, full of magical power and divine power. It didn't take long for the magic to expand its momentum. A sudden storm is wiping out all living beings on the ground. Jaehyeon's eyes were cold. It was the same with Sena that this could happen. I had already heard from Jaehyeon. Because of that, I knew how he made this decision. She couldn't do anything else to understand him so much. The raging storm does not discriminate between friends and foes, swallowed everything. Tyr's panicked voice leaked out at that overwhelming force. How did this happen? It must be Odin's magic. Jaehyeon took a step forward, ignoring his words. It would have been good for everyone if he had just died gracefully. The blood vessels around Jaehyeon's eyes began to stand out again. It is evidence of reflux. It meant that Jaehyeon was drawing his strength beyond its limits. Jaehyeon's face was also slowly turning pale. This is because the duration of the skill, which should have ended here originally, was continuously extended. It was the same situation as Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon sneered and activated Meteor and Frozen Earth to continue to break the momentum of the enemy. The effect is so high that both enemies and allies explode. Blood spattered. The blue earth and the sky are painted red, and unsettled emotions soar from the depths of the heart. Soon it formed a lump. It's not fun. Jaehyeon sincerely thought so. In fact, when he first arrived here in Ulfheim, he didn't think much of it. No matter how realistic this is, it is just a memory from 10,000 years ago. So whatever happens here, no problem, I thought so, but soon he realized, what you're experiencing right now is real. That they were sent directly to the past. Therefore, the existence in front of my eyes is indeed Tyr. Those who are here are all alive at this moment. If you step out, if we can stop Tyr's army, if you do that, the future will change. It is to be able to save the elves who were destined to die, so I tried with a desperate heart, but ultimately this is the price you have to accept. The second condition for clearing the hidden quest has been revealed. Choice sometimes weighs more than anything else. He had to choose. As the system said, will he save the lives of countless people in Ulfheim? Otherwise, you have to choose whether to kill Tyr, but it was a meaningless worry. Because it wasn't a choice in the first place. Because I can't do both with my current strength. Moreover, Valkyrie is also strong. No matter how strong Ane is, it is impossible to deal with Valkyrie right away. In the end, he kills Tyr by unleashing an imperfect skill with his own hands. That was the only ending that Jaehyeon could come up with, and it was a happy ending in a tragedy. At that time, watching the gust of wind, Tyr smiled once. "You are foolish." He quickly regained his smile and said while looking at Jaehyeon's skills, "You're trying to deal with me with power that's not yet at full strength." He realized Odin's mad storm that Jaehyeon is unfolding. It's magic that hasn't been properly refined. Even if it was fundamentally like Odin's, it could never come close to it. Odin has 5 levels, because he was at the top and Jaehyeon is still in his 3rd stage. The skill's effect of increasing the attack power of allies and active skills is also meaningful only when magic identification is possible. Clearly now skill is not being controlled. It devours all living things. Allies and enemies, all. You have no idea what that power means. That's why I'm being swayed by mighty power like now. If you overdo it there, you too will be swept away by the force. Akare, no, but there are times when you need to know. Jaehyeon said so and blew magic into Odin's lost eye. In the meantime, reddening mana was mixed. The mana he gained from breaking the awakening stone in the beginning permeated and gradually strengthened his power. An unfathomable degree of destructive power overflowed. Now Jaehyeon was like a glass filled with water right before it overflowed. It was exactly like running a marathon with it in your hand. It was easy to infer that the journey to the end would not be so easy. But even if it overflows, I have to do it now. Jaehyeon muttered that and confronted Tyr. The monsters and elves around them became bloody and entangled with each other. Tragedy. Scenes that could be called a tragedy were continuously created. Lars, who was watching this, started running towards Jaehyeon with his mouth shut. The reproduction he saw was obviously overdoing it. The reverse flow of mana was so severe that anyone who saw it could understand its seriousness. Jaehyeon is barely holding on against Tyr, but the answer is not coming out. Even during the battle, the enemy continued to increase. Even if Tyr's attack is blocked, Valkyrie's attack is added from the other side. Several other Valkyries joined forces to kill Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon managed to catch his breath, avoiding only fatal wounds. No matter how I thought about how to overcome this, I couldn't easily come up with it. Everything in sight turned red. It was due to the pupil on the right, which was turning black again from the blood. Jaehyeon was destroying himself once again. Cannot help it, now I have to use my field magic. However, if he did, he would be half dead. Everyone told me not to use that power again until I passed all the trials. Smur hella Jormungand, everyone said so, because Jaehyeon's field magic is too dangerous. Also the true identity of the sword sleeping in it, because it's also not clear. He said let's seal the power for the time being, but Jaehyeon wasn't the kind of person who could just ignore this situation. It was terribly hypocritical, but he was the one who had to protect his own. After all, there is only this. When Jaehyeon muttered like that, suddenly he felt someone grab his back from behind. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. Lars was there. Lars recalled what Jaehyeon had said in the past. If you could only save one person, who would you save? Then he said to himself who said that he was his family, you're weak and can't save anything. Hana himself said he could save at least one. So Lars came running, because I knew that Jaehyeon was overdoing it and that he was falling apart. He had to stop reappearing here. Min Jaehyeon, Lars called Jaehyeon with a trembling voice. Jaehyeon turned to empty pupils. He quickly grabbed Jaehyeon's shoulder and shook him. Lars' focus was hardly shaken in contrast to the representation. Lars thought with a faint smile, when Jaehyeon suddenly came here to save Ulfheim. Again, when he asked me to hand over the position of captain of the guards. At first I didn't want to admit it. Leave the kingdom of elves to humans, it was nothing more than a story about sinking your self-esteem to the bottom. He was the captain of Ulfheim's guard and his father. He had to become a great elf to succeed the king. Seongun who is recognized by everyone, but as time goes by, each time the lands of Ulfheim were subjugated one by one. He had a nightmare like the last image he remembers, his father dies by human hands. The face that pierces the heart of those who believe continues to come to mind. Ulfheim burns and all the fresh green earth collapses. Even in the midst of that, he constantly thinks about himself. Why couldn't he do anything then? So Lars wanted to be acknowledged this time. I haven't done anything since my father's death. Even though it was, I believed it would be different this time. Otherwise, he thought he would be embarrassed to see his father, so I repeated the training and continued to train myself. However, always the lack of talent caught his ankle. What you can do, from the beginning he did not reach the second stage of liberation because he was more talented than others. Just try, that was all that got him up there. Because of this, I always blamed myself for looking at those with talent. Why can't you just do that to make matters worse? Even Jaehyeon appeared in front of him, a human full of talent. The race that is said to be the weakest, and the race that can be said to be evil that killed his father appeared in front of him. So I couldn't admit it, because I have to protect the Elven Kingdom. Because you have to be stronger than anyone else. But as time goes by, and the more he experienced his strength, the more Lars couldn't help but admit it. Reproduction is strong. I don't know yet if he'll be able to save Ulfheim, but at least he's much stronger than himself. And if this operation succeeds, surely he will, not the weak self. Okay, I wasn't the right person for this role from the beginning. He was neither a benevolent king like his father nor a hero in an old story. Your own limits are here. Although I can say with confidence that I worked hard enough to wear out and worked harder than anyone else, even so he couldn't reach the realm. As if hidden behind a transparent membrane, his progress slowed every moment, because it slowly wears away from the weakest part of the heart. So he came in front of Jaehyeon. Stop. Jaehyeon asks how Lars got here. Also, I don't know why Ruina came here, but I froze for a moment at her changed expression. Lars' eyes were different from usual. It wasn't the eyes of someone who was provoking himself. The one who thought of his younger brother and talked about it was not the one who was proud of himself thinking of the kingdom. He was just trying to finish it. Jaehyeon had seen people with those eyes several times in the past. And I saw the end of those words several times. No, do not do that. Jaehyeon's eyes went out of focus. The face Lars is doing now, this was just before putting something down. It was also the face of Raider right before giving up his own life. In the past, when he was weak, Jaehyeon had to face it several times. Remnants of the past, such as the terrible trauma of running away. Lars faced Jaehyeon with an unwavering expression. You said it before, I don't know, but you can save one person. It was with the expression that he had made up his mind. If what you said back then isn't a lie, choose now. At those words, Jaehyeon's pupils trembled like aspen trees. Lars's meaning was clear, a person who will survive, not a person who will die. It was also a story about choosing only one person. It was the next moment when the system message came up with the final condition of the quest. Chapter 357 Lullaby of the End Part 2. If what you said back then isn't a lie, choose it now. As Lars spoke, his pupils were filled with light. A face completely different from before. He has made up his mind now. He now realizes what is right for his kingdom and for those he loves. Death. It's extreme, but one thing is for sure, the power to save someone. It is obtained from someone's death. If there is a sacrifice of his own, maybe Jaehyeon will save one person, as he said. At least he doesn't lie. He was that kind of person from the beginning. If he could buy some time now, he might be able to save one of his family members, as he boasted. He will help rebuild the Elven Kingdom again, and as his friend, he will somehow prevent the current war and tragedy. He had faith in clear representation. Laws. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon was also aware, maybe, just maybe death might save Lars, that it might be able to slightly change the history of 10,000 years ago when not a single person could be saved. Can't deny that. Because of that, Jaehyeon stood there for a long time, unable to do anything. At that moment, the sound of the system was heard again. The conditions for clearing the last hidden quest will be revealed. As long as there is only one ember remaining, the ember can be rekindled at any time. Jaehyeon remembered 3 sentences. It clearly explained the conditions for clearing the hidden quest. Jaehyeon repeated the conditions carefully. The first choice is heavy. Second, sometimes stopping is the way forward. Third, if only one ember remains, it can rekindle at any time. Jaehyeon thought, 3 sentences, what they mean. Stop in order to move forward and choose one ember. And save it. Jaehyeon clenched his fists as he saw Lars hurriedly shaking his shoulder. Meanwhile, Tyr continued to attack without stopping. Jaehyeon could not bear to avoid it and was thinking about the quest. By the time the answer came out soon, gagging, Lars' body had already been pierced by Tyr's sword instead of himself. Is dying the godhead of Raz cannot be compared to that of Tyr. Get crushed, that would be the most appropriate expression. Lars met Jaehyeon's eyes clearly even while dying the moment the cold blade pierced his body. His last grip was on Jaehyeon's shoulder. You can, I already heard from Luisa that you are from the future. Obviously, Ulfheim there was destroyed and no one could have survived. Everyone already knew. Jaehyeon was able to notice in that moment, even the soldiers who trained with him, Angel and Ruina and Lars too, everyone knew. That they are dead and do not exist in the world of reappearance. And that Jaehyeon has the power to save one person just like he said. Soon Lars' body disintegrated. Jaehyeon sighed as he watched the end of it. Akoe, I get it. Lars, do what you want. A continual storm. In the meantime, Jaehyeon's mouth slowly opened. Yggdrasil, I will tell you the conditions for clearing the 4th floor hidden. Blood leaked from Jaehyeon's teeth. He was with a heavy expression. I will give up this quest. Seeing Jaehyeon say that, Seo In's eyes narrowed. If he knew Jaehyeon, he was someone who would never give up. But you mean abandoning the quest? Why? The time when she wandered without understanding. They heard the familiar sound of the system. The climber gave up the quest. Hidden clear conditions have been achieved. Rewards are given. Who is the one being to be saved from Alfheim 10,000 years ago? Only one ember. Hearing that last hint, Jaehyeon felt the puzzle fit. In the past, he had asked Hel, is there any way to bring back the Van Aesir gods from the past, just like I did back in the past? Hel shook his head and said, reviving something that existed in the past or intervening in time to bring it back to the past requires a very high price. Maybe even when you come back, something huge has been consumed. At least, yes. The Star of the Far Abyss might have been used. The Star of the Far Abyss. Hell is an object that exists only 9 in the world, and it is the abyss of the beginning. It was said to be a piece of Kinningagape. Jaehyeon couldn't understand what kind of things Loki and the 3 Norn sisters consumed to return him to the past, and why he did that. However, since others also said they had no memory of him, he thought that he had made that judgment because he had value to him. Because if it wasn't worth it, they wouldn't have made that choice. Vansir paid such a price to save a single human being. However, how much more would it cost to save all the elves here? Also, how many sacrifices are needed to change fate? Because of this, the quest had been informing them from the beginning. Can't save them all, I'll give you that chance so you can save the only one here. So somehow within the time, choose the most usable one. Jaehyeon said with empty eyes, the existence I will save is Ruina. At that moment the world was dyed black as if it had gone dark. At the same time, Seo In was also able to realize what choice Jaehyeon had made. He made a choice after clearing the hidden quest. I decided who to save. It was cruel, you could say, but she couldn't say it. It was because Jaehyeon's expression was too good to be reprimanded. The expression I saw when I first thought Kim Yoo-young was dead, it was like that, a look of self-blame, a sense of wonder from the face. Even if you don't know it well, it must be difficult to control the emotions boiling from the inside. It's just a memory. Even if it was Jaehyeon who said that at first, Seo In knew how warm-hearted Jaehyeon was and how much he wanted to save the kingdom of elves, but the result was this. The thing that hurts the most right now is Jaehyeon. Her thoughts were indeed accurate. Jaehyeon thought as he looked back on his life up until now, I thought I was strong enough, so I figured I could change it up for good this time too, because he changed his own destiny, because it has turned the fate of others for the better. But there was something that even he couldn't do. In the end, the only thing he was able to save was one thing, as the system had said in the beginning. It was just one person's life. Jaehyeon looked around in the darkened space and saw Ruina crying out for her brother and mother. Her and Jaehyeon's eyes collided for a moment. Ruina ran up to Jaehyeon and grabbed him by the sleeve. Jaehyeon Nim, what happened? What about my brother? How can Mom save me, please? Jaehyeon kept his mouth shut, then finally opened his mouth. From the beginning, there was only one person I could save, the destruction of Ulfheim and Ragnarok. They all happened in the past, you should have already known. Transparent tears welled up in Ruina's eyes. I believed that you came to change the tragedy. My skills were lacking. Jaehyeon lowered his head and said that. Ruina tightened her grip on the skirt and a few drops of tears fell to the floor. Jaehyeon's lips were tightly closed as he watched. At that moment, the system sounds again in their ears. The final survivor of Ulfheim from 10,000 years ago is Ruina. All records of other beings will be deleted inside the tower. To the designated target, Ruina, the external memory of the tower after 10,000 years is transmitted. I do not resent you, just please answer just one. Jaehyeon already knew what she was going to ask. Ruina's eyes turned to his, clear, unfeigned eyes. Sadness dwells in Jaehyeon's pupils who saw it. Why me? Louis' words. Its meaning was clear. Why did he save himself instead of Raz or Angel? He was neither a king nor a captain of the guard. She was just a girl who was born with talent, and because she couldn't fulfill her responsibilities, she passed it on to someone else. But why? Why should he live? Even Jaehyeon couldn't answer clearly, but he just answered as Lars said, because Lars wanted it. By the time the decision was made, Angel was already a corpse. Saving others was considered not good. Efficiency? Yes, it was a matter of efficiency, because the others weren't born with as much talent as Ruina. So he saved her. Elves are a race that can live for thousands of years without difficulty. In the meantime, if she grows steadily, she will be able to play an active part in Ragnarok, and then her responsibilities as the adversary will be relieved. Yes, that's just why. Very insignificant. Because I needed you. Because of that, Jaehyeon had no choice but to say that. Ruina didn't seem convinced, but he didn't change his answer. Because that was all because I didn't want to wrap my choice into another lie. It was a terribly painful reality, but Jaehyeon saved her life to use her. Just as the first anti-Aesir coalition arbitrarily chose itself as its adversary, it was nothing more than delegation of duty to her. But even so, Jaehyeon wanted to say something. It was also a promise I made to myself. I will kill Odin and end the tragedy here. Ruina rubbed her eyes and looked at Jaehyeon. Can you really do that? You couldn't do that this time either. It's not that I don't trust Jaehyeon, but it's not easy. Akare, it failed, but it's not like I didn't do anything. Jaehyeon reached out his hand toward the sunken Ruina. You survived. Unlike the past I know, Seoane also smiled softly at Ruina. Tyr would have been hurt quite deeply at that level. Even though we couldn't save them all, we'll make it somehow. So that everyone can sleep peacefully. Is that so? Akare, so don't worry and wait for 10,000 years while recuperating. Please don't die early by rushing out. All right. I won't die until I meet Jaehyeon as my groom. Then I will never die. When Jaehyeon smiled and said, Ruina also smiled faintly with tears running down her face as if responding to his laughter. That was the last. A warm light embraced them, and soon Ruina and the fourth floor. Ulfheim disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Jaehyeon and Seoane heard the voice of someone small and delicate. It was a beautiful melody, soft and cozy like a lullaby. Jaehyeon realized, why was this quest called Lullaby of the End? Good night, Lars Angel. Jaehyeon looked at the empty darkness and said. Soon after the sound of the system sounded, you have cleared Yggdrasil's fourth layer, Lullaby of the End. Jaehyeon thought as he calmed down his breathing. Now all that's left is one layer. There was a breath in his eyes, anger mingled between them. It would smelt him even harder, he never doubted it. Chapter 358 Reunion. Hela, what the hell is that? An Hoyeon looked at the monsters raised up by Hela with a shocked expression. It was a natural reaction. Weren't they definitely the ones who died at the hands of Kim Yoo-young? However, Hela was not enough to revive those magic beasts and reborn them as undead. It was clearly believed in his mind to be impossible. How could such a thing be possible? Looking at this, I am Hell's only alter ego. The stronger I get, the more I can use my true body's power little by little. Hell continued to revive the dead demons as an undead monster. Also as their faithful servants. Kim Yoo-young continued her magic as if she immediately noticed what kind of strategy she had set up. Bang, a riot is heard. It was the aftermath of the divine magic she fired. Kim Yoo-young decided to kill the monsters in the battle line as quickly as possible to empower Hela. Of course, we don't know how many troops she can manage. However, if she is confident enough, you can trust her. Everyone in the party had the same idea, because Hela has been constantly proving her worth to her colleagues. Let's keep dealing with the enemies, An Hoyeon shouted. In the meantime, Hela's explanation continued. Hel has the power to open the gate and summon the demons of Helheim. Most think that's all, but what makes her really strong is that she can bring the dead back to life as undead. The members understood her explanation but also showed a surprised expression. Undead, obviously they were opponents they fought often, but they had never witnessed such a birth. Not to mention, opportunities to be protected by the newly born, undead are not common. It's not that tamers don't exist in the world of radar, but there's no way anyone would raise guys with this look. Hela, by any chance, how many undead can you make? Unexpectedly, Kwon So-yeol asked. Hela smiled lightly, feeling the magic overflowing nearby. Usually it wouldn't be less than 20%, but if it's the current standby, I can make about 50% of them out of my own soldiers. As long as you can hold out against them for some time. At that, his colleagues laughed. They ran quickly and took their seats. With the undead created by Hela as the main axis, they built a formation standing behind them. Counterattack after defense. It was the formation that Jaehyeon explained to them. Of course, it was the first time for them to digest this formation on such a large scale. Anyway, how do you catch them all? I have to do something first, We'll stand in front. The party prepares for battle while sighing and burning the spirit of victory. The battle was just as annoying as the fight against the enemy who imitated them earlier. However, they did not lose focus. Chow, Perong, they constantly killed the monsters of the enemy formation, cut and destroy the body with magic. They dealt with poison and various medicines. It was an individual battle, but it was also a harmonious battle. A battle that is considerate without blocking each other's battle path at all. At the end of the battle that continued like flowing water, there was only victory. After about 6 hours like that, Hela's number of undead monsters exceeded half and less than half of the enemies remained. She ran the army without hesitation. The voice of Hela slowly descends. All the dead, listen to me. I am Hell's representative, Hela. You lost your body and were born with a new body. Respond to my voice. The dead who became allies stood up all at once and the floor began to vibrate. Even the members of Nine were weighed down by overwhelming pressure. Kim Yoo-young gulped down and looked at Hela. This, the power of Hela, Hela laughed. The light in her eyes casts a cool light. Destroy all enemies in front. At the same time as the horse fell, all the allies screamed and ran and started attacking the enemies. It cuts down and butchers the beings that were allies just a moment ago, as if it were their mission. It is certainly. The current Hela may not be as strong as Jaehyeon, but at least she can produce just under that level of strength. An Hoyeon analyzed like that and watched Hela operating numerous squads. His neck trembled, proving that he was engrossed in her battle. Hela was feeling it too. It wasn't as good as Jaehyeon's on the field here, but he was able to generate almost 70% of his strength. Full of dark attribute mana, it was thanks to that. Hela looked at the already organized battlefield and was surprised for a moment. I really never thought that I could become this strong. As for being an alter ego, I thought I had a limit. Jaehyeon-kun, I hate to admit it, but I think I learned a lot from you. With that thought finally, even the last remaining monster was completely organized. Huh, so is this finally a reunion? Kim Yoo-young muttered that with a strangely feverish face on her face. Colleagues nodded. Akare, at least it looks like we haven't caught on. Kwon Soyeol laughed. An Hoyeon and Lee Yisang also had happy faces. Let's go. Now there is only one thing left. Destroying the control tower of the system with Jaehyeon. After that, the full-scale war will begin. An Hoyeon's words turned everyone's faces into seriousness. Akare, the journey so far has been prepared for this after all. Ragnarok, a war between the gods and the 9 worlds. Without proper finishing, they cannot get what they want in the end, even to protect Jaehyeon and the person he loves. They needed to move on. It was around the time that the thought spread. You have cleared Yggdrasil's 4th floor, Tomb of the Dead, transfers climbers to the 5th floor. The 4th and 5th tier rewards are settled at once. Jaehyeon, the party, and Ratatosk were not transferred to the White Room this time. According to the description of the system, rewards are given along with clearing the 5th floor. That too at one time. Perhaps there was a reason, Jaehyeon thought. Well, just saving Ruina, a genius elf, was enough compensation. Jaehyeon saved Ruina from the 4th floor a while ago. Her talent is that of Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina. It was about equal to them or more, not as much as Jaehyeon himself, but, while he was thinking about it, the transfer magic transferred the reappearance to the center of the 5th floor before I knew it. It was a place where a little damp and magnificent pillars rose haphazardly. Underneath the pillars supporting the ceiling, a mossy floor with stone slabs and some patterns painted on it was revealed. I couldn't figure out the details, but somehow it was a gloomy atmosphere. The portal on the left had the same shape as the one seen on the first basement floor. Jaehyeon immediately looked to his right and was able to meet some familiar faces. Guys, Jaehyeon shouted in a lively voice. Where his voice reached, Kim Yoo-young and his colleagues were standing there. They greeted Jaehyeon and Seo Ina and waved their hands. Kim Yoo-young ran first and hugged Seo Ina. Inaya. Are you Akare? Didn't Min Jaehyeon bully you? Jaehyeon was dumbfounded by that comment but decided to just let it go. It was because it was a greeting I hadn't had in a while, and more than anything, I was grateful that I had arrived here alive. An Hoyeon and Lee Yisang and Kwon Soyeol approached with a smile. I barely survived. Jaehyeon, are you Ake? Would you like more potions? You look fine. The 3 of them were worried about Jaehyeon in their own way. Jaehyeon smiled and gestured to Hela behind him to come quickly. Can I join the touching reunion of colleagues? Because you are useful, you are a colleague. What? You seem to have grown quite a bit lately. Are you kidding me now? You know that I have now attained complete godhood, right? Now in terms of rank, I'm at the top. How was Miss Ine? After Hela said it humorously, she approached Seo Ine. Nice to see you again. Hela, me too. Wasn't that person harassing you? Why does everyone think I did something? Jaehyeon said as if he was unfair, but Seo Ina didn't defend him and paused. After all, nothing happened, right? As they attacked the tower, the two became closer. This was an undeniable fact. You really couldn't have even touched Ine. Anyway, I'm glad everyone is safe. I almost died several times. Jaehyeon lightly interrupted Kim Yoo-jung's words. Ratatosk also joined the conversation, raising his hand. GGGG, yes, so please include me in the welcome ceremony. The tangled squirrel hat was quite cute, although I wasn't sure if he was a good guy in many ways. By the way, at the end of the 4th floor, he was barely able to speak, but after hearing the story, it is said that he passed out in Seo Ina's pocket. Well, isn't that the cowardly squirrel? Fainting in the midst of war is quite possible. By the way, I have to move to carry out the last quest soon. With that thought in mind, Jaehyeon looked around. Information on the 5th floor has not yet been disclosed. Just before that, Jaehyeon solved a simple conversation with his colleague and gauged their changed momentum. Colleagues who are finally starting to gain status. Even by the looks of it, they were quite strong. Of course, it would be difficult to compare with Na, who had already achieved the first stage of liberation, but still, this level of growth was phenomenal. Wasn't he not even sure if he would be able to get the rank in the first place? However, it seemed that Yggdrasil had given them a good opportunity, like that, when Jaehyeon is smiling with satisfaction. Suddenly, I felt a chill from behind. When he looked back, there were 2 women staring at him with narrowed eyes. It was Seo In-na and Kim Yoo-young. We talked for a while, but the face seemed to have something I wanted to ask. Kim Yoo-young strode forward and asked, Hey, Jaehyeon Min. I heard that you were completely confused after seeing the elves. What? Ine told me everything. Kim Yoo-young gave Yi-hyun a kick in the shin. Sometimes he acted like he wasn't interested in women and suddenly something happened to him. Why do humans not seem to like you? Is it Anaya? Yi-hyun looked at Seo Ine in amazement, but she only whistled, the appearance of making a fuss. To Yi-hyun, even that seemed just cute, but somehow he realized one thing. But it seems that the back end is quite long. I was just staring at it out of curiosity, but it was Yi-hyun who didn't know it would come soon. By the way, after all, aren't the two of them rivals? But why do we tell each other such stories? As Yi-hyun, of course it would be nice to get along well, but what I was curious about was the truth. But you can't ask. Kwon So-yeol, who had come to his side before he knew it, grinned and stabbed Yi-hyun in the side. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you going to apologize quickly? Yes. What did I do wrong? I don't know about that. To make matters worse, Yi-hyun had no choice but to apologize in the end because even the other kids said that. In addition, I had to add that Elf was amazed because it was the first time he had seen him like that. It was the same with the story that he was unknowingly taken away. My lady, as expected, the adversary Sama is very popular. Even Ratatosk was talking about it, so Yi-hyun put a single chestnut on his forehead. He, it hurts, shut up. While they were having a conversation as usual, they were talking about their own stair attack. Yggdrasil's the fifth layer, the old myth of the adversary begins. Quests are forcibly accepted by the Nornir system. Except the main quest, Black Storm and Repair. Yggdrasil's boss monster, corrupted Nameless Repair, appears. Chapter 359, Nameless Repair Part 1, Yggdrasil's fifth layer. The old myth of the adversary begins. Quests are forcibly accepted by the Nornir system. Except the main quest, Black Storm and Repair. Yggdrasil's boss monster, corrupted Nameless Repair, appears. The continuous sound of the system properly informs the chaos of the current situation. Yi-hyun immediately looked around. A black fog that began to spread along with the message, and a huge being with enormous magical power emerged from it. Ratatosk's body froze and his teeth chattered. Ei Lee, I think that the unnamed repair would have become a boss monster. I didn't know. Yi-hyun was a bit taken aback by his words. Ratatosk. According to the original myth, this squirrel was the one who separated Nidhogg from the nameless eagle. He's a guy full of guts. But that kind of guy gets scared when he sees a nameless repair. Is there some reason? If not, did something go awry because of the alienation? Yi-hyun didn't stay together for long, but at least he kept watching Ratatosk as he climbed the tower. He was a bird-breasted guy, and he wasn't brash enough to have an accident and be shameless. It was a story that ruled out the possibility of duality, but there is no doubt that Ratatosk wants to help me. Otherwise, Ratatosk would have escaped alone when Yi-hyun was dominated by the scenario when attacking the third floor in the past. It is also self-evident that the probability is not high and that it is dangerous. Even at the time of tag, he was scared, but he never ran away. It was an action that could not be done if the purpose was not clear. At first, Ratatosk, you clearly said that you separated the nameless Suri from Nidhogg. Am I right? Awkwardly, just looking at the results, yes. Did you separate Nidhogg and the nameless eagle with your own will? That's why Yi-hyun asked. While asking like that, the black smoke cleared little by little and the nameless Suri's true form began to be revealed. Its black body as if it had moved a shadow, and even the beak of claws that glittered as if it were made of smelted silver. Ratatosk waved his hand in fright. Gino, I was just acting as a source to convey the situation to the end. I did, but every time that happened, why for some reason the problem kept coming. Was it Odin's fault? Yi-hyun immediately thought of that but quickly shook his head. Unnamed repairs. Unlike Fafnir and the Golden King in the past, he did not feel Odin's power at all, that is so. A repair without a name. Did you voluntarily become Odin's dog? Yi-hyun briefly recalled the past. Nidhogg apparently said this when he spoke of the nameless repair. He was originally on our side, but he betrayed us and became the Aesir's dog. I can't forgive him, so you kill. I can't climb the tower. Qualification to climb the tower. It's not given to just anyone, he said. Odin is watching you every time you go up and down the stairs. However, Yi-hyun was able to break free from that limitation as he went higher up the hierarchy. That's why he was able to come to destroy the tower's controller like he is now. Yi-hyun thought, unnamed repairs. He misunderstood and understood Nidhogg's story not because of Ratatosk's alienation, but because he was corrupted. Around the time Yi-hyun made this hypothesis, the nameless Suri opened his mouth. Are you the adversary? It sounds like you were waiting for me to come. Because Odin said, so you have to die here, Suri without a name. He was, as expected, the enemy. Ratatosk looked at him with a shocked expression. Perhaps he hadn't thought that the as-yet nameless repair had betrayed him. It probably won't be easy to accept. As he traveled between Nidhogg and the nameless repair, acting as a liaison between them, the shock was bound to be even greater. Yi-hyun, Akare, it's not an easy opponent, Seone said so. Reappearance is a thick fog of darkness that spreads instantly, and slowly Lee smiled at the storm, he said, taking a step forward. So far, climbing floors and killing some guys, the aftertaste is garbage. Actually, what do humans want to say? Everyone had circumstances, have no choice but to attack me. The circumstances that had no choice but to play into Odin's hands, that's why I had no choice but to sympathize, albeit very little. Jaehyeon raised his head and opened his mouth. But not you, Jaehyeon thought. After a long time, he said that he had found an opponent to kill with all his might. I felt my colleague standing by me. He's at least close to level 4 of liberation, but it doesn't make any sense. Jaehyeon was sure. Dealing with that repair won't be difficult. In the end, the winner will be you. Since Hyujin went to the slums for the first time, a few days passed. For a while, Tyr pondered over old books and humans. It had to be a person with a broken name that appeared in an old book. It was because every time I thought of him, a strange sensation arose as if something was burning. It was a very bad feeling. He was the supreme god of Asgard, but does it make sense that at most humans feel this sense? Fear. It was a deep fear from a restless heart. Tyr had no choice but to be immersed in agony in a sensation that even he could not understand. He asked other gods about what he had learned but came to no conclusion. I thought maybe there was another reason. Not only himself but all the Sir gods don't remember one another. That doesn't make sense in the first place. No matter how stupid they are the ones who have the status of a god. It was a story that the class was different from the other lower races that were widely spread across other continents. But they don't remember. A story about a being who fought a dragon and gained human status. Can the story of a guy who existed 10,000 years ago disappear so easily? In the scattered memories like grains of sand, he pondered over and over again. It was a time when my thoughts were biting and deepening. Chai prophet, a feeling of fire filled his stomach and his body leaned forward, wounds that do not know when they occurred in the past. It was burning and causing great pain. It was as if the wounds were tearing through each of his organs. It was shocking pain, not something that could be felt in the body of a god. What the hell? It was the first time I felt pain since the wound. It was a big wound from the beginning and I knew it was a stab wound. I couldn't figure out why I wasn't feeling the pain. At that moment, Tyr felt goosebumps all over his body and for some reason someone's face passed by. It belonged to a very familiar person whom I had recently seen. The adversary, did you say Min Jaehyeon? At the same time he could recall how he had been hurt, 10,000 years ago. It was the time when the capital city of Ulfheim was captured. During the war, Jaehyeon suddenly appeared and fought with him on equal footing. He stabbed himself in the abdomen and left this scar. It was a mistake to think that it could be blurry because it was a memory from 10,000 years ago. Because the memory of the Aesir gods, including Tyr, is beyond class. Moreover, if you are a person who has hurt yourself, this is all the more unforgettable. Tyr made one thing clear in his complicated mind. First of all, Jaehyeon attacked and hurt him. I don't know how that was possible. Tyr's eyes widened and he gripped his aching stomach. Blood drips down and the pain is engraved like a stigma all over his body. I will definitely pay you back. I need to catch you and find out the truth behind everything. The truth about the adversary. It was still in the dark, but Tyr was sure. Even if he doesn't step out soon, he will come to the position where they are now. And it was also the same that he would fight himself again. You must die here for the sake of the greater good. The nameless Suri suddenly said that while looking at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon shrugged. Why are you on Odin's side? If you think about what he's doing, to the extent that he is trash, is not it? He is omnipotent, magic you use. He was the one who discovered and developed it and hung himself upside down in Yggdrasil to learn the rune language and knowledge. I didn't come here to hear about Odin's achievements. If that's the case, I have a lot of bad things to say. I'd rather ask. What? Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes, the nameless question of repair. What is it all about? As he held his breath, his voice slowly began to echo again. Do you want to continue fighting hopelessly? Do you want to stand up to Odin while feeling helpless and losing over and over again? Yes, I was like that at one time too. However, when he saw that wars continued and countless races died helplessly, I realized that confronting without countermeasures is not strength, it was just a disaster, a tragedy. It was impossible to protect my values. The nameless Suri gave strength and asked while looking at Jaehyeon again, can you keep your values? Can I protect you and your colleagues? Jaehyeon answered that question without hesitation. Akare, to do that I will kill Odin. What before that? He opened his magic and started to run towards the nameless repair. You will die first. Along with the horse, Jaehyeon's companions quickly take up positions behind him. Hela also opened the gate and began to summon the undead beast. They left everything to Jaehyeon's judgment, trust. It was to deepen their relationship. Even if we die here and now, we will not resent each other. And he doesn't dare to talk about defeat casually. They were just calmly preparing for the next fight. The trials that Yggdrasil has given so far, and the power to move forward was never somewhere else. only their upright hearts and trust, from which they were obtained. Unlike those who were born with the rank from the beginning, he was able to get it after a hellish effort. That's why they don't lose in this fight. If your heart is truly like that, I will fight with all my might. Jaehyeon laughs, however much. Chapter 360 Nameless Repair Part 2 taught. At the same time Jaehyeon leaps forward, the nameless eagle flapped its wings, causing a violent storm. He looked at Jaehyeon and said with a calm face, "Look beyond me. Odin is many times stronger than me. That you can defeat him, prove that you have the minimum qualifications." Whoa, the storm intensifies. Dangerous. Everyone gather together, our backs to each other, Kwon Soyeol shouted. The group quickly gathered and took their seats. To resist the storm, you must at least keep your weight steady. It was safer to stick together for that. Jaehyeon looked at the repair in front of him with regret. If I had been able to handle Odin's skills properly, it wouldn't have been a task to clear this much of a storm. However, there was no time to be sad for a long time. Unfortunately, it is flapping its wings at itself and its comrades. Feathers shoot from him and start attacking Jaehyeon, then something sharp that made a dull noise as it hit the floor. Thud, thud, thud. Jaehyeon's expression hardened as he heard a roaring sound that he couldn't believe that a feather was stuck on the floor. It was because he was fine, but his colleagues judged that the attack was not worth enduring many times. It was Jaehyeon's best hope that Kim Yoo-jung's soul link could properly protect them. Jaehyeon caught his breath. It's good to use a sword. It is difficult to close the distance because of the storm. Then unexpectedly, Ratatosk, who was in his pocket, opened his mouth. This black storm used by the nameless repair is difficult to deal with. In order to catch him, I have to break Nanana, the wings first. Jaehyeon quickly understood. Occasionally, among the monsters, there are those that are almost invincible unless a specific part is destroyed first. They cannot be hunted unless their vulnerable parts are destroyed. We will take care of the wings. Min Jaehyeon, you go and feed me a shot, Kim Yoo-jung said so. At the same time as Jaehyeon nodded, the 9 members split into 2 sides and headed towards the enemy. The blowing wind creates a whirlwind and blows their hair. Even at that moment, fragments of wings continued to shoot menacingly. The claws that were fired intermittently cracked the ground and made a dizzying noise. Attacks that will consume a lot of stamina even if they are hit by one. However, the party members didn't allow a single shot and headed for his wings. It was the moment when I realized how much they had grown as I climbed the last 4 floors. Whoa. Kim Yoo-jung, who was almost the only one in the party who was proficient in wind attribute magic, took advantage of the enemy's wind to get behind her and sprint toward the nameless eagle's wings. Jaehyeon distracted the enemy to get Suri's attention. In fact, the method was very effective. A nameless eagle with a narrowed field of view was seen wandering. It's gotten stronger. All of them, Jaehyeon admired the organic movements of his colleagues. While dealing with the enemy, they took the optimal formation to deal with Suri in their respective positions. They feel fear, but that feeling is not conveyed to each other. One person's agitation could lead to the death of radar. It was something that should never be shown in the present moment. Guys, now. Kim Yoo-jung moved on the wind from the right side and first accurately hit the wing porridge of the nameless repairman, and then the other colleagues also repeated the same thing a step later. After An Ho-yeon hit the wing and injured it, Seo In-na and Kwon Soyeol poured in a series of attacks and tore off the wing. The destructive power of those who received Lee Yi-sang's potion was already different from what he had known in the past. It was only natural that he had earned the rank. Tilt. The nameless eagle's body leaned slightly and a faint moan escaped his mouth. Its source is the attack sheep wing and fuwook. It was due to the bombing of the ensuing reenactment. Jaehyeon quickly stabbed him in the front, caught the wind, and stabbed the nameless repairman in the abdomen. His heart was barely hit, but he continued to stomp and stumble dizzy as if he had suffered major damage. After the nameless repair finally stopped the rampage, it showed an expansion of momentum as it saw enemies still attacking it. The gap was opened at once, a kind of coercion that Jaehyeon often uses. That's what he showed, a nameless repairman asked. For what are you struggling, Asgard, and don't you know how great Odin's power is? A question mixed with fundamental questions. However, Jaehyeon's answer was always the same. It's because Odin doesn't like that bastard. At those words, the nameless repairman's eyes flashed. As silly and unbelievable as it may be, there seemed to be no question about that choice. It was an amazing experience. Elves, dwarves, dragons. Even if any race told it, it wouldn't be convincing. You want to kill Odin? Does that mean it's possible? Countless races perished at his hands. Like a fly, life was quickly extinguished like a small fire splashed with water. There was a time when even the nameless Suri tried to fight against it, but even that soon ceased. It was at that time that there was a quarrel with Nidhogg, who was originally close. Why do you want to stand on Odin's side? What's the point of fighting like this? Nidhogg, stop giving up too. Dragons are now mostly extinct. Do you think they will come back alive if they avenge them? What is that? In this situation, Ratatosk was the one who mediated between them. Ratatosk was trying to mend their twisted relationship in the middle, but that failed and backfired. Ratatosk misinterpreted his words and relayed them to Nidhogg. The nameless repair came to mind. It was a natural decision for a nameless repair, because Nidhogg was the one who understood him the best. So I thought I would understand myself this time, but I couldn't believe it when Ratatosk told me a different story. Nidhogg had already singled out the nameless Suri as a traitor. In fact, since he was on Odin's side, his judgment was not wrong. Also, Suri also lost his name as a reward for opposing Odin in the first place. Name. It was to become a person's identity or compass, to determine fate itself. This is sometimes the way to go. However, there was nothing for him whose name was taken away. Where should one go who should the tips of the black wings and silver claws point? I have nothing more to protect. Adversary. The smallest of the 9 worlds is human. Human beings are insignificant and meaningless even to struggle. On such a subject, it is human beings who are divided for interest in each other's land. But the eyes of the nameless repairman look at Jaehyeon, who is stabbing him. Why do you, the adversary, fight? What can it give you? Jaehyeon answered that question without hesitation. I am not asking for anything. I just put things back where they should be, put it back where it should be. The nameless repair continued to blow, pulling the sword out of his abdomen and seeing Jaehyeon step back. There was no hesitation in his eyes. Killing yourself won't give you much inspiration. As Jaehyeon himself said in the first place. You finally gave up on yourself. Unnamed repairs, I will ask the opposite. Jaehyeon opened the case at once and asked, why did you succumb to Odin, on a subject that has nothing to protect anyway? Was your life worth it? I don't know, Jaehyeon thought. It was because he knew that his answer was incomprehensible. At first he too would have been worried. He knew what it meant to work under Odin to fulfill his ambitions. But somehow he is here. Is it because you want it yourself? It was a worn-out feeling. Even that I couldn't properly understand the nameless repair. Nidhogg said, you were a nice guy at first, by the way. Now you are garbage no matter how you look at it. You've surrendered eventually. Jaehyeon was laughing. That's why I have no feelings for killing you. Jaehyeon jumped up again. The nameless repairman continued to swing his claws and use his wings to attack his comrades and him. But it was not a meaningful action. No matter how close he was to the 4th stage of liberation, he was not the one who had reached the level of Nidhogg. Moreover, Jaehyeon knew, right now he's pretending to be Akue, but he's shaking, so it was. The point of Jaehyeon's sword didn't shake. Is your strength bent but not broken? The nameless repair was perfectly cut and split in half. Blood spattered and splashed in the air, leaving red marks on Jaehyeon's sword. Then, the ice attribute magic that was activated surged from the floor and penetrated the guy's heart. Unnamed repairs. As Jaehyeon said, he didn't feel any agitation even after killing him. Such feelings are a luxury. At least now Jaehyeon couldn't do that. It was a story that was far from the best choice to make in order to move forward. Jaehyeon has encountered many enemies so far, and among them there were those who did not commit any crime. There are even beings who haven't done anything wrong to the point of death. Lim Seong-ho at the time of the Limit Breaker incident in the past. He did not voluntarily attack himself or torment others. He had a bad personality by nature, but that much could pass through during times of storm and rage and return to normal. If you asked if it was right to let them die that way, I would say no. It is right for anyone to receive it only as much as he has sinned. However, Odin is a person who has not sinned or a person who has committed lesser sins. Everyone moves according to their own will. It was made into a marionette, and after being tortured, it collapsed on its own. Don't let them have doubts, conform and do it. That was his greatest sin. However, this time the nameless Suri was also at fault. He couldn't deny it either. That's why the tip of Jaehyeon's sword didn't shake. Stop talking nonsense and die. Say hello to hell. Oh, are you going to be taken to Nastrand? Jaehyeon looked at Suri's body slowly disintegrating with a fishy smile. It gave him a huge sense of accomplishment. A 5-story tower in Yggdrasil. It was the completion of the strategy. All that remains is to destroy the control tower. The main quest has been cleared. The climber succeeded in capturing all of Yggdrasil's spiral towers. The title of Climber of the World Tree will be given. Chapter 361 Secret of the Tower Part 1 Loki. So what do you plan to do, Mimi's Brune? 2 men stand at the Fountain of Mimir. Conflict between the supreme god and the giant. It was to the point where it felt like the class was different even at a glance. Loki shrugged and said, I can't help it now. We'll watch as much as we can and choose a direction that's advantageous to us. Because that is for the best. But in order to do that, the adversary must be much stronger than he is now. He still can't remember all of his true powers. Mimir's words caused Loki to ponder for a moment. It was as he said. Jaehyeon, the opponent, was not yet able to properly handle his power. As he remembers, he was much stronger. Yeah, at least he was on good terms with Loki himself, but now he is very weak. He grew up quickly with a human body, but it is unbelievable that he was the he that he remembered. It is undeniable that he was exceptional among beings with a certain status, but it was also true that he was not very strong. It's a shame, certainly the adversary has lost the power I knew. Compared to the power of then, it is true that it is infinitely lacking, but Loki was sorry, but he did not give up or be disappointed. For now, we'll see what he does. Still, he's a guy with potential. You know, Loki, the man you remember and Min Jaehyeon are different beings. Even if it is, I believe you can as long as the one I remember remains in it at all, Loki said with a rare twinkle in his eyes. Reappearance, it was a face full of trust in him. Loki looked at the pool of water for a moment and then said, Mimir, if faith is not the foundation, we cannot go forward. As always, mistakes and defeats are repeated. The guy we're dealing with is a monster. Odin, we have to become even more monsters to kill him. Yes, but Mimir paused for a moment before continuing. Aren't you sad it was erased from everyone's memory, but don't you remember? Him, Loki smiled faintly at his words. Akare, I remember, all the time, the moment I had with him, but it doesn't mean much. Like you said, it's all in the past. Now, as the head of the Anti-Acer coalition, I will do my best to destroy Asgard. If that is your will, I believe in you and will help you. Akare, just don't hit me in the back of the head. Loki said that and giggled, then went outside. However, Mimir knew that there was a look of regret on his face. That Loki probably wants the adversary to remember his true identity. You have cleared the main quest. The climber succeeded in capturing all of Yggdrasil's spiral towers. The title of Climber of the World Tree will be given. Title item. Name, Climber of the World Tree rating, mythic stat, all stats plus 50/acquisition of a large number of cases, a title given only to those who climb the world tree to the end and stand at the top. Adds all stats and acquires a large amount of rank, Climber of the World Tree. Seeing the effect of this title, Jaehyeon and his companions were horrified. Is this real? In addition to all stat corrections, it even raises the level of divinity, Kim Yu-young muttered with a bewildered expression. Kwon So-yeol and An Ho-yeon, who were next to me, had the same reaction. Nonsense. I've never heard of an item with these stats. Also a title. Is there a slot to equip something like this? Right, it's my first time doing something like this, when everyone is shocked. After checking the information on the item, Jaehyeon made up his mind again. There was still one thing left to do. It wasn't too late to check the item after finishing all the work. Let's go. To destroy the control tower. So Jaehyeon took the lead. Akare, after defeating the boss monster, I saw the door in the back split open. There was a huge stone wall in front of it. It seemed that legal procedures were necessary to get inside. I don't think there must be a key or something to unlock the security. It was Lee Yisang's words. Jaehyeon nodded. Maybe you need a procedure. But I will have that condition. These were the words Mimir himself said. Even if he didn't know about other gods, his words were trustworthy. Wasn't he the one who contributed to the creation of the Nornir system? Jaehyeon went in front of the stone wall and lightly brushed the pattern there. Squall and Hattie engraved with intaglio, and Fenrir in the middle with his huge mouth wide open. I can feel my hair standing up involuntarily. It seems that this space was created with Ragnarok assuming from the beginning. This is Yggdrasil's fifth layer, hidden layer. Please follow legal procedures to enter the interior. Please verify that you are Odin, the head of the hierarchy. Body structure must match at least 1%. System sounds are heard. Jaehyeon nodded his head moderately and quietly felt the magic leaking from the wall. It soon begins to scan your body. 1%, 4%, 60%. 99% of the body do not match. When he heard that voice, everyone except for Jaehyeon was taken aback, but it was not a reproduction. He already knew how to pass through the hierarchy here. 1% of the body's organs match. The stone walls of the hierarchy and the lost eye of Odin begin to react. Jaehyeon knew from the beginning that his eyes would be the key to this place. The same body parts Odin and himself have. There was only one similar trait. Odin's lost eye, which he obtained the first time he returned. It kept Jaehyeon running until now and eventually helped him fulfill his calling as an adversary. It wouldn't hurt to use that power again at this point. Hard, the stone wall began to open. Like the hidden layer, the inside of the double-structured door was revealed. There, a completely different and heterogeneous landscape unfolded than what Jaehyeon had imagined. Is this a steel-framed tower? What was prepared, there was a structure that looked like a huge transmission tower made of steel. Jaehyeon looked at the tall building with a puzzled expression. To call it a control tower, I thought the appearance was somewhat strange. Jaehyeon tilted his head. The question of what the hell was this was a bonus. You think you're going to break this? Kwon So-yeol said that first, and Jaehyeon nodded. I guess so, but it doesn't seem that easy either, and the mana I feel down here, something is strange. Jaehyeon sensed something strange magic under the tower. I had a feeling that something might be hidden. Just as Mimir had hidden the story about Einherjar in the past, Odin may have hidden his private parts here as well. I remembered what the anti-Acer gods had said in the past. Jaehyeon caught his breath. First, reverse the magic formula and find the hidden object. Since ancient times, an artifact in a place like this is nothing. Isn't a place a place? After pouring in the mana, Jaehyeon stretched out his hand and tapped the place where he felt the disquieting mana. Unsurprisingly, there was a sensation as if something was knocking on the glass. It was a feature of the rune language arithmetic formula for constructing typical magic. Jaehyeon was well aware of this. There were few people who could handle magic beyond that now, except for those like Loki, Odin, and Thor. Even so, Thor has lost some of his powers. In addition, he is famous for going into battle with ignorance and force. In fact, with the exception of Odin and Loki, no one has reached the genius of recreating magic. As expected, I was right. I thought something was hidden here. Is it hidden? It was On Hoyeon's question. Jaehyeon shrugged. I'm not sure either, but I'll figure it out when I check it out. I thought I was really dying to come this far. I know, Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-ae said that and crossed their arms. They seemed to be trembling a little in the bleak atmosphere. It must have been that his intuition as a radar was exercised. Jaehyeon also instinctively knew that this place was dangerous, so it was only natural. Hela noticed, be careful. Never relax, you must remember that this is the inside of Yggdrasil and one of Odin's strongholds. Everyone showed signs of concern, but Jaehyeon wasn't worried at all. I can't find any other way here anyway. If so, commit it as quickly as possible without worrying and find a way to rectify it. Jaehyeon was well aware that doing so was good for reducing useless worries. Of course, thanks to years of radar experience. Goes, after saying that, Jaehyeon smiled and broke the ceremony with magic within his reach, with the sound of breaking glass. King Jureng, you have obtained records of the past, the story of the adversary from 10,000 years ago. A book appeared and was placed in Jaehyeon's hand. The faces of Jaehyeon and the party were colored with embarrassment. I was preparing for a battle because I was afraid that a huge monster would come out. What was prepared was a book. However, Jaehyeon couldn't help but be embarrassed several times more than the others. The story of the adversary from 10,000 years ago. Jaehyeon's head felt cloudy. A faint vapor rises in the air, ruffling his hair once. Her black hair, like obsidian, swayed for a moment and enormous magic power erupted from it. Jaehyeon's brow narrows. What this book and system say means that you are not the first adversary. This was obviously a shocking story. If all of these stories are true, the story that even 10,000 years ago there was an adversary other than himself. I couldn't say exactly how many there were, but I was certain that I wasn't the first. Who the hell is the first adversary? What concealed truth is this tower trying to convey to itself? Jaehyeon opened the book with a question about him. With everyone holding their breath, the first phrase floated in the air. In the past 10,000 years ago, there was a being who built a myth with a human body and became a god. We called him the adversary and highly praised his achievements. Meanwhile, the moment Jaehyeon opened the first page of the bookshelf, Odin realized, the damn rats are finally, that Jaehyeon and his friends have passed through all the trials and reached their hidden lair. Chapter 362 Secret of the Tower Part 2 10,000 years ago, there was a being who built a myth with a human body and became a god. We called him the adversary and highly praised his achievements. That phrase, to everyone's astonishment. Hela's expression was especially worth seeing. Aside from reappearance, it was because the anti-Aesir faction, including her, had never heard of a story like this. Does the current situation make sense in the first place? When he became the guide of the first antagonist's 5 trials, they said it clearly, please help me to properly grow the first adversary. But isn't Jaehyeon the first antagonist? Besides, what does it mean that the adversary existed 10,000 years ago? I can't even say it. If this story is true, it is a story that someone artificially erased from everyone's memory, the human who existed in the past called the adversary. Is that really possible? Of course, it is not that magic to erase existence does not exist. Odin and Mimir, who are said to have all the knowledge in the world, can be counted on one hand, and only the rare genius Loki would have been able to do it. But even they didn't tell the story to themselves. Also, for this kind of magic, I had to sacrifice countless lives or huge magic power or character. Was there any reason to take that risk to someone in the past? Along with that, Hela had a question, reappearance. What kind of creature is he? Also, what kind of human was the first adversary? Of the two, the first thing I was curious about was the first adversary. Like a hero in a myth, his myths were layered and appeared nicely in the book. Sometimes a human hero, sometimes a hero of the elves, and then a hero of the dwarves, he roamed the battlefield. His story could be said to be mythical. Hela couldn't understand at first, and in an unknown situation the next page of the book turned over. The adversary was a person with genius talent. He was good and strong, and he was respected by everyone. Respect. In that passage, Hela thought that Jaehyeon and his opponent were different from 10,000 years ago. Jaehyeon's expression was not good. It was natural. because now another truth that he didn't know was about to be revealed. It was also frustrating because there was no clear story about him open again. Anyway, the most important thing now is to look at the end of this story and properly dig up what Odin was trying to hide deep in the tower and prepare for it. The bookshelves were turned over and the message continued. The adversary is the one who was at the top of Asgard. I disagreed with Odin. Together with the Golden King, he won gold for humans and raided the treasury of the gods. It left a deep scar on him during the war against Tyr and served as the only focal point for the Nine Worlds. He did what mischievous Loki couldn't. Besides that, he fought the kingdom of elves to the end and even battled drogs. His achievements were difficult to contain in one book. What was written, there was something that was difficult to overlook. The things Jaehyeon had experienced while climbing the stairs of Yggdrasil. There was a considerable connection between that and the achievements of the adversary that existed 10,000 years ago. No, it's not on a significant level, it's a level of subtraction. Of course, I don't know if the attack method is the same. However, it was not difficult to realize that Yggdrasil reenacted the same situation that the previous adversary experienced to Jaehyeon, on purpose. But why? Is it because in order to become an adversary we have to overcome the same trials as our predecessors? Jaehyeon thought about that for a while. It was true that there was an awkward corner, but now I can't help it, because there were no more stories to follow. Anyway, I've got all the information I can get now. Following, roaring, the book burned and disappeared. Perhaps because of a special magic, the fire completely extinguished without leaving any heat. Jaehyeon watched this for a while and then poured divine power into his body. It was after recovering all of his physical strength with the power of the potion. Now it was my turn to say goodbye to this tower. Jaehyeon did his best, and his colleagues also began to give him strength. Divinity and far-off levels of mana were filled at once. Then Jaehyeon puts strength into his fist and leans it back. Awaken. The attack hits the huge steel tower and the tower slowly begins to collapse. It was a shocking sight. Destroying an iron tower with bare fists. Perhaps even after the job of radar was created, only a handful of people could do such a thing. However, Jaehyeon had already become one of the strongest. This meant nothing to him. Then came a happy voice. You have succeeded in clearing the main quest system breaker. You have cleared Yggdrasil's the fifth layer, the adversary and the old myth. Compensation will be settled. You can check the rewards later through the status window. Jaehyeon felt a little joy as he heard the system sound he had been waiting for. He has finally achieved one of his intermediate goals. Now he could be stronger. A reward message was heard from Jaehyeon, who thought so. It was sweeter than ever. On the other hand, when Jaehyeon completed all of the tower's attacks, a mysterious message came to S-class raiders around the world. Useong, Balak, Camilla Moria, etc. Story told by leading raiders. It was truly shocking. The control of the Aesir system is completely destroyed. Radar's growth limit has been lifted. You can now grow to S rank or higher. A faint smile spread across Yu Sungyun's mouth as she looked at the system window. Jaehyeon, you finally did it. Tyr and Odin are alone and talking to each other. They felt the seriousness of the current situation and were discussing countermeasures. Thor and the other supreme gods did not gather. The reason why only the two of them were together was because Tyr had closely told him that he had something to say. Akare, what are you saying to me, Tyr? Odin, there's something you need to know. What do I need to know? Are you talking about knowledge to me? Who knows all the knowledge of the nine worlds? Seriously, because I thought so too at first. Tyr laughed lightly. A sneer lingers in his mouth. As befits a man with the greatest power except for Odin, he was not intimidated. Although Freya is actually the strongest in terms of troops, and in any way except for Odin, she is not interested in politics. In the first place, he wasn't particularly interested in the world or Odin. Thanks to Asgard's political power is de facto Odin and Tyr, it was no different from the Yongang system. However, Odin's power was so strong that it was meaningless to compare. Asgard's loyalty to him, who had already subjugated several worlds in the first war in the past, was beyond imagination. Thanks to this, Tyr had no choice but to bow down to him, but not as much as the current situation. This time he held something in his hand before Odin did, Odin's raven, because he knew that Hugin was up to something. Tyr said in a slightly polite tone, Hugin is up to something. Hugin? Somehow the answer came back a little late, Odin's favorite being, because it was Hugin, a raven who was neither a god nor another being. Because of this, it was difficult for Odin to believe the stories that disparaged him. No matter how much he is the supreme god of the Aesir, his personal emotions inevitably enter into judging people. Norse gods are infinitely human. Paradoxically, what they hate the most is also the enemy, although human. Hugin knows what you do not know. That fact might turn the whole of Asgard upside down. You mean you know what you're hiding? The adversary. Odin hesitated for a moment at Tyr's words. He paused for a moment and then said, He is not one. Not one. Precisely, it means that there is a record of the existence of an adversary in the past. It was a story that was difficult to understand even for Odin. Did adversaries exist in the past? But is such a thing possible? There was no record of past adversaries in his memory. However, the weight of the person in front of him added credibility to his words. Tyr. A despicable man, but he was the god of war and justice. If he said anything, I couldn't help but believe it even if I didn't want to believe it. Is that true? That's right. Do you remember the scars I received when I captured the capital of the Elven Kingdom? That wound was his fault. I should also tell you that my current adversary is related to the one who hurt me in the past. Tyr continued. In addition, Hyujin knows this and is hiding it from you. How is it? Will you still believe him? That is for me to judge. Whether to believe the words of a mere crow or to believe my story. It's up to you to decide. God at the top of Asgard. Tyr left without saying that. He was genuinely happy that he had cast doubt on Odin. It means that there is information to hide from the owner as to whether the crow, like his limbs, is trying to stab him in the back. This would never be good news for Odin. Not only that, there were several reasons for saying this. The first is to put a bluff in order to deal directly with the adversary. Since he has been hurt by those related to him, he threatens to pay back directly to his antagonist. I heard that all the gods are frantic to kill the enemy. It is natural that the person who has been directly harmed becomes a priority. Thor is stupid and stupid. Freya lost her article, but it was different from being directly injured. He intended to contrast the gap between the wounds he suffered from facing his adversary and his memories. An adversary that existed 10,000 years ago. Why did he have the same face as Jaehyeon? Why do you know him? Whatever it is, if you fight him, you'll find out. I am the god of war. God of war. He was looking forward to meeting him again and was ready to kill Jaehyeon. That time, seeing the name of the reward given to him, Jaehyeon feels unimportant. Special item, name, Far Abyss star rating. It is a fragment from the abyss of Kinningagaf. It is full of primordial power. It is such a dangerous thing that a person who does not have the quality will die just by touching it. There are a total of 9, and if you collect all of them, you can defy the law of the beginning. Caution: if the user's level does not reach a certain level, the user will be annihilated by the abyss of the beginning. Chapter 363 Beyond S-Class Special Item. Name, Star of the Distant Abyss rating. It is a fragment from the abyss of Kinningagaf. It is full of primordial power. It is such a dangerous thing that a person who does not have the quality will die just by touching it. There are a total of 9, and if you collect all of them, you can defy the law of the beginning. Caution: if the user's level does not reach a certain level, the user will be annihilated by the abyss of the beginning. No nonsense, the Star of the Distant Abyss. Hela freaked out and staggered back. It was worth it, a star in the far abyss. This was an object that had so much deep and vast magical power that one could doubt whether it had been used to return the reenactment to the past. A total of 9 items exist in the world, and it is said that using them can violate the laws of the world. Got one of them? Of course you can't help but be surprised. Jaehyeon was equally shocked. They said they would settle the rewards for the 4th and 5th floors all at once. I never thought they would give me something like this. It was something that could be used anywhere. Just giving stats or items doesn't mean much to Jaehyeon. This is because, unless it is a mythical artifact, it does not have a big impact on reinforcing reproduction. But this case was different. Jaehyeon clearly realized that the existence of an item that allows him to intervene in this fate can be of great power. This 4th tier. In Lullaby of the End, he was able to revive an elf with the grace of Yggdrasil. It defied time and the law and saved Ruina. It was also the best he could do, having interfered in the past. In the process, Lars and Eindel, etc. many elves were sacrificed, but not enough power was allocated to save them all. They perished there. At this time, the item that could increase the quota was this piece, a star in the far abyss. If I can find a few more of these, I can create a more favorable situation. Hela told her that she had to go to the other 9 worlds and collect star fragments from the far abyss for that purpose. And at that time, not only himself, but also told him that the other anti-Aesir gods would help him because it was time for a full-scale war to begin. Jaehyeon nodded. It would take too much time to assemble all 9 pieces by yourself. It would save a lot of time if others helped. Now that we've got something to gain, let's get out soon. Except for Jaehyeon, the others did not receive proper compensation separately. Of course, it's absurd to say that 30 free distribution stats are nothing, but anyway. From generation to generation, the adversary don't really suffer. Thank you so much. Jijigi, I would love to see you again if there is a chance. Ratatosk slipped out of Jaehyeon's pocket and said his last goodbye. Jaehyeon nodded and greeted him. Okay. I'm sorry I doubted you at first. Hehe, it's good that everyone knows what happened to the relationship between the nameless Suri-sama and Nidhogg-sama. It's all thanks to the adversary Nim's active work. Then go. Ratatosk propped himself up on his hind legs, then started swinging his front paws at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon also felt the tip of his nose twitch. It must have been because the difficulty level of the tower was difficult, so it seemed like he was attached to it. It looks like the portal to the outside has been activated over there. You should be able to ride it. Hela pointed in one direction and said it seemed to be a portal that was transmitted directly to the outside. Jaehyeon was the first to take the lead and said, just in case, I will go first. You guys will figure it out a little later. Check my biological response, and if you don't hear from me, contact me through the ring. Got it? Okay, don't worry. Kim Yoo-young nodded. Jaehyeon nodded as if he believed and stepped into the portal. Then, the sensation of the light transmission magic working arose and was soon transmitted to the outside. By outside, of course, it was in the middle of the sea. It was a bit of a problem, but it wasn't for Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon came ashore as the essence of the sea and crossed his arms. It seemed that my colleagues would be quite embarrassed if they came here. So, I have to mess with it a little. Jaehyeon floated on the water alone and decided to harass his happy colleagues. After completing the Tower of Yggdrasil, the message of the end of the quest came to mind. It was the quest to destroy the tower that Mimir first gave. This is a quest that breaks the restrictions of the Aesir system used by awakeners all over the world and removes the growth limit. To put it simply, S-Class was considered the highest grade, excluding the state of heaven and earth that Jaehyeon and his friends had reached. Beyond that, it means that all radars can reach it. In addition, radars who could not grow after the age of 20 were able to grow. This will be a good hand for Jaehyeon to prepare for war later. Because of this, Jaehyeon held a press conference after the attack on the tower was over. Naturally, through Richard, all of the World Radar Alliance was convened. After that, the plan was finalized so that it could be broadcast live on TV all over the world. Reporters from all over the world gathered here at the press conference to tell the story of Jaehyeon. All of them were trying to write an article first, even if it was just one word. The world's only adversary. A place where Min Jaehyeon announces new news. Its symbolism was indescribable. As expected, this time the existence of other hostile gods will be revealed, right? I don't think so, certainly. Most likely, but you're saying you're a human and you can go against a god. Wouldn't it be better to just give up? Akae, reporting or something if this happens in the future. Even among reporters, opinions were divided. In the middle of the disagreement, a man walked past the reporters and walked forward. This is Moria Lenki. To be able to survive there, after all, that guy is something different. He tilted his head as he walked with his sunglasses on. What? Looks like you went the wrong way. It's full of reporters. I'm sorry, can you step aside for a moment? When he said that, lowering his sunglasses for a moment, the reporters in front of him trembled and moved out of the way. At that time, Jaehyeon and all of his colleagues were getting makeup done by Yeonhwa's managers. He said it didn't matter. But Yoo Seong-yoon said that it was better to leave a great impression as much as possible since it was the moment to announce his existence to the world. He also agreed with the fact that it would help later, so Jaehyeon didn't say much. Anyway, it's good to look good. The other kids were also getting professional makeup and preparing for a full-scale press conference. Still, the kids were pretty calm because they had experienced it a few times. The members of Nine had this kind of experience often. As such, there was nothing to be nervous about at an event like this. Moreover, aren't they the ones who died and came back to life in Yggdrasil? Because they were so nervous about the press conference, their mentality was already hardened beyond adamantine. Jaehyeon laughed. Hey, do you guys take care of your makeup too? Of course. Kim Yoo-young received the words. She had some waves in her hair and her lips were a little red. If I decorate like that, even if I become a real actor. It didn't take long to figure out that it was an illusion. Seoane was also beautiful. Her neat and mysterious hair and eyes harmonized, and her small but high nose gave off a wonderful beauty. In the case of An Hoyeon, she received makeup so that her gray hair was slightly wet. It was a face optimized to melt women's hearts with a light red tinge at the corners of the eyes. Lee Yi-sang kept the wave alive to stimulate the protective instinct. Kwon So-yeol received a makeup that made her beautiful blonde hair shiny and melted her unique flaws. Hela did not attend the event separately. It was because it was judged that it was still too early for her to go out in person. Anyway, things went smoothly. Yoo Seong-yoon crossed his arms while looking at Jaehyeon, who had become more handsome after receiving makeup. She smiled and put her hand on his shoulder. After all, it's a bit embellished, so I'm buying it. Your clothes look pretty good on you too. Are you kidding me? Jaehyeon nodded and crossed his arms. He had a pretty annoying face. It was because I hadn't been in the mood since I had come in the morning, taking pictures of things and putting them on. It was the first time I was this tired since the time I received clothes from Seo Ina in the past, but I couldn't help it. Anyway, isn't she a pro now? He had less experience dealing with the media than Yoo Sung-yoon. It was an unbelievable situation. Anyway, it was really shocking. I never thought that you would really be able to capture Yggdrasil. Even though you are my disciple, so I was very worried. The original disciple is Chingchuliorum because I'm trying again. Yes, yes, you'll be fine. While Yu Xiangyun was talking, Park Xiangyi approached and said. Suddenly, reporters and S-class raiders were all ready. It would be good to start soon. Yes, then let's begin. I'll give you a sign in advance to come in 5 minutes. Park Xiangyi bowed his head and approached the managers again to convey the message. Finally, the moment when humanity faces a new phase, Jaehyeon caught his breath. He pondered for a long time whether the choice he was making was right, but in the end, this is for the best, came to such a conclusion. Guys, Jaehyeon quietly called his colleagues. Let's go. He smiled and went out of the waiting room to the press conference outside where numerous camera flashes went off. Jaehyeon and the members sat down. Then he grabbed the microphone, looked around slowly and opened his mouth. Hello, this is Min Jaehyeon. Chump, chump, chump. The flash exploded once again. However, Jaehyeon didn't shake at all and raised his hand for a moment to block the reporter's cameras. Then he opened his mouth again. This time, I entered the inside of Yggdrasil and after attacking it, I was able to bring good news and bad news to mankind. As he said that, the American reporter in the front raised his hand. Jaehyeon nodded and gestured and he stood up. What is the good news? The Awakena's growth restriction has been lifted, the fact that he couldn't grow beyond S-class and the restrictions that prevented raiders over the age of 20 from growing anymore. All gone, our main enemy is Odin, the supreme god of Asgard, and he has been limiting the growth of our raiders. I succeeded in disarming it in Yggdrasil. I can't, voices erupt from everywhere. Raiders can get stronger. This was shocking. In fact, after the Valkyrie raid incident, other countries except Korea have been suppressed by a sense of defeat, because I saw the fight between Jaehyeon and the Valkyries. It was because he thought that no one other than him could win the fight against the gods, but if this is true, it means that new possibilities have opened up for them. It had to be good for them. However, not all problems went away for them. Then what's the bad news? This time a question from a Korean reporter. Jaehyeon nodded and continued. I declare here that I will never act for the cause. At those words, the conference hall turned upside down. In name and reality, the current strongest radar was Jaehyeon. But he declared that he would not act for the cause in the fight against God. Reporters and radars from each country exchanged glances. That means, if you lose Chuck with Min Jaehyeon's radar, this means that the country could be in danger. Everyone's expressions turned cold for an instant, Jaehyeon's words. That meant that all countries that were not chosen by him were likely to be annihilated. Chapter 364 Nidavellir Part 1, I declare here that I will never act for a greater cause. As introduced as negative news, it was a shocking declaration. In fact, until now, many people thought that Jaehyeon would fight for the entire country. They thought of Jaehyeon as a hero and said he was the best raider of all time. To put it simply, it was a story that he was the most popular radar after Juwon, the first Awakener. However, in the midst of this, Jaehyeon is saying that he is not a hero. He said he wouldn't help everyone. Why on earth did you make that choice? I will continue speaking. It was after Jaehyeon cut off his words moderately. I hate to say irresponsible things, and I hate irresponsible people too. I have no intention of ignoring the person dying before me, but magical power dwells in his eyes and he captivates the audience in an instant. I will not make the mistake of saving others over the things I have to protect, so save your own life if you are the radar. There were people who objected to Jaehyeon's words, people who didn't, and people who were dumbfounded. However, Jaehyeon was not at all shaken by the scene that turned into an abyss. I knew from the beginning that this kind of reaction would come. Also, he had a clear reason for doing this, because you can't save everyone by yourself. Because they wanted to stand up for themselves. Because of this, Jaehyeon instilled common anger among those who depended too much on him and became a source of nourishment for them. Raiders are a race of people whose blood boils from time to time. Resisting his own words, I can do these things too. Now that growth restrictions have been lifted, I can do it too. Few people think like this, but I figured there would be quite a few. Of course, they will never reach the realm of representation. The realm achieved by Jaehyeon, this was in the heavens and the outside world. It didn't mean that he wasn't their opponent from the beginning. No one can match the genius of representation. It was the same except for Loki or a higher god above the fourth level of liberation. Also, Jaehyeon was the one who swore that even they would surpass even that Odin. No matter how much growth restrictions were lifted now, they wouldn't be able to surpass themselves. After all, it is virtually impossible for ordinary people to obtain such a rank, especially when it comes to humans, the weakest race. If you don't defend yourself, you will lose everything. Selfish, you might say, but I care more about the survival of my family and friends than the billions of lives watching this TV. After Jaehyeon said that, he gave strength to his neck once more. So take care of yourself and the lives of your family. That's all the negative stories I'm going to tell you. After that, Jaehyeon ended the interview. Jaehyeon left the rest of the interview to his colleagues. Kim Yoo-young was surprisingly quite skillful in dealing with reporters. It is said that my ability to deal with people improved because I watched so many interviews with Yoo Sung-yoon, but it seemed to be true to some extent. She was in the middle of briefly telling reporters about their current achievements and the situation of reappearance. He hasn't revealed all of them, but unless he has two lives, no one will disagree with him. The other members also left the conference room after the formal greeting. When they got out of the crowd, Seonjun Yu in the waiting room was welcoming them with a bright expression. Good job, I think Yeonhwa's share price will drop a bit. It looks like everyone is dying, do you need to worry about that? Yoo-sung warmly welcomed Jaehyeon as always, and the next day. The World Union News published an article with the following headline: "The adversary Min Jaehyeon only took care of his own safety." In the shocking declaration, the World Radar Alliance expressed sorry for the selfish judgment. The next morning, Jaehyeon, who was reading the article while shoveling coffee and egg tart into his mouth, smiled. It was a provocative article, but he didn't look too concerned. It's just as Yoo Seong-yoon said. Right now, it's mind-boggling just to struggle to survive. There was no reason to fall for such a provocation. Besides, I already knew that they would come out that way from the beginning. Richard. Wasn't the head of the World Radar Alliance a dark-hearted man? Perhaps it was only natural for them to sway public opinion in this way. As for Jaehyeon, it didn't matter. What he did yesterday was to reveal that he couldn't save everyone and to raise awareness and challenge the raiders. It was to help them grow further. It was a decision made in the judgment that it could save more people. You will live long. I ate so much swearing. Even if I couldn't, I would live to be 150. I have a godhead anyway, so even if I want to die, I can't die early. Responding to Kim Yoo-young's pointless words, Jaehyeon sat down on Nine's stale sofa and rested his chin. It was a peace I felt for the first time in a while. Recently, I have been repeating only climbing the battle tower in battle. It was important to make plans for the future while resting the tired mind and body a little. For now, it's important to check Odin's movements. Who will be the first enemy to attack us now? At Hyoyeon-on's words, Jaehyeon crossed his arms, said Hela, maybe Thor. Since he lost his two sons, he must be frantic about finding Jaehyeon. How is it? Are you running away right now? Where would you like to go if you run away? Stop playing around and think of something helpful. Jaehyeon said so. This time, Lee Yi-sang opened his mouth. The Garden of Iden I went to the other day. I also found a new recipe for the herbs I got there. It will probably be of great help in the next fight. He is my brother too. I'm the only one who's happy to say that. Jaehyeon said in a happy voice. I recently took my colleagues to Iden's garden in Niflheim. At that time, Lee Yi-sang looked at all kinds of herbs and had a conversation with Lee Dun for 4 hours in a row, eyes wide. That wasn't enough, so I asked Jaehyeon to meet her for a few days. Thanks to this, Lee Yi-sang was used to handling new herbs. It was a part that I could tell just by looking at the fact that I was able to make other potions. As a representation, it was unconditionally a good thing. A new potion presents possibilities at any time. It provides a starting point for battles that can pierce the enemy's loopholes. Also, if that happens, Jaehyeon will be able to hunt enemies much more easily. I got a few on my side too. This time Kwon So-yeol said, she said, opening the app on the pad she took out and zooming in on it. When I went to Iden's Mist Garden, I was able to find one more thing with the same magical power as the piece I got this time in Niflheim. That means, Helen narrowed her eyes, it was a series of good news. According to Kwon So-yeol, you will get the second star of the Abyss. It was self-evident that Odin's opponent would be more comfortable with it. It seems So-yeol's Sunbeam's mapping skills have improved. Jaehyeon thought so and looked at Kwon So-yeol for a while. She also recently grew up and her search skills were further strengthened. Thanks to this, it became possible to quickly search a wider space. When she went to Niflheim this time, she used her skills to explore her surroundings just in case, and it worked. Thanks to this, he had a chance to obtain the second star of the far abyss. I'm still not sure if it's a star from the distant abyss, but it's possible. However, if they made a big fuss there was a chance that their location as well as Iden's garden would be discovered by the enemy, so they had to move carefully. In order to do that, I had to organize the operation in more detail. Jaehyeon crossed his arms and said, if Thor moves, I will stop him. I have the skills to prepare for Thor's blitz. Anyway, I don't think I'll be defeated against him. Of course, it didn't look like he was going to win. No matter how much he was weakened by Hrungnir, he was Thor, the supreme god of the Aesir. With his power, it would be difficult to handle even Jaehyeon now. The power that destroyed Jotunheim during the second trial, it took a little more time to reach that level of transcendence. Of course, if a lower god came under him, he was able to deal with it at any time, but Thor would not be easy after all. Jaehyeon was most fully aware of his skills at the moment. how strong you are and who you can win against. Now his head was full of this information. Also, if there were no surprises, this would be 100% infinitely correct. Recently, his analytical skills are almost at the highest level. For now, as I said before, let's go get some more decent equipment, each one worthwhile. How is it? I also need to strengthen. Jaehyeon said so. It was because there was a recent proposal from Smur. Before the fifth trial, stopped by Svartal fame at least once. To be precise, it should be called Nidavellir, which exists inside it. Meet the dwarves there and use the flames of Surt you have to become stronger. If you do that, even Thor won't be able to defeat you easily. Where the dwarves are Nidavellir. Generally, in Norse mythology, it is identified with Svartal fame where the dark elves live, but Jaehyeon heard that the two were distinct places. It was true that they belonged to one world, but the exact location and the tribes living there were different, so it was natural. Nidavellir was another small world that existed within Svartal fame. The place where the dwarves live that we need to find now, not necessarily classified as one of the 9 worlds. Jaehyeon thought about Smur's words and closed his eyes, and I realized one simple truth. One of the best ways to get stronger, that's temple. This is an undeniable truth. Therefore, Jaehyeon decided to accept his advice. Therefore, the next destination of the comrades has already been decided. Nidavellir. I'll need to go see the blacksmiths. At his words, his colleagues nodded and stood up all at once. I didn't take a break for a few days at most, but now I wasn't in a situation where I felt as much pressure as when I attacked the tower. Even for them, this was more comfortable than taking a break. If only I could get a better item here, I would go. Kim Yoo-young said that, and Seo Ina nodded as well. Although there was a precedent of robbing Richard's World Raider Union not too long ago, they hadn't gotten a proper mythical item yet. Moreover, their purpose was not only that. Blacksmiths who lost their home in Ragnarok 10,000 years ago, Jaehyeon wanted the support of all of them. Because war is also fought with numbers, from a strategic point of view, the value of blacksmiths goes without saying. Jaehyeon thought so and recalled the images of several worlds that had disappeared in the past. In the midst of many burned, broken, and shattered worlds, war orphans abandoned there and corpses piled on top of each other. It will probably be difficult to convince the dwarves this time. Hell said so. Jaehyeon caught his breath. What he intends to do from now on is to drag them into that hell once again, even for those who barely survived. But it was also something I had to do. Jaehyeon didn't hesitate. It's not long before we really see the end. There was nowhere to retreat. Chapter 365 Nidavellir Part 2 Nidavellir. It was a place where dwarves, a race famous for their blacksmiths, were said to live, and it was a place often dealt with in all kinds of games. Since the dwarves are especially important in Norse mythology, Jaehyeon knew about them in detail. All kinds of mythical items from Thor's Mjolnir and Mejingajord were born here from the dwarves. They have very good manual dexterity. It was also self-evident that it would be of great help to Jaehyeon's plan to kill Odin. There is a reason why Smur recommended a visit. If the targets to be subsumed for wisdom are giants, dwarves for arms production, and elves for magic and battle. Each race has different powers, so it's important to embrace everyone. If it is to win the war, it must be. It's difficult if we don't increase the number of pages on this side before the second Ragnarok. Anyway, I can't kill all the enemies by myself. Isn't that why he attacked Yggdrasil and lifted the growth restriction? To give humans the strength to fight in this hellish war. Therefore, Jaehyeon was determined to capture the dwarves somehow. If they donate their equipment to humans and giants, what if you were directly involved in the war? Moreover, the advantage in war will naturally lean more towards this side. Jaehyeon realized this during the battle with Tyr. There is a limit to overturning war with individual strength. It was a strategy game. It may be a very fleeting moment, like a turn-based game where you exchange turns, but the opportunity will definitely come. Whoever can save it is the winner. It's simple. Jaehyeon is going to convince the dwarves to become the winner. But it won't be easy. Dwarves are very stubborn and hard to find. He's probably hiding. I have a lot of fears too. Hela said while watching Jaehyeon using Dropnir to open the way. Now that it's something he's used to, Jaehyeon was opening the way with magic without difficulty. The coordinates were simple, as he had heard of them from Hellas and the other half-Aesir gods. That could only be said because Jaehyeon has a genius talent for magic. Are you Akare? Because there is senior soil. It's even weirder when you start with a navigation system and can't find your way. Isn't my treatment too bad for you? Kwon Soyeol yelled at him, but Jaehyeon ignored it. Again, at times like this, ignorance was the best. An Hoyeon tilted his head. Dwarf, actually I'm really curious. I've seen elves in the form of beasts so I can guess what they would look like, but I've never seen dwarves in beast form. They are cowards, but they say they are the cowards with the most money. Jormungandr the gag man. A coward with a lot of money. Are you the worst? Kwon Soyeol muttered that. Kim Yoo-young nodded in agreement. If you were going to live as a hikikomori, there was no other option than that. Jaehyeon also wanted to live like that before returning for the first time. So, is there any way to attack the dwarves? You have to make them participate in the war. I'm afraid they won't accept it. That's what, gotta go and do something. If it doesn't work out, I'll even threaten you. Jaehyeon's words shocked Kim Yoo-jung. I can't tell if you're a villain or a good guy anymore. Do only one, just one, then I'll do it badly. Don't you usually choose a good role at that time? When Kim Yoo-jung said that and opened her eyes, Jaehyeon shrugged. It's natural when a bad actor does bad things, but people curse at a good actor. And when the villain does good, oh, why is he like that? I like it more while doing it, just listening to it is honey. If you understand, let's go. It's done now. Jaehyeon opened the portal and gestured. My colleagues were a little nervous because it was their first time riding the world transmission portal, but when he calmly pushed his body in, they threw themselves without question. And I suffered from a great feeling of nausea. I'll even tell you, this bastard. An Hoyeon and Kwon Soyeol look at Jaehyeon with resentment. While everyone was singing, Jaehyeon shook his head and said, If I had told you beforehand, no one would have tried to come in. No one could deny Jaehyeon's words. They barely caught their breath and looked at the place where the darkness fell heavily, a mine with rails paved with sparse light. It was to the extent that anyone could be sure that it was the place where the dwarves lived. Jaehyeon smiled. You don't even have to look for it. Shall we start negotiating? He was willing to raise his fist, if necessary, to conclude the negotiations. Damn it, I heard the curse of the gigantic god sitting on the throne, Odin. It was only 2 hours ago that he realized that his plan had gone awry. It is said that the adversary destroyed the control tower. The news from another crow of his own. It was annoying enough to blow Odin's mind away. I could tell just by looking at his nervous face. The thick veins rising from the forearms bounced like sparks again. What the hell is it? The true identity of the enemy is. It was the first time in the past thousands of years or 10,000 years that something had angered him so much. No matter how much I think about it, I don't understand. How was the opponent able to become as strong as he is now? He always seemed to make the best choice over and over again. It was something a normal human could not do. Human beings are the ones who make the most mistakes. Sometimes they become overly emotional in order to envy each other and deprive each other. So in the first war, those who would become Einherjar were chosen as humans. Odin sat down on his throne, lost in thought. Is it just luck? It would be better if it was just for that reason, but he was pretty sure he wasn't. When coincidences overlap, there must be a reason. Perhaps the adversary has a secret. It is also highly likely that this is related to Hyunjin's secret, that Tyr said. I'm not sure. Odin tensed his brain. What is certain is that his plan has collapsed. He planned to brainwash humans over several decades and turn them into Einherjars to participate in the second Ragnarok. Unlike the first time, he intended to bring them to his side after subduing them with enormous power, but that plan has just collapsed, because of only one person. Besides, clearing the tower means that he may have obtained the first star of the abyss, a star in the far abyss. As far as Odin knew, it was clearly hidden in the tower of Yggdrasil. Hana herself couldn't get it, Yggdrasil even on the top of the stairs, because the damn world tree didn't recognize him. Yggdrasil always spoke to Odin. You are not the owner of the star of the distant abyss. A voice falling as if declaring it. Because of that, he has not been able to collect all the stars of the abyss yet. So far, the number of stars in the distant abyss that Odin has collected is 6. He needed all 9 stars to defeat his opponent and change his fate of losing everything. First, find the remaining 2 distant stars of the abyss first. If you take a little risk, even if you don't collect at least one, you will be able to handle it with your own divinity. Odin is a transcendent being among transcendents, because he had the ability to handle that much weight. I'll get my own hands dirty if you want, if that's how you can stop the enemy and bring all the glory to Asgard in your hands. He was going to do anything. There are now 3 remaining star fragments. Among them, there were now 2 that he could get right away. The village of the dwarves was quite similar to what appeared in fantasy novels that have been read by countless people in the past. Well, it's only natural that the novel is based on Norse mythology. Jaehyeon looked at the damp caves around him and deployed his magical powers. Active skill Flash LV5. The spheres cling to the walls like moss, illuminating the cave and its surroundings. Now this level of magic was not difficult for him at all. While taking a class on understanding magic arithmetic in the past, he crossed the realm once. Reaching Class A, he clearly felt his magical talent. Even more so, what about now that you have gained a godhood? Of course, this kind of magic can be used like breathing. First of all, finding the dwarves will be the priority. Kim Yoo-jung said that and carefully looked at the trap sticking to the floor. It was something that Jaehyeon had destroyed just a moment ago, and it had the effect of paralyzing anyone who stepped on it. As befits a skillful blacksmith, the precision of the trap was quite good. Of course, there was no big problem with Jaehyeon, because his skill is such that he can grasp traps like this very easily. Moreover, compared to when they first attacked the Yggdrasil tower, their colleagues had already grown a lot. It means you don't even have to worry about it. It's strange. Kwon Soyeol suddenly stopped walking and said so. By the time she and her colleagues had already been walking inside for an hour or so, we can no longer obtain interior geographic information. It seemed like that. It seems like something is going on here. Jaehyeon smiled in response to her words, dwarf. As if Hela was not mistaken in saying that they were surprisingly timid, they were completely concealing their habitat. It must be guarding against the invasion of outsiders. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and filled the nearby air and mana with the depths of his lungs. A smile slowly spreads across his face. Also, hey, what is it? Please say something. Jaehyeon clenched his fists at the sound of Kim Yoo-jung's voice. Then he hit the floor with his fist filled with his magical energy with a squeaking sound. Along with it, a huge sinkhole-like pit was created, and a long, dark path leading to a staircase opened beneath it. This looks like a real residence. Before you break something, I'd like you to say something. I'll be careful next time. After answering Seona's story, Jaehyeon took a step down. Kim Yoo-jung quietly followed behind and muttered, I thought you didn't say that to me. But Jaehyeon didn't even pay attention this time. For reference, the reason Jaehyeon was able to find the hidden stairs is simple. The mana in the air that had just permeated into the lungs, because their concentrations were different. Dwarves are not very strong against magic. Its ability is excellent because it can create engraving equipment using runes, but that means it is only equipment. Thanks to that, the magic was quite crude, so it wasn't too difficult to find the way. They must have hidden their place like this, thinking that they would not be able to find their way because they could not even sense the increasing concentration. Of course, it only seemed to Jaehyeon that they openly opened their place. Wait a minute, stop there. Then I heard the voice of a man with a long beard coming down the stairs. Chapter 366 Engraving Part 1 Wait a minute, stop there. A voice stopped at the bottom of the stairs. It was clear that it belonged to the dwarves. A face with a full beard in a low-pitched voice. And short, dainty legs that stretched down. This made me look like a dwarf no matter who saw it. Jaehyeon used his insight eye to lightly gauge his strength. Weak, but is it a dwarf after all? Jaehyeon found an interesting thing. He smiled and immediately used his magic. You have activated the active skill shape of magic tool. You have succeeded in producing the artifact Dragon Slasher Bombung. Dig. At the same time, Jaehyeon's body leans forward and the new model disappears in an instant. Jaehyeon, An Hoyeon, who followed his movements, shouted. However, Jaehyeon's movement did not stop. Like a swallow swallowed up in water, the sword of Jaehyeon was shot quickly and aimed at the dwarf's spot. Kiang. The colleagues were in despair, thinking that the dwarf might die from Jaehyeon's ruthlessness. I heard you came here to persuade me to participate in Ragnarok. Why did he suddenly do that? Kim Yoo-jung thought that way, and Hela was even worse than that. That crazy. That human is really insane. However, contrary to expectations, he did not cut down the black dwarf just. It's an interesting weapon too. Is that the engraving technique you boast about? A voice escaped Jaehyeon's mouth. The dwarf's face was cold. He was holding a sword whose name was not even known to him who had received Jaehyeon's Bombung, a pure white longsword. An unknown aura emerges from it. Jaehyeon briefly recalled the past. It was when he attended the regular meeting in Hell after clearing Yggdrasil. Inscription, Akoe, dwarves have special powers that enhance their equipment to the limit. We call it imprinting for convenience. Hearing Hell's words, Jaehyeon scratched his head and asked. But so far I have also acquired quite a bit of mythical equipment. However, there was not a single piece of equipment that was imprinted yet. If it's that great, it should have been attached to the mythical equipment. That's what it is. I will explain. Smur interrupted, tapping the round table with his thick fingers. He stared at Jaehyeon for a moment. There are two things. First of all, it is because of your lack of strength. Lack of strength, the first one was accepted. If that's the case, there's nothing you can do about it. No matter how much I got a mythical item, I couldn't use it properly because I couldn't handle the power properly. There was no need for further explanation. Smur was on. The second reason is that engraving exists only for one individual. Does it exist for individuals? Yes, you know that each person's magical properties are different, right? Of course. Character of magical power. It is different for each person. It was a familiar story to Jaehyeon, who had sufficiently completed related education at the academy. Because each individual has a different magical power, even when registering as an awakened person, it is possible to distinguish them according to the characteristics of their magical power. If this is not done, it will be difficult to identify who is the culprit when a crime centered on the awakened is committed. For example, what if a change-type awakener becomes a thief and robs a bank? If that happens, it will be close to impossible to identify the criminal who committed the crime by changing his or her face or fingerprints. At that time, what is needed is the awareness of mana. To this end, all awoken go through a separate registration process, whether they become a radar or not. It is to register each individual's magical power information and store it in the National Security Agency. If we don't do this, it will become the worst country where all sorts of crimes run rampant. It is a system to protect ordinary people from the awakened. Smir nodded. To put it simply, in order to draw out the art of engraving, your inherent magical power must work on the engraving. So even if you have a weapon, if you don't go through the procedure, it's difficult for the effect of the imprint to work properly. Jaehyeon was able to understand his words without difficulty. To put it simply, you cannot stamp without fingerprint recognition. What could this be like? Then are there no other races capable of engraving? Do I really need to bring a dwarf? I really wanted to check that out. Even if you don't, didn't Hela tell you to be careful in advance? They are a cowardly race and do not listen to others with their stubbornness. Is there a need to persuade them to join the battle? In that sense, Jaehyeon asked about this fact. War is not something you fight alone. Soon, such an answer came back from Hel. She bit her lip for a moment, then looked at Jaehyeon and said, "If I could have stopped Odin alone, Loki from 10,000 years ago, not you, would have ended the war. But that wasn't the case. We had to live in hell for 10,000 years under a humiliating pact." Smir nodded, agreeing with her. Since Jaehyeon's curiosity was resolved, he decided not to vomit further. Anyway, if there are many people who can help you, you will benefit yourself. Moreover, there is a possibility that Odin's magical powers will reach out and they will become enemies. Such was the case with the nameless repair. Jaehyeon remembered the last time he was at the top of the tower. He was said to be a good man, but he eventually succumbed to Odin at the end. He betrayed his will and his friends. Those were the words of someone who couldn't really keep them. Jaehyeon knew this, so he planned to use everything that was available. Well, if you ask the dwarves to make equipment and give it to humans, you will be able to increase your power. It would be better to recruit them as allies unconditionally. Of course, low-ranking targets would not benefit from engraving. However, the result of hearing through hell. It is said that the artifacts of the dwarves are different from items that can be obtained in other dungeons. Well, there was no need to say more because even Odin, the highest being, held the spear they made. Jaehyeon made a promise. I will somehow attract them and seize the victory of this war. Then have a good trip. Oh, don't scratch their gourds. Because dwarves have eccentric personalities. If you don't do it, you'll end up with a skeleton gourd. Ha 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 ha. I pretended not to hear Jormungandr's words and stood up as calmly as possible. Jaehyeon let out a small sigh. It was because it was a bit like showing off in front of a car. In any case, Jaehyeon activated his skill as soon as he saw the dwarves to gauge their skills. It was safe to say that there was no force less than imagined. I don't know, but the average ability will be much lower than Alfheim 10,000 years ago. So far it's as expected, but at that moment something caught Jaehyeon's eyes. The sword that guy is holding, I can feel it from there. Is that the effect of engraving? Dwarves said that they could use weapons with inscriptions even if they did not have the dignity due to their racial characteristics. If so, that dwarf is holding a weapon with unknown power. Its identity could also be said to be the product of engraving, so he decided to try it out. Will the durability of that weapon be strong enough to withstand one's own mythical items? Whether you can further develop your weapon. The current situation happened because of that. Who are you to suddenly turn someone else's house over? The dwarf jumped wildly and said. Jaehyeon calmly recalled the sword and said, greetings. Originally, humans greet like this. Jaehyeon lied with an impudent face. The dwarf wrinkled his brow a little, but since he didn't know about the unknown race of humans, his expression became a little worried. Aren't you even going to say hello? Jaehyeon decided to go out there more brazenly. It was because it was too troublesome to deal with the case. Even Jaehyeon's colleagues couldn't help but open their mouths and say nothing. I found out again that his impudence was different. The dwarf stamped his feet again and shouted when the party's reaction was unusual. Don't lie, then why don't the humans standing behind me say hello? That's because I'm the representative. Why you dwarves don't even have a king? It's not like that. The dwarf seemed to be starting to believe this nonsense. He pondered for a moment, and when he raised his sword to greet him, Jaehyeon spread his palms and nodded as if he was Akae. Originally, only those who say hello to humans are facing swords. The recipient does not have to do it again once the greeting has been exchanged. Kwon Soyeol and Lee Yisang almost simultaneously sighed quietly, covering their faces with their hands. How can a person be so shameless? Then Hela took a step forward and approached the dwarf. Yes, Hela will solve this situation somehow. However, Kim Yoo-young's expectations were exactly betrayed. It's a normal human greeting, so please understand. It is certainly, Hela and Jaehyeon are insane. The more insane person is that dwarf who is deceived by these words. That's right, this is what this human greeting is like. I learned one thing, we are a race tolerant of learning. When the dwarf tried to knock on his chest and said, Jaehyeon confidently shook his head. I want to meet your king. Please guide me, you dare to have a private meeting with our king. The dwarf was furious but soon calmed down when Jaehyeon summoned the sword again. There was an uncomfortable silence for a moment. Soon Jaehyeon smiled and swung his sword. People say hello many times, did you know? A story is always welcome. Our king is benevolent, and he is very interested in the ecology of those various races. That's great. Jaehyeon gave an evil smile and the dwarf in front of him hesitantly started guiding the way. His expression was obviously teary-eyed, but no one sympathized with him. If you go around with Jaehyeon, this is natural. Come to think of it, it was the same during the last tower attack, so there was nothing more to explain. Hey, but what if that greeting turns out to be a lie? They say a lie sometimes becomes the truth when there are more than 3 of them. In response to Kim Yoo-young's words, Jaehyeon spoke calmly. As expected, thinking is of a different class. Kim Yoo-young thought that while watching the dwarves ahead, the drooping shoulders were impressive. Chapter 367, Engraving Part 2, the dwarf's name was said to be the soul of the left foot of the Black Lion. Originally, the dwarves wanted to be named as if they were derived from a folk religion, but they said it was just their mother's preference. There was nothing strange about it. On the contrary, I liked that it was easy to memorize. However, it was a little annoying when I called it, so I decided to call it Black Feet. Depending on the person, it was a story that could feel the willingness to ridicule, and he also looked a little bad, but Jaehyeon easily persuaded him. Originally, humans call the person they want to be friendly with by shortening their name. Look at my friends originally, I am Min Jaehyeon, but don't you take off my last name. At that, the black-haired souls were tricked again. Jaehyeon has a small wish for more creatures that are easy to handle. I was convinced that it would be much easier to stop Ragnarok then. Who is your king? Jaehyeon asked like that with an example. The black-footed soul looked back at Jaehyeon and said, the king is wise and has the longest beard, a true dwarf. The dwarves seem to think that the longer they have a beard, the greater their wisdom. I need to write a note somewhere. Since at least one screw for each race is missing, it must have been tricked by black-haired people who don't know much about humans. It was indeed a race that seemed prone to fraud. As he walked, he asked Jaehyeon for what purpose he was looking for his king. The road was rough and dark. Besides, there was a high possibility of getting lost if he gave a bad answer here, so Jaehyeon answered as simply as possible. Because I need the power of engraving. The black-haired soul didn't ask if he understood. It's obvious why other people are looking for dwarves anyway, crafting equipment or requiring engraving. Jaehyeon was both the former and the latter. The former was to prepare his own weapons with his colleagues, and the latter was to use the power of engraving so that he could use his weapons more properly. Jaehyeon was convinced that this encounter with the dwarf would enable him to grow. It's not as difficult as climbing the tower. Because of this, his steps were bound to be infinitely light. To be honest, I was a bit mistaken for eating it raw. Still, I have to stay alert. Jaehyeon sighed and clenched his fists. After this problem is solved, he intends to search around Idun's garden to obtain the second star of the distant abyss. He had already asked the Anti-Aesir Alliance to get a rough idea of its location for him. It wouldn't be as effective as Kwon Soyeol's direct action, but since you can't have 2 bodies, this was the best for now. I could drop my comrades and go alone, but that's not good. Dangerous? Now the colleagues are being checked by all the Aesir. It was too much of a gamble to move independently, and Jaehyeon had no intention of losing the members of 9. These are the people who have supported them so far. So it is important here to move carefully and improve the abilities of your allies while keeping the enemy's movements and situations in check. Moreover, Loki has yet to recover his strength. If he comes back, he will be 1,000 forces, so you have to endure it. Until then, it'll be difficult if I don't do it properly. Jaehyeon nodded slightly. It didn't take long before he and his comrades were seated in front of a huge golden statue. It was a magnificent statue in the middle of a dark cavity. Wow, you made a statue that big and elaborate. Kim Yoo-young looked around as if surprised and said. Jaehyeon didn't show it, but he was sympathetic. Are dwarves still dwarves? The statue had a huge hammer and a long mustache, just like Thor's pressure. It was a hammer that felt the power of heaven and earth. Jaehyeon nodded and gave a satisfied smile. I thought that I had finally arrived in the world of the dwarves. Jaehyeon had been to several worlds, but this was the place he felt most familiar with as he liked games. Nidavellir. Jaehyeon looked around the place again and admired it. For now, wait here for a while to meet the king. I guess I have to say something first. For reference, Jaehyeon and his colleagues' identities have been proven thanks to Hela. This was because the objects of Smur, Hel, and other gods she brought with her proved this. It's nothing else, it's God's thing. Of course, there was no problem at all with proof of identity. Dwarves, like a race with expertise in crafting, can even tell whether an item is real or fictional. It would have been even more so. Go to the village inn over there and show me this card, and if you tell me my name, I will lend you a room to rest. I get it, it won't take long, will it? Jaehyeon's words had a strange sense of life, even purr. In his arms, he even holds a small dragon that is said to be close to extinction. It was obvious what it would be like to mess around, so the black-footed bottom finally lowered its head and said, "Of course. Nothing to worry about. It would be over in 2 hours," he said. Jaehyeon took his colleagues and headed to the inn. We decided to form teams of at least 2 people of the same sex and stay in the room. Because I didn't know when a variable would arise, I thought it was dangerous to be alone. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon, An Hoyen, and Lee Yiseng unpacked their belongings in one room. Seo Nuna, Kwon Soyeol, and Kim Yoo-young ended up staying in different rooms. And at that moment, the souls of Blackfeet were being scolded by Darren, the king of the dwarves. Dare. So you're saying you brought an outsider into this town, without even asking my permission? But if I didn't, he was going to kill me. Isn't that why we gave you the secret of our village? The masterpiece, legendary blacksmith's longsword, that I devoted all my energy to and converted to, legendary blacksmith's longsword. As the grandiose name attached, the object contained quite a lot of stories. First, the fact that Darren the king made it himself, and second, that it was an object that Darren carved after learning the art of engraving for the first time. Its grade is also very high, reaching the level of S+, and it is a weapon with more than 3 additional effects on defense. The fact that he was frightened of outsiders with such things and guided them to the village itself. Even if it's not the case, I have something to tell you about it. The black-haired soul opened its mouth to Darren, who thought so. He drew his sword from its scabbard and laid it down in front of Darren. Darren tilted his head. "What are you doing now?" Darren couldn't help but gasp at that moment. His gaze turns to the sword. Then I felt my whole body cool and shiver. It was because there was something unfolding in front of his eyes that he couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. The sword cracked. The sword Darren made. A solid black line was drawn on the sword. It was clearly an indicator that the sword was breaking. It was at that moment that he remembered that he had not heard the identity of the intruder. The identity of the intruder is... Yes, it is as you would think. They were sent from the Anti-Acer Coalition, and the one who broke this sword. The souls of the Blackfeet barely endured the goosebumps on their bodies. He was what they call the adversary. After Jaehyeon unpacked his luggage, Hoyen An came out with Yiseng Lee. Interesting glances felt intermittently. It felt like it was scanning them. Well, to the dwarves who live underground like this, the existence of humans is bound to be miraculous. Jaehyeon walked down the street with such thoughts in mind. Do dwarves like dark places? An Hoyen suddenly asked. Jaehyeon shook his head. No, now these guys are hiding. Hiding? At Jaehyeon's words, An Hoyen widened her eyes. From what? Dark elf. If you go out here, you run away from the darkness that exists and sneak into a deeper darkness. Dark elf. They were dwarves and nemesis. What are you talking about? Dwarves will be completely pushed back by them if they don't raise their weapons. Jaehyeon thought about that and continued walking down the street. In fact, if you think about it, it is natural that the two do not get along well. The vast land of darkness called Svartal Fame, there are as many as 2 races there. Not only that, dark elves are beings born from the corruption of vicious elves. Magical talent was almost the same as that of the elves, but there was no manners to respect the dwarves like the elves. Also, the dwarves tried to drive them out but failed, and ended up stuck underground. Odin also contributed to this. The dwarves supported the Anti-Acer Alliance 10,000 years ago at the time of Ragnarok and helped them make equipment. On the other hand, the dark elves participated in the war as Odin's faithful servants. However, as you know, it was Odin who won the war. Of course, it goes without saying that the treatment is pitiful. That's why dwarves are underground. An Hoyen nodded as if he understood. Jaehyeon glanced at him. Are you sympathizing? Well, he's a good guy by nature. An Hoyen is affectionate and kind, upright and kind. That's why it wouldn't be nice to go through a situation like this. The same goes for Yiseng Lee. That time when 3 people walk side by side like that, a dwarf appeared and blocked the way. Black souls. He showed up after 1 hour and 52 minutes. Jaehyeon wrinkled his brow. Among humans, things are supposed to be done 10 minutes before the scheduled time. Apparently, there are no such rules here. Sorry. At his words, the soles of his Blackfeet broke out in cold sweat. I gave all the words to the king. He told me to bring you all to the audience room. Good news. Jaehyeon smiled and took An Hoyen and Lee Yiseng to the women's dorm and took her colleagues out. It was only a short break, but the fatigue seemed to be quite relieved. It must have been because he got stronger little by little as he gained rank, Jaehyeon guessed. So, have you heard what kind of person the king of the dwarves is? Kwon Soyeol stepped forward and asked. Jaehyeon nodded. Roughly, but well, wouldn't it be most accurate to meet and confirm? But when Kim Yoo-young agreed, Seo In-na also shook her head and followed Jaehyeon side by side. When all my colleagues are calm, only one dwarf was sweating like rain, the black-haired souls standing in the front and walking. To him, Jaehyeon was almost like a monster. But it is something that cannot be expressed. If I say hello one more time, I'll die. Next time, don't even give me a chance to say hello. I won't meet you at all. While thinking about that, he guided Jaehyeon to the dwarves' capital before he knew it. This way, amid the trembling voice of the souls of black feet, the figure of a dwarf sitting on a throne began to appear. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow. Chapter 368 Chapter 368 Engraving Part 3 King of the Dwarves. Darren's throne room was not too far from the entrance. Even though it was the kingdom of the dwarves in the first place, it was unavoidable because it possessed only a small part of Svartalf fame. Jaehyeon did not kneel or lower his head while looking at Darren. He decided that he had come to help them as an opponent anyway, so there was no reason to take a low profile. Actually, that judgment was right. I am Darren, king of the dwarves. I heard that you are the adversary recognized by the anti-Aesir faction. He didn't feel disrespectful at Jaehyeon's attitude at all and took his luck like that. I doubted that maybe the black-haired soul had said that all human manners are like that. Come to think of it, should I run to the king as well? Jaehyeon nodded his head moderately, thinking about such a foolish thought. Akare, I am the enemy. Well, that's what they call it on their own. So what you want from me is engraving. Ake, as you dwarves already know, Odin is on the move. I need your strength. I can't allow that. Jaehyeon's eyebrows rose subtly. Maybe this dwarf needs to be beaten to come to his senses. I can feel that thought slowly rising from the end of the Danjian. Why? Because there is no certainty that we will win this war. At Darren's words, Jaehyeon's breath suddenly became tight. It was the same with Hela. Darren, do you know what you're talking about? Of course, Hel's alter ego, long time no see. I don't think it's time to say hello. Hela's answer was cold, of course. You can't accept an offer like that without a hitch. I doubted whether I knew what the situation was like or not. Tell me why you can't engrave me. Jaehyeon had no choice but to say that while opening his magic. I had the idea of at least a moderate armed demonstration if necessary. I used that method when I persuaded Lars in the Elves' Kingdom in the past. Sometimes when it comes to persuading others, nothing is more certain than force. No matter how it comes out, I can listen to your proposal. Reason? Jaehyeon rolled on the ground with a bang. The ground vibrated and a roar poured out. Darren sighed at Jaehyeon's high-handed attitude and said, I'll be honest. I'm afraid of Odin and also because I can't trust you. Hela's expression hardened for a moment. Darren was on. Even 10,000 years ago you said that. You will definitely win the war, so ask for the power of crafting equipment and engraving. If you do that, you will surely destroy Asgard. But how did it turn out? So you're going to sit down before you even try. To put it in perspective, the story was similar to what Smur had said at the beginning. At that time, he witnessed the death of his father, Hrungnir, right in front of his eyes. The shock knocked me down and I didn't want to get up again. However, Jaehyeon showed his potential there. At that time, it was only a speck of hope, but now Smur completely believed in reappearance. I felt like I had to go through that process again. If you prove yourself, the dwarf in front will also think about reappearing again. Jaehyeon said with a calm voice. I was also recognized by that stubborn giant Smur. Why don't you try believing at least once? I don't think it's a business to lose money. It's something even Loki couldn't do. What more could a weak human being do? Darren was wise. Unlike Blackfoot, he wasn't stupid. The proof was that the name was normal. Jaehyeon thought for a moment. What should I do? Should it be suppressed by force? But that method should only be used in the worst case. If I do that, I'll end up doing the same thing as Odin. Their fears are understandable. Dwarves were weak in the first place, but they supported the anti-Aesir forces 10,000 years ago. But that turned out to be a failure. Also, the hellish war made them lose their place of life. It made them hide deeper from the attacks of the Dark Elves. Therefore, it is a fact that they have no choice but to feel natural fear. In fact, I thought that if you stay underground for a long time like this, everyone will inevitably become more timid. Jaehyeon asked, crossing his arms at Darren's stubborn attitude. How am I going to believe you? What are you talking about? I'm asking how you can trust me and lend me the power of the dwarves. That's something no human could ever do, Jaehyeon laughed. Because I decided to set my own limits like that. Isn't that why you're stuck in such a narrow pit like this? Do you dishonor our compatriots who died in blood because of you? The king's eyes begin to glow and burn. He was weak, but even so, he was not so weak at heart that he put up with the criticism of the previous kings and his own people. The reappearance was on and on. I want you to know, as you said, I am human. It wasn't long before I got the rank. The war of 10,000 years ago is none of my business. Actually, that was a lie. Jaehyeon has seen countless deaths so far, the countless lives that were lost 10,000 years ago. It was pitiful, and at times I felt myself weak and suffered from insomnia in constant pain. But that's no reason to hold yourself accountable. Because at the time, reproduction did not exist. It was only natural that he would not take any responsibility for the past war. Do you hear stories like that in those circumstances? Considering Jaehyeon's usual personality, this was a story that could never be overlooked. He was with a cold smile. What have I to do with the filthy weakness of the Van Aesir bastards during the First War? I'm just asking you as an individual of mine, how can you trust me? Darren closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. His long beard hangs down. Actually, he knew how strong the human being in front of me is. Isn't that the opponent who destroyed the rare masterpiece he created just a moment ago? Also, if it is enough to destroy your own weapon, you have to go far beyond at least the third stage of liberation. Perhaps the adversary has surpassed that realm. That's because it's less than a year in a human body. It might be worth believing a little bit. It was the same with the artifacts worn on the body. That alone was proving that he was strong enough to look at. Also, no matter how dwarves are stuck in the tunnel, Thor's two sons. I had heard that Modi and Magni were dead. It was also the same that it was the enemy who killed him. What can you do? I won't be able to kill Odin right now, but yes. The rest will do whatever you want. Jaehyeon said that with a confident face. His expression was unstoppable, as if there was not even an inch of lies. Good night, make one bet. Bet, if you bring back the lost land of the dwarves, I will help you. I will believe you again, how is it? If it's a land of dwarves, Siona muttered softly. Hela answered her question. Svartal fame, it's a story to bring back all of that place, that's too much to ask for, she bit her lip. The Dark Elves were the ones who were currently at the highest level in Svartal fame. In the past, Jaehyeon had killed one of the 9 kings, but he was only one of the 9 kings. Kings get stronger as you go up, and King 1 was almost at the level of reaching the third stage of liberation. Hela could hardly understand Darren's intentions, telling her to deal with such an enemy at a time when time was urgent. However, Jaehyeon was calm. You take back the land and we borrow your strength. Well, it sounds like a good contract with each other. What do you guys think? I will be your strength whenever you go. Siona was the first to answer. Other co-workers nodded as well. Kim Yu-young crossed her arms and said, because I can't help it, well, it would be better for us to go together than you go alone. Okay, then I will do that. You won't change Darren's words, will you? At Jaehyeon's words, Darren nodded. As the king of the dwarves and in the name of our ancestors, I will accept this bet, and if you succeed, I swear to be loyal to you until the end of the war. I don't need loyalty. He shrugged his shoulders and said so, then quickly kicked off the seat. There was no hesitation in his movement when he turned around. I figured it would be like this anyway. It was because they thought that the dwarves would not accept their request without any conditions. It would be nice if I could eat even a little bit raw, but I can't help it. However, even though it was annoying for Jaehyeon, he wasn't worried at all. Dark elves in the past had dealt with them and had titles that could be used. In addition, his colleagues also gained divinity and their level was quite high. At that time, the enemies of about 9 kings would not have been difficult to deal with individually, except for Li Yisang. Wait a minute, the moment Jaehyeon turned around like that, Darren summoned Jaehyeon for a moment. Looking at the adversary in front of his eyes, Darren recalled a past hidden deep within his heart. It was a story about his family and ancestors a long time ago, the former king of the dwarves. There was a man called Kurin. Naturally, he was courageous and extremely averse to betraying his faith. So he joined Van Sur and died. He lost his life along with his compatriots while fighting to defend his beliefs. Darren has been growing up hearing stories about this since childhood. Never stand on the side of the weak who are not strong. It will only kill your own people. If you want to be king, think of nothing other than the safety of your people. Darren was cowardly, but he thought he was right. It was because the previous generation was overpowered by the enemy so easily that it was embarrassing and died. Because their land was taken away by the Dark Elves. But why? The adversary in front of him was the one he wanted to believe. He believes in himself and moves forward without hesitation. In fact, they are the weakest race, humans. Darren thought, no matter how extraordinary talent he had, it would have taken his own hard work and a hellish forging process to become as strong as he is now. He would have endured the pain by continuously knocking on himself, like pouring molten iron and knocking on a shaped piece of equipment. Thanks to that, it must have been able to become a well-forged sword like it is now. After thinking for a while, Darren made a decision to try him out. I decided to make sure that I was the one who could really keep my word. Since you received my request, I will give you an advance payment. Advance payment? Akare, take out your most used weapon and show it to me. I will show you my engraving technique. Jaehyeon's eyes widened. It was because he did not know that he would be able to obtain the imprint of a weapon in this way. He already knew that Darren just wanted to test himself. However, there was no reason to avoid it. In any case, it was good for Jaehyeon. He pondered for a while, then took out an artifact and put it down in front of Darren. This was an artifact completely different from what my colleagues expected. They groaned in bewilderment. Why do you have to do that out of many things? At the words of his colleagues, Jaehyeon gave a light smile. Chapter 369, Before Recapture Part 1, the artifact Jaehyeon brought out was surprisingly not used often. Demon Sword Tiabing, he held it out in front of Darren. Colleagues tilted their heads as if they couldn't understand at all. Why did you choose this one out of so many? A sword that cannot be leaded until one person is killed when it comes out of the scabbard. Its danger does not need to be explained by mouth. But why did Jaehyeon make such a choice? If it's the one you use often, isn't it Nidhogg's Fang or the recently strengthened Dragon Slasher Bombung? If not, it would be nice to engrave an engraving on the side of the armor. But why? Jaehyeon did not explain why he made that decision. Darren saw Jaehyeon's weapon. He brushed his beard once. This is a weapon that was realized through magic. That too, it's a demonic sword. It looks like there's a lot of human blood on it. It's a dangerous thing. Darren's eyes narrow. Where did you get this from? As spoils. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders as if he had no reason to explain further. The meaning was clear, so Darren didn't ask more. I just said that I thought I should make one thing clear. Is it really okay to engrave an engraving on this weapon? There are many ways to engrave other weapons. He was repeating it now. In fact, no dwarf would be happy to engrave an imprint on an object that was difficult to handle, especially if it's a magic sword. However, Jaehyeon also had his own circumstances. The reason why he bothered to strengthen Tiabing. It was clear, I need a powerful shot. I need to have the best shot to send away a being higher than me at once. Because it was a reproduction that had not yet reached the fourth stage of liberation. It was to be able to put a proper shot against an enemy of a higher rank than himself. In that sense, the choice to engrave a seal on Tiabing could be seen as the right choice. There are a total of 3 mythical equipment that can be crafted. However, not all were equally powerful. Since ancient times, each weapon has its own characteristics, so you have to fight by changing it from time to time. However, there is one thing that needs to be made clear in the process. Be sure to pack at least one weapon that can hit you right away. Otherwise, when you have a chance to kill the enemy, you may blow it up. It was the same when I fought Hyujin. If he had been a little stronger, he could have killed him with one shot at the Red Gate. Since one arm was amputated, there was no harvest, but it was true that it was regrettable inside. However, Jaehyeon's thoughts will inevitably not be understood by others, because it was too risky. However, Jaehyeon thought differently. Few have ever been so close to death every moment. Now his head was colder and more rational than ever. Darren sighed for a moment and said, Do you know the weight of the ghosts and blood that clung to this weapon? If I knew, I wouldn't be able to use this weapon. Weapons are meant to be wielded. I don't care how many people died from this. It was right after Jaehyeon confronted him. You are a dwarf and a blacksmith. Darren, did you say that? You'd better think well. What are you making right now? Making weapons. In particular, it smelts a cold weapon like the sword that Jaehyeon took out. The meaning of casting is clear. To kill someone, what else is it to kill? To make one's own decisions about the life and death of others. It was the blacksmith's job to feel that pressure. It's not just about pounding it well and adding wind to it for smelting. It won't take long. Finish it soon, sleep in this town today and leave tomorrow morning. Good, Jaehyeon nodded. If that was the case, it was well worth the wait. Jaehyeon returns to the inn room in the village after the conversation with Darren. He closed his eyes for a moment and remembered the story Hela and Smur had told him. It was at the time of Helheim's regular meeting before embarking on the journey. Actually, from the beginning, the owner of Svartalf fame was not a dark elf. Smur was so lucky. Jaehyeon asked about him in detail, and the other gods told him various things. Beginning, Jaehyeon thought, in order to properly explain this, it is the most primitive period. The story of the birth of Ginnungagap and the various races that were born thereafter cannot be left out. Ever since the far and deep abyss was first born. After Autumnra was born by melting the ice of Niflheim, the world pulsated in earnest. Subsequently, numerous races were born, and among them there was no dark elf. It meant that it was a species that did not exist at all. If so, a question may arise here. Where the hell did the dark elves come from? Why did he become the owner of Svartalf fame, the dwarven dwelling? To find out, we have to pull back a little bit of time again. When the world began. In the beginning of the natural world, the main races were only the gods, elves, giants, and various spirits. They rose up on their own, built a civilization, proved their worth, and established themselves in their respective worlds in earnest. By the way, at that time, Odin was already preparing for war. Just like now, it was to obtain the whole world and satisfy his own ambition. However, at that time he was still weak. Of course, it was said that it was weak compared to now, but it was true anyway. Odin was weak at the time and was not as good as the others. At that time, Asgard's leader was Tyr. As the god of war and justice, he became the leader of Asgard at once, leading huge support and followers. 1. Odin didn't like that. Because of this, he decided to work. He was determined to seize the supremacy of Asgard himself. In fact, if it were another god, he might have been satisfied with his position. However, Odin was not satisfied with his position, so come up with a solution. It was to use it by encouraging other forces to help him rise to the pinnacle. The first target was the elf. Odin went to the elf and said, If you help me, I will push Tyr and take over Asgard, and I will make your life easier by obtaining all the world. However, elves were innately noble beings. Convincing them with their high noses was virtually impossible. Because of this, Odin turned his eyes to another method. It breaks down from the inside out. That was Odin's main method. No matter how solid it is, if it starts to crumble slowly from the inside, it will be destroyed the moment you don't even realize it. He was sure that he could seize power if he used it. Odin used the rune language he learned in Yggdrasil to get his hands on the forbidden magic. Forbidden magic here refers to magic that affects the great flow of the world. For example, interfering with time, space, life, etc., it would have been unbelievable to realize such a thing with magic, so many people had to sacrifice. However, Odin secretly succeeded in the experiment, forbidden magic. The first one was this: corruption, literally creating a rift in any being and giving it more power with runes, then nurture the seeds of discord and corrupt them. That was Odin's magic. Odin swallowed the elves in an instant. As Odin, who took their form, began to kill his own people, the elves became suspicious of each other. It was the beginning of the fall. In the process, among the elves, of course, there was no choice but to create an alienated group. Odin held out his hand to them. I will give you stronger and superior power, so take my hand. That's what I said. They couldn't deny it. Thanks to Odin's power, a fallen elf, in other words, the Dark Elves, were born. However, the war had not yet begun. Since the elves were still alive, Odin selected Svartalfheim as their home. Dwarves had little contact with elves and were separated from humans. I only interacted with God occasionally. Those who are full of selfishness, who are independent children of heaven and earth, because that's what Odin thought was a dwarf. Odin also thought that the weapons they made were extremely dangerous. Because of this, they waged a long war after making the Dark Elves unable to exert their momentum. That was the first Ragnarok. Jaehyeon was able to respond, as he is now, thanks to hearing all of these stories. After all, information is the best asset. Because of this, he felt the need to organize the Dark Elves once. Aren't they the ones who are on Odin's side anyway because of their past? It was judged that if they eliminated them before the war escalated, they would be able to increase their odds. Of course, it didn't show on the outside at all. I also thought that it would be nice if I could erase even a little more debt from my heart to Darren. The throne room of Nidavellir Palace at night. Darren, who was looking at the floor near Jaehyeon's place, smiled. A person who came to visit me a little while ago. His power was beyond his imagination. No, it wasn't just strength. Loki I saw in the past, even he didn't speak this well. There was an invisible leadership in the enemy. At first glance, he looked like a bully, full of thoughts to rip off something, but that wasn't all. I see what he wanted to say. A blacksmith making a sword, he knew exactly what the act meant. How many battlefields and how many battles had he gone through to realize that? With that thought in mind, he placed his hand on the sword he had left behind. Tiabing. The demonic sword was shining transparently in the moonlight. Dangerous is beautiful. Beautiful things are dangerous. As if realizing the truth, the fine figure of the sword is revealed. Darren began to increase his magic power, then took out his quill and runestone. It was a necessary item for imprinting. He catches his breath. I hope my choice can change the fate of the dwarves. He thought so and dipped the tip of his quill in the blue liquid extracted from the runestone. After bringing a pen to the mouth of the naked body of the pure white sword, listened to the cry of the sword. It was a sorrowful cry that no other race could hear. Woo woo woo, fragments of the spirits of those killed by this sword. It remained there unformed. That's why Darren hesitated. This sword has eaten a lot of its owner. Knowing that, he thought that the enemy would surely die by this sword, but the adversary said he would handle that too. If so, I would just return what he said. The adversary said, I wasn't confident 10,000 years ago, so what happened then is not my business. So Darren laughed. As his pen touches the sword, letters slowly begin to be engraved. Even if you die, it's not my part-time job anyway. Chapter 370, Recapture Part 2. It was early in the morning when Darren told me to go find the weapon. By the time my colleagues hadn't even woken up yet, the entrance to the Dwarven Kingdom. He came directly to Jaehyeon, who was refining his sword and magic at the training ground. Jaehyeon laughed. It was the time when the morning sun had not yet risen. Even though you're a king, Darren, you seem to have a pretty light ass. Is that just a greeting between humans? If you're insulting the dwarf's short legs, I won't stand it. No, so calm down. Black souls are like that, and so are you. Jaehyeon was on the verge of doubting whether dwarves had an inferiority complex due to their short legs. Other tribes, in particular those like elves, were elongated and pretty from the beginning. On the other hand, dwarves tend to have an appearance that is difficult to describe as aesthetically beautiful. I thought that maybe there would be an inferiority complex, especially in front of other races. Well, Jaehyeon was the type to think that the appearance wasn't that important. Anyway, by the way, it's done, the sword you said. I engraved the mark on it. What kind of engraving did you engrave specifically? It is the imprint of destruction, mark of destruction. It was a bloody imprint from the name. Jaehyeon tried to ask in detail but soon stopped. It was because Darren was poised to explain properly anyway. There's no need to say a word more. The imprint of destruction is literally the imprint for destruction. It's the power that best suits this sword. There are many types of engraving techniques, but I thought this was the most suitable for this weapon. Jaehyeon nodded in agreement. After all, this weapon should only be taken out and used in the worst-case scenario. A sword that must surely kill someone. Isn't it a sword that kills the user after granting 3 wishes? You can't always take it out and use it. Then a question may arise here. When is the right time to pull out the sword? It is a risky situation to bear all these risks. In the end, Tyrfing's value was nothing but destruction and its power. The blacksmith king from now on saw through it at a glance and lifted the limit. Why did you admire it? Pride. I'll tell you more about the destruction imprint. I had no choice but to ask him directly because he was constantly arrogant. Anyway, the exact description of the item is to hear from the creator. The next step is to listen to the person who repaired or strengthened it. The mark of destruction is a mark that continuously destroys the opponent by injecting one's own magical energy into the sword when the opponent is cut down with the sword. The black rapier you commissioned. Since it is a sword specialized in stabbing, I thought it would be difficult to cover a wide range. So, using the effect of the seal of destruction, you made the power spread to the surroundings. To keep the enemy in check and find a loophole, that's how it is. Jaehyeon couldn't help but admire. He knew exactly how to use items most effectively. This is what a true blacksmith looks like. After holding the sword in his hand, Jaehyeon opened the status window to check the detailed information. Equipment item. Name, demonic sword Tyrfing rating, mythic stats. Plus 900 attack power based on current assimilation rate, one of the best demonic swords in mythology. Once pulled out of the scabbard, you must kill one being before you can lead again. It grants 3 wishes, but after that it will surely destroy its owner. As the assimilation rate with the sword increases, the maximum attack power of the demonic sword can be drawn out. If the user's mind is unstable, the ego may be eaten by the sword. Engraving information. Destruction imprint is engraved. The attack power is further increased and the user's magical power is poured into the affected area, causing shock to the surrounding area. Compared to the past, Tyrfing's attack power was also greatly increased. The number had risen to a level that exceeded almost 1.5 times, so I doubted that I had seen it wrong. There was also a separate window called Engraving Information. There, along with the information that the mark of destruction was engraved on it, a brief explanation about it was written. Jaehyeon tried not to express himself loudly, but in that section he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising slightly. Darren laughed. I guess I like it. Your skills are certain. The conversation between the two entered a lull for a while after that. The silence that flows after that. It was like it was before the war started, when war clouds roll in and it starts to rain quietly. The strangely cold emotion of that moment passes by. For us dwarves and for me, war is still scary. Jaehyeon nodded at Darren's words. It was as he said, Jaehyeon knew the war. Even if it was a piece he saw in hell, he knew what war meant. The blood-stained rain expands its momentum as if encroaching on the world. Afterwards, at the end of those who are wounded, the one who is the most unscathed stands tall. That was the war Jaehyeon knew. Darren stiffened for a moment, his hands behind his back, then he looked up at the sky. It is dark. There was no sun there. The dwarves' power was reduced due to the dark elves' attack. Because I had to spend such a hell of a time in the basement, worrying about their attacks every hour. Because of this, the word dark had to sink deeper into his heart. However, they couldn't overcome the strength of the dark elves. Because there are people to lead, Darren is a damp land. It was what led them even in a hollow full of darkness. Jaehyeon probably knows, because the adversary is the adversary of rumors, not anyone else. Can you win? It was a very frivolous tone for a king. Jaehyeon thought maybe that's his real tone without any pretense, but he didn't hesitate and nodded his head. Unless I die, better than those bastards who say they will make it. Jaehyeon responded by saying that he would work hard until the moment he dies. It was Darren who was very satisfied with those words. If you do it, Odin will probably start moving in earnest. Our residents will also be discovered and attacked. And perhaps threaten to make weapons for Asgard again. Darren was with a bitter face. And if that day comes, all of our people will help by committing suicide because that would be the best. It was a heavy story. Group self-determination of dwarves. Certainly, looking at the results alone, it would prevent the Aesir from having other mythical weapons, so it would slightly increase the odds of winning the war. But that wasn't right. Even though Jaehyeon knew, he didn't comfort him. Because the odds of a weak dwarf surviving in a full-scale war are slim. Rather than relying on an infinitely low probability, he intends to die to contribute to the lives of those left behind. Darren said that, so Jaehyeon didn't add anything more. If the dwarves' inscription technique and skills as a field commander were transferred to Odin's hands, hell would be recreated again. There will probably be no seats in Helheim and people will wander for a while. Souls that have not found their graves will wander aimlessly and end up drowning in the sea. He knows. So he made a decision, but Jaehyeon didn't like that answer. He pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. At least I'd rather die fighting, Jaehyeon continued, because that's the least miserable way for you, and don't worry, I have no intention of dying yet. There are people who promise to see you again. He is Lars, whom he met in the kingdom of the elves, and he thought for a moment about Luisa, who had been saved. King Aendel and the knights who couldn't survive. Jaehyeon never forgets that day. Actually, I haven't forgotten anything. Then let's go. Saying that, Jaehyeon looked at a man following him, a small-bodied shorty. It was a familiar face. Black feet, can you really go too? Don't know if you can go and die. When I help you, don't worry, there must be a way for me to come back alive. In short, it is a way to be as it should be. When Jaehyeon and Nine's colleagues came forward, the black-footed souls clamored to follow. To tell you the truth, at first I was told that it would not even be possible to recreate it. Still, the reason he came along was simple. A map showing the residences of the remaining 8 kings of the Dark Elves. It was all he had, and he had declared that he would not give the map unless Blackfoot took him. I tried talking to the king, Darren, but he said that he had no map, so there was no other way than to convince the Blackfeet. He was so dumbfounded when he said that he was a blacksmith and not a warrior in battle. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon had to take one of his luggage with him. Besides, there are 8 kings to kill. Well, I split the team for that reason. There won't be a big crowd because they distributed it well, focusing on their skills. Do you remember the operation? Team 1 is me, Yujung, Poor Souls, and Senior Soil. Team 2 is Ine Hoyen and the Chancellor's older brother, Hela Ake. Got it. Seo Ine was the first to answer in a slightly gloomy voice. Jaehyeon seemed to know why, but he tried to ignore it. An Hoyon and the other members also nodded. From here on, if we didn't divide the team, we had no choice but to be strong. Team 1 of Jaehyeon was supposed to kill kings in the 1st to 3rd positions, which were considered the most dangerous. The rest of the members decided to defeat the 4th to 8th kings. This decision was made because I heard that the 4 kings' skills were not at the level of the 2nd stage of liberation. In short, it was a division of labor for rapid subjugation success. Let's go. Kim Yoo-young's tone was a little excited. Well, I've been away from Jaehyeon recently. It would be nice to be together after a long time. It will be even more so because she likes Jaehyeon. Thanks for the guide in the middle. Only Kwon Soyeol noticed. Why did you have to be on this team to notice? He was the first to notice the subtle airflow between Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-na. But do I have to be in this place? Why, it was like hell. It was clear that he would get sick no matter what he ate for 3 days. Damn, I'll buy some digestive medicine. Kwon Soyeol thought that and stabbed Lee Yi-sang in the side. Do you have a potion made as a substitute for digestive medicine? I don't have it. You really have never been of any help at a time like this. While Kwon Soyeol was thinking about that, something suddenly crashed down from the ceiling. Jaehyeon tilted his head and turned his gaze to that direction. What is it? While he thought about that, he judged that it was dangerous to fall and hit it with his fist. Hyuk. It was then that the screams were heard. What? When Jaehyeon moved his gaze to where the sound came from, a dark elf was dying there. What the hell is this? As I thought about that, the black-haired soul next to me trembled and said, "It is." What? Jaehyeon asked again, and he shuddered again. This guy, the 8th king of the Dark Elves, you madman. Silence flowed in the cavity for a while. Jaehyeon scratched his head in embarrassment. He's a lot weaker than I thought. Maybe it's because he's ranked low. No one agreed with his words. Chapter 371 Recapture Part 3 This guy is the 8th king of the Dark Elves, you madman. He's a lot weaker than I thought. Maybe it's because the ranking is low. Jaehyeon was dumbfounded as he spoke. No matter how it is, does it make sense for the 8th king to die in one shot like this, even with one fist? Of course, King 9 was only about S rank at best, so if you think about it that way, it seems like it's roughly similar or a little stronger. But I couldn't help but lose steam. Basically, what are the kings supposed to do after being so weak? More than anything, it was embarrassing that the dwarves were losing to these guys. As long as the black-footed souls were equipped with minimal force, it would be enough. Minimal force? Unfortunately, the dwarves didn't have that. Jaehyeon tried hard to understand. He looked down at the dead dark elf's corpse for a moment, then crossed out the residence of the 8 kings marked on the map with a pen. In any case, one less job was a good thing. Then all that's left is from 1 to 7 kings. Jaehyeon said calmly. There was also one who was not calm. I knew you were strong, but you're a monster beyond your imagination. The soles of his black feet trembled as he watched Jaehyeon's powerlessness. He was in a real shock right now. Apparently, he was the best warrior among the dwarves. Isn't that why he took on the role of gatekeeper and even wielded a famous sword? However, in front of Jaehyeon's overwhelming strength, he was nothing more than a puppy. There was one conversation that shocked him even more. Surely, he doesn't seem to be that strong compared to the kings I've seen before. I don't think there's much of a difference. With this much, we can quickly deal with it ourselves and join in. I don't think there will be much use of potions. Jaehyeon's other colleagues were talking about that. To the dwarves, the dark elf was like a product of fear. The news that the adversary had killed the 9 kings was also a scene that was shocking to black-haired people who dismissed it as a lie. Jaehyeon thought for a moment, then crossed his arms and said, "Perhaps the dark elves noticed that we were moving, otherwise there's no way they would have moved first." "I think so too." An Hoyeon agreed. It was a rational decision. Heard so far, basically, the dark elves already took a stance of ignoring the dwarves. It was as if Svartalf's fame was already in their hands. However, it was not enough to annihilate them all, so Odin told them to put their lives on hold because they could be needed at any time. So all they have to do is to shut themselves up in a corner like they are now and enjoy their freedom to their heart's content. You would have thought so. However, things went wrong when Jaehyeon, the antagonist, intervened. King 1, who judged that way, would have tried to gauge the level of reappearance by using the lower-ranking king, or would have thought of killing him if the opportunity presented itself. Well, it doesn't make any sense now. Anyway, it was good because they came to die on their own. Kim Yoo-young said and smiled wickedly. It is true that one of his jobs has been reduced. I thought it was her too. Jaehyeon nodded and put his hand on the frozen black-haired shoulder. Hey, black souls. What? Are you still going? Did you even see this? Mew, of course. I think my voice got a little quieter when I said the last words, but I decided not to make it an issue. I won't listen even if I dry it anyway. Now, I thought it wasn't bad just to raise awareness. Jaehyeon decided to start the operation again. Then let's get in touch with each other after we've eliminated each other through receiving magic. I'll take care of it soon somehow and contact you. Akae will contact you and join you when we're done first. An Hoyeon replied coolly. It was natural. In the past, he had some pretty bad memories with the Dark Elves. This time will be a good opportunity to retaliate. Goes. Jaehyeon said so, and Kwon Soyeol cried with Kim Yoo-young, and he took the black souls and disappeared first. The first thing they will kill is King 3. You may think you are strong from the beginning, but in fact, the liberation stage is said to be only the beginning of the second stage. Even that must have been reached through Odin's power. Then there is no reason for Jaehyeon to be scared at all. Just in case, I brought Kim Yoo-young with me. There is also her buff, so it will probably be sorted out soon. Among the kings of the Dark Elves, he is by far the best. The first king, Lu, was called the Knight of Light in the past. He served the 7th king of the Elves, who was called the Holy King, and gained great trust and wealth in the process, but fell at the end. Falling in love with Odin's sweet offer and his desire for great power, he now sits at the top of the throne as the head of the Dark Elves. Throne, seat of the king. He went through a lot of hardships until he got there. Following Odin, he slaughtered many of his own people and brainwashed those who followed him into Dark Elves to solidify their power. After going through such a process, he is now in his current position. In other words, he was able to protect the throne, but news came that denied his efforts. The first was about a year ago, Kainin. Although he was a weak son, his own flesh and blood, and the 9th king died. And even that, at least because they were defeated by humans. It was truly an unbelievable story. Afterwards, when he learned that he was a person who was the enemy and that he was a person in the prophecy to kill Odin, he was a little convinced. How could a weak human born from the beginning cut off his flesh and blood? Lu thought at the same time. He has no feelings for his dead son. Isn't it natural that the weak die? Even if it was my son, it was no different. What he was focusing on right now was not revenge, but the optimal situation in which he could hold greater power. According to the news, Odin is suffering quite a bit from the opponent. Now, what if you kill the enemy? Odin will surely bestow even greater power. Power stronger than now. How many words can resonate better than that? Lu had a pleasant imagination and gave an order to the 8 kings a while ago. Let's gauge the skill of the adversary. 8 the king replied. It's not difficult, father. I will not do anything stupid like Kainin. I'll bring that bastard's head to the front right away. He nodded as well, as he was quite trustworthy at the level of the 8th king. It was a bit of a problem that he was very simple and ignorant, but his skills were clear. His magic power and potential are quite high among the Dark Elves. At best, it would be difficult for humans to overcome. It was judged that even if he died, he could do a lot of damage. If so, the remaining lower kings will have to kill him. It's the perfect plan in my opinion. As Lu thought so, a piece of shocking news just flew in. Your Highness. What's going on? While sitting on the throne and remembering being favored by Odin, a servant spoke to him. He was the captain of the royal guard. The 8th king is said to have died in battle. Lu tried to calm down. Wasn't he nothing more than an expendable horse anyway? I thought I might die and it was inevitable. Small sacrifices are necessary for the cause. If his death has done great damage to the adversary, what remains will be as simple as breaking the leg of a wounded bird. After thinking, he nodded and asked. So, 8, how much did the king hurt? The adversary must be in tatters, of course, right? That's, startled. For some reason, anxiety began to rise from the depths of my heart. Where does it originate from? Before he could reveal this himself, the captain hurriedly lowered his head and trembled. In a single blow, he died after being hit by a fist. What? At that moment, a cold sweat ran down my back. He never knew I've felt this before, but I don't know why the Dark Elves got so bad. He said they were nice guys at first. Is not it? Hearing Kim Yoo-young's voice, Jaehyeon was slowly entering the dark forest, guided by the soles of his black feet. It was because I had heard that the castle of the third king was inside. Jaehyeon's face was a little excited. I can finally properly check the power of the imprint. If you think that this power can be useful at any time, you should test it in advance. Even while thinking so, Kim Yoo-young and Jaehyeon continued to break through all the dark elf soldiers standing in their way. Huh? The dark elf's black blood spattered on the black-haired face. He took out a pink handkerchief from his bosom and wiped the blood away with his hands trembling. I have given up on distinguishing who is good and who is bad. For some reason, Jaehyeon is tearing up enemies with his fists and has an excited face, and Kim Yoo-young looks pretty and is destroying the nearby area with magic, so he can't help but be embarrassed. Is this a saint with three kings? Jaehyeon, who arrived in front of the castle before he knew it, put on a happy expression. It became possible to use items engraved with the mark of destruction. It's about Tiaving's control of the user's mind. If you use cold-blooded and let it flow in moderation, there's no big problem. Isn't it enough to clean it up before the effect of the skill ends? Anyway, it's annoying to search all over this castle. Jaehyeon thought so and came up with the best way. You don't have to enter the castle, do you? Just like the first time, you just have to come from the other side first. Thinking so, he smiled while raising his mana. Guys, be careful. Activate the action skill Meteor LV5. A huge fire-bearing boulder floated above the purple sky and then slammed into the castle with a clatter. Along with that, an absurd message was heard in Jaehyeon's ear. You have succeeded in defeating the field boss monster, the third king of the Dark Elves, Jis. Divine usurpation usurps the dignity of the designated target. You have acquired a minor rank. Jaehyeon scratched the back of his head once again with an embarrassed expression. I didn't know that this time it would be one shot. Chapter 372. Before recapture part 4, the point at which Jaehyeon had so vainly defeated the three kings. The other members of 9 were fighting too easily. What they had to deal with was the 4th to 7th kings. The current party has defeated both the 7th and 6th kings. Now only 4 kings and 5 kings are left. So far it's been so blandly easy, but the last one will be different, right? Ina did not even show off her season. Skills close to divine that he acquired as a direct descendant of the royal family. This is something my co-workers have never seen before. Before that, the enemy was killed by an Hoyeon's sword. Before that, it was destroyed by Hela's beckoning. Prior to that, Lee Yi-sang was poisoned with an abnormal condition potion and died stupidly. It was really outrageous. How the hell did he get the title king with such skill? An Hoyeon was dumbfounded. In fact, he wasn't usually someone who looked down on other people's skills. Again, it was a gentle and considerate disposition. The reason he said this now was because of his absurdity and embarrassment that worked more than he could have imagined. He gave his strength to deal with the king and entered the battle, but the opponent was so lame that he lost steam. There was nothing more to say about his futility. Of course, even at that moment they were not at all vigilant. Didn't Jaehyeon say that raiders are said to die when they are not careful? If you can't focus on the moment, you can never survive. They were slaughtering them to the point of being desperate in the eyes of others. Thanks to that, his level went up by almost 5 and he also got a title, just like Jaehyeon had in the first place. Because it was helpful when dealing with the Dark Elves. Again, the hunting speed was getting faster. Skill proficiency is also rising rapidly. Thanks to this, they completely felt that this place was a hunting ground. I'm feeling the tension, but should I say that there's nothing to stand out too much? Still, don't relax and let's go get rid of the rest. For 5 it is said that the king has a rank. Moreover, the 4th king is said to be the second stage of liberation. In the second stage of liberation, it was clearly above their skills, but they didn't know how amazing were Lee Yi-sang's new special potions. It increases all stats and lasts in hours instead of minutes. On top of that, personal potions increase skill power and all sorts of buffs, if it's a situation where you're wearing something like that. In addition, Seo Nara, who has liberated her perfect character, is not worthy of their toes even if she is the 4th king. It took only 6 more hours before they knew it. It's absurd, really. A man's voice trembled softly. Of course, the owner was Jaehyeon. He was looking at the 3rd king's residence, which was burning and collapsing. His arms crossed look very complicated. It was natural. I thought I would be able to see the effect of the imprint of destruction here, but it is absurd that even the 3rd king died in vain. I never thought this would happen. Is the Chancellor's potion the problem? But I haven't even eaten it yet. The power of the potion Lee Yi-sang handed over to Jaehyeon before he left. I was familiar with it. However, it has not been eaten yet and is stored intact in the inventory, so there is no way it would have worked. Or is it? Could Lee Sang-sang now be able to make a potion that works just by having it in his inventory? It can't be, but it's really futile. It's nice because it's less annoying. Kim Yoo-young said that because he was riding the bus, so he felt remorse even though he was leveling up quickly. Again, the black-footed soul, which was trembling this time, opened the map again and spoke with difficulty. The second king is here. It will be really difficult from here, so be careful. Yes. I guess so. Why is Jaehyeon's face talking so openly? I could even see the bizarre desire that the bottom of Black Feet wished it was like that. How on earth is he a fighting ghost, so he is making such an expression? Black-haired souls recalled the time when he first met Jaehyeon. The image of him confidently trusting his temper and harassing Jaehyeon. His body could have been torn apart by Jaehyeon, who suddenly rushed at him. Realizing this again, what was in front of me looked like a monster. At the same time, I could feel a deep gratitude to him. Just because you killed the Dark Elves, it wasn't. It was because I was deeply impressed by his loyalty and leadership. With this level of skill, even by intimidating the king, he could gain strength and take away the engraving technique. But he didn't do that. As for Jaehyeon, there was another huge reason why the Dark Elves shouldn't get in the way, but he couldn't figure it out. Because of this, Jaehyeon looked like a savior to black-haired people. That guy is a true leader. He has a big distribution like his own king. He was so sure perhaps if Odin had found out their location, he would have forced them to work and took away the engraving technique. However, Jaehyeon did not do that. He is trying to gain trust in the proper way and convince the king and dwarves. Of course, he said that he would not take responsibility for the circumstances of 10,000 years ago because it is irreversible. But I am prepared to endure everything that will happen from now on. He said that, and the Jaehyeon he had experienced so far was the one who deserved to say that. He had enough strength and talent. Of course, it wasn't something like myself to evaluate. Joy, but don't think that I fully approve of you. Suddenly, Jaehyeon tilted his head at the words of the black-haired soul as he wiped his nose. What? Eggplant. The residence of the second king is around here. I heard that they often drank together because they were close friends with the three kings. I wondered where the hell such information came from, but he didn't show it. Jaehyeon urged the way with Kim Yoo-jung and Kwon Soyeol. Kwon Soyeol was preoccupied with figuring out the surrounding map, useful objects nearby, and the number of monsters. In fact, even that would have been wiped away with one shot of Jaehyeon's Wideria skill. But it was important to raise the proficiency anyway, so I left it alone. I heard that even Odin can't move right now, and it's a time when the growth of his colleagues is just as important as himself. The best thing to do here is to let your teammates roll enough if they can further develop their talents. I would even use my own time for the members. I'll make them even harder. That was Jaehyeon's resolute determination. Let's go because there are only a few left. Okay. At Jaehyeon's words, the two members and black-haired souls followed him. Through long forests and winding roads where not even a shadow could reach, they moved forward relying on a map and the power of a flashlight. It was felt that the number of dark elves was gradually decreasing. Wide area skill and skill proficiency also felt busily going up. Is this a honey hunting ground? Kwon Soyeol and Kim Yoo-jung thought about that, but they didn't say it out of their mouths. It was because he didn't know what Jaehyeon would do if he heard this. In that way, Jaehyeon quickly found the second king and succeeded in defeating him. There was no need to pull out the sword this time either. I just clenched my fist a little tighter than when I killed the 8 kings and swung it with more force. It's new, but the king is a position that requires virtue, and the respect of many people, or you must subdue them with blood. Choosing between the two was one of the virtues of the king of the Dark Elves, and Lu chose the latter here, blood and iron policy. It was a powerful leadership that led the crowd by blood. Of course, it cannot be denied that the method itself was wrong, but the effect was certain in the short term. As long as the monarch is alive and there are loyal people, the power is still there, unless treason happens. Absolute people don't even think of opposing him. However, there is a moment when this blood and blood policy collapses. That's when the strength is dulled. It was a time when the overwhelming martial arts were fading. Lu sighs now with her hands on her face. The slight trembling of his body showed that he was in a seemingly dangerous situation. It can't be a dangerous situation. Lu thought so and shook his head roughly. It was because he was still in a groggy state in the current situation, the point at which the Dark Elves themselves are in danger of survival. Surprisingly, this was thanks to one human being and his colleagues. So now the adversary is said to be coming here through the depths of the forest. Did you mean the second king? Yes, not only that, but all the kings are dead. Your Majesty, now you must choose. Their destructive power cannot be ignored. You know how I got to this point? Lu couldn't help but scream. He abandoned the elves and stood by Odin's side to become king himself. And held hands, I shut out hundreds of thousands of eyes that were criticizing me. It was something I was able to do because I was convinced that it could bring me to this point. The monumental tower built like that can be destroyed by just one human being. That was something that would never happen. Use a soldier to stop it somehow. I will ask Odin for aid. Oh, are you talking directly to Odin? Otherwise, there is another way now. That moment. Wow, the earth shook with a huge explosion and Lu's large body leaned to the left for a moment. Barely coming to his senses, he saw a man walking in front of him. He was a strong-looking man, Lu was sure. A group led by that human man in front of him is an enemy who has defeated all 9 kings, that I could never defeat him. Hey, you guys, gather in one place. Do you know how hard it is to bother going back and forth? Even when traveling, it is more difficult to ride a car than touring tourist attractions. A funny voice from there. This chilled Lu's body. Jaehyeon smiled and finally took out his sword. I thought you would be a little different from the others, so I brought something interesting, he said and neatly cut the head of one of the servants who was reporting to Lu. Lu's expression was astonished. One of our captains, Fletch, then. Shall we check the power of the engraving technique that the dwarves are proud of? Chapter 373, The Seal of Destruction, the seal engraved after Darren's hard work. Jaehyeon was thrilled to finally be able to properly use the power of the imprint of destruction. Of course, the number was written so that the sword would not eat the ego. Active skill, cold-blooded, is activated. A skill that makes it impossible to feel emotional fluctuations at all. This was the main skill that allowed Jaehyeon to wield Tiabing. Without this, every time you stab and swing the sword, you will gradually be eaten by the ego inside it. Traditionally, demonic swords are such a family. Well, it doesn't mean much to Jaehyeon, who has the skill. How dare you challenge Naru, the first king of the Dark Elves? In fact, Lu was feeling great fear, but he had to say it in the most solemn voice possible. Jaehyeon, of course, was aware of all of his thoughts. It was also a meaningless bluff. He was the same even in the fight against Tyr, who had reached the 4th stage of liberation. Not to mention, there weren't many other subordinates here. Not only that, but there is also Kim Yu-young. When using Soul Link, no matter how strong the enemy's attack is, you cannot reduce your HP to 0. As long as you don't die, you win. Fighting is hard, but sometimes it's terribly simple. Now was that moment. Jaehyeon drank the potion. From things that increase the stats given by Yiseng Li to potions that enhance the effects of various skills. They are things that are lightly passed on in the market by 1 billion units. In the first place, it was impossible to distribute in large quantities. Of course, at least 20 of them are piling up in Jaehyeon's inventory. I used to be your 9th king. I mean, he did something a little annoying. You will be in a little bit of pain. Jaehyeon laughed. Dark elves. Until now, I had only killed them with one fist, but the guy in front was a little different, like the best king. At least it's the 3rd level of divine power liberation. If it's like this, I'll have to use quite a bit of strength. It is different from before. The 3rd level of status means that you have a perfect godhood. Didn't Jaehyeon break down the wall again and defeat Sigrun while opening the plateau of the Red Moon? Jaehyeon knows. The king is well equipped. But at the same time, he also had a question. Why is the godhead fluctuating so precariously? It was a sensation I had never felt when facing another godhead. Unfamiliar instability somewhere. It entered Jaehyeon's sensitive detection sensor. Lu, did you say that? Why, despite his dignity, he felt so anxious and his heart beating so fast? Are you afraid? Who got the rank? Jaehyeon decided to lightly gauge his skills in an incomprehensible situation. Tot. The leap was concise but accurate. In some, he moved slowly, showing himself rolling on the ground. Then, as expected, Lu responded like a king. Kiang, a skill often used by elves as well as dark elves. The shape of the magic tool shines and blocks Jaehyeon's attack once. The long sword created by the manifested magical power blocked Jaehyeon's attack. The intensity was poor, but the reflexes seemed to be okay. Lu gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "How dare humans, you have our technology, that magic belongs to the dark elves." "I don't know about that." Jaehyeon sighed and walked away again. Although he held the sword, it seemed that steam was leaking from somewhere. Jaehyeon thought about it for a while, then asked, as if he was dumbfounded, "You mean?" Jaehyeon crossed his arms and looked at the dark elf in front of him. He didn't say anything for a long time with a sad expression, and then he sighed as he dragged his sword. Then he finally spoke out what he had been hiding inside. "Why are you so weak?" For a moment, uncomfortable results flowed inside the castle. Perhaps the only thing free from that stillness was representation. Lu, the first king of the Dark Elves, was doubting his ears after hearing a story he had never heard since he was born. "Weak? Are you talking to yourself now?" Of course, the adversary's attack from earlier was too heavy, to the point where it's a bit difficult to accept. Even that leap was so fast that the eyes couldn't follow it. There was no denying that, but it was never to the extent of being told that he was weak. Why is he talking like that? Is it to provoke me? With that thought in mind, Lu scanned every facet of Jaehyeon, but there was nothing like that in his eyes. How could that be? Is everything he's saying right now? Are you really disappointed because you are weak? Only humans. It was too pathetic for a title bestowed upon a person standing at the pinnacle of the Dark Elves. In addition, did he not receive Odin's favor and even receive power from him? No matter how strong the adversary was, I thought there would be a corner where I could break through him. But if that statement is true, I die 100%. It felt sobering now. Regardless of power, living first comes first. It even goes so far as to say that it is best to find another way to die from the person in front of you. For a moment, so he opened it like that. Even at that moment, Jaehyeon is looking at himself without even being surprised. In the power contained in those gloomy eyes, I could even feel the power of Odin, albeit weakly. No, that was not an illusion. Those eyes, Jaehyeon's left pupil, it must have belonged to Odin. Why is it over there? Wasn't he abandoned at Mimir's fountain? The story that he did so to gain his own knowledge and to know the secrets of the world was so famous that no one knew it throughout the 9 worlds. But why do those eyes belong to that human? Speak. If you said wait, there would be a story behind it. During the accident, Jaehyeon intervened. He had a sad expression on his face. If you're just going to roll your head to live, tell me now. I'll think about it for a moment to see if it's extenuating circumstances. It was the first time in my life that I was treated like this, but there seemed to be no lies in the words of that fierce human bastard. Maybe Good Lu was rolling his head the fastest in his life. Even at that moment, of course, Jaehyeon had no intention of saving him. I just hope that I can properly dig out the connection between Odin and the Dark Elves from him. Anyway, I'm really weak, I don't know why. Jaehyeon crossed his arms and thought for a moment. The enemy was obviously strong. I could clearly feel the power of the 3rd stage of liberation, but why? The attack earlier was enough to block enemies in the 2nd stage. However, he defended even that and showed a clear look of bewilderment. Why? Jaehyeon thought that he was not properly grasping the gist of the current situation. After much thought, I finally realized the truth. Yes, you, startle, his body trembles. Jaehyeon was dumbfounded. You can't properly handle the power you received from Odin. At Jaehyeon's words, Lu avoided his gaze as if he had been stabbed to the point. He received the power of Odin, but he did not know how to properly utilize the magic and divinity. Hela said in the past, those who have been attacked by others are bound to be relatively weak. There are many reasons, but the biggest reason is that you can't handle it properly because it's not the result of training yourself. It's pitiful. Jaehyeon muttered involuntarily, then put strength into the hand that held the sword. To be honest, I thought I could easily kill the enemy without using a sword, but that's how it turned out. I intend to write something. Imprint of destruction. Wasn't that what I finally got by persuading Darren, the king of the dwarves? Even here, it would be a loss if the effect was not confirmed properly. It was not enough to confirm the strength to the extent that the taste of the sting improved. Dig. After thinking about it, Jaehyeon completely disappeared in an instant. Suddenly disappeared somewhere. Dig. Jaehyeon, who appeared in front of Lu, who was thinking that way, stabbed his sword horizontally. His left arm flew right along with him. Jaehyeon was back in his original place before he knew it. Looking at the place where the arm disappeared in an instant, Lu trembled with his remaining arm. He realized how strong his adversary was in just one match. What I showed you earlier was deliberately adjusting my speed. When this happens, the story changes. The best option you can do right now. I have to regenerate my arm first and then convince him. It was when I put my right arm on the place where my left arm had been to regenerate it. Jaehyeon, embarrassment erupted from Lu's mouth. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, for some reason, time passed but my arm did not grow back. A feeling of incongruity ran through my body without a second questioning why. Why isn't the adversary attacking me? Besides, is the body breaking as the mana spreads from the arm to other parts? The mana he had injected into the sword was gradually necrotic Lu's body, starting with the enemy's shoulder blades. Jaehyeon smiled in satisfaction as he watched Lu's body begin to be destroyed instead of regenerating. Anyway, it seems that your king is not an imposter, is not it? Mew, of course, our king is dignified. And his skills as a blacksmith are certain. Mark of destruction. Jaehyeon was smiling as he properly confirmed that power. It was only one episode, but even so, at least it was successful in confirming the destructive power. Weapons that accurately cut off the enemy's body parts are also great, but weapons that pierce loopholes in this way are also rare. Jaehyeon realized that Tiabing's reinforcement had been done properly. What imprints can be engraved on other weapons? I was also looking forward to which engraving would have the best effect. It was a fun worry, like serving food at a buffet, but before that there was one more thing to do. What's left now? Akare then, what is Odin doing now and what is the situation? Would you like to brush off everything you know? It was to extort information about Odin from him. Jaehyeon smiled evilly. Kim Yu-young, who was giving the buff, shook her head. After all, the villain seemed to be his ally. How did I fall in love with him? It was a night full of questions. Chapter 374, The Extreme of Ganghwa Part 1. Now then. What is Odin doing now and what is the situation? Would you like to brush off everything you know? A strange desire bloomed in his eyes where he could even feel Jaehyeon's malice. It is both contempt for Odin and towards the dark elves who led the cadets to their deaths in the past. Kim Yoo-young and Kwon So-yeol also know this. Even Kim Yoo-young watched it from the side. The moment when Jaehyeon, who changed his course to the magic world, began to agonize and contemplate life for the first time, she could still see the cadets dying behind bars. She knew Jaehyeon would kill the dark elf. One king in front of my eyes, he is, after all, the main axis of evil. It is correct to exclude it here for the sake of the future. He's just trying to dig up information. Kim Yoo-young believed in reappearance, sometimes cold and sometimes gentle. Well, it's a bit like that. I don't have any turn to go out, but he is too strong. Yoo-jung, we are not weak. Kwon So-yeol corrected it. A black-haired voice came from behind. He proudly opens his chest and speaks. Somewhere the buff was applied. Among us dwarves, there is not a single one who can apply such a buff. Is that bragging? Kim Yoo-young thought about that for a while, but soon realized that it was a story to comfort herself and nodded. The first king in front of Jaehyeon. Lu was now gradually being destroyed to other body parts. That's probably the power of Darren's engraving. After all, a king is a king. Kim Yoo-young admired again and made a satisfied expression. You will be able to handle such an imprint yourself. In fact, he needed a proper level to deal with the imprint, but Hela had said that the cutoff wouldn't be that high if he was Jaehyeon's colleague. It's probably because they're allies of the antagonist, so they're getting a buff. Whatever it was, there was nothing bad about it. If you kill Lu now and go back to the Golden Return, you will benefit too, although he is now riding Jaehyeon's bus. This is only part of the strategy to help him become stronger. It must have been the situation right before he bent his knees and gained momentum to swing his fist. Yes, that is it. Kim Yoo-young muttered moderately, and Jaehyeon slowly began to approach Lu. Now he was utterly appalled and refusing to reproduce. His subordinates had already been sorted out in the lower layers. He had nowhere to lean on, and the current situation was infinitely unfavorable to him. Therefore, Lu decided to choose the wisest way. If you will stop the destruction of the body, if you do that, I will tell you a story about Odin, anything I know, so do this right now. It is to surrender the one who was obsessed with power from the beginning. It may have been a passing score in terms of the character of the one who reigned with blood and iron, but it was a very disgusting scene as a representation. But there was nothing I could do about it. Humans and elves. All other races are the same. In the face of transcendent power and in the face of fear, a person eventually abandons his will. It is a desperate longing for life. Jaehyeon knew this, because I myself have lived a life like that. After Jaehyeon reverse summons the sword, he takes the power of the imprint. Imprinting is the power to react with the user, what is expressed through the weapon and its power as a medium. It was possible to control it yourself. Jaehyeon had just heard about this from Darren in detail. As the power of the imprint that destroyed his body tissue was withdrawn, Lu sighed and looked at Jaehyeon's face in front of him. I feel anxiety, fear, and frequent tremors in the gaze looking up. Looking around, his throne was broken before he knew it. He is stuck in the ground. Moreover, the frighteningly stark eyes of the human in front of him were as cold as those of Odin. Jaehyeon asked, "This is the first question. What is Odin's true purpose?" "Really, purpose?" Jaehyeon shook his fist once. Along with that, Lu's right arm was blown off. "Kwaeg, just answer what I ask." "It's because I think it's rude to answer a question with a question." Jaehyeon spoke calmly, but the godhead permeated between them was truly bloody. It was his habit that came up whenever a story related to Odin came up. Lu barely caught his breath and started stuttering. "I don't know what kind of answer you want, but Odin probably wants to change fate. Change your destiny." "Yes," pointed out. "Even those who dare to stand at the top of the Aesir cannot easily go against it. It would be better to call it a disaster." Jaehyeon was well aware of his fate, antagonist of prophecy. Isn't one's own name directly related to fate? Mimir, Loki, the three Norse sisters, Jaehyeon knew, they sacrificed something important to bring themselves back to the present time, and Jaehyeon and his colleagues have been steadily growing. That way, what they got was simple: Odin's death. It had already been prophesied by the three Norse sisters. Work to be done, destiny is what must happen. Odin tried to resist him. The fact that he put a Haugen on himself as an adversary to keep an eye on him, and the fact that he tried to kill him immediately after the power of prophecy disappeared. It was all because they were afraid of themselves, to change fate, in order to change the future in which he dies and obtain the world. It was a vague guess. Jaehyeon continued with the next question. "This is the second and final question." He looked down at Lu with cool eyes. "Did he instruct the Dark Elves to join this war?" Lu was overly flustered. It had to be. Clearly, he is on Odin's side and is loyal to Odin. It is also true that he was recently instructed to participate in the war at the time of Ragnarok. If you answer like that, you will be killed here. I have to answer well here. The adversary in front of him was not a great man to let go of the threat with both eyes open. If he judges that he is offended in the slightest, he will immediately kill him. It can't be, oh no, I have never received Odin's instructions. It is a lie. It was then that Jaehyeon's words fell coldly and lowly, cold smile. It didn't stop at the chilling level. It was because the sword in his hand slashed Lu's face with precision. It was awe-inspiring enough to say that it was truly beautiful. Dangerous and frightening, but unwittingly respectable swordsmanship and finish. The black-haired soul who had been watching this approached Jaehyeon as if he was surprised and asked cautiously, "How did you figure out he lied?" "What? It didn't seem like he was using any magic, so how did he do that?" Jaehyeon burst out laughing. "It doesn't matter if you don't know." He still smiled and rested the sword briefly on his shoulder. He was going to be killed here anyway, and there's no way Odin didn't tell the Dark Elves to go to war. That's right," Jaehyeon laughed. "That means I had no intention of saving him from the beginning." At that moment, the bottom of the black hair turned into an expression as if it had been hit in the head. Kwon Soyeol sighed as he looked at Jaehyeon. "You are also a demon. There are no demons in this worldview." When Jaehyeon responded like that, Kwon Soyeol grumbled that he knew how much he knew his senior. It was Kim Yoo-young. Well, it was a happy expression that she could strengthen her own equipment. While they were enjoying the joy of victory, one more good news flew in. Lee Yi sang, "We just finished killing the king, shall we join?" Jaehyeon immediately replied, "Min Jaehyeon, no, we're done too, let's go back and strengthen our equipment. Looks like everything else is over." It seemed that it was the same for him, Nidavellir. It was around evening when I returned to the land of the dwarves. Darren couldn't sleep because of the black hair and Jaehyeon's worries, so he suffered from insomnia. "Did you just jump out after being so confident?" However, Jaehyeon's expression was a relaxed smile itself. And though weak, the smell of blood emanated from his sword. It wasn't for the weak. At least a strong man comparable to a king. Their blood was stained on Jaehyeon's sword, because the killing of the king is over. "I want to ask you to strengthen your equipment. By the way, I'm thinking of borrowing the power of all the dwarves here. How is it? You're not breaking your promise, are you?" Walk to Seonjo. Jaehyeon put so much effort into it with a mischievous face. Darren couldn't help but look at them with a face full of astonishment. The evil smell of death and mana began to slowly dissipate throughout Svartalfheim fame. What that meant was clear. Are you successful, could it be, in one day? Then do I look stupid enough to say I do something I can't do? Jaehyeon said that, and silence passed between the two of them for a long time. Darren pondered for a moment as he had done before he left for the first time, then said, "Come in, damn I slept all day, I'll engrave a stamp or whatever right now." "Oh, you are right, black souls. Wasn't the king a man who kept his promises?" At those words, the black-footed soul proudly opened its chest again and spoke. "What did I say? Didn't I tell you that our king, Darren, is benevolent, wise, and intelligent? And the best blacksmith I know?" Darren stared at the bottom of his black hair for a moment, dumbfounded. Darren was startled for a moment at his gaze, which he did not know why. Then Jaehyeon went into Darren's workshop, where he was able to see a myriad of new engravings and equipment that could be engraved there. And in the gap of countless engravings, Jaehyeon was able to find the best engravings to engrave on his equipment. "I had to be careful because I could only engrave one per piece of equipment, but that wasn't a big deal. It is a world where the number of equipment that can be equipped is quite large in the first place." In addition, Jaehyeon's equipment was especially high-end. After Jaehyeon stretched, he looked at the runestone used for engraving. Some were legible and some were not, but one thing was certain. That blue stone was filthy and difficult to obtain, and engraving was a skill that required great delicacy. It was the fact that he would be fully armed with equipment that could be engraved a little later. Chapter 375. The extreme of Gangwa Part 2, there were many times more types of engravings than Jaehyeon had thought. Was it a mistake to think that there would only be 3 or 4? The number of imprints Darren said reached nearly 20. Having seen the engraving on Tiabing for the first time, Jaehyeon knew how complex the design was. Because of that, I thought there might be a few of them. In the first place, the imprint effect of destruction was too strong. Considering the balance, I also decided that the number should be small. However, this was also a mistake. Isn't this a game in the first place? No matter what it was, there was nothing wrong with being strong. What is on this side is the imprint of recovery. Some recover stamina by a certain amount when an attack is successful, and some recover stamina only when you do not perform combat-related actions. There are many types, so it would be good to choose the one that suits you. Also, as Darren said, the imprints were divided again in each lineage. It was quite a task to choose the right one among them. Moreover, there was one more problem. Your equipment is quite usable, and your colleagues have armor and some items that are usable, but, to be honest, it's a bit disappointing to deal with Odin. It was that the number of equipment worth imprinting was small. In the first place, engraving requires quite a lot of resources. Gold coins are a matter of giving them any number of piled-up things since it is Jaehyeon who has Dropnir. However, the speed with which Darren worked was the problem. The reason he was able to quickly work on Jaehyeon's object yesterday was because he had often worked on the imprint of destruction. Others will take at least 2 days per site, he said. Jaehyeon had no choice but to worry. If it took that much time to carve an imprint, it was better to do it with good equipment. Because of this, he concluded, then it would be better to ask another dwarf for the equipment, both in terms of time and efficiency. That's how it is. Well, in the first place, I am the best at engraving, but other dwarves are the best at making equipment. Another dwarf, Jaehyeon had two names that immediately came to mind. The corners of his mouth go up. Darren sighed as he saw that sinister smile. Akue, as you think it's the Brockhytry brothers, it looks like the stuff you have is also theirs. You can't handle all of that power. Apparently, its power was downgraded in the process of being delivered to Midgard. It was a bit strange to say delivery, but it wasn't wrong, because Jaehyeon had already guessed the part related to him. He opened the equipment window for a moment and was lost in thought. Equipment item. Name, Brockhytry's mithril earring, unfinished grade, an earring made by the Brockhytry brothers. It uses mithril, so its strength is very high. It is an unfinished work in a state where it has not been able to draw out the proper power. All stats, plus 50 if you meet and smelt a brother, you can draw out the full power of the earring. It was a detailed information window for earrings, one of the Brockhytry brothers' 3 accessory sets. It is also clearly written there. If you meet a brother and smelt it, you can draw out the full power of the earring. I don't know what the exact effect is, but it's most likely a nonsense effect. Even if it's not, it's a fraudulent item that compensates all stats by 50. Besides, the weight of the names of the brothers Brockhytry in Norse mythology was no joke. Draupnir starting with Gyllenbrusty, a wild boar with shiny fur and a huge body. In addition, it was they who created Thor's hammer Mjolnir, one of the most powerful weapons in mythology. Even compared to other major dwarves and traitors, the sons of Ivaldi, they are at a level that is not inferior at all. He was the best production partner for Jaehyeon. The Brockhytry brothers are the dwarves we saw in mythology, right? Jaehyeon nodded at An Hoyen's question. Okay, that's right. Where are they now? This time it was Seoine's question. Jaehyeon wasn't worried at all. Well, since it was the part suggested by the king, there can be no big problem. If you just call, he will come running right here. But why? Darren's voice never returned. Jaehyeon felt something ominous and looked at Darren and asked. Did the two of them even die? Unfortunately, not dead, just one minor problem. Unfortunately, Seoine asked as if she had heard something strange, but Darren did not give a specific answer. I'm just looking at Jaehyeon's eyes. I don't know what happened again, but tell me, I am in a hurry right now. At Jaehyeon's words, Darren finally opened his mouth. After hearing his words, Jaehyeon couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. It was by no means a trivial matter, a corner of Svartalfheim. I see two dwarves bellowing and hammering in a hot forge, brother Brockhytry. The two dwarves adjusted the intensity of the flame, poured molten iron into the mold, and made miscellaneous things through the forging process. Even so, they were suffering from extreme hunger. Of course, it wasn't about literal hunger, said Brock, tossing the hammer aimlessly on the floor. I want to make the finest swords out of these sundry antiques. So am I, brother Brock. The coolest sword, it's thrilling just thinking about it. Good, let's make it right now. But his older brother, Brock, quickly shook his head. It was because they had a small but slightly big problem. We are so weak that we can't go directly to collect the materials used to make equipment. We'll probably go to get them and come back without even picking bones. Eitri lowered her head at the words of Brock, who had collided with each other. Ah, that's right, it was for an absurd reason. The best blacksmiths in the 9 worlds, they were not enough geeks who only enjoyed making the best weapons, so they were weak. That's why he couldn't even get the materials for the sword he wanted to make. Indeed, in the eyes of others, it was a sighing situation. Even Darren, I'm a little scared to go back to the kingdom because His Majesty accidentally yelled at me while drinking recently. I even broke an expensive whetstone. I think so too, bro, especially Black Lion's left foot is really strong. If I get caught by that dwarf, I'll really be killed this time. I don't know, but I'm sure it won't be pushed back even compared to the Sir. How to give such a monster a weapon like that? Darren is also very kind. The two brothers were having a bitter conversation. To be honest, even among the dwarves, they were assassin. Entrepreneurs who are so obsessed with their work that they hardly communicate with others. Although he is famous as a craftsman, his name is fading due to lack of materials. In addition, Odin is in power and Gungnir made by Ivaldi's sons is considered the best weapon. The weapons they made are being devalued by others. Woe is there no slaves to get materials from? That's right, bro. I need a slave. If you only have super strong slaves to get the ingredients, you can make the best stuff again. A woman suddenly appeared in front of the two brothers who thought so. Buy a slave, slave. At that, the two brothers jumped up and carefully put their faces out of the cave. Outside the dark cave, I saw a beautiful human woman pulling a cart like a peddler. There was a man in it. It was a reenactment. For reference, it is Kim Yoo-young pulling the cart. In random scrawled letters on the cart, sold for 2 gold slave coins, he's awesome and he's good at everything. In particular, it specializes in obtaining materials needed for blacksmithing. Was written below that is caution, personality is a little dirty. The phrase was written in small letters. Brock and Eitri approached him as if possessed. Eitri asked while touching her lips with her index finger. That. 2 gold coins are too cheap, so maybe you don't know the market price well. Then Brock quickly shut his brother's mouth as if he had a good idea. Soon after, they chatted and whispered for a while behind the scenes. Right. Eitri, be quiet, it's a good opportunity for us to buy something. With slaves, we can make weapons again. Don't you know that you can hear everything? The 2 brothers, muttering casually, carefully looked around and asked Kim Yoo-young. Are you really selling that slave for 2 gold coins? Yes, sure, he has a dirty personality, but he's still quite usable, Kim Yoo-young said lively. Jaehyeon in the cart let out a deep sigh. Excited, the brothers paid for the gold coin and bought Jaehyeon, the 2 who handed over the cart. Jaehyeon bit his lips tightly with a face of shame. The reason why he ended up like this was simple, about 2 hours ago. What is the little problem? They're saying huge cowards. What? Don't be angry just as it is because it's real. Darren scratched his head at Jaehyeon's absurd question. The ones that don't trust humans, let alone dwarves, are those brothers. There he fell very weak, so you will have to approach it very carefully. Darren says they have little money on the subject, they are looking for slaves as well. Also, it is at a level where you can't gather the materials to create artifacts on your own. It was a total mess. That's not even the biggest problem, it's the artifacts they have. Artifact? That's right. It's called the sneaky ring, but if you don't spend 3 days with other people, you can completely escape from them. Because of that, it is difficult to approach easily. In short, it meant that no one could request them while the ring was in effect. Because they are very timid, people who see them for the first time will not believe them. Then what do you say to me? Tendons sprouted from Jaehyeon's forehead. Darren raised his hands in a calming gesture. He replied with a worried eye. So, to put it simply, find a way to stay with them and not intimidate them, for example. Like that, rattle, rattle, Jaehyeon was being taken as a slave. It was because they judged that even the weakest and most cowardly brothers would not be intimidated by a slave and that it would be easy for them to stay together for 3 days. Of course, there was a reason why Jaehyeon came. It was all thanks to his defeat at rock, paper, scissors. To be precise, I decided to send one person who would pay for something else, but the rest of the members made a mess and ended up like this. Even with the slave's sigh, the Brockhatry brothers' expressions were bright. They seemed completely unaware of the danger of a slave stronger than themselves. After only 3 days of patience, Jaehyeon repeated that and vowed never to trust anyone in rock, paper, scissors again. Even if it's the co-workers you consider your closest.